Chapter 1. Hunter's Journal. Within the confines of a frigid tent at sub-zero temperatures, a traveler from another realm huddled in a cold beast-hide sleeping bag, eagerly perusing a notebook he had discovered, reading swiftly line by line. Hunter's Journal. Item. Quality. Fine. Description. A personal journal belonging to a 4-star hunter, containing 18 of the ecological map of the new continent, illustrations of 12 large creatures, 16 small creatures, 75 environmental creatures, and techniques for wielding a one-handed sword. Day 1 in the new continent. Despite encountering a molten mountain dragon and suffering losses to the fleet, thankfully, there were no casualties, and we all arrived safely at the star. Day 2 in the new continent. The weather is clear today. I have accepted a commission to eliminate 7 rogue dragons, a 1-star task. While this task does not align with my 4-star hunter status, my weapons and armor were lost during the encounter with the molten mountain dragon at sea, leaving me with only a hunter's dagger purchased from a weapons shop and leather armor. Day 12 in the new continent. The weather is cloudy. Truly, what a formidable hunter to have made our entire 5th expedition team wait for a week. With merely a novice weapon like an iron sword, he managed to slay the brute jaw dragon, a beast known as the forest marauder, named Anganath. Its intimidating appearance alone is enough to instill fear. I, a member of the 5th expedition, find myself unable to match such prowess. Is the disparity between people truly so vast? Day 20 in the new continent. The weather is sunny. Our operation to capture the molten mountain dragon has failed due to the interference of an ancient dragon. Was it the annihilation dragon? A predator of ancient dragons. Merely seeing it makes my legs tremble uncontrollably. Am I truly afraid of the ancient dragon's might? Upon self-reflection, I must admit that I am. Day 25 in the new continent. The weather is overcast. Today, we have advanced our investigation into the Miasma Valley and established a central camp, thanks to the information provided by our predecessors from the 1st expedition. It is truly admirable that they conducted environmental surveys alone in such a perilous environment. To celebrate our operational success, Star hosted a grand feast, during which I also caught a glimpse of the expedition's grand leader, who appeared as mighty as a golden lion in a frenzy. Strike that. I indulged in 2 extra glasses of starry brandy, a drink recommended by the expedition, which packs quite a punch. Day 70 in the new continent. The weather is clear. I took no commissions today and spent the day lounging in my cabin. When I went to dine with the chef in the evening, I heard that the esteemed individual had single-handedly defeated the annihilation dragon. Truly, she is godlike in her strength. I cannot fathom any dragon beast she could not conquer. An ancient dragon assaulted our starbase, its form encased in ice crystals, exuding a brilliant blue hue, capable of manipulating frigid air to unleash breath of sub-zero temperatures. Though we ultimately repelled it with the dragon cannon, we lost many comrades in the process. It has begun to snow. Snowflakes are drifting down in the ancient forest. This is my first time witnessing snow in the new continent. The snowfall has intensified, accumulating over half a meter deep in just a day. The temperature is plummeting rapidly, making foraging and hunting in the forest increasingly perilous. The dragon horde is restless, with powerful dragon beasts attacking Star amidst the snowstorm. Misfortune befalls us, as sea dragons have emerged along the maritime routes, and our supply ships are under siege, leaving us feeling isolated and helpless. The new continent no longer offers us a foothold. The leaders have unanimously decided to withdraw. We have failed. In the dim light, 2 fingers, now crimson from the cold, turn the pages of the filled notebook, only to find the subsequent pages blank. The journal concluded at this point. Having finished the thick tome, Lin Ke's mind conjured the image of a shadowy figure wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, executing basic motions of chopping, slashing, and slicing. It seems I have also learned a bit about the techniques of wielding a one-handed sword. What a remarkable experience. He closed the completed journal and stowed it in his backpack, switching off the flashlight on his phone. With the light extinguished, the tent was immediately engulfed in darkness. Camp tent. Item. Quality. Common. Description: a sturdy tent crafted from canvas and thick beast pelts, which, even when left unattended for long durations, still provides commendable warmth and insulation. Ignoring the characters flickering at the corner of his vision, Lin Ke expressionlessly extended his left hand from the beast-hide sleeping bag, rubbing his eyes with his thumb and index finger. He truly did not know how to express himself in this world. What a predicament! As a newcomer traversing for the first time, he had already sensed the overwhelming malice of the new continent through this thick journal. Summarizing the 4 key pieces of information gleaned from this anonymous notebook. First, the mightiest hunter of the new continent, known as Azure Star, mysteriously vanished during the hunt for the Wraith Dragon, while the prematurely born chosen Wraith Dragon still survives. Second, the azure-hued ancient dragon can also control frigid air. It is likely the ice-cursed dragon from the frozen wastes. For reasons unknown, it has arrived in the new continent, and the now snow-covered ancient forest seems to be influenced by the ecological niche of the ice-cursed dragon. Third, all investigation teams have evacuated the new continent. I may be the only human still alive here. Since the disappearance of Azure Star during the hunt for the Wraith Dragon, events have unfolded like the mud truck that crashed him into this realm, crushing all that he once knew. He had thought he could rely on Azure Star in the world of monster hunters, only to find her missing. What a hellish start now. To survive in this new continent, he would have to face a combination assault from the monster hunter world and the frozen wastes. Fortunately, he still possesses a golden finger. May it prove to be of assistance. World information collection complete. Generating player class. 32. It had been over 50 minutes since he crossed into this realm and sought refuge in the tent, and yet the system's progress had only reached 1/3. I can no longer afford to delay. I must take action. Lin Ke clenched his fists. His current situation was precarious. According to the journal's account, he was situated at a cave campsite on the outskirts of the ancient forest, where he need not fear immediate beast attacks. However, the temperature outside the tent had likely dropped below 0. In such frigid conditions, he could manage only 2 hours of activity outside before succumbing to hypothermia. Without timely warmth, he could be in mortal danger. Yet if he remained in the tent, cloistered within the sleeping bag, he could endure for 2 days without water or food. But what would happen after 2 days? By then, any attempts to survive might be thwarted by his deteriorating physical state. After a moment of silence, Lin Ke emerged from the sleeping bag that had just begun to warm with his body heat. Despite the challenges ahead, he must confront them. Best to capitalize on my current state of health and tackle the simplest issues one step at a time. As he lifted the tent flap and bent to exit, Lin Ke inhaled sharply at the icy air. The cold air outside the tent rushed into his collar and around his ankles, stealing away his warmth and raising goosebumps across his skin. Chilled to the bone, his body involuntarily shivered. It's so cold. At this moment, Lin Ke wore a cotton short-sleeve shirt, layered with a thin black jacket, and below, only a pair of cotton briefs and a casual pair of athletic pants made of polyester, which provided some wind and rain protection but lacked an insulation. His athletic shoes and cotton socks were relatively warm, but in the face of this sub-zero temperature, his autumn attire was woefully inadequate. He crouched down, pulling up his socks to cover the cuffs of his pants, then rose to zip his jacket up to his chin, tucking his neck in to minimize skin exposure to the air, thereby mitigating heat loss. Adjusting his sleeves, Lin Ke slipped his hands into the side pockets of his jacket and lifted his gaze to survey the environment surrounding the tent. It appeared that he was situated within a cavern hollowed out a mountainside, the cave spanning approximately 80 square meters, with a height of over 3 meters, resembling an inverted bowl. Though devoid of mobile phone illumination, the cave was not shrouded in darkness. Clusters of luminescent flora adorned the surrounding rock walls, each cluster comprising several ping-pong, ball-sized purple orbs. Their emitted glow, while insufficient to illuminate the entire cave, at least allowed Lin Ke to discern his surroundings. Luminous moss plant, item quality, common. Description: a bioluminescent plant that thrives in darkness. It can be used as ammunition for a projector. When loaded into a projector and fired, it will emit light upon impact, illuminating the vicinity. The cave featured 2 exits. One was set into the rock wall, about 1 meter high, but was blocked by heavy snow after a few meters of bending down. The other opening, located at the cave's apex, had an estimated diameter of 30 centimeters, with the phone's light illuminating a winding path that led into darkness. It seemed to be a ventilation hole, and Lin Ke felt fortunate that it had not been obstructed by snow. He had not sensed any suffocating air while breathing, and a cool breeze still reached his scalp. Silently, Lin Ke pulled up the hood of his sweatshirt. Chapter 2. A Blade for a Comrade. Igniting the flame of hope standing outside the tent, after taking stock of his surroundings, Lin Ke understood that he must first address the three pressing challenges that would affect his survival in the frigid climate. The first challenge was the temperature compared to the tent. The cave was at least below 0 degrees. The attire he donned offered no resistance to the cold, and after merely a brief stint outside, he found himself involuntarily shivering. He needed to devise a means to kindle a fire for warmth. The second challenge involved procuring food and water, essential resources for survival. Without sustenance and hydration, even with a fire, it would be exceedingly difficult to endure for 2 days in such harsh conditions. The third challenge was clothing. It was crucial to recognize that the cavern, which felt akin to an icy tomb, was enveloped in sub-zero temperatures, not to mention the outside world, which could be several degrees below zero. Without adequate insulation, even if he managed to dig through the snow, venturing outside would be impossible, ultimately leading to his demise in the cave. Typically, when not immersed in gaming in his dormitory, he had absorbed a fair amount of survival knowledge from the likes of De Yi and Bei Yi. He possessed theoretical knowledge in abundance. The crux now lay in the execution. After approximately 10 minutes of thorough exploration, Lin Ke surveyed the cave. The entire encampment, spanning over 80 square meters, was sparsely furnished and simply laid out. At its center stood the tent, and aside from the hunter's notes he had discovered upon his arrival, it contained merely a fur sleeping bag. About 3 meters to the left of the tent was the cooking and dining area, featuring a long extinguished stove and 3 stone stools. A diligent search yielded no firewood, charcoal, or kindling. The stove's firebox held only remnants of ash. Behind the tent, near the rocky wall, lay an irregularly shaped pool of water, measuring over 10 square meters. In the dim light, Lin Ke could not discern the depth of the water, but he could faintly make out dozens of dark shapes swimming within. As he dipped a finger into the water, he was pleasantly surprised to find it not as frigid as he had anticipated. Rather, it was quite warm, likely a thermal spring flowing from nearby geothermal activity. Upon tasting the droplets on his finger, he discovered they were neither salty nor bitter, but fresh water. It seemed fortune smiled upon him, as both the food and water dilemmas had been resolved simultaneously. Now, he was left with the tasks of igniting a fire for warmth and securing proper clothing. Lin Ke turned his gaze toward the last object within the cave. It was a wooden crate positioned near the exit, approximately a meter wide and half as height, with a blue hue. At first glance, Lin Ke recognized it as a supply box, indistinguishable from those in the games he played. Surely, such a large crate must contain a considerable number of items. Let's hope that the hunter's cache harbors something of use, he mused. With that thought, he approached the box, withdrew his hands from his pockets, lifted the lid, and bent down to inspect its contents. Inside the box, the first thing that caught his eye was a set of hefty black metal weaponry. A character prompt appeared in his peripheral vision. Hunter's dagger weapon, quality, ordinary. Description: do not be misled by the name. This is a one-handed sword, part of the hunter's equipment. It consists of a single-handed sword forged from iron ore and a matching pure iron shield. The sword weighs 52 pounds, while the shield weighs 51 pounds. Having read the description of the weapon, known as the hunter's dagger, Lin Ke then opened the attributes panel bestowed upon him by the system. A translucent screen materialized before his eyes. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player, dimensional backpack. 1 cubic meter. Hunter's notes: mobile phone. Equipment slots: 03. General talents: civilization. Fluent in constant languages and scripts, enabling comprehension of the current world's text and language. Eye of truth: by gazing at an object, one can discern its fundamental information. Learning: knowledge and skills can be acquired rapidly through images, text, videos, and personal practice. Physical attributes: strength, 5. Agility, 5. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 5. Achieve the average standard for a 20-year-old male. The strength value represents the intensity of muscular power, the resilience of fascia, and the sturdiness of bones. The agility value signifies the speed of nerve reflexes in the limbs, as well as coordination and flexibility. The constitution value reflects cellular vitality, the functional intensity of internal organs, immunity against viruses, and the rate of physical recovery. The spirit value indicates the speed of cerebral processing, memory capacity, sensory acuity, and resistance to negative states. Each increment in attribute value enhances physical quality by a factor of 0.5 based on the current level. For example, 5 strength allows one to lift a 60-kilogram barbell overhead, while 6 strength enables lifting 90 kilograms, and 7 strength permits lifting 135 kilograms. World information collection complete. Generating profession 47. Lin Ke possessed remarkably balanced attributes across the board. Such attributes were further augmented by the system's enhancement otherwise. His lackadaisical lifestyle of gaming in the dormitory would hardly have allowed him to reach the average standard for a 20-year-old male. Moreover, the system had also rectified numerous minor ailments afflicting his body. Now, he no longer experienced back pain or fatigue. His nearsightedness had been corrected, and even the decayed molar had been restored by the system, alleviating his concerns over receiving gifts of dental hygiene from female acquaintances. This system, named multiverse, represented his greatest assurance for survival in the hunter's world, not to mention the profession still being loaded. He was quite curious about what profession the system would bestow upon him once loading was complete. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Ke heaved the sword and shield from the crate. Indeed, he had to lift them, for the pure iron weaponry was extraordinarily heavy, rendering one-handed retrieval impossible. In the dim light, Lin Ke beheld the one-handed sword intended for novice players in the game. Although referred to as a sword, its shape resembled that of a knife, reminiscent of the large blades wielded by revolutionary heroes during the resistance against invaders. The handle, measuring 30 centimeters, provided ample grip for 2 hands. From the hilt to the blade tip, it spanned approximately 1 meter, its entire body cloaked in a deep black sheen, exuding a unique metallic luster. The blade was 20 centimeters wide and 1 centimeter thick at the back, visually indicating that it was not a weapon that an ordinary person could wield with ease. With both hands gripping the handle, Lin Ke strained to raise the heavy blade to his forefront. Gazing upon the chilling gleam of the blade and the profound blood channel, he involuntarily shivered. While this weapon might fall short against large dragon beasts, it would surely deliver devastating blows to human adversaries. One strike would suffice to silence them. Lin Ke stowed the sword in his dimensional backpack and hoisted the sturdy round shield into the bag as well. The current capacity of the system's backpack was limited to 1 cubic meter, and both retrieval and storage necessitated the use of both hands. After securing the one-handed sword, Lin Ke continued to delve into the crate. Half his body leaned in as he rummaged. Degraded recovery potion, quality, ordinary, description, an expired potion upon consumption, it can mildly heal injuries. Dried ration food, quality, ordinary, description, dehydrated herbivore meat, air-dried in a cold environment, restores stamina upon consumption. Hunting knife, item, quality, excellent. Description, a sharp knife, a premium tool used for extracting valuable materials from prey. Telescope item, quality, ordinary, description, a 10x magnification lens, useful for distant observation. Damaged paralyzing trap item, quality, ordinary, description, a trap capable of immobilizing colossal beasts temporarily. Its core lightning insect is deceased. Lin Ke gathered 6 potion vials, roughly the size of soda cans, likely glass-sealed recovery potions, 2 fist-sized pieces of dried meat, a finely crafted sharp dagger, a telescope, and a disc-shaped paralyzing trap in his backpack. With that, the crate was now empty. He had not found any firewood or kindling within. Lin Ke sighed, then cast a glance at the now vacant crate. Expressionless as he remarked, "I had hoped to conserve some effort, but since you've proven so ungrateful, I shall not spare you. Behold the sword. No, rather, behold the knife." Lin Ke bellowed, exhaling a mist of breath as he extracted the 52-pound pure iron blade from his backpack. Gripping the handle with both hands, he summoned all his strength to lift the weapon halfway. By the heavens, this blade feels nothing like it weighs only 50 pounds. Struggling to elevate the sword a mere 20 centimeters above the crate, Lin Ke found himself unable to raise it any further. For a hunter, the one-handed sword was a lightweight weapon, but for Lin Ke, an ordinary individual of average build, wielding even the sword was no trivial task, let alone the shield. What kind of muscle-bound beasts are hunters? Lin Ke internally lamented, gripping the sword tightly as he brought it down upon the empty crate. Swish thud. The blade cleaved through the air and struck the wooden box. Splintered wood flew as the heavy sword cleaved a long gash into the crate. Huh! He exhaled forcefully. Lin Ke raised the sword once more, shifting it leftward by half a meter, and struck down diagonally with vigor. Crack! It was still connected by a fragment. Then one more strike. Crack! After 3 powerful slashes, the box bore a shaped incision, though Lin Ke felt a twinge of pain in his shoulder, likely a strain from overexertion. This blade was still too heavy for him. Nevertheless, it was worth the effort. Lin Ke acquired a triangular wooden board weighing approximately 5 pounds. Next, he needed to transform this sizable plank into manageable pieces of firewood conducive to burning. Rubbing his shoulders to ease the tension, Lin Ke positioned the long knife blade downwards, wedging it into the gap of box. Grasping one corner of the wooden board, he struck it against the upward edge of the knife. Crack, crack, crack. With each strike, a slender stick of wood flew forth. After approximately 10 strikes, he had procured over 10 pieces suitable for kindling. Clever as I am. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Ke's mouth. Retrieving the long knife from the box and stowing it in his backpack, he joyfully gathered the scattered firewood from the ground and transported it to the side of the stove. Crouching before the stove, Lin Ke picked up a piece of firewood and drew out his hunting knife to shave it down. The stone bench beside the stove felt icy to the touch, akin to a block of ice, and he had no desire to subject himself to such discomfort. Amidst the sound of scraping, a thin layer of wood shavings quickly covered the ground. Now that he had the tinder, all that remained was a source of fire. Lin Ke collected the wood shavings and retrieved his mobile phone from his backpack, pressing the power button several times before the screen finally illuminated. At that moment, he felt a slight numbness in his palm and clenched his fist, sensing a lack of strength. It was imperative to ignite the fire immediately. Glancing at the phone screen, he noted that 70 battery remained. Under the glow of the screen, he wore a pained expression as he dragged the small blue bird icon into the trash bin, erasing his browsing history. Once everything was settled, he laid the screen down on the cold, rocky ground. This companion that had been with him throughout his university years, since it had arrived in pristine condition, it was only fitting that it departed in the same manner. Covering the phone with the shavings he had prepared, Lin Ke rose and retrieved the exaggeratedly heavy long knife from his backpack. Pointing the blade downward, he pressed it through the wood shavings against the phone, closing his eyes for a moment of mourning. "Brother, please assist me one last time. I shall forever remember your kindness." Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Ke resolutely thrust the knife downward. With a faint crackling sound, the blade pierced through the phone's casing, penetrating into the heart of its lithium battery. As the battery ruptured, lithium ions reacted violently with the surrounding air, generating a significant amount of heat through oxidation. A wisp of white smoke emerged from the wood shavings, followed by a resounding explosion. The brilliant flames instantaneously illuminated the entire cave. The firelight reflected in Lin Ke's pupils, shining with a glimmer known as hope. Now that a source of fire was established, the first problem could be deemed resolved. Chapter 3. Extraordinary Profession. Hunter. As Lin Ke added another log to the blazing hearth, he extended his hands towards the furnace, fingers splayed wide, relishing the warmth that the flames provided. The stove, constructed entirely from black stone, absorbed the heat of the fire perfectly, radiating warmth that made the surrounding temperature feel as though it had risen by more than 10 degrees. Seated upon a stone bench that was no longer unbearably cold, Lin Ke tended to the fire while checking the system's loading progress. World information collection complete. Generating profession. 87. Well, nearly an hour had passed since he began chopping wood and tending the flames. And only 40 had been loaded. That IT seemed he would have to wait another half an hour before he could claim his extraordinary profession. With a sense of reluctance, he stood and approached the supply crate, retrieving his long knife to commence chopping once more. This time, there was no need to cut the wood into slender, easily combustible pieces. It simply needed to burn, so convenience was key. Crack, crack, as splinters flew. Lin Ke paused every 6 or 7 strikes to catch his breath, collecting the chopped pieces into his backpack. Thus, half an hour slipped by, during which he brutally dismantled the supply crate, only pausing once to add wood to the furnace. In that half hour, he had chopped around 40 strokes, each requiring nearly all of his strength. Consequently, he now found himself panting heavily, his chest muscles aching from strain, his back feeling sore and numb, and his hands and arms rattled by the force of his strikes, making him feel as though they were no longer his own. Truly exhausting, were it not for the will to survive. He would have given up 20 minutes ago. Now, the crate had vanished without a trace, and his backpack was filled with an assortment of irregularly shaped wooden pieces, weighing over 40 kilograms in total. Based on the furnace's consumption rate, this would sustain him for about 2 days. His survival time had effectively doubled from 2 days to 4, increasing his chances of survival in this world. Profession generated. Please confirm whether to accept. What difference does it make if I don't confirm? Can you offer me an alternative? He silently grumbled at the system and confirmed his acceptance of the profession with his mind. Anticipation surged within him as he pondered what profession he would receive. Could it be a chi refining master? One who consumes the winds and drinks the dew, soaring through the skies, immortal through the essence of chi? Or perhaps a mage, mastering the arcane arts and commanding the elements like a deity? Maybe a fighter would suffice, honing his combat skills to become a powerful warrior. Surely, he could at least breathe fire, right? Player confirmed. Loading hunter profession. Lin Ke's daydreams shattered at the moment the system's message appeared. Closing his eyes, a vivid image materialized in his mind. In a forest blanketed by heavy snow, a hunter clad in a thick cotton coat and a fur hat. His brows frosted and nose rosy from the cold, slowly lifted his wooden bow, drawing the string taut, aiming at the prey he had pursued through the storm for an entire day and night. Of course, this was not a scene play by the system, but rather a concoction of cinematic memories and his own understanding of the hunter profession. As this imagined scene faded, Lin Ke felt a sudden brightness, as if a silver-white light had ignited in the darkness behind his closed eyelids. Before him, a white sphere of light swirled and undulated in the darkness, its surface entwined with delicate strands of silver flame. Resembling a solar prominence, illuminating the sphere like a burning silver sun, mysterious and grand as a deity, that moment, the sun unleashed a silver tongue of flame, rushing towards him with a thunderous roar. Lin Ke felt his consciousness lift, as if his soul had separated from his body. He beheld himself, enveloped in silver flames, yet his clothing remained unscathed, and he felt no pain. His flesh and bones gradually transformed into a translucent state within the silvery fire. From above, Lin Ke's awareness observed his brain, glistening white, as well as the flowing blood and writhing organs visible through his collar. After approximately 10 minutes, the flames gradually extinguished, finally merging into his body as mere sparks. Lin Ke quickly touched his body, relieved by its warm sensation. This what profession loading feels like. Although the title of hunter doesn't sound particularly grand, the process was undeniably thrilling. Yet he had to admit that he now felt remarkably comfortable. The soreness and fatigue had vanished, his fists clenched with an unquenchable strength. His entire being felt light, as though he could soar with a mere exertion, and his mind was clearer than ever. Seated on the stone chair, Lin Ke eagerly opened his attributes panel to inspect the changes. The luminous screen unfolded, revealing altered numerical data. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player dimensional backpack, 1 cubic meter. Hunter's journal: charred phone remnants, one-handed sword, degraded recovery potion X6, dried rations X2, hunting knife, binoculars, damaged paralysis trap, 42 kilograms of wood scraps, equipment slot. 03 general talent civilization. Fluent in constant language, literacy, capable of understanding the written and spoken language of the current world. Eye of truth: when gazing at an object, can perceive its fundamental information. Learning: can rapidly acquire knowledge and master skills through images, text, videos, and personal practice. Physical attribute: strength, 6 agility, 7 constitution, 6 spirit, 7 extraordinary profession. Hunter level: 1 experience. 0-100 profession talents: killing. Unique slaying prey allows the refinement of blood into bloodstones to extract souls and create soul crystals. Consuming bloodstones enhances strength. Absorbing soul crystals augments spirit. Profession skills: current. None generated profession task. Newbie hunter's first hunt. Description: conduct a hunt to claim a novice's first prey. Task reward: 10 experience points. Hunter Profession Skill Crystal. Having reviewed the attributes panel, Lin Ke could only exclaim in amazement. The benefits were indeed substantial. The attribute values had surged by 6 points. In no wonder he felt an unprecedented surge of energy. Such physical prowess was something he had never dared to imagine before, all granted through a single profession loading. It was no surprise that everyone yearned for such a golden opportunity, as a mere flick of the wrist could change one's fate. If these attribute points could further increase through the hunter's talents, what might he become in the end? A superhuman, or perhaps something even more extraordinary? Ah, such a difficult choice, he chuckled to himself. Chapter 4. The pink abnormal fish. The vibrant flames flickered from the furnace, casting dancing shadows upon the rocky walls of the cave. In front of the stove, Lin Ke steadied his racing heart. Pondering too far ahead was futile, that he was currently in a fight for survival in the frigid cold. It was prudent to first address the immediate challenges. Images, text, videos. Upon reopening his eyes, he felt as though he had learned something anew under the influence of his learning talent. Lin Ke retrieved a wooden plank approximately 1.2 meters in length from his backpack, along with his hunting knife, and began to carve and shape it by the firelight. This long piece of wood had been intentionally saved during his earlier dismantling of the crate. Its thickness and length were quite suitable. Having been taken from the lid of the supply box, he intended to fashion a rudimentary spear, for he would undoubtedly need a tool to catch the fish that swam in the nearby pond. Simply plunging into the water to catch them would be the most foolish approach. It was the creation and application of tools that had elevated humanity to the top of the food chain. Spear fishing would not only provide sustenance, but also fulfill the novice task of the hunter profession, and it would allow him to test the effectiveness of his hunter talents. The hunting knife was razor-sharp, and with his agility of 7 and strength of 6, Lin Ke wielded it with such speed that it left behind afterimages, unperturbed by the risk of cutting his fingers. Thin wooden shavings fluttered down like snowflakes, quickly accumulating at his feet as the long plank gradually took on the shape of a staff. Once the staff was fully shaped, he used a knife to smooth out the rough edges. From the pile of wood shavings in front of him, he selected a slightly larger piece and carved out 2 slender wooden rods, each about 5 centimeters long and the thickness of a pencil. Next, holding the knife in his right hand and one end of the long staff in his left, he carefully carved a cross-shaped incision approximately 12 centimeters deep, then inserted the 2 small wooden rods into the cross. This way, the staff was transformed into a spear with 4 pointed tips that he then sharpened and polished the tips with his knife, taking care to gather the wood shavings on the ground and toss them into the hearth to burn, leaving nothing to waste. Rising to his feet, Lin Ke cut several long strands of black animal hair from the edge of the tent, twisting and weaving them into a slender rope about 1 meter long. He tightly wound the thin rope around the ends of the small wooden rods at the spear's tip, securing them in place while preventing the spear's opening from widening during use. Thus, a handmade 4-pronged spear was completed. 4-pronged spear. Item quality. Ordinary description. A wooden spear crafted by a hunter, sufficient for dealing with small fish. With the freshly made spear in hand, Lin Ke approached the pond with renewed confidence. However, upon bending down to peer into the water, he was taken aback. The opening of the furnace faced away from the pond, leaving the water's surface shrouded in darkness. Obscuring his view, he could only vaguely discern the black shadows swimming beneath the surface. Under such conditions, it was utterly impractical to fish with a spear. Very well, then, he would first need to resolve the issue of illumination. The furnace itself could not be moved, as it was firmly affixed to the cave's floor. As for crafting a torch or lighting a bonfire beside the pond for illumination, Lin Ke dismissed those ideas. There was no surplus firewood to waste at present. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze settled upon the clusters of luminescent flora adorning the rocky walls. Instantly recalling the item descriptions revealed by the eye of truth, approaching with caution, he delicately plucked a piece of bioluminescent moss the size of a ping-pong ball. As he grasped it, he noted its texture. This pink, fluffy moss felt cool and slightly moist to the touch, yielding like a soft jelly. Shaking it near his ear, he could hear the gentle sloshing of liquid within. This was far more intriguing than the mere images one could observe in a game. Bioluminescent moss. Moss plant item quality. Common description. A luminescent plant that thrives in darkness. It can be utilized as ammunition for projectiles. When loaded into a launcher and fired, it emits light upon impact, illuminating the surroundings. Even without a launcher, throwing it by hand should yield similar results. Aiming at the rocky wall opposite the pool, Lin Ke hurled the moss with force. With a soft puff, the supple moss burst upon contact, akin to a water balloon, scattering its liquid across the stone surface. Instantly, the area splattered with the moss's fluid glowed with a gentle lavender light, illuminating a vast expanse, rendering the already modest pool entirely visible. As Lin Ke gazed into the pool, he found himself momentarily entranced. Under the purple glow, the water appeared crystal clear, as if devoid of substance, while dozens of fish danced within, seemingly swimming through the air. This sight echoed a line from the ancient poem he had memorized in his youth, Record of the Small Stone Pool, epitomizing the reality before him. Lacking the eloquence to articulate his thoughts, he could only exclaim, "The water quality is truly exceptional." Having been momentarily mesmerized by the pool, Lin Ke lifted his harpoon. After all, in the grand scheme of things, sustenance took precedence. He targeted a fish that had ventured to the edge of the pool and thrust downward with his harpoon. As it pierced the water's surface, the resulting ripples disrupted the tranquility, startling the fish into a swift retreat. He felt no resistance upon retrieval. The harpoon's tip emerged empty, having failed to snag even a single scale. In that instant, Lin Ke recognized the outcome. The refraction of light had misled him, and the fish's true position lay slightly deeper. Drawing upon his middle school physics knowledge, he was relieved that he had retained some of what he learned. Grasping the harpoon once more, he focused intently on the water's surface, awaiting the approach of another fish, readying himself to strike. As he concentrated, the movements of the fish appeared to slow, revealing its slender pink body and menacing spiny dorsal fin, its scales shimmering as it swam. Pink abnormal fish, aquatic creature, ingredient quality. Common description: a fish that has remained unchanged since ancient times. Widely inhabiting the New World, it possesses a robust vitality, surviving by filter feeding on microorganisms in the water. Indeed, its vitality is impressive. Lin Ke attempted to stow the fish in his backpack, but failed. It seemed the bag could not accommodate living beings. He placed the fish a distance away from the pool, stepped on its body, withdrew the harpoon, and then took out his hunting knife. Carefully avoiding the fish's sharp dorsal spines, he plunged the knife into its head, ending its life that a clear white light emanated from his arm, coursing through the dagger and into the fish's wound. Was it the hunter's talent that facilitated this? It was a curious sensation. Ding! A crisp notification echoed in his mind. Task completed, 10 experience points acquired. Rewards issued to backpack. Extracting the knife, he observed 2 tiny crystals rolling out from the fish's head, one red and one white, barely larger than a grain of rice, if not for his keen eyesight. They might have gone unnoticed. Pressing them against his fingertip, he brought the crystals closer, squinting to discern their shapes. The red one was an irregular gem with multiple facets, reminiscent of the philosopher's stone from Western mythology. The white one was a tiny transparent sphere, too small to reveal its contents. Small crystal from fish, bloodstone quality. Inferior description: consuming it can slightly restore stamina. Weak fish soul liquid, soul crystal quality. Inferior description: placing it on one's forehead can alleviate mental fatigue. Well then, the blood and soul essence from a single fish were rather meager. Lin Ke promptly swallowed the red stone and pressed the soul crystal to his forehead to test its effects. A warmth spread through his stomach, accompanied by a refreshing sensation in his brain, but it lasted only 3 seconds before dissipating. The quality was too poor to yield any significant feeling. Chapter 5. 2 worlds with the system task completed. It was time to process his catch. The fish's blood had congealed into bloodstones. The task was made simpler. Lin Ke stepped on the fish's tail, slicing off the spiny dorsal fin first, then scraping the scales clean with the knife's back. He opened the belly, discarding the gills and entrails in a corner of the cave, before carrying the fish to the edge of the pool for a rinse. After thoroughly cleaning the fish's cavity and shaking off the water, Lin Ke retrieved a bottle of spoiled restorative potion from his backpack, uncorked it, and poured the dark green liquid onto the ground. No sense in lamenting, as he still had 5 bottles left. The stone oven, standing half a meter tall, featured a fire chamber beneath, and a smaller heating space above, separated by a thin stone slab. He fashioned a larger wooden board into the shape of a paddle with his knife, ensuring it would fit snugly into the oven's chamber, leaving a handle extending outward. Now, Lin Ke was ready to begin cooking. Lacking any sense of time or the concept of meals, he had been busy for 2 hours and was now quite hungry. Lifting the pink, abnormal fish, the eye of truth indicated it was suitable for braising. Yet, stranded in this cave without oil, salt, soy sauce for seasoning, or any utensils for cooking, braising was out of the question. Merely cooking it thoroughly would suffice. He scored the thicker parts of the fish's flesh with a knife, laid it back down on the wooden board, and placed a glass bottle filled with water beside it before sliding the board into the oven to begin roasting. Although unfamiliar with such ancient cooking methods, he figured that if the water in the glass bottle boiled, the fish would likely be cooked as well. That a fist-sized, multifaceted, colorless crystal caught his attention. Skill crystal, extraordinary item quality, rare description, a crystalline fragment imbued with a hint of rule power. Using it grants the skill of throwing. With a crack, Lin Ke crushed the crystal in his hand, a glimmer of light manifesting before merging into his being. Throwing skill loaded class, hunter level, 1 experience, 10-100 class talent. Killing, unique, class skills. Throwing, novice, proficiency, 0-300, effect, throw objects. Hitting within 10 meters with perfect accuracy, current task. None. The skill's effect was straightforward. While a mere 10-meter range may seem trivial, in this world of survival of the fittest, those 10 meters transformed into razor-sharp claws extending from his body, a potent means of self-defense. Moreover, the skill's guaranteed hit effect seemed to be linked to causality guaranteed hit. What a splendid skill! The System's offerings were undoubtedly of superior quality, and Lin Ke felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he could use it to smash small monsters like rabbits and birds. In the long run, once his strength attributes improved, this skill would become akin to precision-guided missiles. At that moment, sizzling sounds emanated from the oven as the fish's skin released oil under the intense heat, roasting the flesh within. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, a unique scent produced when fats and proteins were heated. Lin Ke's stomach rumbled in response. Seated on a stone bench, he leaned forward to peek into the oven. The water in the glass bottle was bubbling vigorously, and the fish was likely nearing readiness. With thoughts of food in mind, he realized he lacked utensils. Thus, he whittled a rough but functional wooden spoon. By the time the spoon was finished, the water had boiled, and the fish was cooked. The bottle bubbled with steam escaping from its mouth. Lin Ke withdrew the wooden board, using the nearby stone bench as a makeshift dining table, placing the board laden with food and water atop it. The fish, now roasted, had curled edges, the flesh turning a crisp golden brown while sizzling enticingly. Its appearance was quite pleasing. Original flavor grilled fish, food quality, inferior description, sufficient to satiate hunger, maintaining basic nutritional balance. Remarkably, a common quality fish had dropped a level after his cooking efforts, judging by the description. Lin Ke held little hope for its flavor. However, regardless of its taste, he had to eat. There were no options here. Grasping 2 slender sticks as makeshift chopsticks in his right hand and wielding the knife in his left, he cut a piece of fish and, after blowing off the steam, brought it to his mouth. As he bit down, his face contorted in discomfort, resembling a mask of agony as he chewed. The fish's texture and taste were akin to rubber with a lingering fishiness. Utterly flavorless and difficult to chew. Yet he had no choice. Not eating meant starvation, and starvation equated to death. In the face of mortality, such trifling discomfort was insignificant. Fortunately, the fish contained no small bones. After swallowing the chewed morsel, Lin Ke cut another piece and repeated the process. Piece by piece, he consumed the entirety of the pound of fish, leaving only the head and the main spine with remnants of flesh behind on the board. Having finished the fish, the temperature of the water in the glass bottle began to decrease. He cupped the bottle in his hands and took a sip of the warm water from the mouth of the bottle. A gentle warmth coursed down his throat and into his stomach, and after a few sips, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping his body. Boiled water, beverage quality, ordinary introduction. Consuming while warm can restore core body temperature. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Ke tidied up a bit and sat on a stone bench, contemplating his next course of action. Food and water were not in short supply for the moment, but the firewood would only suffice for 2 more days, and warm clothing was nowhere to be found. Unless he took a desperate gamble, dismantling the camp tent and sleeping bag to stitch together furs into warm garments, and then braving the icy snow to cut firewood, he would face challenges. However, this would complicate his nightly rest. The rugged floor of the cave was uncomfortable even with clothing. Moreover, he had no interest in needlework and had never seen any relevant instructional videos, making it impossible for him to learn. Yet, matters had not reached such a dire point that in this world, he felt devoid of options, trapped in a cave, but in another world, his other self had been freely traversing the wilderness for nearly 2 hours. With a flick of his arm, a phone identical in appearance, model, and internal data to the one he had used to start the fire earlier appeared in his hand. Brother, it's truly wonderful to see you again. Is there another version of myself in this diverse world? What marvelous reactions might occur when the barriers between worlds are pierced by the system's immense power. Lin Ke's consciousness transcended endless dimensions, connecting with his other self in an alternate realm. The dawn light began to break, the darkness gradually fading as the glow from the horizon enveloped Lin Ke, who had traversed the wilderness for 2 hours. Clad in identical autumn attire, sharing the same physique and handsome features, Lin Ke walking through the yellow fields bore no distinction from his counterpart in the Monster Hunter world. This was an unexpected twist. For reasons unknown, Lin Ke discovered he possessed 2 bodies after the crossing, one awakening in the frigid cave, the other opening his eyes in the desolate wilderness. Although they were 2 separate bodies, they shared identical memories and consciousness, resembling a mythological external incarnation. Both were Lin Ke. Under the system's formidable influence, the Lin Ke in the wilderness could even retrieve the sword that he had placed in the dimensional backpack from the Monster Hunter world using the same personal attribute panel. Now he possessed 2 bodies and 1 consciousness, granting him a full extra 24 hours compared to others, essentially doubling his lifespan. Furthermore, he was a man with 2 lives. Should he encounter insurmountable troubles, he could afford to go a little wild. However, survival was paramount. Dying once would mean losing an entire world, a considerable loss indeed. Navigating around several closely clustered Joshua trees, Lin Ke continued toward his destination, a structure resembling an abandoned factory. After walking for a while, evidence of human construction finally appeared in his line of sight. As for why he didn't chop down the nearby Joshua trees to use as firewood for the Lin Ke in the Monster Hunter world, the information provided by the Eye of Truth warned against it. Joshua Tree. Introduction. The original specimen was birthed in a laboratory and stabilized through biotechnological gene editing. Its roots can secure sandy soil and withstand dust storms while adapting to post-war polluted environments. He certainly did not wish to utilize it for firewood so soon. He wasn't ready to part with his other self just yet. This desolate wilderness seemed to imbue everything that grew from the ground with a hint of toxicity. Whether it was the Joshua trees or the unknown shrubs, if one dared to burn them, they could easily bring about their own downfall. Chapter 6. Second Profession 2075, Suburbs of the City. Now referred to by citizens as the Wasteland. A chaotic zone. On a May morning, warm breezes from the ocean carried abundant moisture into this barren land. Gazing up, the dust-laden wilderness was sparsely dotted with vegetation. Cacti, Joshua trees, and some unidentified low shrubs. At this moment, these green lives were drawing moisture from the air through their needle-like leaves and spines, condensing it into droplets that were stored in their trunks and roots through the bark's fissures or pores. The auxiliary airport, forgotten in this corner of the wasteland since the conclusion of the Fourth Corporate War, was once again graced by new visitors after half a century. The scene before him was desolate and dilapidated. Reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic landscape, several abandoned car wrecks lay scattered in the distance, moss climbing over half of their bodies. Nearby stood a large house, reminiscent of Syrian war damage, occupying a vast area. Through the holes in the walls, Lin Ke caught glimpses of the interior. Broken pipes, motionless machinery, and various refuse appeared to have been long abandoned. Outside the house, several red and green shipping containers lay strewn about. Adorned with various cryptic graffiti, he wondered if there was anything inside, but given their abandonment, they were likely empty. Surely, no one resided in this cursed place. with a hunting knife drawn from his backpack. Lin Ke cautiously stepped into the long, silent factory. Without first surveying his surroundings, he approached a shipping container with a half-open door. Utilizing the morning's faint light, he peered inside. Aside from the sand blowing in through the corners, the container was utterly vacant. He stepped inside and pulled the door shut behind him. The sunlight vanished, plunging the interior into darkness. In the gloom, Lin Ke rubbed his hands together, excitement coursing through him as he activated the system interface. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player dimensional backpack. 1 cubic meter. Hunter's notes: equipment slot. 3 universal talents: civilization, eye of truth, learning physical attributes, strength, 6 agility, 7 stamina, 6 spirit, 7 profession generated. Please confirm if you wish to accept. In this world, his attribute panel did not reflect the hunter profession from the Monster Hunter realm. However, it did offer him a new profession, distinct from that of a hunter. It could be said that both versions of Lin Ke shared an attribute panel, with changes on that panel reflecting simultaneously across both worlds. Yet the profession could only belong to the individual in the current world. Possessing a unique quality, rubbing his hands, Lin Ke confirmed his acceptance that, in truth, the system had generated the profession over an hour ago. However, it was still dark at that time, and he found himself in an open wilderness with scant cover. He feared that the noise from loading the profession might attract unwanted dangers. Player confirmed. Chef profession loading. Could the profession not have a more grandiose name? Magical chef would suffice. I wouldn't mind at all. Lin Ke had grown weary of voicing his grievances. The darkness illuminated, flooding the entire container and revealing every detail. But it was not sunlight. Rather, silver flames ignited upon Lin Ke's body. His consciousness floated slightly above the ground. The translucent form, though he had witnessed it once before, still held an unsettling quality upon his second glance. His strength had increased. His formerly well-fitted clothing now clung tightly to him, the contours of his muscles clearly defined on the short-sleeved cotton shirt. And his pants, too, revealing a significant portion of his calves between the pant legs and his ankles. Standing at 1.7 meters, he was already on the shorter side among his peers, but now, with an apparent increase of at least 10 centimeters in his pant legs, he finally reached a height of 1.8 meters. Moreover, his skin had grown remarkably smooth. Upon touching his face, he found no blemishes or pits. Just a sleek, radiant surface. He had grown taller and sturdier, likely becoming more handsome too. If only he had a mirror, he would adore admiring his current appearance. Inside the container, Lin Ke curiously opened his attribute panel. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player dimensional backpack. 1 cubic meter. Hunter's notes: equipment slot. 3 universal talents: civilization, eye of truth, learning physical attributes, strength, 8 agility, 7 stamina, 8 spirit, 7, the pinnacle of human physical qualities. An increase of 4 attribute points had directly elevated his previously lowest 2 attributes to their highest levels. With his strength and stamina now over double what they had been before, ordinary individuals possessed 3 times the stamina and strength. Remarkable! Against those yellow-haired ruffians, a single punch could silence them completely. A transformation that occurred within mere half a day of acquiring the extraordinary system. Profession: chef level. 1 experience. 100 profession talent. Super supplements. Unique foods cooked can grant special enhancement effects. The quality of ingredients will determine the intensity of the effect. Completing a dish will yield professional experience. Current profession skills. None generated task. Chef's first meal. Introduction. Carry out 1 cooking session to commence your culinary journey. Task reward: 10 experience points, chef profession skill crystal. The chef profession perfectly complemented the hunter profession, while the hunter could obtain bloodstone soul crystals through hunting, becoming stronger while also acquiring various ingredients. The chef could upgrade through cooking the ingredients provided by the hunters. Quite splendid. The system must have arranged this intentionally. There was no use in overthinking it. Lin Ke pushed open the container door and stepped into the sunlight. Thus began his extraordinary journey. Upon exiting the container, Lin Ke did not forget that his hunter companion was still suffering from the cold. It was time to search for warm supplies within this abandoned factory. He decided to start with the closest area. Entering the adjacent large house, Lin Ke surveyed the interior layout. Though the house occupies a vast expanse, it is devoid of any interior walls to obstruct the line of sight. Save for its 4 exterior walls, it is essentially a single hall, spanning over 1,000 square meters, where everything within can be discerned at a glance. The cement floor, aside from being slick with stagnant water, is littered with discarded refuse, predominantly aluminum cans and plastic bags. That moment, a drop of water fell from above, prompting Lin Ke to glance upwards. The ceiling, approximately 7 or 8 meters high, featured several gaping holes between the steel beams, large enough to accommodate an elephant. Surely, this could not be the result of hail? War? In a factory abandoned amidst the ravages of conflict, surrounded by chemically contaminated land, it seemed the world was far from safe. Lin Ke scoured the premises, but found nothing but trash. The mechanical remnants were mere shells, suggesting previous scavengers had stripped away anything of value. With no useful items discovered within the building, he ventured outside to search the nearby containers. However, most were empty, and one even contained half a container's worth of household waste. The nauseating stench of carbon dioxide, methane, nitrogen, and sulfurous gases wafted through the air, nearly overwhelming him. Toxic indeed. The few vehicles remaining were mere iron husks, stripped of wheels, glass, and engine parts, leaving behind nothing that could serve any practical purpose. Chapter 7. The punk girl chasing the moon. Such a large abandoned factory yielded not even a scrap of garbage worth collecting. Lin Ke inwardly lamented this, deciding instead to gather a few appropriately sized concrete fragments to stow in his backpack that a stone the size of a fist, when hurled with full force, could inflict considerable harm. This would serve to hone Lin Ke's throwing skills, enhancing his proficiency, and could be employed in critical moments to strike his foes, potentially causing blindness, disorientation, or bleeding and there is even a slim chance of triggering a fatal effect. Remarkably, these concrete fragments could be deemed perfect ranged weapons. Indeed, there is no useless garbage, only those who fail to utilize it. With this revelation, Lin Ke collected a few more stones from the ground before preparing to depart from the desolate factory. Yet, before leaving, he needed to ascertain his next direction. Navigating this unfamiliar terrain blindly would not bode well. A clear goal was essential. Given the presence of such a large abandoned factory, there should be more structures or perhaps a town nearby. He resolved to find a higher vantage point to survey the surroundings. Fixing his gaze on the tallest edifice within the factory, a 6-story structure constructed entirely of silvery gray alloy, reminiscent of a high-voltage power tower. He approached it. Circumventing the base, he discovered a metal ladder welded to the tower, providing access to its pinnacle. However, years of neglect had rendered many sections of the ladder corroded, with several rungs missing. Testing its sturdiness, Lin Ke grasped the cylindrical sides of the ladder, shaking it vigorously. The sound of clanging echoed as rust flakes cascaded like rain. Fortunately, the ladder remained intact, securely attached to the tower. It appeared unlikely that he would plummet halfway up due to a collapse. Although it appeared somewhat perilous, Lin Ke stepped onto the creaking rungs, ascending the ladder. His enhanced physical capabilities, augmented by the system, provided him with a confidence that surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Even if he were to misstep, his grip strength exceeding 100 kilograms would allow him to hang effortlessly from a ladder. After breaking 2 rungs, he reached the summit of the tower unscathed. The wind at the top was brisk. With his left hand gripping the sturdy iron frame behind him for stability, he raised his right hand to shield his eyes as he surveyed the distant landscape. To his left, the inky expanse of the sea stretched out, while to the right, a colossal shadow loomed, obscuring his view. Blinking in disbelief, he exclaimed, "No way!" quickly retrieving a portable telescope from the Monster Hunter world. Lin Ke trained it on the obscured figure. Through the dual lenses, he penetrated the wilderness for miles, unveiling the true form of the shadow that it was a city. Along the coastline stood a collection of towering structures shrouded in a hazy mist. These grand edifices coalesced into an ultramodern metropolis. At a mere glance, his entire field of vision was captivated, rendering him unable to shift his neck even a fraction. Time flowed silently as the sun rose. Its rays dispelled the thick fog, revealing the distant skyline. The city bristled with towering buildings, each designed with unique architectural styles, exuding a futuristic essence. Skyscrapers rose like mountains, dominating the horizon, while airborne vehicles appeared diminutive as they traversed the steel forest. The outer walls of these structures displayed vibrant neon advertisements, even in daylight, with a central projection screen soaring into the sky, piercing the clouds like a sword, against a backdrop of red and blue. Advertisements for firearms, sensuality, and technology permeated the air with a distinctly cybernetic flavor. Lin Ke found his gaze lingering on those advertisements for a moment, marveling at their lifelike quality. Lowering the telescope, he mused aloud. What a sight! The distant city was vast, yet he understood that what he could see was merely a superficial layer. The deeper, more vibrant scenes, with their bustling streets and neon lights, lay hidden in the shadows of the towering buildings. Though he had never visited, and this was his first encounter with such a grand city, Lin Ke instinctively knew its name. Despite numerous discrepancies from the games he had played, dozens of iconic structures bore striking resemblance to their in-game models. Night City. Good morning, Night City. Welcome to Cyberpunk. Standing atop the tower, Lin Ke greeted Night City in the morning light and acknowledged his own reflection in the process. Now aware of his location, he resolved to chart his course towards the infamous city, renowned in 2077 as the worst in America. Raising the telescope once more, he sought to discern the terrain and pathways connecting the abandoned factory to Night City, meticulously planning his route. Protein farms, greenhouses for genetically modified wheat cultivation, molten salt tower solar power plants, and Dogtown. Each landmark appeared both familiar and slightly foreign. After half an hour of contemplation, he devised two potential routes to Night City. The first route involved heading left, traversing approximately 10 kilometers of wilderness to reach the biotech farm, and then following the roads surrounding the greenhouse to directly access Pacifica or divert towards Santo Domingo Valley. The advantage of this route was its straightforwardness along well-maintained roads, ensuring a smooth passage. However, the downside lay in the fact that these roads were major thoroughfares leading to Night City, teeming with traffic and potential hazards. He could encounter robbery or kidnapping. His flesh-and-blood existence was not so formidable as to disregard the threat of firearms. A small handgun could easily jeopardize his life. Thus, Lin Ke's second route took him to the right, necessitating a trek across dozens of miles of wilderness while circumventing 3 molten salt tower solar plants, ultimately approaching Santo Domingo's Coronado farm via a winding mountain road. This path offered greater concealment, enhancing his personal safety, though it was considerably longer and traversed inhospitable desert terrain. Squatting atop the tower, Lin Ke scratched his head, contemplating the difficult decision before him to charge forth recklessly or to tread cautiously. As he remained indecisive atop the tower, a faint but distinct sound of gunfire reached his ears from nearby. With a rush of realization, Lin Ke adjusted the telescope to the source of the noise. Soon he spotted 2 swirling clouds of yellow dust rising across the wilderness. Before him, a motorcycle and a pickup truck were engaged in a chase across the arid expanse. Approaching his position, trouble was brewing. Zooming in, he observed that the motorcycle rider, clad in tight black leather, was a woman of remarkable physique, her waist and upper body vibrating in sync with the vehicle's movements, her face obscured by a black mask and protective goggles. Lin Ke could not discern her features, but her flowing pastel pink hair added a splash of color to the otherwise monotonous landscape. Meanwhile, in the pickup truck, a short-statured Asian man gripped the wheel. His eyes were replaced by 2 black semicircular lenses, reminiscent of a large insect. Beside him sat a muscular man of darker complexion, his skin visibly marked by implanted lines, with both arms replaced by metallic prosthetics. The driver spoke urgently. "Hey, don't shoot. It won't be fun if you wreck it. Then step on the gas and catch up." The burly man with dark skin had a naturally irritable temperament. He merely aimed to strike the tire of the off-road motorcycle, but the bumpy ride of the pickup truck thwarted his attempt. Upon hearing his subordinate instruct him, he swiftly slapped the driver on the head and bellowed at him. The motorcycle ahead needed to navigate around the thickets, while the pickup truck behind crashed through the obstructing bushes, barreling forward in a straight line. The distance between the two was rapidly diminishing. As they approached within a mere 100 meters of the branch airport, the gap had shrunk to just over 10 meters, the yellow-skinned driver, equipped with an optical prosthetic eye, zoomed in on the scene ahead, fixating intently on the female rider through the windshield. Suddenly, his optical eye detected a silhouette standing atop the tower. How could there be someone here? A fortuitous discovery. Let me see what it looks like. The yellow-skinned man licked his lips in excitement, but before he could adjust his artificial eye for a closer view, the image began to stutter, and the auditory module in his brain reported an error. Warning, intrusion detected, warning. Before he could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped him, and he completely lost his vision. I can't see. Damn it, this woman is a hacker. The yellow-skinned driver screamed in terror, his hands gripping the steering wheel while his foot instinctively eased off the accelerator. Damn it, the dark, they're all scum. Eliminating them is a service to the people that if you do not kill them, they will kill you. Lin Ke, you are merely acting in self-defense. This is a world where humans prey upon one another. Lin Ke took a minute to calm himself, and it was time to open the novice gift pack that he meticulously searched the bodies strewn across the ground. .2 handguns of the same model, 4 fragmentation grenades, several bullets, a roll of banknotes, and 3 jars. After walking another 50 meters, he picked up an assault rifle. D5 copper-striped Viper, kinetic assault rifle quality. Excellent description. From the desolate slopes to Zimbabwe. This versatile weapon adapts to ever-changing battles, with an effective range of 1,100 meters and a bullet energy of 4,200 joules. DR5 Nova, kinetic revolver quality. Ordinary description, with a vintage design and a 6-round capacity. It has an effective range of 150 meters, delivering a bullet energy of 420 joules. Fragmentation Grenade, FGX quality. Ordinary description, contains 15 grams of TNT, with a lethal radius of 6 meters. Note, disposable item. Please throw away from oneself when in use. Euro, universal currency quality. Ordinary description, essential for buying and selling. People cannot do without it. Big flying elephant, pneumatic inhaler quality. Ordinary description, provides analgesia. Sedation affects internal secretion, paralyzes nerves, and induces euphoria. Take a puff of Big Flying Elephant and let your spirits soar without worry. Chapter 9. The air is toxic, having stowed all the scavenged items into his system backpack. Lin Ke turned his gaze to the nearby pickup truck. Despite the chaotic decorations and graffiti marring its gray-black exterior, its performance remained unaffected. Mckinogul quality. Ordinary description, manufactured in 2067. This rear-wheel drive vehicle boasts 420 horsepower, modified by Wanderer technology, with heavy ballistic armor added to its frame, weighing in at 4,458 kg. Every country song inevitably features it, and this model even has its own museum in the remote areas of Tennessee. He tossed the now-cold corpse of the black-clad figure into the truck bed and hastily covered it with a tarp. Lin Ke climbed into the Machino, eager to see if he could operate the vehicle. To his astonishment, as soon as his hand touched the steering wheel, the engine roared to life, igniting the vehicle automatically. Future technology. Impressive. It seems that this vehicle does not have targeted biometric recognition or electronic locks. Anyone can drive it. To his surprise, his first car in the cyber world turned out to be this one. Delighted, Lin Ke began examining the controls. The Machino lacked a clutch and gear shifts. Apart from mechanical buttons and connectors whose purposes eluded him, it had only the brake, accelerator, and steering wheel. The operation was exceedingly simple. By glancing at the electronic clock within the vehicle, Lin could discern the precise time in the cyber world. May 11th, 2075, 9:40 am. This timeline felt quite early. Thus, the red-haired lady should not have encountered any trouble yet. He wondered how the cat girl was faring at that moment. Not wanting to linger in this precarious place, he decided to make a swift exit to avoid any lingering night prowlers. Thanks to his newfound driving talent, he spun the car in place a few times before adeptly pressing the accelerator and steering toward the road leading to the farm. As for any potential troubles along the way, with a car and a gun at his disposal, he had little to fear. If things went awry, he could simply empty his magazine. Night City, here I come. As a novice driver, Lin Ke did not accelerate too rapidly. Thus, as soon as the vehicle left the arid wasteland and hit the smooth, straight road, he savored the unique atmosphere of Night City. Come on, drive faster or you'll die. I could outpace you with my brother driving. He thought about ramming into the person blocking the road, but given that he was new to Night City, he opted to exercise restraint rather than engaging in a reckless shootout. Instead, he pressed the accelerator harder, increasing his speed. The journey of several dozen miles passed swiftly. Ahead lay a fork in the road. Glancing at the sign, he noted that turning left would lead him to Taiping Prefecture in 3 kilometers. However, in the game, that area was rife with lawlessness, where bullets flew freely and there were no NCPD patrols. Effectively outside the political jurisdiction of Night City. Therefore, Lin Ke had no intention of veering left and continued straight ahead. In 2 kilometers, Night City awaited him. Welcome to Santo Domingo. The Santo Domingo Valley District, or the Southern Industrial Area, was home to numerous heavy metallurgical factories, nuclear power plants, and toxic waste landfills. Towering smokestacks relentlessly belched excessive black smoke, casting a gray pall over the entire neighborhood. Lin Ke drove through the Valley District. A fine layer of black dust soon coated his car windows. If it were merely a case of impaired visibility, he would have said nothing, but the air quality was intolerable. It felt as if each breath could bring him closer to death. Even with the windows closed, a faint, acrid odor lingered, an unpleasant reminder of the game's inability to convey the true sensory experience of Night City on the streets. Nearly every passerby wore an air filtering mask. Those few who did not either had pulmonary implants with an entirely modified respiratory system or so impoverished they could not afford a mask, relying instead on rummaging through trash to survive. Lin Ke's gaze fell upon an elderly man sifting through a dumpster, his life force flickering like a candle in the wind. It was unlikely anyone would even consider targeting him for an organ. He turned the steering wheel and parked directly on the sidewalk. Before exiting, Lin Ke rummaged through the storage compartment in the front passenger seat, retrieving a few items. Protective face mask, facial decoration quality, ordinary description, sprayed with a visage of a green-faced demon. This air-filtering mask is intended for nighttime use, serving to intimidate the faint-hearted. Clumsy monkey, beverage quality, inferior description, a high-sugar corn syrup juice. It replenishes body sugar and energy in abundance. Extra large burrito, food quality, ordinary description, synthesized with artificial additives. It provides basic nutritional sustenance. Pulling the hood of his jacket over most of his head, Lin Ke prepared to step out. After all, in a cyber world where even the homeless had neural interfaces, it was wise for someone like him, who lacked such enhancements, to remain inconspicuous. Carrying the items in his left hand, he lowered his head to cover his mouth and nose with the collar of his short-sleeved shirt as he exited the vehicle. Aiming for the convenience store while discarding some refuse, as he passed the dumpster, Lin could toss the items he held toward it, but his aim faltered, and they landed at the feet of the elderly man, still laboriously rummaging through the trash. Pausing his somewhat stiff movements, the old man slowly raised his head, his gray and mottled features reflecting the blurred silhouette of Lin Ke, who had already entered the convenience store. What do you want to buy? Take a look. Inside the store, Lin Ke's gaze swept past the black female shopkeeper as he perused the products stored behind a wire mesh. Condoms, fridge magnets, makeup kits, lighters, spray paint, lottery scratch cards, chewing gum, Night City postcards, and disposable air filtering masks. Essentially all industrial product. Don't you sell sugar, salt, soy sauce, or other seasonings? Lin Ke queried the shopkeeper, puzzled. The residents here had no time to cook. When hungry, they simply bought burritos and energy bars from the street or vending machines in their rooms. Well, it seemed the high-tech yet low-living reality of the cyber world was even more exaggerated than he had anticipated. Reluctantly, Lin Ke settled for 2 lighters, 3 disposable masks, and a Night City postcard. The lighters cost 6 yuan each, the masks 15 for 3, and the postcard 10 yuan, totaling 31 yuan. Transfer or cash? The shopkeeper quoted the price but made no further moves, merely scrutinizing Lin Ke as if she believed him to be a destitute individual. Indeed, his appearance did little to inspire confidence. After 2 hours of trekking through the wilderness, followed by scavenging and dispatching 2 cybernetic abominations, his shoes and clothes were caked in dust, and his pants were torn. His strong thighs, evident as he moved, resembled those of a rugged wanderer. Lin Ke reached into his shirt pocket, discreetly extracting cash from his system space to pay. He had scavenged over 400 yuan in banknotes from the 2 night prowlers, sufficient for basic supplies. Upon witnessing his prompt payment, the shopkeeper retrieved the items from the shelf and handed them to him through the gap in the wire mesh. "Thank you," Lin Ke expressed as he lowered the collar shielding his face, donned a mask, and picked up the remaining items before exiting the convenience store. "Thank you." That was indeed a word he had not heard in a long time, judging by her clean demeanor. She likely hailed from the affluent North Oak district. Chapter 10. Madam, you wouldn't want David to know. This postcard featured not only various informative text about Night City, but also a detailed map outlining the names and routes of the different districts and streets. Lin Ke examined the map, locating Santo Domingo in the lower right corner and comparing it to the surrounding buildings to ascertain his position within the mapped area, carefully scrutinizing the routes depicted on the map. He noted that, as the shopkeeper had mentioned, reaching Watson's Chinatown to purchase items would require him to navigate around an entire district, regardless of the path taken. After staring at the map for a while without finding a favorable option, Lin Ke decided to start the car and take the nearest route. The idea was enticing, but reality had other plans. As time progressed to 2 hours later, Lin Ke meandered through the streets of Santo Domingo in his Maquino. Though one could say he was limited to navigating this dilapidated district in that vehicle. The streets were littered with heaps of garbage, adorned with graffiti, where towering skyscrapers stood in stark contrast to lowly structures. Factories and power plants jostling for proximity. The precarious chimneys and the crumbling super skyscrapers told a tale of decay. The sporadic gunfire that reached his ears served as a grim reminder that the safety of this place was as disheveled as its surroundings. In the absence of comparisons, one might overlook the disparity. Compared to other districts, Santo Domingo, rather than being the oldest part of Night City, could more accurately be described as its slum, a locale providing cheap labor for the vast factories. The officers patrolling the streets of Santo Domingo, even upon witnessing unlawful acts, would turn a blind eye. In what of Westbrook? The NCPD's reasoning was that Lin Ke's vehicle lacked the authorization to enter the urban expanse of Night City. And Lin himself possessed no official identification from Night City, rendering him a complete outcast. Ultimately, had it not been for the benevolent officer who, noting Lin's youth and the novelty of his situation, chose to let him go, Lin's inaugural day in Night City would have likely been spent in a detention center. However, Lin suspected that the officer's leniency was significantly influenced by the clandestine 300 euros he had discreetly slipped into the officer's hand. Now, Lin was in dire need of a way to resolve his identity crisis. Yet, the intricacies of character relationships within the game bore no assistance in reality. Bereft of a mobile phone, a brain machine, or any means of contact, he was left to seek assistance through the most primitive methods. After wandering the streets of Santo Domingo for over 4 hours, his eyes weary and strained, he had yet to locate the intermediary. The old captain. Where could this flamboyant character have possibly scampered off to? Frustrated, Lin pounded the steering wheel. It seemed the route through the intermediary was a dead end. Now, only one option remained. Wait. As dusk descended, the electronic clock in the car ticked to 18:00. Sitting inside the vehicle, Lin bore a pained expression as he consumed a grilled fish from another world, struggling to swallow the unpalatable flesh by alternating bites with sips of water. A heightened sensitivity to taste proved to be a double-edged sword. The distasteful meal was compounded by the fact that Lin, from the Monster Hunter world, had also reached dinner time, indulging in freshly grilled fish. Moreover, with his enhanced physique, his appetite had grown. A single fish could no longer satiate his hunger. 2 individuals required 4 fish for a meal, and the several fish in the pond could hardly last for long. Outside the vehicle, Lin found himself positioned beneath the towering H4 skyscraper in the Valley District. His parking spot afforded a clear view of the underground parking lot and the building's entrances and exits. He awaited a yellow-painted Galena G240, or perhaps a lady with red hair clad in a yellow jacket. Having spotted Lucy in the morning, he believed it plausible to wait for a similar figure at her doorstep. Patience was key. He needed to approach the red-haired lady to resolve his identity and accommodation issues in one fell swoop. He hoped she was not on the night shift, or else he would be forced to endure an all-nighter. The waiting was tedious and interminable. After finishing 2 plain grilled fish, Lin retrieved the firearm from his beginner's package from his backpack and familiarized himself with its operation while seated in the vehicle. He rehearsed the motions in his mind, drawing the weapon, disengaging the safety, aiming, firing in rapid succession, and reloading. Finally, he disassembled the copper-plated snake rifle into its components and adeptly reassembled it. Remarkable, if only he had possessed such talent in school. He could have easily gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. As the clock struck 21:00, the nightlife in the other districts was just beginning to awaken. The laborers, oppressed by their bosses in reality, could only hope for a brighter future in their dreams. T23:50, as midnight approached, beneath the dim, yellow streetlights, Lin finally spotted his target, a rather dilapidated yellow sedan, the Galena G240. Quality, subpar, description, an antique car that has been out of production for over 20 years. Featuring front-wheel drive and a meager 86 horsepower, with an empty weight of 2255. Suddenly, a black Machino rushed out from the side, blocking the entrance to the underground parking lot. Gloria Martinez slammed on the brakes. Her ancient vehicle, older than herself, coming to a shaky halt. Who is this? Causing trouble in the dead of night. Such is the nature of Night City. When confronted with an issue, one instinctively reaches for their weapon. Gloria Martinez, age, 33. Occupation, emergency medical technician at a medical center, contractor, cybernetic coverage. 9. Description. Her sole dream is for her son to one day stand atop Arasaka Tower. Well, it seems I have startled the red-haired lady. Lin Ke exited the vehicle, raising his hands to signal his benign intentions, and slowly approached the Galena G240 through the illuminated interior. He caught a glimpse of Gloria's features, just as in the anime. Her facial contours exuded a spirited elegance, yet the resolute determination in her brow could not mask the profound fatigue lurking in her eyes. A red diamond-shaped implant resembling a teardrop adorned the corner of her right eye, exuding an alluring charm, while her wine-red hair was tied back in a ponytail cascading down her chest, presenting a delicate yet resilient aura. Gloria's complexion revealed signs of distress. Her fair skin lacked the rosy hue of vitality, instead reflecting a pallid tone, and her hair appeared coarse and lifeless, hinting at a deep crimson shade. It was evident that the long hours of work coupled with her living conditions had severely compromised her health. "Do not be alarmed, madam. I merely seek your assistance." Lin spoke softly. "Please leave immediately. I am just a worker and cannot help others that know. You can assist me. Please contact man. I have a task I wish to entrust to him." Lin's request momentarily disoriented Gloria. Surely, no one should know of her connection to man. Though filled with doubt, she continued to deny, "I do not know who man is. You have mistaken me for someone else." "Ms. Gloria, there is no need for denial. After all, you frequently come across unclaimed cybernetics and firearms to sell to him. You must possess his contact information." Lin refrained from addressing her inner turmoil, yet his words undeniably struck a chord with the deepest secrets of Gloria's heart. Panic flickered in her gaze as she surveyed the unfamiliar figure outside the vehicle. How did he know of her illicit acquisition of weapons and implants from the deceased? What she believed to be her most concealed secret had been so casually uttered by a stranger. The act of stealing from the deceased was explicitly prohibited by the laws of Night City. If this individual were to inform the NCPD, what would become of David? Gloria did not wish to dwell further on her thoughts. Her right hand gripped the gun's handle tightly, her index finger poised on the trigger. Lin sensed her escalating unease. It appeared his hasty approach had startled her, and he quickly attempted to remedy the situation. "Madam, please lower your firearm. Rest assured I will not disclose this matter to anyone. I merely wish to seek your help, and there are surveillance cameras here. Even if you were to shoot." "Enough. Do not say another word. If you wish to find man, I will assist you," Gloria declared loudly. "Excellent, madam. Then you shall serve as the intermediary for this commission. Rest assured, the task is straightforward and devoid of any danger." Chapter 11. The fate of Cyberpunk. The Japanese street of Westbrook is akin to a fusion of Las Vegas and Kabukicho. Serving as the entertainment district of the city, a den of vice adorned with vibrant lights and intoxicating allure. The facades of towering buildings are cloaked in colossal billboards, broadcasting an endless stream of eye-catching advertisements 24 hours a day. The streets are adorned with dazzling holographic projections, presenting fantastical scenes that incessantly entice passers-by to indulge in revelry. Here, the overwhelming opulence can dazzle the senses, causing one to lose track of time and, more importantly, forget the cost of their escapades in the depths of night at the small square in front of the Turbo convenience store on Japanese Street, under the glow of deep blue neon lights. The cyber mercenaries who had completed their tasks gathered as usual, sharing a space while sipping zero-additive specialty beers purchased from the convenience store and enjoying synthetic grilled meat from the food stalls. They exchanged tales of the latest happenings in Night City, boasting about their high-end cybernetics or flaunting the profits of their most recent endeavors. Amidst the throng, applause and laughter occasionally erupted from a small clearing. In the lively atmosphere, a burly man adorned in a punk-style vest, exposing his chest and donning black sunglasses, showcased various tricks and acrobatics with his elongated cybernetic arm. His humorous antics, paired with his lewd body language, provided a momentary respite and relaxation for the tense cyberpunks who had just completed their missions. In the background, a towering, muscular black man, sporting a golden pompadour hairstyle, injected a canister of immunosuppressants targeting cybernetic nerve stimulation into his arm. As the searing pain in his nerves dissipated, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Beside this imposing figure sat a petite girl with a flawless and delicate face, adorned with black stripe patterns resembling whiskers on either side of her cherubic visage. A young girl is adorned in a pink sleeveless jacket, layered over a black bodysuit. Under the blue lights, her fluffy black short hair takes on a hint of pink. She gazes ahead at the lively crowd, her beautiful pink eyes sparkling with the essence of neon. Sasha takes a sip of her spicy drink, glancing at the whimsical Pila amidst the throng, before turning to her Captain Man with a tone laced with exasperation. Man, those gorilla-like arms are placing an excessive burden on your body. You cannot undergo any more cybernetic implants for the time being. I know, Sasha, that I'll just install a projectile launcher for now and hold off on anything else. He replies, firmly adhering to his principle that any cybernetic enhancement capable of augmenting his strength must be acquired. Furthermore, their mercenary squad has recently gained a modicum of fame in Night City, resulting in an increase in both the number of contracted tasks and corresponding commissions. However, lucrative contracts invariably come with heightened risks. Man understands that he must rapidly enhance his capabilities to safeguard the lives of his team members. For cyber mercenaries, once they embark on the journey of cybernetic implantation, it becomes an unending cycle. They incessantly accept missions, using their earnings to procure advanced enhancements, which in turn leads to more perilous assignments, yielding greater profits and necessitating further upgrades to their combat augmentations ad infinitum, until one fateful day, they meet their demise at the hands of another's weapon or succumb to cyberpsychosis at the hands of a violent task force. Death is the inevitable fate of all life, and cyberpunks are among those who dance closest to its precipice, a cadre of individuals perpetually teetering on the brink of oblivion. Sasha shakes her head, her voluminous hair bouncing with elasticity. After working together for so long, she knows Man's temperament all too well. She cannot dissuade him. Presently, she is merely a novice hacker who has recently joined Man's team. Nonetheless, she resolves to inform Dorlio about Man's condition so she can keep a watchful eye on him. Just as she considers Dorlio, Man's girlfriend, Sasha glances around, failing to spot the robust woman who rivals Man's physique. Even Rebecca, usually the most boisterous, is conspicuously absent, which strikes her as odd since she had been hugging her in the car. Hey man, where did Dorlio and Rebecca go? I haven't seen them. Sasha nudges her captain with her elbow. Man's expression is ambiguous. He is at a loss for words regarding the young girl who serves as a combatant in his team. Despite her reckless abandon when firing a weapon, her demeanor can often resemble that of a child, especially considering her youthful appearance. Ding, Gloria Martinez has sent a message. Man is taken aback, not anticipating a message at this moment. The neural network, connecting his consciousness through brain-machine interfaces, opens the communication channel. A series of virtual subtitles are projected into his optical field of vision. Gloria, Man, are you free? I have a contract that requires your attention. Man, since when did you take up the role of a middleman? Gloria, the client is right next to me, a young man of unknown origin, but he is aware that I have been selling you those cybernetics and firearms. Man, I haven't divulged any information regarding you. Do you need me to handle him? Gloria, no need. This individual seems somewhat mysterious and not easily intimidated. Gloria, will you accept his contract? He wishes to meet with you immediately. Gloria, he mentioned that if you're concerned about safety, you can choose the meeting location, but must be within Santo Domingo. Gloria, he also inquired if there is a hacker named Sasha in your team. And if you accept the contract, please bring her along. Man, all right, now I'm a bit curious about this client's identity that I'll accept the contract. After all, mercenaries earn their living through contracts. As for the meeting place, let us make it Coronado Farm in Santo Domingo. I'll send you the exact location, and we'll arrive in an hour. Man ends the communication, pauses for a moment, then rises to head towards the parked vehicle. Let us go, Sasha, bring Pila along. We have work to do. Understood. Man on the car. Man is at the wheel. Sasha occupies the passenger seat, while Pila takes a seat in the back. However, like his sister Rebecca, he is also a source of concern. He persistently teases Sasha from his position as a senior member of the squad. Sasha, what do you think of me? How about we grab a meal together sometime? Or come over to watch some hollow films? I've got a particularly thrilling one in my collection that would be exhilarating to watch together. So annoying. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sasha closes her eyes, arms crossed, accentuating her ample bosom, contemplating whether to deliver a stern retort to the boisterous man in the back. Cyberpsychosis? No, too harsh. After all, he is still a teammate. Perhaps a malfunctioning implant would suffice, a full-body electrotherapy session. But before Sasha could act, Man's voice interrupts her thoughts. All right, Pila, quiet down. This job is a bit different. Listen closely. Man, gripping the steering wheel, addresses as the captain. He commands absolute authority, prompting Pila to cease his chatter. And Sasha opens her eyes. Once the vehicle settles into silence, Man continues. This client approached us through one of my suppliers. He has some issues regarding information and surprisingly knows that our team's hacker is Sasha. Sasha looks at Man, bewildered. Though she is acquainted with him and they have collaborated numerous times, it is only after this task that she has decided to join his team. Who is this client to possess such accurate information? I've set the meeting location at our base. Sasha, when we arrive, use the entrance camera to scan the client. Whether it's a biological signal or an implant model, we should be able to glean some clues. Chapter 12, The Contract. Legal residents of Night City at 1 a.m. A yellow Galena G240, leading a black Machino, wins its way into Coronado Farm. After navigating through a dilapidated area, it finally halts before a low-rise building. Stepping out of the car, Lin Ke surveys his surroundings. Overgrown grass, litter, and discarded oil drums. Evidently another abandoned construction site. Yet this place is none other than the base of Man's squad among the Edgewalkers, where David first stole a vehicle. Quite amusing, indeed. The scenes from the anime align with reality, as this traversal shatters multiple dimensional barriers. Still donning his hat and mask, Lin Ke approaches Gloria's vehicle, leaning casually against it. Addressing the red-haired woman inside, Gloria is reclined in the driver's seat, eyes closed, wishing to disregard Lin Ke. Initially, she had politely referred to him as Mr., but now he is directly calling her sister. In any case, she has no intention of exiting the vehicle before Man arrives. Her reluctance is not rooted in fear of Lin Ke, but rather a simple desire to ignore this insufferable brat. Although their interaction lasted merely a brief 10 minutes, Gloria has discerned that Lin Ke is genuinely only interested in contacting Man through her for the contract. His demeanor is unexpectedly mild. Despite her dismissals, he has shown no signs of anger. Yet, she remains puzzled as to how he is so well informed about her professional confidentiality. Lin Ke, bored, leans against the car, gazing up at the night sky, which is largely obscured by towering buildings. The city's neon lights are so dazzling that not a single star is visible beneath the night's veil. A yawn escapes him. He feels somewhat drowsy, as the other Lin Ke in a different world has already nestled into his sleeping bag. Experiencing both clarity and chaos simultaneously is indeed a peculiar sensation. Suddenly, while leaning against the car, Lin Ke feels a jolt, as if he is being watched from behind. Thanks to the heightened intuition bestowed by his 7-point awareness, he turns to look at the low building behind him. He notices a camera mounted under the eaves, which has mysteriously pivoted towards him, its dark lens glowing with a faint red light. Seems like we've arrived. Want to gather some preliminary intel? Who is on the other side of that surveillance? Outside the abandoned construction site, Sasha disconnects from the network, opening her eyes as she exits the camera's perspective. Upon seeing her awake, Man inquires, "Did you uncover any information?" Sasha shakes her head. "It's peculiar. I detected no biological signals and failed to scan any implant models. Not even a handgun signal was registered. He appears as clean as a moving human-shaped stone." In the cyber era, virtually everything has been digitized through optical instruments or ocular implants. One can discern information invisible to the naked eye. Even a piece of clothing can be scanned for embedded microchip information, revealing its manufacturer and materials. To see nothing at all is an unprecedented occurrence for her. Let us proceed in. Since the client is coming alone, he must possess some confidence. Ordinary individuals wouldn't dare engage with us. Man states, restarting the vehicle and driving into the squad's base, in the open space before the building. Lin Ke observes the three individuals disembarking from the car and uses his truth eye to scan them. Man age, 33 identity. Cyber or mercenary cybernetic coverage. 54 introduction. The captain of a cyber mercenary squad. He employs talent based on merit. Fair and just. A reliable man deeply trusted by his team members. Pira age, 26 identity. Cyber mercenary cybernetic coverage. 32 introduction. A foul-mouthed brawler. Sasha Yakovleva age, 23 identity. Network hacker cybernetic coverage. 51 introduction. Beneath her half-mechanical shell beats a fervent heart. Man, Pira, and Sasha are present. It's just that Rebecca and Dorio are absent. Man, who has yet to experience a cyber psychosis, and Pira, who has not been killed by it. And then there's this charming cat girl next door. Lin Ke shifted his gaze away from Sasha's black bob hairstyle. Gloria, upon seeing Man's arrival, stepped out of the vehicle to greet him. Man nodded at Gloria and then turned to the masked client whose features were obscured. Stating directly, "I am Man. What is your commission, and what is the remuneration? I apologize, but the funds I currently possess are only sufficient to purchase a piece of gum. You must complete the first commission before I can pay you." "What? Kid, are you toying with us?" Pira, standing beside Man, swung her long arms in irritation, feeling misled by the air of mystery, expecting a significant figure, but instead encountering a destitute individual. Man retained his composure and inquired, "What is your first commission? Do you see that machino behind me? Estimate its value and assist me in selling it." Lin Ke pointed at the car behind him. Mercenaries engage in various tasks. From minor operations like border smuggling and security escorting to grander endeavors, such as corporate espionage and extracting individuals from gang hideouts, as long as there is profit to be made. Mercenaries are generally willing to undertake the job. Lin Ke could not resolve the vehicle's information issue on his own, nor did he possess much money that IT would be wiser to sell it for some funds to procure essential supplies. "Pira, you handle this." Man instructed Pira to check whether the car's components were intact and if there were any electronic locks or owner information software systems. "All right, I'll take a look." Pira approached, yanked open the machino's door, and inserted her personal connector into the data slot beneath the steering wheel. Although not a hacker, she had some technical skills in mechanics. After a brief inspection, she confirmed the vehicle's components were intact. It was an unclaimed car, and it had been outfitted with heavy bulletproof armor, though the modification style appeared to be that of a wanderer. Man nodded, and since the vehicle was in good condition, he began quoting Lin Ke. €40,000 will suffice. You can take the car. As for how much you sell it for, that is none of my concern. Consider it the commission fee." Lin Ke was unconcerned about the few €1,000 price difference. He was merely eager to acquire some starting capital to swiftly extricate himself from his predicament in the hunter's world. Agreed. Man nodded, easily anticipating a guaranteed profit of at least €5,000. Only a fool would refuse. Moreover, it was not necessary to sell it to a dealership. Some street colleagues favored such modified, sturdy, durable, and powerful pickup trucks, and it was possible to sell it for the original price of €60,000. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a bulletproof pickup truck? Such vehicles could be life-saving in critical moments. Thus, the first commission was settled. Transfer the funds directly to Gloria. She will act as my intermediary. The red-haired woman was about to speak when Lin Ke raised his hand to interrupt her. Now, onto the second commission. Lin Ke lifted his hat and removed his mask, revealing a head devoid of any signs of cybernetic implants. calmly gazing at Sasha, who had been silent behind man. Assist me in obtaining a resident identity to freely operate within Night City. Sasha, given your skills, you should be able to accomplish this with ease. The four present were taken aback by Lin Ke's lack of cybernetic modification. Gloria realized why Lin Ke possessed such extensive knowledge and required her to contact man, also understanding why he needed to transfer the money to her. Without a neural implant, it was virtually impossible to disseminate information in Night City, let alone manage an electronic account. You came from outside? Impressive, brother. How have you managed to survive without a neural implant? Man found it difficult to grasp Lin Ke's background. An unmodified individual was indeed a rarity. Given the deteriorating environment, those living at the bottom often underwent partial bodily modifications. Otherwise, one could easily find themselves in dire straits. An unmodified body was a privilege reserved for the elite, who could afford to employ advanced biotechnology to alter or replace their organs, significantly extending their lifespans. Man sent several messages in the squad channel, quickly gathering the 40,000 euros to transfer to Gloria. Meanwhile, Sasha, with her hands behind her back, tiptoed around Lin Ke, observing him closely. Obtaining a resident identity is somewhat challenging, but I can create a duplicate identity chip of a misfortunate soul who has gone missing, matching your appearance and name. The NCPD will not detect any discrepancies sufficient for you to operate within Night City. However, reading the chip's information will require you to possess a neural implant. All right, I will find a way to acquire an implant. I entrust you with the identity information. Sasha, my name is Lin Ke, and the remuneration for the second commission is in the back of the machino. Just as Lin Ke finished speaking, the impatient Pyrrha rushed forward, tearing away the tarp to reveal two rigid corpses beneath. Damn, it's a dead body, Pyrrha exclaimed, creating a tense atmosphere. Don't panic. These are the NCPD's wanted criminals I picked up on the way here. Although the bounty may seem laughable, their cybernetics are worth a fair amount. Lin Ke had truly maximized the benefits of his newbie package. He often engaged in transactions involving unlicensed black market doctors who buy or sell secondhand implants harvested from corpses. Sasha scanned the bodies in the truck bed with her cybernetic eye and nodded at man. There are criminal records in the NCPD database. These are scum from the Ruan Dao gang, and their implants hold decent value. We will take this commission. Before dawn, we will complete it, and you will become a resident of Night City, enjoying the freedoms and legal rights of a citizen. Man adjusted his sunglasses with his middle finger and grimaced in agreement to accept Lin Ke's commission. You found these two? Only a fool would believe that it seemed likely that this vehicle belonged to the two night prowlers. And now, both the people and the car had become someone else's spoils of war. What exactly was this person's background? An unmodified individual, bravely traversing the wasteland, had even taken down two cybernetically enhanced mercenaries. Then let us collaborate harmoniously. Please inform Gloria of any updates. After Lin Ke finished speaking, he dashed to the side of the G240 vehicle, opening the passenger door and settling inside. He was simply seeking a place to rest soundly. What are you doing? Gloria pulled open the car door, eyeing Lin Ke, who had reclined in the passenger seat, with an expression of exasperation. I don't have any vacant rooms for you to sleep in. I can sleep on the sofa. I don't mind. Sister Gloria, you would want David to find out. All right, shut up. Understood. The trio of men observed the taillights of the vehicle disappearing around the corner. Somewhat speechless, this person seemed to have a few screws loose, trusting them so readily. Sasha felt as if he somehow knew them, as if he were familiar with their presence. What a peculiar individual. Chapter 13. David's Morning 7:20 m. Under the influence of his biological clock, the boy, who had grown up in Santo Domingo, opened his eyes in his bedroom. He squinted, his pupils devoid of any sparkle, fixating blankly on the ceiling. After a while, his lifeless gaze began to focus. Sighing, the boy exhaled deeply. The black super dream he obtained from the doctor last night had been overwhelmingly stimulating, even in slumber. His mind replayed the bloody scenes. Rubbing his temples, he threw off the thin blanket covering him, rose, and shook his head, attempting to rid himself of the lingering imagery of the super dream. Unfortunately, he failed. He retrieved his student uniform from Harazaka Academy from the end of the bed, slipping it on while padding barefoot out of his bedroom, intending to visit the restroom. Just as he approached the bathroom door, he caught sight of a figure reclining on the living room sofa, clad in a yellow uniform jacket that draped half over the person and half onto the floor. What a worry. Why are you sleeping on the sofa again? The boy scratched his head and walked over, preparing to cover his mother with the jacket. However, with each step, his expression subtly shifted. Only upon nearing did he realize that the person on the sofa was not his mother, but a completely unfamiliar young man who was fast asleep. A flush crept onto the boy's face. He was now infuriated. "Who the hell are you? Why are you in my house?" The boy angrily reached out to pull the sleeping man awake at that moment. The man, previously in deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes, his dark brown pupils reflecting the boy's furious face and the hand that was slowly reaching towards him. Swiftly, the man seized the boy's wrist. And before he could react, he found himself under the man's control. A resounding slap struck the boy's head, adorned with a pineapple hairstyle, as Lin Ke adeptly restrained the boy's hands with one hand, twisting them behind his back while pressing his knee against the boy's back, forcing the impudent youth who had disturbed his slumber and launched a surprise attack to the sofa. Why morning temper is indeed formidable. Lin Ke had only followed Gloria into this apartment at 3 in the morning, having barely managed 4 hours of sleep on the couch. "Let me go. Who are you? Why are you in my house?" The boy struggled incessantly, desperate to rise, but with his hands captured and his waist pressed down, he found himself utterly powerless. He could only lie on the sofa, shaking his head in impotent rage. "You dare disturb my peaceful slumber, and yet you question me. As for why I am in your home, well, I recently arrived in Night City and had nowhere to stay, so your mother kindly brought me in for a few days." The youth retorted defiantly, though his eyes were subtly reddened. The thought of the boy's silent fury only intensified his struggles. Unfortunately, the disparity in their physical prowess was glaring. The boy's feeble strength was utterly insufficient before Lin Ke. Observing the boy's futile attempts at resistance, Lin Ke's gaze shimmered with a ghostly light, yet the boy's demeanor mirrored that of a novice edgerunner, lacking even a few choice expletives from Night City. Gloria, as his mother, had raised her son in a manner that seemed entirely out of place for this era, reminiscent instead of a diligent student from a more peaceful time. Yet in the tumultuous Night City of 2075, such a disposition rendered the youth an inept, naive fool. David Martinez, age 16, identity, student cyberware coverage, 12 introduction, a student at Arasaka Academy. He excels academically, possessing an unusual resistance to the mental degradation caused by multiple implants. "Lin Ke, what are you doing? Let my son go." At that moment, the commotion stirred Gloria from her slumber. She rushed over, shoving Lin Ke aside and helping David up from the sofa, crouching down to anxiously inspect her son for injuries. Lin Ke stood silently with his arms crossed, having intentionally relaxed his posture the moment Gloria charged in. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily pushed aside. Bullying someone else's child in their own home, especially when caught in the act, left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, witnessing the red-haired lady's current fluster only added to his discomfort. Gloria had likely been awoken by the ruckus caused by him and David. And as she approached, it became evident that David had rushed out of the bedroom, wearing nothing but a silky red nightgown. The contours of her figure were unmistakably alluring as she crouched. Standing nearby, Lin Ke's gaze inadvertently wandered through the loose neckline of the nightgown, catching sight of 2 voluptuous mounds of pristine white. Quite an unexpectedly splendid physique. "Mom, why is this person in our house?" David pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Ke, his fury palpable as he turned to his mother, Gloria. Upon confirming her son was unharmed, Gloria exhaled in relief, but upon hearing David's question, she could only offer a reluctant explanation. "He is a friend from work, staying with us for a few days due to some special circumstances." David, upon hearing Gloria's explanation, felt a wave of relief wash over him. His anger gradually dissipating, he understood how hard Gloria worked to support his education. Wishing for her to have someone to rely on, someone who could alleviate her burdens of working late hours alone to sustain their household. However, David wished his mother would seek companionship with someone who appeared to be nearly his age. Despite the fact that this insufferable man was somewhat handsome, looked for the least valuable currency in this city. Moreover, this man had no place to call home. Seated on the sofa, David raised his chin, adopting a fierce expression as he glared at Lin Ke, akin to a wolf asserting dominion over its territory. signaling Lin Ke to keep his distance from his mother doe, so the little brat has a bit of bravado. Yet, a husky is still a husky. No matter how menacingly it bares its teeth, it requires more than mere bluster to become the alpha. I happen to be a very close friend of your mother. You can call me Linda or Lin Uncle, whichever you prefer. Emphasizing the phrase very close friend, Lin Ke arched an eyebrow towards David, flashing a cheeky grin that overflowed with insincerity. You scoundrel. Just as David was about to charge forward, Gloria pressed him down. Lin Ke, shut your mouth. David, calm down. Gloria, clutching her head in exasperation, lamented the unexpected commotion in their home. That I'll go prepare breakfast. David, go wash up. She directed David away, sensing some matters were unsuitable for him to overhear. Reluctantly, David trotted off to the bathroom, unable to contain himself any longer. 10,000 euros. In Santo Domingo, an ordinary worker must toil for 16 hours a day for 6 straight months without a break to earn such a sum. Yet, this man so generously handed it over, and all she had to do was drive him around Night City. According to him, he was new to the city and required a guide and driver to show him around while he procured some supplies. Of course, this amount also covered his meals and lodging for the week. But that was trivial. After all, sleeping on the couch and sharing meals with David, breakfast at home, and 10 euros for nutritional meals from the vending machine for lunch and dinner. The total cost wouldn't exceed 200 euros. With just one day's effort, she could earn 10,000 euros. If only money were always this easy to come by. Not bully David, or I will ask you to leave my home immediately. And I will refund you your payment, Gloria stated with a serious expression. All right, I'll comply, Lin Ke replied, shrugging nonchalantly. However, it was David who initiated the confrontation. Lin Ke felt it necessary to defend himself. Regardless, the matter ends here. I must go prepare breakfast. Also, we are out of toiletries. After breakfast, once David heads to school, I'll take you to the supermarket to buy some. With that, Gloria turned and departed for the kitchen. Watching the red-haired lady bustling about in the kitchen, Lin Ke picked up the yellow jacket from the floor, shook it out, and placed it on the sofa. What a gentle mother she is. Yet, as he glanced towards the kitchen, Lin Ke appeared to recall something, a sly grin spreading across his face as he followed her inside. Chapter 14. Exquisite soup in the kitchen. Gloria was preparing breakfast on the electric stove. To call it cooking was a stretch. It merely involved heating pre-packaged ingredients produced by her company and adding a sprinkle of synthetic seasoning. Lin Ke stood by, observing the edible items on the cooking station, his lips twitching in dismay. He should not have harbored any unrealistic expectations regarding the food in Night City. Protein mixture, beverage quality, ordinary introduction, a meat substitute produced by protein farms, containing protein, fat, carbohydrates, minerals, and all necessary nutrients for the human body. Bread food quality, ordinary introduction, a composite of starch and a small amount of cellulose, baked to enhance satiety. Synthetic meat, ingredient quality, ordinary introduction, primarily composed of high-protein crickets, enhanced with beef flavor molecules and meat essence. What on earth are these things? Is there not a semblance of normal food in Night City? No, perhaps this is what the citizens of Night City consider normal food. Meat is merely meat, milk is just milk, and bread is still bread. Only someone from a peaceful era would deem these ingredients abnormal. Are you hungry? You'll have to wait a bit longer. Today's breakfast is beef sandwiches with milk, Gloria remarked, mistaking Lin Ke's intense gaze at the cooking station for hunger. These ingredients had cost her a fair amount, had it not been for David's growing need for nutrition. She would have never splurged. After all, for just 5 euros, she could purchase several starch energy bars. Soaking them in water would also suffice to fill her stomach. Holy milk. If memory serves, protein farms raises crickets and earthworms. Right? Even if they process this to taste like milk, I wouldn't dare touch it. I am my hometown. These things are only fit for dog food. Oh, your hometown must be quite affluent then. Gloria did not perceive any issue with Lin Ke's remarks. After all, in Night City, maintaining a dog incurs a monthly tax of 1,000 euros. Only the wealthy residents of North Oak could afford such pets. The dogs of the elite often had dedicated caretakers and bodyguards, living a life far more luxurious than the impoverished citizens of Night City. Lin Ke had grown weary of speaking. Initially, he intended to survey the kitchen for ingredients to complete a novice task. But now it seemed he would have to make do with what he had, having already delayed for 24 hours. Chef's first meal. Introduction. Prepare a dish to embark on a culinary career. Task reward. 10 experience points, culinary profession skill crystal. What dish should I make? Lin Ke surveyed his backpack, noting the only edible items were a few pink alien fish caught by hunters and 2 pieces of dried meat salvaged from a box. He checked the spice jars in the kitchen, finding only salt, sugar, and a bottle of chemically synthesized peanut sauce. Salt, seasoning quality. Ordinary introduction. Chemical composition sodium chloride. Sugar, seasoning quality. Ordinary introduction. Carbohydrate. With only salt and sugar available, I'll forego the fish and prepare a dragon meat soup instead, as long as I control the salt content and refrain from adding extraneous ingredients. It should be palatable. Furthermore, the flavor of herbivorous dragon meat should suffice. Dried food, food quality. Ordinary introduction. Dehydrated herbivorous dragon meat, dried in cold, arid conditions, restores stamina when consumed. With a cursory glance, his eyes swept over the culinary implements available in the kitchen. Lin Ke retrieved a cylindrical soup pot made of alloy, marked with a capacity of 3 liters, from the adjacent 3-tiered shelf, along with a metallic cutting board. "What are you up to?" Gloria inquired, her spatula flipping the grilled patties, her gaze fixed curiously on Lin Ke's actions. "I intend to prepare a meal for myself. It's none of your concern." "Do you even have the ingredients?" Ignoring Gloria's eye roll, Lin Ke turned to fill the pot with water at the nearby sink. Before he could place the pot on the cooking station to heat, the liquid within began to shimmer with an eerie fluorescence. Contaminated water, beverage quality, inferior description, contains excessive microplastic components and trace radioactive substances. Prolonged consumption can lead to genetic mutations, chromosomal aberrations, and severe health deterioration. This was the first time Lin Ke had encountered such treacherous water. He dipped a finger in, tasted it, and found his tongue tingling slightly, imbued with a strong metallic flavor reminiscent of licking the terminals of a battery as a child. Yuck! He discarded the water into the sink. Turning his back to Gloria as he stowed the empty pot into his backpack, that a few seconds later, when he retrieved it, it was filled with clear pond water. Next, in the realm of the hunter, Lin Ke meticulously cleaned the 2 pieces of dried meat, removing the surface dust before placing them in his bag in the kitchen. Lin Ke feigned a casual demeanor, producing a fist-sized piece of dried meat from his jacket pocket. The clean meat resembled cured pork, with the desiccated lean portions partially enveloped in a layer of solidified fat, displaying a striking contrast of red and white, visually appealing. Lin Ke extracted his hunting knife and, upon the metallic board, halved the 2 pieces of meat before slicing them into thin, alternating red and white strips. Since the jerky was already cooked, he directly pinched a slice and tasted it. Noting its slightly salty yet robust flavor, that it seemed prudent to add less salt to the soup. He tossed the meat slices into the pot, transferring it to the stove to begin heating. As the temperature rose, small bubbles began to emerge. The dried meat absorbed moisture, softening, while Lin Ke stirred with a ladle, preventing the pieces from sticking together. From an unseen vantage point, Lin Ke observed that as he stirred, faint glimmers akin to fireflies appeared in the void, descending and merging into the pot. The ingredients within underwent subtle transformations. The solidified fat in the meat effortlessly melted into the water, causing the soup to turn milky, followed by the hydrolysis of proteins in the meat, releasing savory amino acids and aromatic essence wafted from the pot, filling the air. Was this the effect of his culinary talent? It accelerated the interaction between the ingredients and water, and in just a few minutes, it felt as though he had simmered the concoction for hours. As he pondered the milky broth, Gloria, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached, her nose twitching as she inched closer to peer into the pot. "Mom, what are you cooking? It smells so good. I could smell it from the bathroom." David poked his head around the kitchen door, only to find the 2 almost pressed against each other. His smile faded, and with a scowl, he squeezed between them, physically separating the pair. Lin Ke disregarded David's presence, scooping a spoonful of the creamy soup, blowing gently on it before tasting. While it was delicious, he felt it could use a touch more seasoning. He retrieved the salt shaker from the spice rack, sprinkling a thin layer onto the ladle, just a few grams, before stirring it into the pot to enhance the base flavor, followed by a dash of sugar, to elevate the taste further. After another stir and taste, he declared, perfect. Task completed, 10 experience points gained. Rewards issued to backpack. Cooking completed, 3 experience points gained. Dried meat soup, extraordinary soup quality, ordinary description, rich in life energy. Consumption significantly alleviates fatigue and restores vitality. Lin Ke scooped a half-spoonful of the rich broth, blowing away the steam, and with a smile, offered the spoon to Gloria, saying, "Gloria, do try my soup." She shot him a disapproving look, rejecting his offering. Instead, she took the spoon and sampled the milky broth. The meat juice lingered momentarily in her mouth before instinctively being swallowed, sending a warm wave radiating from her stomach, a comforting sensation akin to soaking in a hot bath. Unbeknownst to Gloria, a faint life energy was absorbed alongside the soup, nourishing her weakened body from overexertion, though the amount was far too scant to mend her battered form. "It's quite delicious," Gloria remarked simply. "If it's good, then have more," Lin Ke replied with a grin, retrieving 3 bowls from the overhead cabinet, filling each with a generous serving of meat soup. David hesitated, contemplating his aversion to consuming something from a stranger. But as the aroma infiltrated his senses, he relented. "Well, I suppose I'll just try a little." Yet once the soup touched his lips, he found it impossible to stop, his body instinctively craving the nutrients and life energy within. Thus, the 3 gathered around the pot, one bowl after another, until it was nearly empty. Burp, burp, burp. Gloria covered her mouth, giggling shyly. David and Lin Ke followed suit with long, satisfied belches, exhaling the warmth from their filled bellies. "I can't believe we polished it all off," David said, his cheeks flushed. Embarrassed, he decided it was time to leave, heading out to catch the hover tram to school. Meanwhile, the diligent Gloria began to tidy up the kitchen, washing the pot, board, and utensils, and wiping down the stove. Lin Ke, however, reclined languidly on the living room sofa, extracting a skill crystal and crushing it. Soup, beginner. Proficiency 0-300. Effect, while simmering ingredients can extract all nutrients into the soup. Generally, even when simmered thoroughly, only 10 to 20 of the nutrients from ingredients dissolve into the broth. As long as the ingredients remain intact, most of the nutrients are retained. The dried meat soup he just made was no exception. He had ingested quite a bit of meat while enjoying the broth. With this skill, wouldn't he soar? At that moment, Gloria emerged from the kitchen, holding a paper bag, addressing Lin Ke. "Let us go. I'll show you around Night City." "All right," he replied, letting out a belch. Chapter 15. The green-haired imp, the yellow-painted G240 cruised along the streets of the Valley District. Inside the vehicle, Gloria, driving, turned to Lin Ke, who sat in the passenger seat. "Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Or should I first show you around Night City?" Lin Ke, donning a disposable mask and slouched lazily against the peeling rubber of the passenger seat, replied, "I need to resolve my identity issue first. Has man sent any messages?" As he spoke, Lin Ke glanced at Gloria, who, despite not having to work today, wore the oversized yellow work jacket that concealed her shapely figure. She looked far less appealing compared to when she donned her pajamas. As he finished speaking, Gloria's lower eyelids, embedded with red diamond implants, began to emit a faint glow, and her pupils illuminated with an orange-yellow data halo as she accessed her neural interface for email. Super Skyscraper Property Management. Dear Ms. Gloria, records indicate that we have yet to receive your rent for Super Tower H4 this month. According to lease agreement VD 2330152-42075, if payment continues to be delayed, you will face eviction from the property. Gloria disregarded the property management's rent reminder. She always waited until the last day to pay. She continued scrolling. "Man, Gloria, Mr. Lin's identity chip has been completed. How should I deliver it to him? Well, it's currently 8:28, and man's message was sent at 6, which means it's already 2 hours late." Stealing a guilty glance at Lin Ke, who was gazing out the window, Gloria replied in a neutral tone, "Man says your identity chip is ready and is asking how to deliver it to you. Have man send the chip to Watson's Little Chinatown. You can determine the exact location. But before that, I need a neural implant. Take me to buy one.in." Just a few minutes as they passed by buildings that suddenly appeared shorter, Lin Ke realized that this woman might lead him to buy a second-hand implant. Prompting him to caution, "Where are you taking me?" Make sure it's a legitimate cybernetic store. I don't want a secondhand piece from some unfortunate soul. At the intersection ahead, the yellow G240 changed direction. Ascending the elevated highway toward the city center, an hour later, they arrived at a parking lot in the municipal center. Gloria opened the car door, took her seat behind the wheel, and handed Lin Ke a shopping bag. Here's the neural implant you wanted, a new model from Zeta Technology launched in 2072, featuring 3 neural slots. Ignoring Gloria's explanation about the implant, Lin Ke pulled out a palm-sized square packaging from the bag. Tearing open the red and blue exterior to reveal the implant sealed in a dust-free bag. Neural data, reading interactive device brain machine. Implant, equipable, quality, ordinary introduction. Produced by Zeta Technology. Equipped with 3 neural slots, enables high-speed data, reading with millisecond-level response to neural signals. Compatible with various prosthetics, this is the first step towards mechanical ascension. The brain machine, the foundation for data immortality. Upon seeing this implant, Lin Ke was reminded of the relic chip 2.0 developed by Arasaka in the game. Despite the numerous usage conditions and restrictions, Relic can replicate human thoughts onto a separate chip, which, when inserted into another's neural slot, facilitates the transfer of personality consciousness. This not the essence of data immortality. This cost €4,200, with the invoice tucked in a shopping bag. Now, with the €40,000 you provided after deducting my €10,000 fee, there remains $25,800. I understand. Lin Ke's tone was slightly dismissive. Witnessing Lin Ke toss aside the invoice without a glance, Gloria felt a twinge of disquiet, whether Lin Ke was genuinely indifferent or merely feigning nonchalance. In this money-driven and interest-centered Night City, such individuals were affectionately dubbed fat sheep by the citizens. What a pair of fools. All right, let us go to Little Chinatown to retrieve my identity chip. Very well, young Master L. In the 2040s, or rather, in the year 2040, the Watson District was once poised to become the next municipal center point 30 years prior. Major corporations invested heavily in this area, erecting numerous shopping complexes and essential facilities, such as Night City's medical center. It can be said that if you lack a trustworthy prosthetic doctor, fearing they might harvest your organs while you are unconscious, you should come here with money. Although the prices are steep, at least personal safety is guaranteed. The district developed. A significant influx of immigrants, primarily of Asian descent, arrived, and the strong sense of community and national identity among them transformed Watson District. This is evident from several local names, such as Little Chinatown, Kabukicho, and Sakura Street, which are infused with national cultural significance. However, in the subsequent 30 years, as more and more people flooded into this district, plans failed to keep pace with changes, and Watson gradually deviated from the initial designs of the corporations. Now, it is the year 2075 that Little Chinatown, in the eyes of Watson residents, is also considered a relatively impoverished area. But even so, it is still better than the slums of Santo Domingo. Little Chinatown boasts a plethora of entertainment options, with restaurants and gambling dens readily available, catering specifically to patrons who cannot afford to spend in the city center or on Japanese Street. The food, shops, neon lights, jargon, and flavors here are distinctly Chinese, attracting residents from other districts of Night City during their leisure time. Gloria parked the car at Ellison Square in Little Chinatown, where there is an elevated subway station. Due to its convenient transportation and high visibility, Gloria decided to set the transaction location here. Currently, Lin Ke was the only occupant in the vehicle. He did not step out to retrieve the chip, but asked Gloria to do so, just as he had when purchasing the brain machine. After all, he was an undocumented individual, and if he were spotted by the NCPD patrols, it would only bring him more trouble. Taking advantage of the solitude in the car, Lin Ke took out the newly purchased brain machine and attempted to add it to his equipment slot. Would you like to load this implant into the equipment slot? Observing the text that emerged in his retina, Lin Ke confirmed with his thoughts. Yes, the implant in his hand transformed into a beam of white light, merging into his body, leaving only an empty dust bag in his palm. Looking into the rearview mirror, Lin Ke noticed the neural slot appearing on the right side of his neck and reached back to press the hard bump at the back of his head. For the time being, he could not equip the brain machine. Otherwise, Gloria would see it, and he would have no way to explain. Nevertheless, it was indeed a novel experience. Currently, his personal panel's equipment slot contained only 3 items, indicating that he needed to plan carefully on how to utilize them. The driver's side door opened with a thud, and a visibly irate Gloria entered the driver's seat, muttering under her breath. "I'm so furious, so furious. What's wrong? Why the rage?" Lin Ke inquired curiously. "It's all because of you." Gloria shot Lin Ke a sidelong glance, handing him the separate chip she was holding. The delivery person sent by man was a green-haired child, looking no older than 13 or 14, with tattoos at such a young age. I merely spoke a few words to her, and she cursed me out, and it was quite vulgar. That little brat drives me insane. A green-haired child? 13 or 14 years old. It must be Rebecca. She is Rebecca. She has tattoos, drinks, curses, and kills. But she's a good girl, a beloved girl to everyone. Chapter 16. Misty and Jack Wells inside the car. Seeing that Gloria's anger sparked by Rebecca had subsided somewhat, Lin Ke spoke up. "Let's go find a doctor to install the prosthetic." "All right, I know a prosthetic doctor." "No need, I'll navigate, you drive." "I know a prosthetic doctor." As Gloria began to speak, Lin Ke interrupted her by starting the car with an outdated key ignition method. "What? You know a prosthetic doctor here? Aren't you visiting Night City for the first time?" Gloria remained quite curious about how Lin Ke seemed to know so much about her, despite never having been to Night City. "Indeed, it is my first visit. However, I know many people in this city and am aware of many things, though they may not yet know me, such as you, Ms. Gloria Martinez, 33 years old, a technician at Night City Emergency Medical Center, or rather a contractor. Her daily work involves cleaning up the corpses for various accidents in Night City. Of course, she also takes advantage of her job to privately remove the deceased prosthetics or firearms to sell in the black market." "Please, don't say that." Gloria, whose secrets felt like they were being laid bare, hurried to cover Lin Ke's mouth. "All right, I won't say anything more. Just refrain from being so suspicious, and now drive according to my directions." Lin Ke grasped Gloria's wrist, speaking with a tone of resignation. In truth, Lin Ke held a certain fondness for Gloria. In this cyber era, where familial bonds have grown tenuous, good mothers like Gloria are almost non-existent. Everything she does is for her son, David. Gloria does not want David to remain at the bottom like her. She hopes for a brighter future for him. Thus, Gloria resorts to stealing the belongings of the deceased to sell on the black market, using the money to send David to Arasaka Academy, hoping that one day he can rise to prominence within the company and stand atop the Arasaka Tower, becoming a significant figure in Night City. But what does it matter to become a corporate executive? Aren't they just dogs under the capital's heel? How many so-called big shots in Night City have been encased in cement and dumped into the bay? Right, Aunt May. However, since he has traveled back to this timeline, he can alter the unfortunate destinies of certain individuals, changing those endings he dislikes. Sasha's matter should be resolved soon. Sigh. Enough daydreaming. I should focus on guiding the way. Lin Ke navigated the streets of Little Chinatown, a place he frequently drove recklessly in the game. He felt quite familiar. Turning left from Ellison Square and entering an alley would lead to the Afterlife Bar, while continuing straight would take him to the H10 super skyscraper, where V would reside 2 years later. Of course, those were not his intended destinations today. Lin Ke directed Gloria to steer the car into an alley, stopping in front of a shop illuminated with pink lights. Peering out from the passenger side window, he saw several alluring ladies clad in revealing attire, undulating their enticing forms under the pink glow of the glass display, their provocative poses drawing the attention of passers-by. Lin Ke observed the dancers with an appreciative gaze, nodding in satisfaction as he stroked his chin. Ample bosoms, long legs, slender waists, and shapely posteriors, enhanced by faces that exceeded the aesthetic standards of upright primates. This is more like it. We are in the cyber era after all. Having a face suitable for a sex doll is not as challenging as it was in the game. Your prosthetic doctor wouldn't be in a strip club, would they? Gloria remarked, exasperated by Lin Ke's lecherous demeanor. Of course not. You wait for me here, I'll go find the doctor. After saying this, Lin Ke picked up the brain machine implant and exited the car, walking directly into a shop across from the strip club. Although Jack Wells had yet to make his acquaintance in Night City, he was nonetheless mentioned in front of Misty. After all, a stranger like him could not possibly know that Victor's clinic lay in the basement behind the Esoterica on his first visit. To gain Misty's cooperation, a plausible excuse was necessary to Jack. Misty's tone unwittingly took on a hint of melancholy. Having grown up alongside Jack as childhood friends, Misty possessed an intimate understanding of him. Despite his robust and mature appearance, he remained, at heart, a perpetually youthful dreamer, fantasizing about one day becoming a significant figure in Night City, a legend, by undertaking perilous tasks that would elevate his renown. Recently, however, Jack had been preoccupied with unknown pursuits. It had been a month and 3 days since she last laid eyes on him. Apologies, esteemed guest, but Dr. Victor is in the underground clinic just behind that door. Misty gestured toward the open rear entrance. Thank you. Upon entering the space behind the esoterica, Lin Ke promptly equipped his neural interface. He had no genuine desire to undergo an implantation procedure with old Victor. After all, through the system, he could remove the equipment, but if it were surgically embedded, the neural interface would become a true part of his body. Descending the staircase, he slid his identity chip into the neural port at the base of his neck. Identity information coverage complete. Biological signal recognized. Contact Sasha added. Cat avatar. Mysterious charming fellow. Let's chat when you're free. Lin Ke. Thanks, Sasha. A familiar scene unfolded before him. Dr. Victor was engrossed in his tablet, watching what seemed to be an endless boxing match. Victor Vector, age, 47 identity, cybernetic surgeon, cybernetic coverage, 26 introduction, the finest cybernetic surgeon in Watson, a veteran of Night City, and an old friend of Jack Wells. Upon noticing someone enter, Dr. Victor paused the video and spoke in a calm, composed voice. All right, Misty has informed me. Speak, child. Are you here for an implantation or... Dr. Victor, I wish to inquire about the types of implants you offer as well as their prices. So I may select the desired implants when I have sufficient funds. Very well. I will send you the data. You can peruse it at your leisure on the adjacent seat. Old Victor, in front of this stranger, truly resembled a taciturn middle-aged uncle. Sitting in a well-worn blue surgical chair, Lin Ke opened the document Victor had sent that Self-Ice 51, 15-Newton module, 15329 military tech parallel line type, 325539 pathway justice, I-calamity. 51150 smart connection 1378 optical camouflage 15329 heavy subdermal armor 5215 well. As expected, I did not find the reality distortion of Saint Avastin or some other powerful implants. Reality is not like a game. Such military-grade cybernetics would undoubtedly not be easily obtainable by a mere cybernetic surgeon. Perhaps old Victor possessed such advanced implants, but since I am merely a stranger to him at present, he refrained from presenting them. In gaming terms, it would be akin to needing a high enough affinity to unlock rare items. Nevertheless, implants like optical camouflage and heavy subdermal armor, which could enhance survival odds, are worth considering for purchase. However, I must first procure the necessary supplies for the hunter before assessing how much money remains. After spending nearly an hour in the clinic, Lin Ke felt it was time to depart. Noticing that old Victor was still engrossed in the boxing match, he chose not to bid farewell. Exiting the underground clinic, he said his goodbyes to Misty and found the yellow G240, sliding into the passenger seat. That was quick. The surgery is done already. This doctor is quite skilled. I can't see any surgical scars from the implantation. Did you apply synthetic skin? Don't ask too many questions, Gloria. Next, I need to buy some clothes and daily necessities that I have a variety of items to purchase. So let's find a larger mall. Chapter 17. Reunion with Lucy and Chiwei after a morning of shopping. Acquiring a neural interface and visiting the doctor, it was nearing noon. Gloria steadied the steering wheel with her left hand while retrieving a beef sandwich from a paper bag beside her with her right. First offering it to her employer, it's almost noon. You should eat something. Glancing at the insect meat sandwich Gloria handed him, Lin Ke couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even if I were starving, I would leap from this vehicle rather than consume that. Humph, so dramatic. Then just wait until you starve. Gloria took a hearty bite of the sandwich. How on earth do you survive this way? Are you truly some runaway heir from a big corporation? Gloria shook her head, driving while devouring her beef-flavored sandwich. This sandwich actually contains meat. It's far tastier than that tasteless, chewy energy bar. Watching Gloria enjoy her meal so heartily, Lin Ke felt somewhat exasperated. He was indeed hungry, yet the thought of the meat being made from earthworms or crickets made it impossible for him to swallow, but he silently resolved that once he had the materials, He would prepare dozens of dishes to store in his backpack, ready to be consumed whenever hunger struck. After all, time within the backpack should remain static, as evidenced by the several pink aberrant fish, having been gutted for nearly a day, still retaining their fresh and springy meat. The journey to the mall was short, by the time Gloria finished her sandwich, they had arrived at their destination. Situated at the intersection of Little Chinatown and the Kabukicho district, a towering structure exceeding 400 meters loomed ahead. The building's design was novel, resembling a half-peeled banana standing upright. Its curved exterior walls were adorned with dozens of massive electronic displays, showcasing an array of enticing, bizarre, and violent advertisements. In the sky, hovering vehicles continuously ascended and descended from the building's upper platforms. Gloria drove in the underground parking lot, where aside from the thoroughfares, parking spaces were nearly filled with various models of cars, including several luxury sports cars. After a considerable effort, they finally located a vacant spot on the third underground level and parked. Accompanying Lin Ke, they proceeded to the nearby elevator. Gloria shared some information about the building, granting Lin Ke a better understanding of this colossal structure. The IT belonged to the Night Corporation, transformed into a multifunctional complex for commerce, living, and entertainment. The first 5 underground levels served as parking, while the above-ground levels 1 to 8 comprised a commercial area, featuring hundreds of shops and supermarkets selling various goods, including gun shops, pharmacies, cybernetic implant stores, and large supermarkets offering clothing, daily necessities, and a variety of foodstuffs. Levels 9 to 20 were dedicated to entertainment, housing Ultra Dream cinemas, Ultra Dream gaming experiences, shooting ranges, expansive casinos, and various pleasure establishments. The 21st floor to the top level comprised living quarters, including small hospitals, cybernetic clinics, gyms, and numerous high-end apartments for rent. Point 1 could essentially live here for a lifetime without ever needing to leave the building if financially well off. The spacious elevator came to a steady halt on the 3rd floor. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Ke and Gloria stepped into a vast commercial space, occupying over 10,000 square meters. With a ceiling height of 5 meters, the entire 3rd floor was a large supermarket selling an array of daily necessities. Lin Ke, like Gloria, grabbed a shopping cart at the entrance, and the two began their shopping expedition. Starting in the food section, rows upon rows of shelves displayed various products, from carbonated beverages to high-proof spirits, from instant canned goods to synthetic meat and vegetables. Countless numbers flickered in Lin Ke's vision, revealing the truth through his eye of truth. Many items were of subpar quality. Anything requiring natural ingredients was merely a concoction of various chemical additives and artificial products. Soy sauce contained no soybeans, and peanut butter had no peanuts. After perusing the entire food section, Lin Ke purchased salt and sugar, opting for 10 kilograms each, a price of €10 per 250 grams. Of course, the food section also offered genuine food, true water, beverage quality, ordinary description, composed of the elements hydrogen and oxygen. This inorganic substance is non-toxic and safe for consumption. The product is simply named True Water. A 500 milliliter bottle was priced at €100, while the same quantity of regular drinking water cost just €1, albeit containing trace radioactive materials. Who would have thought there would be a distinction between real and fake water? With a 100-fold price disparity, it was utterly baffling. However, water held no value for him. In another world, he had an abundance of it. Clean water was the least of his concerns as for those real, organic, natural fruits and vegetables kept in sterile refrigerated cabinets. Please, they were merely apples, bananas, and pears. Was it truly necessary to station security guards beside them? Observing the heavily armed guards standing by the refrigerated displays, Lin Ke rolled his eyes and pushed his cart away from the food section. Joining Gloria in the household goods section, they purchased multiple hygiene and personal care products, along with several synthetic fiber blankets. They also picked up various dining utensils, including Chinese and Western-style bowls, plates, knives, forks, chopsticks, and cooking tools. In a corner, Lin Ke spotted camping equipment and decided to buy a small tent resistant to wind and rain, a steel fire pit, and several flashlights. This fire pit did not require firewood, using alcohol for heat instead, and could even facilitate simple cooking on top. In total, these items cost over €5,000 at last. The two individuals arrived at the clothing section, which was indeed Lin Ke's primary reason for visiting this place, acquiring garments with excellent thermal insulation. However, after a thorough search, he found himself disappointed, as there were no down jackets or similar warm clothing to be found. Upon inquiring with Gloria, Lin Ke learned that Night City, situated in Northern California, boasted a temperate climate, with year-round temperatures hovering around 10 to 26 degrees Celsius. Therefore, the issue of cold was hardly a concern. Damn, a place where it never snows. This city deserves a poor review. Just as Lin Ke mentally rated Night City unfavorably, his peripheral vision caught a familiar flash of pinkish white. No. Under the shifting light, that pinkish hue transformed into an iridescent, icy blue. Lucy. Lin Ke shifted his gaze. With her shoulder-length hair that changed color with the light, a delicately crafted visage, and coolly defined features, complemented by brilliantly red accents on her eyelids and lips, it truly was her. What a coincidence to encounter her in this bustling metropolis after just a day. What fate. Unable to contain himself, Lin Ke nudged the slender, soft waist of Gloria beside him with his elbow. Gloria, what do you think of that short-haired girl? She's quite a beautiful and refined young lady, with an impressive figure. Have you taken a liking to her? Be cautious. Her cybernetic implant rate is not low, and that tall blonde woman accompanying her. Her attire is distinctly cyberpunk. Do not invite trouble for yourself. After spending several years navigating Night City and having witnessed countless cybernetic enhancements, Gloria's perceptive eye was indeed sharp. The tall blonde woman? Only after hearing Gloria's comment did Lin Ke notice another figure beside Lucy, a tall, slender woman clad in a deep red leather coat, wearing a matching iron mask. Chiwei age, 51 identity. Network hacker cybernetic coverage rate, 51 introduction. In Night City, trust no one. Betrayal is your own fault. Ah, it's the woman with the blue nanites. Damn, my thoughts involuntarily drift to her bosom. Bah, how lowly of me. Chapter 18. Unexpected incident. Cybernetic psychopath. Well, Chiwei's presence alongside Lucy was not unexpected, according to the narrative of the Edgerunners. She likely recommended Lucy's arrival in Night City. After Sasha's incident, it was also she who brought Lucy into the man team. They must have known each other for quite some time. Lin Ke, observing the beautiful hacker selecting clothes in the women's section from a distance across several rows of shelves, had no intention of approaching her. He was merely a stranger now, and any hasty advance would surely raise the vigilance of the older women. After all, just yesterday, when he had approached Gloria, she had nearly drawn her weapon. The customs of Night City were indeed quite fierce. IT would be wiser to search for clothing first, since warmth was lacking. He could simply layer up. Having already perused the clothing section, Lin Ke spent half an hour acquiring the necessary attire to prevent snow blindness. He first purchased a pair of black windbreak glasses, along with a hat and a long scarf. For his upper body, he acquired 4 cotton long-sleeve shirts for layering, complemented by 2 outer punk jackets made of nanoplastic material, designed to shield against wind and water. In addition to 2 pairs of leather gloves for his lower half, aside from change of underwear, he bought several pairs of trousers, including an outer pair that also provided wind and water resistance. Finally, he procured over 10 pairs of socks and 2 pairs of tactical high-top boots. Naturally, he opted for white as much as possible. Altogether, he spent over 5,000 euros, with all the purchased clothing piled high in 2 shopping carts. Lin Ke prepared to leave with Gloria. The speed at which women shop for clothes is indeed in a league of its own compared to men. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by the sound of something shattering. Another bang followed. This time, Lin Ke recognized the gunfire emanated from the adjacent household goods section. The nearby crowd began to panic. IT seemed trouble was brewing. Uncertain of the situation, it was best to lay low. He certainly did not want the red-haired lady beside him to encounter danger. Behind a row of fitting rooms against the wall, he once again spotted familiar faces. Lucy and Chiwei. Lucy stood guard with a handgun beside Chiwei, who was extracting a personal link from her palm and inserting it into an access point on the mall's wall, seemingly engaged in some form of data intrusion. The gunfire continued to echo, growing louder by the moment. Damn it, the shooter was advancing in this direction. However, aside from the gunshots, no one had yet cried out in agony for being shot. What was happening? Don't go out, since they've started shooting. Mall security will be here shortly, Gloria whispered, gripping Lin Ke's hand. Those who shoot in public places are either gang thugs or cybernetic psychopaths, Chi Wei scoffed, confident that she would not entrust her life to mall security. At that moment, her cybernetic eyes ring flickered as she successfully hacked the mall's surveillance camera security protocols, attempting to ascertain the identity and location of the shooter. Don't worry, I've come from the Badlands. I've seen worse. If it is a cyber psychopath, I truly wish to see what they're like. Lin Ke reassured Gloria with a smile. Lucy, standing with her handgun beside Chi Wei, scrutinized Lin Ke upon hearing mention of the Badlands. A moment of recognition flickered in her iridescent eyes. Isn't this the fool who was perched atop the signal tower? He made it to Night City too. It seems he has escaped from those two scoundrels. Ladies, please watch over her for me. I will owe you a favor, Lin Ke said to the two female hackers before freeing himself from Gloria's grasp and cautiously moving toward the direction of the gunfire. Crouching behind a row of clothing racks, Lin Ke peered through the gaps in the garments to catch a glimpse of the shooter. It was a middle-aged white man clad in a combat vest. With visible lines of cybernetic implants embedded in his exposed skin, he was aiming at the surveillance cameras mounted on the mall ceiling. His optical implants, embedded in his eye sockets, exhibited a bizarre tremor. Jacob Bruce, age 48, identity, veteran, cyber mercenary, cyber psychopath, cybernetic coverage rate, 68, introduction, a veteran from the Unified War, the 2069 conflict between the new American states and the free independent states. He once enlisted for his ideals and fought for the freedom of this city. Damn, he truly is a cyber psychopath. Chi Wei was spot on, a veteran in the game. The 68 coverage rate left Lin Ke gasping in astonishment. Moreover, it was alarming that this cyber psychopath was surrounded by a group of people, some of whom were whistling and shouting at Jacob. Dude, smash those corporate cameras. They're making it hard for me to grab stuff. Good job, brother. There are a few more cameras over there. Hurry and smash them. Big guy, which gang do you belong to? So brave. One must admit, this is Night City for you. Teaching a cyber psychopath to act this brave. Do your mothers even know? They truly have no idea how to write the word death. Lin Ke found himself utterly exasperated. Jacob was merely shopping for some new clothes for his son at the supermarket. However, he had rushed out without his immunosuppressants. Now he felt a burning sensation from his cervical spine to his limbs, as the stimulation of his implants on his neural synapses was worsening without the suppression of the medication. Yet Jacob was determined to finish buying his son's clothes before heading downstairs to the implant store for some emergency suppressants. He could still manage for the time being. However, before Jacob could reach the clothing section, he received a message on his neural interface. Spider Skull, are you sure you 1T tell the Vortex gang the convoy's route? Jacob, damn trash, you 1T get any information about my employer for me. Since his discharge, Jacob had taken up mercenary work, and he had recently accepted a task to escort company goods across the border, departing the next day. Of course, it was merely a small company. Larger firms had dedicated security teams. However, he never expected the Vortex gang to have gotten wind of his employer's goods, as they had been persistently trying to extract the convoy's route in the Badlands from him. Spider Skull, no one can refuse the Vortex gang. I'll take good care of your son. Jacob, bastards, if you touch my son, I'll kill you all. Spider Skull, don't worry. We'll take good care of him. Look how splendid he is now. The photo sent to Jacob by Spider Skull depicted a cybernetic individual that fit the Vortex gang's image perfectly. The enormous optical implant radiating a blood-red glow dominated half of the face. The nose had been severed and replaced with a device resembling an exhaust fan, and the lips had been completely removed, exposing sharp metallic teeth and gums. The image revealed a brutally performed implant surgery. The junctions between the implants and flesh were raw and inflamed, oozing a mixture of red and yellow pus. This rendered the figure in the photo grotesque and terrifying, bordering on repulsive. As Jacob gazed at the image on his neural interface, his body went rigid, and the light in his cybernetic eye froze. What on earth had happened? How could his son, who had just left for school that morning, end up like this? What had transpired? This middle-aged man, who had survived the perils of war, was on the brink of collapse. In just a few hours, Jacob could only recognize his once dashing and sensible son by the clothes he wore in the photo, depicting him as a cybernetic abomination. An overwhelming sorrow surged within him, swiftly followed by an almost all-consuming fury. Vortex gang, I will eradicate every last one of you. Jacob now felt an intense heat coursing through his body, as if dozens of steel needles were piercing his brain. In an instant, his mind was enveloped in a haze, and it seemed as if his body no longer belonged to him. He stood still for a moment, pondering, who am I? I am Jacob Bruce. What am I supposed to do now? Ah, yes. I must go to the Vortex gang and rescue my son. I shall turn them into a sieve. At that moment, Jacob's optical prosthetic eye began to tremble strangely. A surveillance camera happened to be aimed directly at him, and a point of red light in the lens magnified continuously until it resembled the blood-red prosthetic eyes of the Vortex gang members. Bang! A shot shattered one of the scum hanging from the ceiling. A rigid smile curled at the corners of Jacob's mouth. There was another one. He raised his handgun again and aimed at another piece of filth suspended from the ceiling nearby. Chapter 19. Confrontation. Lin Ke hid behind a clothing rack, watching as Jacob continued to shoot and destroy the surveillance cameras in the mall. This behavior was indeed perplexing. However, in this game, each cyber-psychopath exhibited unique manifestations of their madness. The thoughts and actions of these cyber-lunatics were incomprehensible to normal individuals. Perhaps the world seen through the eyes of a madman differed vastly from that of an ordinary person. As the cyber-psychopath gradually approached the clothing section, Lin Ke refrained from rushing forward to intervene, nor did he admonish the crowd of onlookers. Being a good person in Night City was no easy feat. Moreover, the mall security had arrived. 6 burly figures clad in security uniforms parted the crowd and appeared not far away. Spotting Jacob, who was still shooting at the cameras, they called out, "You are vandalizing company property. Put down your weapon immediately." Yet Jacob acted as if he had not heard. Walking forward and bang, he shattered another camera. Seeing their warning had no effect, the 6 security personnel swiftly drew their mall-issued technical handguns, aiming at Jacob and pulling the triggers. After a brief charging period, several electromagnetic projectiles were fired, striking Jacob's back. However, the bullets pierced his clothing without the sound of flesh tearing, instead producing a crisp sound akin to metal being struck. Subdermal armor. The guards exchanged glances, continuously pulling the triggers and unleashing the entire magazine of electromagnetic ammunition upon Jacob. After a barrage of dozens of rounds, Jacob's back was completely shredded. Had he been flesh and blood, his upper body would likely have been reduced to a mangled mess. But what of Jacob, whose body was covered with over 68 prosthetics? Although the assailants appeared to wield only a single handgun with limited ammunition, Lin Ke knew from the information provided by the Eye of Truth that this man was a veteran who had survived the Independence War, and with his exaggerated implant ratio, he undoubtedly possessed devastating military-grade enhancements. With a swift motion, Jacob tore off his tattered shirt and cast it aside, his expression devoid of emotion as he turned to face the hulking figures obstructing his vengeance, his optical eye trembling anew. Lin Ke, peering from behind the clothing rack, caught sight of Jacob's back. His attention was immediately drawn to IT that moment. A dangerous red light illuminated the connection point at the back of his head. Krenznikov, military implant, spine quality, superior description. Produced by Dinara Corp, it passively increases neural reflex speed. Stanislav, military implant, chip, quality, superior description, a second-generation neural implant chip produced by Concoct Corp. Capable of slowing the user's perception of time by 40-50. Damn. The combination of Krenznikov and Stanislav, 2 implants designed to stimulate the human nervous system and enhance physical reaction speed, would allow the user to achieve a staggering 30 reduction in perceived time. Lin Ke merely caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past, and after 4 shots that sounded as one, 4 of the 6 security guards had their heads obliterated, their high-pressure blood painting 4 crimson flowers upon the ceiling. The weapons produced in the cyber world were indeed excessive in power when dealing with flesh and blood. A human head burst like a balloon with a single shot, scattering white and red along with fragments of neural implants, an utterly nauseating sight. Using the edge of his shoe, Lin Ke pushed aside the remnants of brain matter that had slid to the back of the rack, continuing to observe the cyber-psychopath's actions, searching for any additional combat implants he might possess. With a clatter, the now empty handgun was discarded, and Jacob's arms split open, revealing 2 heated mantis blades. With a swift horizontal cut, he severed the remaining 2 security guards in half. There was no spray of blood. The searing blades had cauterized the flesh, vessels, and bones at the cut's surface. I could see that moment. The two guards who had been bisected were not yet dead. On the smooth floor, they emitted horrified screams while desperately flailing their arms, dragging their upper bodies in a frantic attempt to distance themselves from the demon behind them. Had they purchased a trauma team membership, they might have had a chance to survive, but Jacob offered them no mercy. The heated tip of the blade pierced into the back of their skulls, the high temperature instantly causing their brain matter to smoke and boil. Melting mantis blade, military implant, arm, quality, superior description, produced by Arasaka Corp. In 2067. This arm blade emphasizes lethality and stealth, boasting power on par with its flare. Had Jacob merely been shooting at the cameras, no one would have deemed him problematic. He would have been seen as just another dissatisfied cyberpunk. But now, having killed 6 men with blood splattered across his face, any remaining doubt would be utterly unfounded. Holy shit, he's a cyber psychopath. Call the NCPD, summon the Anti-Terror Task Force. Oh my god, I don't want to die. The crowd, in a frenzy, scattered in terror, screaming as they rushed towards the elevators scattered throughout the supermarket. However, it was too late. The mall had already realized the situation in this area, and, to prevent the cyber psychopath from escaping via the elevators, had locked down all lifts on the 3rd floor. The crowd could only disperse and hide in various corners of the supermarket. Having killed 6 men, Jacob did not sheath his mantis blades. He lifted his head, his eyes scanning the surroundings. With his infrared detection and heat source perception, his prosthetic eye allowed him to effortlessly locate those hiding behind the shelves, the crimson heat signatures imprinted in his vision. Jacob trudged forward, delivering a lethal strike. The shelves, along with the trembling figures hiding behind them, were cleaved in two. Damn it. This game of hide and seek is no fun at all. Watching Jacob approach. Having slaughtered several individuals with the ease of chopping vegetables, Lin Ke felt a wave of dread wash over him. Although he believed he could escape if Jacob did not activate Stanislav, there was no denying that he was an extraordinary being equipped with a system. Damn it, he swiftly retrieved a long sword from his backpack, nearly slapping himself for his folly. What was he thinking? He had a gun. Why was he contemplating close combat with his sword? Stowing the sword, Lin Ke produced the D5 Copper Viper and disengaged the safety. If the electromagnetic projectiles from a technical handgun carried a kinetic energy of 1,000 joules, capable of penetrating 3mm thick steel, then the 12.7mm caliber bullets from an assault rifle would possess kinetic energy exceeding 5,000 joules, sufficient to pierce 1 centimeter thick steel. In an instant, Lin Ke darted from behind the rack, aiming the assault rifle's sights at Jacob's head and pulling the trigger. The recoil from the Copper Viper had no effect on him. His powerful physique steadied the weapon. Yet Jacob, equipped with Krenznikov, reacted swiftly. Although the barrage of bullets forced him to retreat repeatedly, he managed to block all incoming fire with his arms, which had drawn the mantis blades, even causing the bullets to ricochet off the curved surfaces, shattering portions of the ceiling and floor tiles. Within moments, an entire magazine of 64 rounds was expended. The synthetic skin on Jacob's prosthetic arm was shredded, revealing a silver-gray metallic surface adorned with small dents. Damn, that's tough. Just as Lin Ke reached for an empty magazine to replace it, Jacob activated Stanislav once more, launching himself at Lin Ke with his mantis blades at the ready. However, Lin Ke was focused. His gaze locked onto Jacob. Although Jacob, empowered by Stanislav, moved quickly, Lin Ke's keen eyes were able to track his movements. He hurled the empty magazine with force, taking advantage of the moment Jacob was busy blocking. Swiftly retrieving a new magazine from his backpack, Jacob's speed was impressive, but it only lasted for those brief moments when Stanislav was activated. Meanwhile, Lin Ke's agility of 7, combined with a spirit of 7 and a physique of 8, allowed him to unleash a burst of speed twice that of an ordinary person, sustained for several minutes. Even if Jacob was a veteran who survived the Unified War, he could not utilize such high-level implants for long. Moreover, in his current state of mind, Jacob would not be evading ambushes behind the shelves. He charged straight ahead, making him an easy target for the Copper Viper's bullets. Even if Lin Ke could not penetrate Jacob's subdermal armor, aiming for his head would force Jacob to raise his arms in defense, restricting his movements. Lin Ke squeezed the trigger, choosing to fire in bursts. Whenever Jacob drew closer, he would send a few bullets his way. For now, Jacob was unarmed with any formidable ranged weapon, allowing Lin Ke to maintain a safe distance with his rifle, keeping the threat of those mantis blades at bay. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. Lin Ke's ammunition was limited, and he feared that he would exhaust his supply before the NCPD arrived, as for relying on other armed individuals in the supermarket for assistance. Being a good person in Night City was an impossibility. 1 minute later, he had emptied 2 more magazines. With the last magazine loaded, only close-quarters combat remained, and the hope of engaging in a pristine wilderness hunt without injury was now a distant dream. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed in his mind. "It was Chi-Wei. I have 15 seconds left to dismantle his personal ICS. I burn down his system. His entire cybernetic body will experience a brief loss of control. Seize the opportunity for a lethal strike." Assistance has arrived. A surge of joy filled Lin Ke's heart as he listened to the countdown in his mind, simultaneously firing to suppress the enemy while advancing forward. 7.6.5. Before he could finish counting, Lin Ke stowed his rifle, propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, and charged like a sword toward the enemy over 10 meters away. 1. Now is the moment. Jacob's body sparked with arcs of electricity, rendering him unable to control himself. His arms, which had shielded his head, fell limply to his sides, and his knees buckled, causing him to collapse to the ground. Undeterred, Lin Ke grasped the air with both hands, conjuring a heavy iron longsword from the void, and swung it horizontally towards Jacob's neck. Crack! His neck was nearly cleaved in two. His head flew high amidst the spray of blood and lubricant from his implants, only to fall back to the ground under the force of gravity. Jacob, now reduced to a mere head, lingered in a state of semi-consciousness, a profound sorrow etched upon his previously expressionless face. His eyes fixated on Lin Ke, the one who had severed his head, lips moving soundlessly as his vocal apparatus lay shattered, deprived of bodily sustenance. The light in his cybernetic eye began to fade. As the last flicker extinguished, Lin Ke received a nameless message in his neural interface. "Please, save my son." Chapter 20. World commissioned. The orange-yellow data halo in her pupils dimmed as Chi-Wei blinked, finally exhaling after concluding the data confrontation on the network level. The heated air surged from the openings in her red mask as the excessively high temperature of her body gradually subsided. Rising from the ground, the 2 blue lights on her chest swayed gently with her movements. Gloria, who had been fanning Chi-Wei with her clothing to cool her down, approached anxiously. "How is it? Is the person with me all right?" "He is fine. The cyber maniac is dead." "That's good to hear. I'll go check on him." With that, Gloria discarded the garment she was holding and dashed out from the changing room. Chi-Wei stood up, accepting the undergarments handed to her by Lucy, donning them before retrieving her coat and fastening her belt to cover her bare form. She was well aware of Chi-Wei's hacking prowess. An ordinary IC could not deter her for long. He is a veteran using military-grade intrusion countermeasures. Fortunately, his protective protocols have not been updated in 5 years, or I would not have easily found the loophole. Retrieving a cigarette from her coat pocket and placing it in the opening of her mask, Chi-Wei lit it, inhaling deeply the rich, nicotine-laden smoke before exhaling slowly to AT that moment. Her neural interface still retained the footage captured by the surveillance cameras. IT depicted the entire confrontation between Lin Ke and the cybermaniac. A mere organic body equipped only with a neural interface managed to match the reflex speed of a cybernetic entity like Cian Weizi, coupled with extraordinary physical capabilities and supernatural abilities to summon objects from thin air. A new breed of humanity modified by supercorporations? With spatial folding technology already operational, dismissing the thoughts from her mind, Chi-Wei refrained from delving deeper. IT was unwise for small players to know too much. She merely wished to live well in this city. Nevertheless, Chi-Wei sent a message to the signal source recorded in her neural interface. "Let us go. The elevator has restored, and we can leave." With a thud, the trunk of the vehicle was already packed to the brim, and the back seat was nearly overflowing. Gloria climbed into the driver's seat and shut the door, glancing at Lin Ke, who appeared lost in thought. She assumed he had yet to recover from the traumatic encounter with the cybermaniac, which was understandable given the gruesome scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. IT that moment. The system-generated holographic display revealed that Lin Ke was reviewing a newly generated task. Commission task, a father's last love task description. In the cyber era, where machinery has replaced flesh and memories have transformed into data, familial bonds remain his sole key to preserving humanity amidst the brink of reason and madness. Rescue Bruce from the all-food factory in the Watson Northern Industrial Zone. Task deadline. 7 days task reward. Dimensional backpack space 1 commission task. The buried souls of history. World. Task description. It is said that before the establishment of Night City, there existed a fishing town named Morro Bay. The men of the town would venture out to sea for fish to support their families, while the women mended fishing nets and cared for the children. Hundreds of families lived a tranquil yet prosperous life off the sea, until a group of red-eyed demons arrived, turning the town into a wasteland overnight. Where did the townsfolk go? They remain here. Their remains buried beneath the city, their souls lamenting in the obscured history of Night City. Players have arrived. The moment for vengeance has come for the souls. Please eliminate the members of the Vortex Gang to allow the souls to rest in peace. Task reward. For every Vortex Gang member killed, you will earn 20 points of general profession experience. How intriguing, a world commission task. Lin Ke recalled that just after he had decapitated the cybermaniac and had yet to collect his spoils, Gloria rushed in, and then he received a message from Chi-Wei in his neural interface. Chi-Wei, I have cleared the footage cache from the mall surveillance cameras. The images of your battle will not be seen by anyone. Additionally, I intercepted a data packet from the cybermaniac's neural interface while cracking his IC. If you're interested, you may open it to examine. Lin Ke, thank you, I owe you one. If you find yourself in danger, let me know, and I will assist you. Contact Chi-Wei has been added. Lin Ke proceeded to open the data packet sent by Chi-Wei, which resulted in the system generating the first task. The first task had a 7-day limit. Lin Ke speculated that after 7 days, the boy named Bruce would likely perish at the hands of the Vortex Gang. However, the task reward involved expanding backpack space. If understood in this manner, might there be other world tasks available to increase equipment slots? Upon accepting the first task, the system triggered a second task: hunting members of the Vortex Gang. According to the game's lore of Cyberpunk 2077, the Vortex Gang comprised around 1,300 members. If all were eliminated, that would yield a staggering 26,000 experience points. The hunter profession lacked a consistent means of acquiring experience points. And here lay the perfect opportunity. However, the members of the Vortex Gang were not mere weaklings. This gang was among the most deranged, equipped with advanced gear and possessing their own factories and technology. With a significant rate of cybernetic implantation that he needed to grow stronger, it seemed he had to act quickly. Today, the hunter must emerge from the cave to engage in gathering and hunting activities, to acquire bloodstone soul crystals and upgrade culinary skills. Fortuitously, Lin Ke had someone alongside him, which made maneuvering more difficult. He began to unpack his clothing, carefully sealing each item back into his backpack. In the hunter world, Lin Ke stood beside the cooking stove, shedding his shoes and outer garments, then retrieving fresh attire from his backpack, layering them on one layer of pants, 1 layer of shirt. Once he donned 2 pairs of socks and high-top combat boots, he appeared considerably bulked up, dressed, and eager. Lin Ke rushed to the cave's entrance to clear the accumulated snow blocking the exit. Bending down at the cave's mouth, he used his longsword to break apart the snow blocks, then retrieved a soup pot from the kitchen, filling it with snow before stashing it in his backpack. After Lin Ke cleared the snow blocks, he repeated the process. After half an hour, he had excavated nearly 3 meters of snow and emerged from the cave. The cave's exit was located midway up a low rocky hill, about 20 meters above the ground, with a clearly carved slide leading down. Outside, the temperature hovered around -20 degrees, and the slanting sun cast an orange glow that did little to provide warmth. The area surrounding the rock's base was blanketed in white snow, devoid of any signs of vegetation. As he gazed further, he saw an endless expanse of snow-covered forest stretching out before him, with the ancient tree resembling a colossal mountain peak standing at the farthest reach of his sight, serving as the core of this region. The ancient tree, too, remained encased in ice and snow in this white world. According to his notes, this campsite was established on the edge of the ancient tree forest, with the core ecological zone lying across a 50-kilometer expanse of forest to the left, traversing through 10 kilometers of snowy terrain. Lay the forsaken Starry Dawn outpost abandoned by hunters, circling around the rocky hill that housed their camp. 80 kilometers away was the boundary of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, a buffer zone between it and the ancient forest that remained untouched by snow, where many creatures from the ancient forest had migrated to reside. While the ancient forest had seen many flora and fauna perish due to the cold climate, a portion still thrived within this wide expanse. For instance, the pterosaurs soaring above the forest were merely a kilometer away from this rocky hill. Lin Ke had resolved that his hunting target would be them. Chapter 21. The Snowy Forest with a Roar. Lin Ke hopped onto the slide, shouting as he glided down from the 20-meter-high rocky platform. Experiencing a thrilling descent, he landed safely, cushioned by the snow. Lin Ke struggled to rise from the snow, his legs completely ensnared in the soft white blanket below the knees. Brushing off the snowflakes that had splattered onto his clothing, he attempted to take a few steps forward. However, whether lifting his legs high or walking normally, both actions required him to push aside the obstructive accumulation of snow. Moreover, the excessive layers of clothing he wore made his movements not only laborious, but also exceedingly slow. Indeed, this environment was rather inhospitable for a hunter. He pondered whether he would be able to acquire the coveted crossing marsh pearl, or perhaps stumble upon a stroke of luck in the form of a crossing marsh guardian stone during his hunts for large ferocious beasts in the future. The skill adaptation to aquatic terrain, deep snow, was indeed a divine ability in such conditions, with a determined effort to extend the distance between his feet and increase his stride. Lin Ke adhered to the principle of striding forward, making his way towards the forest several dozen meters away. Upon entering the white sea of trees, he discerned that the snow had imparted not merely a hue and a landscape to the forest, but also a profound devastation. The low shrubs, thickets, and flora had long been buried beneath the deep snow, and many trees had succumbed to the frigid climate, withering and collapsing. The towering trees, some measuring dozens of meters high, had also suffered, their branches unable to bear the weight of the accumulating snow, resulting in a sparsely crowned canopy. Sunlight streamed unobstructed through the treetops, illuminating the snow with a shimmering brilliance. Even in such an energy-rich ancient forest, the ecosystem had been severely disrupted by the snowfall. Survival of the fittest, the immutable law of nature, seemed to resonate with a formidable truth. Those who aligned with the natural order thrived, while those who opposed it perished. Lin Ke gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress a sigh of lament. Yet, this was not the moment for reflection. He had to complete his hunt before the sun sank below the horizon. Donning his black, wind-resistant goggles, Lin Ke vaulted over a fallen tree trunk, advancing boldly toward the direction where the pterosaurs circled above. The journey of 1,000 meters took him nearly an hour. However, it was not devoid of rewards. Along the way, he fashioned more than 10 snowballs and struck down 7 fruit still clinging to the branches, besides boosting his throwing skill proficiency by 70 points. He also procured a few edible fruits, scattered walnuts, ingredient quality, ordinary description, a favored food of the winged pterosaurs and certain avian dinosaurs, rich in fats and various vitamins. Fortunately, the branches cushioned the fall of the fruits, landing softly in the snow. Otherwise, he would have returned empty-handed. Throwing, novice, proficiency, 280-300, effect, objects thrown accurately within 10 meters. The previous 210 points of proficiency had been gained from catching fish in the pond. During his 2 days in cave, he had come to realize that indiscriminate throwing would not yield proficiency. The system's criteria for acquiring throwing skill proficiency required that the thrown object successfully hit a target relevant to hunting or gathering. Now, he needed only 20 more proficiency points to level up his throwing skill, requiring just 2 more successful hits. However, there was no time to seek out the remaining fruits on the branches. Lin Ke was now quite near the location where the pterosaurs were spiraling. Although he could not see them soaring in the sky, the distinctive cries reached his ears clearly, taking advantage of the cover provided by several large trees. Lin Ke slowed his pace, cautiously approaching the source of the sounds until last. In an open space surrounded by fallen trees, he spotted the silhouettes of the pterosaur pack. 3 pterosaurs were gathered around a dead beast with brown fur, feasting upon it. They folded their wings and used their sharp hind claws to scrape flesh from their prey. Then, with their serpentine heads, they swallowed the morsels whole, extending their long necks as they consumed. This group of pterosaurs resembled a colossal snake, albeit adorned with membranous wings and sharp claws. Winter pterosaur, pterosaur species quality. Ordinary description: a pterosaur species fond of icy environments, capable of expelling a breath of low temperature. Surely, this is not a species exclusive to the everfrost tundra. The brown beast on the ground must be a bobo. Its pair of enormous, horn-like teeth is unmistakably recognizable. Lin Ke was perplexed. While it was understandable for the ice-cursed dragon to venture here, how had these smaller creatures followed? What had transpired in the everfrost tundra? Moreover, how they traversed from the everfrost tundra to the ancient forest. The winter pterosaur could be explained by its ability to fly. But surely a bobo would not swim across an ocean on its four hooves. With his mind swirling with unanswered questions, Lin Ke resolved to set them aside, deciding to explore the icy plains himself once he had gained sufficient strength. For now, he needed to eliminate the 3 winter pterosaurs before him. Drawing his new star revolver from his backpack, he aimed at one of the pterosaurs' heads, and at a distance of just 30 meters. The gun still had accuracy. Pulling the trigger, a resounding gunshot echoed, and one winter pterosaur, which had been tilting its neck to swallow a chunk of meat, fell lifelessly to the ground, a bloody hole opening where the bullet had struck its eye. Only one winter pterosaur remained, circling in the air, still screeching loudly. With a final shot, the last bullet in the chamber pierced its wing membrane. However, the small hole did not impede its flight, and the surviving winter pterosaur, having spotted Lin Ke, dove down, its mouth seemingly brewing a chill. Lin Ke holstered his pistol, retrieving a solid piece of concrete from his right hand, preparing to throw, as the winter pterosaur swooped closer. Approximately 10 meters away, he hurled the stone with all his might. The stone struck precisely into the pterosaur's mouth, the force of the impact sending it crashing to the ground. Throwing proficiency, Lin Ke approached. Observing the still struggling winter pterosaur, and drew his broadsword from his one-handed sword, he brought the blade down upon the pterosaur's elongated neck, the sharp edge severing its head cleanly. The glimmer of silver flashed in its eyes. The decapitated pterosaur did not bleed profusely. Rather, 2 small, thumb-sized crystals rolled out from the neck's severed end. The hunter's talent activated, collecting the head and body of the winter pterosaur into his backpack. Lin Ke picked up the 2 crystals but refrained from using them immediately, instead moving to inspect the corpses of the other 2 pterosaurs he had shot. The crimson blood stained the snow beneath them. Yet Lin Ke found no bloodstones or soul crystals on the deceased winter pterosaurs. Indeed, the damage inflicted by the pistol had not triggered his hunter's talent for killing. After taking down the 2 winter pterosaurs with his gun, Lin Ke realized that his professional talent had not activated. It appeared that the weapons of this other world were not recognized by the rules. That it seemed he would need to contemplate the weaponry and equipment suitable for a hunter's world. Chapter 22. Throwing upgrade. The 3 winter pterosaurs each possessed a slender body over 2 meters long, weighing around 100 pounds. After stowing all 3 prey into his backpack, he found it nearly full, occupying nearly 1 cubic meter of space. Lin Ke felt a twinge of helplessness. This backpack was still too small that if he were to hunt larger dragon beasts in the future, a 1 cubic meter capacity would scarcely accommodate even a single beast's leg. It seemed he needed to expedite the completion of the cyberworld's commission tasks. Taking out the bloodstone and soul crystal, Lin Ke activated his Eye of Truth to inspect them. Small crystal of the pterosaur, bloodstone quality. Ordinary description: a crystallized essence of blood and life energy. Consuming it can enhance one's physical strength attribute by 0.1 in the sunlight. The bloodstone radiated a crimson glow, resembling a pure ruby. Lin Ke thought that the bloodstone's appearance made it more valuable for collection than for consumption. The soul crystal, on the other hand, appeared as a translucent spherical object, encasing a miniature winter pterosaur like amber. Pterosaur's soul liquid, soul crystal quality. Ordinary description: contains the distilled essence of a winter pterosaur spirit. Pressing it to one's forehead can enhance one's mental attribute by 0.2. Both were excellent items for enhancing strength, and Lin Ke saw no reason to hesitate. He consumed them without delay. Only by growing stronger could he thrive in this world. After using the Bloodstone and Soul Crystal, Lin Ke opened his attribute panel to check his status. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: Player. Dimensional backpack: 1 cubic meter. Hunter's notes: charred phone remnants, one-handed sword, firearm, winter pterosaur corpses. 3. Equipment slot: 1. 3. Universal talent: civilization. Eye of truth. Learning. Body attributes: strength 8. 0. 1. Agility 7. Stamina 8. Spirit 7. 0.2. Profession: hunter. Level 1. Experience 10. 100. Professional talent: killing, unique, professional skill, throwing, novice. The sensation of gradual strengthening was truly delightful. With continued growth, there would come a day when he could stand atop the ecological chain of the new continent. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Ke turned his attention to the corpse of the Bobo that had been preyed upon by the winter pterosaurs. This Bobo measured nearly 4 meters in length and weighed at least 2 tons. Its brown fur was marred by numerous gashes inflicted by the claws of the winter pterosaurs. Regrettably, such damage rendered it unusable. As Lin Ke surveyed the severely damaged, thick fur of the Bobo, he noticed something amiss. Crouching down for a closer look, he discovered a massive gash in the Bobo's abdomen, its chest cavity entirely hollowed out, as though a large beast had taken a bite out of its innards and the soft abdominal fat. Lin Ke's expression shifted. Damn, this Bobo was not hunted by the winter pterosaurs, judging by the shape of the wound. It must have been inflicted by a beastly dragon species with terrifying bite strength. The winter pterosaur pack was merely scavenging the remains left by another predator, examining the surrounding fallen trees. Lin Ke noted that many smaller trees had been snapped as if by sheer force. The grass indicated that this was the fringe of the ancient forest, and yet large dragon beasts were still active in this area. Hunting, with little time to ponder, Lin Ke feared that the gunfire would attract the dragon beast, as the dragon species is known for its fierce territorial instincts. The strength of 8 points enabled Lin Ke to lift objects weighing up to 200 kilograms. And the less than 100 kilograms of leg meat was insufficient to hinder his speed. According to the hunter's notes, he fumbled along the wall beside the slide for a while and discovered a rope in the snow. The information provided by the Eye of Truth indicated that this rope was woven from ivy. Thus, after 3 hours outdoors, the harvest was quite gratifying. Lin Ke crouched at the cave entrance, utilizing the last rays of the setting sun to begin processing his catch. 7 fist-sized scattered walnuts were covered by his round shield as he shook them out, yielding over 2 pounds of nut meat. He meticulously removed the scales, claws, wing membranes, and internal organs from 3 winter wing dragons, extracting a total of around 200 pounds of pure meat. As for the 2 beast legs of the Bobo, they yielded over 350 pounds of leg meat and 2 robust thigh bones. The resources in the world of monster hunting are indeed abundant. A single hunt could sustain an ordinary person for an entire year. Unfortunately, he had not found any plants for seasoning or suitable accompaniments for the meat. He further refined the extracted meat into finer portions, separating the fat layer from the lean meat, cutting it into appropriately sized pieces to stow in his backpack for another version of himself to cook. Butchering proficiency level 1. Glancing around to see what else remained, perhaps there were unexpected gains. Lin Ke speared the last fish from the pond, examining the changes in his throwing skill after its upgrade. Throwing, proficient. Proficiency 0/600. Effect, throws objects with 100 accuracy within 50 meters. Add skill trait, penetrating strike. With the skill upgraded to proficiency, the last few fish he speared over the past days had not contributed to his proficiency growth. Lin Ke understood that he needed to strike more formidable creatures from greater distances using his throwing skill to improve. However, upon reaching proficiency, the range of his precise strikes had significantly increased. And the new trait was intriguing. Lin Ke took out the last concrete stone from his backpack, stepped out of the cave, and hurled it forcefully towards the dense forest ahead. The sound of the object slicing through the air was nearly inaudible, as the stone created a fleeting shadow before descending into the foliage below. Had he eliminated the air resistance of thrown objects, it seemed he could throw further now. Quite remarkable, he wondered if, at the skill's ultimate level, he could achieve the impact and power of an electromagnetic cannon with his thrown objects that in the kitchen of Gloria's home. Lin Ke busily prepared dinner at the stove. He retrieved a chunk of fat trim from the bobo's hind leg and diced it into thumb-sized cubes, tossing them into a frying pan to render the fat. Then he filled a pot halfway with water, adding over 10 pieces of winter-wing dragon bones with meat to simmer for broth. His professional talent began to take effect, and his culinary skill, soup, was activated. The broth's color transitioned from clear to a milky white, with the meaty bones slowly dissolving within. After half an hour of simmering, the bones and meat melded into the broth, leaving behind a creamy liquid tinged with meat color. Cooking complete. Gained 5 experience points. Soup proficiency, 10. Winterwing dragon bone soup. Extraordinary soup quality. Excellent description. A broth infused with the essence of the ingredients. Consuming it can replenish bodily deficiencies and, with long-term consumption, enhance the hardness of bones. Chapter 23. Extraordinary achievements. As night fell, the neon lights sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the entire city. In a dim room, the red-haired lady slowly opened her eyes. Gloria sat up in bed, stretching luxuriously, her silk nightgown immediately accentuating her curvaceous figure. It had been ages since she had slept so soundly. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced at the time. 22:00. Oh no. It's already 10 at night. The moment Gloria registered the time, her previously drowsy mind snapped to attention. She had merely intended to take a brief nap, but she had sunk into such deep slumber. She still hadn't transferred the remaining money to Lin Ke. He surely hadn't gone without food yet. With this thought, Gloria quickly leapt from her bed, unlocked the bedroom door, and dashed out to her surprise. A rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, enticing her senses. Gulp. Unable to resist, Gloria followed the scent to the kitchen doorway and peered inside. There, she saw 2 figures chatting around the stove. "How's it going? The meat I made is delicious, right?" Lin Ke grinned as he spoke. Under the influence of his chef's talent, he had completely eliminated any gamey or fishy flavors from meat, making even a sprinkle of salt enough to enhance its inherent deliciousness. "Absolutely, it's fantastic." David nodded repeatedly, swallowing the tender morsel in his mouth before adding, "A touch of black pepper or some ketchup would make it even better. That's just technology and unnecessary fluff. Too much of it is detrimental to health." Lin Ke replied, dismissively, "Of course, if I had natural seasonings, I wouldn't mind adding another layer of flavor to the dish. Remember, I'm treating you to dinner. Afterward, you'll teach me how to adjust the sensory data of the Super Dream headband, and let me have a look at those few Super Dream cards you've been hiding." Sure. Just let me finish this piece of meat, and I'll get it for you. The Super Dream I've collected is guaranteed to be thrilling. Once you see it, you won't be able to stop." Cough, cough. Gloria, hands on her hips, interrupted the exchange between the two. "David, how many times have I told you? Those things that hinder your studies should be avoided. Hand them over. They're confiscated." David froze, a pained expression on his face. Not wishing to resist, he could only respond, "Yes, Mom." Lin Ke smiled slightly from the side, retrieving a plate and placing a larger piece of meat on it, then took out the knife and fork he had just purchased at noon to present them to Gloria. "Here, Gloria, give it a taste, and let me know how it is." As a chef, it was only fitting that someone tasted the food he prepared. The praise of others for the dish is recognition of the chef's efforts. Salt-grilled meat steak, extraordinary meat dish quality. Ordinary description, a thoroughly cooked steak grilled with salt. Long-term consumption can enhance physical muscle strength. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. Gloria stared at the golden brown steak on the pristine plate, her mouth watering uncontrollably. After sleeping for so long, she was already famished. That moment, the delectable scent overwhelmed her weak resolve to refuse. Any doubts regarding where Lin Ke had acquired such high-quality meat were swiftly cast aside. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Gloria reached out to accept the plate. "Oh, this is so delicious." In the vast cave, Lin Ke couldn't help but exclaim aloud. The flavor was such that even the so-called top-tier Wagyu beef could hardly compare to the salt-grilled meat steak he was currently savoring. After finishing his 3rd piece of grilled meat, Lin Ke pulled out another steaming piece directly from his backpack, using a small knife to poke it and bring it to his mouth to gnaw at. It was indeed a feeling of being unable to stop. Before long, he had devoured his 4th piece of grilled meat. Lin Ke patted his swollen belly through his clothes, satisfied with his feast. He then took out a soup pot, found a clean patch of snow, and scooped the snow into the pot until it was packed full. He then poured the cylindrical block of snow out and stored it in his backpack. After half an hour, Lin Ke had collected 50 snow columns and decided to stop. He still needed to rise early to travel to the stars tomorrow. He certainly didn't want to stay up late. The night grew deep, and both Gloria and David were asleep in their respective rooms. Alone, Lin Ke stood at the cooking station, heating and melting the snow blocks in the soup pot, then adding the winter-winged dragon bones with meat to prepare the broth. He planned to stay up all night, eager to elevate his chef level and gain skill proficiency, with 2 world tasks awaiting completion. Cooking complete, gained 3 experience points, soup proficiency 8, after storing the prepared broth in his backpack. Lin Ke opened his profession panel. Profession, chef level, 1 experience, 101 100 upgradable, professional talent. Super supplement, unique, professional skill. Soup, novice, proficiency, 280 300 effect. While simmering ingredients, all nutrients from the ingredients are infused into the broth. With a thought, he clicked to upgrade. The system voice chimed. Experience consumed, chef level increased by 1 free attribute point gained. Oh, it seems the means to acquire attribute points, besides the hunter's talent, also includes leveling up professions. Profession, chef level, 2 experience, 1 200. The slight elevation of his attribute points made Lin Ke's lips curve upward involuntarily. He immediately allocated the attribute point to his spirit. The previously heavy and sleepy head was suddenly enveloped in a refreshing sensation. How delightful! The instinct for evolution inherent in living beings filled Lin Ke with motivation, allowing him to immerse himself wholly in the upcoming culinary tasks. Morning broke at 7:10 a.m. The juices sizzling on the cooking surface transformed the nearly golden meat steaks. When the steaks were fully cooked, they vanished one by one without any contact, as if being devoured by some invisible force. He could see that moment. Standing at the cooking station, Lin Ke's eyes sparkled. His originally brown irises had transformed into pure black, as though his deep-set pupils contained a galaxy of stars. This was the power he had gained from a sleepless night. Now, all the bones and meat in his backpack had been transformed into broth. Nearly 100 liters of bone broth floated in one corner of the backpack, occupying 1/10 of its space. The 300-plus pounds of bobo leg meat had also been reduced to around 200 pounds. Grilled into over 400 meat steaks, his chef level has risen directly to level 4, and the 2 newly acquired free attribute points have been entirely allocated to his spirit. Lin Ke believes that an enhancement in spirit will aid him in the early detection of danger in this cybernetic world where gunfire can erupt at any moment. Therefore, elevating his sensitivity to threats is paramount. With a spirit attribute of 10, he has gained a new ability, perception. Now, through sheer will, he can retrieve and store items from his backpack within close proximity. His hands are now completely liberated. Name, Lin Ke. Age, 20. Identity, player dimensional backpack, 1 cubic meter, bone soup 100, salted grilled meat 400. Equipment slot, brain computer general talent. Civilization, Eye of Truth learning. Body attribute strength, 80. 1. Agility, 7 constitution, 8 spirit, 10 perception detection evaluation. Entered the extraordinary. Mind, spirit, and consciousness unite, nurturing formidable perception. Profession, chef level, 4 experience, 21 600 professional talent. Super supplement, unique when cooking. The food can be imbued with special enhancement effects, determined by the quality of the ingredients. Completing a dish yields professional experience, professional skill. Soup, proficient. Proficiency, 150 600. Effect, when simmering ingredients. All nutrients can be infused into the broth. Increases skill characteristic. Purification, Chapter 24. The Bug Cage Tribe's Grand Graffiti. The heightened spirit imbues Lin Ke with a perceptive capability that manifests as an invisible net. Centering around him is a sphere with a radius of 10 meters. Within this sphere, even with his eyes closed, he can vividly see the colors, sizes, and shapes of objects in his mind. Upon reaching a spirit level of 10, he has discovered the application of a new ability, perception detection, that he realizes that inanimate objects such as metal, stone, and wood do not obstruct his perceptive exploration. However, it seems that living beings' magnetic fields prevent him from perceiving their internal conditions, including any implants they may possess. This conclusion arose inadvertently when he glimpsed the sleeping Gloria next door while experimenting with his newfound ability, and naturally, he paid the price for his curiosity. How vexing. Nonetheless, for the time being, a 10-meter detection range feels too limited, yet he believes that enhancing his spirit attribute could extend this range. However, he cannot increase his spirit any further at present, as he distinctly feels his body struggling to cope while concentrating on his surroundings. Prolonged use would lead to nosebleeds. For the sake of his own well-being, he now needs to enhance other aspects of his physical attributes. Moreover, Lin Ke has come to understand the newly added characteristic of his soup skill. The characteristic, purification, allows him to eliminate toxic components from the ingredients in his broth. For instance, he can purify a pot of contaminated water drawn from the tap. Once boiled, the polluted water transforms into pristine drinking water, as confirmed by the Eye of Truth, which reveals a complete absence of microplastics and radioactive substances. The efficacy of this characteristic ignites a bold idea within Lin Ke's mind. He wonders what the flavor would be like if he were to make soup with the meat of the corpse dragon. Once his chef level rises, could he possibly utilize the entire ocean as a cooking pot for a grand culinary endeavor? A soft creaking sound of a door opening interrupts his musings. Lin Ke's perception sweeps over to Ah. It is Gloria. He retrieves 4 pieces of meat from his backpack and places them on a large platter, followed by pouring out 2 bowls of rich soup. Lin Ke, holding everything in one hand, steps out of the kitchen and sets it on the coffee table in the living room, addressing Gloria as she emerges from her room in a deep, rumbling voice. "Wake up. I've made soup and grilled meat. It's time to eat. Called David to join us. Oh, thank you. But why are you pinching your nose? Have you been injured?" Gloria asks, tucking her scattered red hair behind her ears as she enters the living room. Looking at Lin Ke with confusion. "I'm fine. Just indulged too much in good food. I've overheated and got a nosebleed. I'll be all right shortly." Lin Ke continues to speak in his deep voice while pinching his nose. "I've already eaten. I didn't sleep much last night, so I'm a bit tired. You and David can finish the soup and meat." Lin Ke gestures towards the soup and meat on the coffee table, half reclining on the sofa, fatigue evident as he squints his eyes shut. "Are you not used to sleeping on the sofa? If it's uncomfortable, you can sleep in my room. I'll be heading to work soon anyway." As soon as Gloria finishes speaking, Lin Ke, eyes half closed, suddenly springs up from the sofa, surprise lighting up his face, dispelling any trace of weariness. "Thank you, Gloria. I'm off to sleep now. Goodbye." The moment he uttered the farewell, Lin Ke dashed to Gloria's room, shedding his outer garments as he flung himself onto the soft bed. Wrapping himself in the still warm blanket, Lin Ke slowly closed his eyes, indifferent to whether David would make a fuss upon discovering his presence later. In the hunter's world, after brushing his teeth by the pond, Lin Ke devoured 3 more pieces of meat and drank a large bowl of boned soup, glancing at the nearly untouched meat and soup in his backpack, scratching his head in frustration. Just the day before, he had nothing to eat, and now he finds himself unable to finish so much food. Even if he and Gloria, along with David, were to feast heartily, it would take them over 10 days to consume it all. It seems he must find a way to dispose of some of this food. After organizing his belongings, Lin Ke extinguished the fire, stowed the animal skin sleeping bag from his tent into his backpack, and stepped out of the cave. Lin Ke mounted the slide, stepping onto the snow, and strode purposefully towards the coastline in the southeastern direction of a new continent, where the stars reside. Entering the forest, he encountered nothing but white snow and fallen trees, the scenery monotonous, devoid of other creatures or collectible plants, making the lengthy journey exceedingly tedious. However, along the way, he spotted peculiar patterns on several fallen tree trunks. Though obscured by snow, their true forms remained unclear, and Lin Ke was disinclined to dig through the snow for a closer look. After walking over 1,000 more meters, just 2 kilometers from the stars, Lin Ke stumbled upon a colossal tree with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters and a height exceeding 100 meters that on its robust trunk, he noticed several large carved graffiti. The talent civilization activated and the talent Eye of Truth came into effect. Text appeared at the corner of his vision. Bug Cage Tribe Grand Graffiti. Expressed information. Danger. Aim. On Ganafu's hunting territory. Bug Cage Tribe Grand Graffiti. Expressed information. Leave quickly. Danger, danger, Bug Cage Tribe Grand Graffiti. Expressed information. Dead zone. Damn, Lin Ke thought, as the messages from the graffiti appeared increasingly alarming. Standing beneath the tree, he pondered, who is Onganafu? A name of some ancient dragon? How did it frighten the Bug-Cage tribe's feline folks so? Wait a moment, he recalled seeing this name somewhere. A flash of realization struck Lin Ke. Damn, it's the forest marauder, manticore dragon, as noted in the hunter's journal. This thought triggered memories of the headless body of the snow creature he encountered yesterday. The enormous bite marks unmistakably the work of the manticore dragon. How did this dragon end up in the outskirts, having been unable to thrive in the ancient trees? While Lin Ke was still lost in contemplation under the tree, he heard a faint rustling sound, the noise of footsteps on the snow. His perception detection revealed no living beings within the 10-meter radius. Sigh. The distance is still too short. Before Lin Ke could finish his lament, a small, snow-white figure emerged from the distant snowy woods. Bounding towards him with remarkable agility, the diminutive figure drew closer. Lin Ke discerned that it was a cat-like creature, standing about half his height, clad in a white fur coat. A cat. This creature, which had suddenly appeared and now stood before Lin Ke, reared up on its hind legs, opening its pink mouth. Meow, 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 meow. Civilization Translation, Chapter 25. Cloud meow. Is this an Ailu? Ailu cat, a beastfolk race residing in the hunter's world, also capable of becoming the most reliable and versatile companions for hunters they admire. This a cat companion come to him. Lin Ke blinked, gazing at the cat shape being standing before him, which only reached 80 centimeters in height. Textual information appeared at the corner of his vision. Cloud, Bug-Cage tribe age. 14 identity. Ranger description. A young, brave, and fearless ranger. Meow. Aren't the Bug-Cage tribe supposed to be a wild Ailu cat group, living in the ancient trees? How did this one end up here? Lin Ke felt puzzled after reading the information. Just then, the Ailu cat named Cloud urgently spoke to Lin Ke in the beastfolk language. Meow, meow, meow. Human, this place is very dangerous. Follow me quickly, meow. Seemingly concerned that Lin Ke might not understand, Cloud rapidly gestured with its paws, mimicking a fleeing motion. How adorable. Lin Ke smiled and nodded at Cloud, indicating his understanding. That Cloud's ears perked up, and a look of delight spread across its round feline face. It turned around, dropping to all fours, and raised a paw to wave at Lin Ke, beckoning him to follow. Observing the nimble figure bounding gracefully through the snow, Lin Ke lifted his foot and followed Cloud, whose paw prints resembled delicate plum blossoms. The stars could wait. He found himself intrigued by this Ailu in the game. The Bug-Cage tribe had always been wary of hunters. Why was this one so friendly? Was there something undocumented in the nameless notes? With curiosity piqued, Lin Ke decided to inquire about some information from the leading Cloud. Hello, what is your name? You seem like a member of the Bug-Cage tribe. Where are you taking me? Under the influence of the gift of civilization, the words Lin Ke wished to express were transformed into the orc language comprehensible to the insect cage tribe. The Cloud leading the way ahead responded to the inquiries from the humans behind, but once she finished speaking, she realized the implication of her words. Turning her head, she widened her round, sparkling eyes, and exclaimed in astonishment to Lin Ke. Human. You can speak our language. Lin Ke nodded. The system's gift was difficult to explain, so he concocted a plausible excuse, saying, I learned the language of the insect cage tribe from an elderly orc scholar. That's wonderful. What is your name, meow? Upon discovering that Lin Ke could understand her words, the Cloud beamed with joy, her pointed ears flapping excitedly as she unleashed a torrent of questions she longed to ask. Pleased to meet you, Cloud. I am Lin Ke, but I am not one of those who left this continent long ago. I arrived at this new land due to an accident, alone. After explaining his circumstances, Lin Ke posed his own question. Isn't your insect cage tribe supposed to have always lived on the ancient tree? Why are you here? Can you tell me what happened? As soon as Lin Ke's words left his lips, the Cloud leading the way immediately drooped her once erect ears, visibly disheartened. It is Ivalkana, the sovereign of frost, the dragon of frozen all. He built his lair upon the ancient tree, driving away and slaying other tribes that resided there. That ice dragon. Its nature indeed tends to eliminate small creatures that disturb it. Lin Ke mused as he listened to the Cloud's lament that we, the insect cage tribe, were forced to leave the ancient tree. Fortunately, your human chieftain took us in and taught us how to fish and cultivate. However, before 998 sunsets had passed, they departed on a massive ship. So, does that mean your insect cage tribe now resides in the Starry Land? Lin Ke inquired, intrigued by the mention of the human chieftain, who could either be the supreme commander or the grand leader. Yes, our chieftain promised your chieftain that after your departure, we would maintain the structures of the Starry Land, preventing small creatures from entering and causing damage. Meow. Oh, I see. Following the cloud, Lin could traverse the forest with uneven footing. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the faintly visible plum blossom footprints left by the cloud in the snow. Thus, Lin Ke asked Cloud, "Why do you not sink into the snow?" The cloud leading the way slowed her pace, producing a necklace that shimmered with a pale blue light from her collar, and waved it before Lin Ke. This, meow. This was a gift from your chieftain before he left. Lin Ke gazed at the necklace radiating blue light. Marshstone 2, accessory quality, rare description, an alchemical ornament infused with mysterious energy. Wearing it grants the skill, adaptation to aquatic environment, deep snow. Indeed, it is this item, and a second-tier marshstone at that, of superior quality, a true treasure. May I take a look? Lin Ke asked tentatively. Of course, meow. The cloud removed the necklace from around her neck and handed it to Lin Ke, displaying no hint of wariness toward a human she had known for less than an hour. How delightfully Navi as Lin Ke accepted the necklace. He noticed the cloud suddenly sag, her body half submerged in the snow. Swiftly, he reached out to lift her, placing her upon his shoulder, gently patting her round. Fluffy head. Then, holding the necklace, he took a step into the snow as the sole of his shoe made contact with the snow's surface. Lin Ke felt an upward force supporting his entire body, preventing him from sinking. He walked a couple of steps this way, unaffected by the accumulation of snow. In such snowy conditions, the efficacy of this accessory was truly remarkable. Cloud, I will borrow this necklace for now. You can sit on my shoulder and guide me. All right, meow. Under Cloud's guidance, Lin Ke quickly emerged from the woods. Upon exiting the forest, he felt a noticeable rise in temperature. After walking for over 10 minutes, the white snow vanished, revealing an abundance of green plants on the ground. It appeared that the influence of the ice dragon's curse extended even here. Before them lay a beach strewn with black rocks, and beyond it, an endless expanse of ocean. That moment, the sun rose, and under the brilliant sunlight, golden waves surged forth, creating a spectacular display of light. The cloud donned the marshstone and leaped down from Lin Ke's shoulder. Yes, meow. Recently, a wild boar dragon has appeared on the path to the Starry Land, making it too dangerous to go that way, meow. The snow-white cloud nimbly leaped across the black rocks. Eventually, she led Lin Ke to a rocky outcrop where a small wooden boat, about 2 meters long, was anchored. The cloud hopped onto the boat, untied the rope securing it to the rocks, and beckoned Lin Ke. Come aboard, meow. As Lin Ke stepped onto the small boat, it rocked violently. Once he fully sat down, the boat sank, nearly causing seawater to spill into the cabin. The cloud wielded 2 oars, maneuvering the heavily overloaded wooden vessel along the coastline toward the direction of the Starry Land. Observing the cloud's struggle, Lin Ke took the oars from her. Let me handle it. Cloud, tell me about your situation in the Starry Land. Thank you, meow. All right, meow. Through Cloud's narration, Lin Ke gained a clear understanding of the insect cage tribe residing in the Starry Land. The insect cage tribe there could be considered a large settlement, with over 100 members. They primarily relied on fishing, farming, and foraging for their survival and reproduction. However, recently, a wild boar dragon had claimed territory near the Starry Land, attacking tribe members who ventured out for hunting and foraging. Over 10 of their kin had perished, and now they dared not venture outside, relying solely on coastal catches and cultivated crops for sustenance. The diminishing sources of food were adversely affecting the tribe's way of life. The bravest and youngest ranger of the tribe, Cloud had ventured out to explore a route that would circumvent the wild boar dragon. Chapter 26, Starry Land. A visitor from beyond the world. The oars splashed against the surface, propelling the small wooden boat forward across the vast ocean. On board, Lin Ke stroked the oars as he listened to Cloud's account and smiled. Praising, Cloud is truly a brave one. Nonsense. This is what I should do as a member of the tribe, meow. Embarrassed, the Cloud scratched her head with her paw, her long white tail standing upright and swaying back and forth, a faint blush creeping beneath her fur. This adorable demeanor made Lin Ke long to scoop her up and give her a few affectionate snuggles. Who wouldn't adore a brave, innocent cat that could converse with you? Cat lovers would be ecstatic. Thus, they rowed for another half-hour across the ocean. As the small boat approached the coastline, rounding a rocky outcrop, Lin Ke beheld their destination, the starry land. His hands unconsciously released the oars, his eyes reflecting the sight of the starry land. It was a massive settlement constructed from several enormous ships, stacked and built upon one another. Towering cliffs rose hundreds of meters on either side, leaving a rocky bay in the center. Several colossal ships were firmly anchored atop the rocks, with logs, stones, and planks forming a vast and sturdy platform. Upon this platform, a multitude of multi-story wooden structures and smaller boats formed shiphouses. This constituted the first layer of the Starry Land settlement. Above it loomed additional layers, with numerous constructions clinging to the cliffs and massive ships measuring over 50 meters in length creating a fourth layer atop the cliffs. Each layer contained different structures with distinct functions. Sturdy walkways, wooden bridges, and staircases connected the various platforms, forming a grand and multidimensional architectural complex. This was the once exclusive hunter's outpost on the new continent, Starry Land. The reality before him was far more breathtaking than any game graphics. Lin Ke stared in awe for quite some time before seizing the oars and rowing with determination. Starry Land, here I come. As the wooden boat drew closer to the Starry Land, Lin Ke noticed other insect cage tribe members, the Ailu cats, who were also navigating their own small wooden boats, casting nets or fishing with poles in this coastal area. Upon spotting Cloud, they paused their activities to greet her warmly. Dado. Cloud has returned safely. Curious. Lin Ke observed these cats adorned in clothing that moment. The Ailu cats regarded him with intrigue. The human, a species long thought to have vanished from the new continent. Soon, the wooden boat glided through the insect cage tribe's fishing grounds and docked at the pier of Starry Land. Lin Ke, come with me to meet the chieftain. All right. After securing the boat with a rope to the wooden post at the dock, Cloud led Lin Ke off the vessel and onto the pier. Following her, Lin Ke ascended the wooden steps layer by layer, arriving at the first level of the Starry Land. The bustling scene before him contrasted sharply with the images from his mind, creating a sense of both familiarity and alienation. The boxes piled with supplies had vanished, and the resource management office beneath the enormous gears was devoid of life. The once mountainous stacks of books in the ecological research facility were now completely absent. Just as the nameless notes had recorded, they had already departed the new continent. Cloud guided Lin Ke to a large tree. Lin Ke raised his head to gaze upon the towering ancient tree, which soared dozens of meters into the sky, its lush canopy covering an expanse of over 1,000 square meters. This must be the small, ancient tree that scholars cultivated within the Starlight Outpost for the purpose of studying the ecology of ancient trees. At this moment, more than a dozen Ailu cats from the insect cage tribe were scurrying up and down the tree. Some were carrying small buckets of water to irrigate the trunk, while others wielded woven baskets made of vine to collect parasitic fungi, mushrooms, and other plants from the branches. Yin Duo approached a pond nestled in the shadow of the tree's crown, where an elderly Ailu cat, draped in burlap and leaning on a cane, resided. Lin Ke observed the aged Ailu cat, whose fur and whiskers had turned gray. Characters appeared at the corner of his eye. Giant tree. Insect cage tribe age. 257 years identity. Chief introduction. The leader of the Zhuoji tribe. Upon reading the information, Lin Ke was astonished by the age of the Ailu cat before him. 2.5 centuries, nearly equivalent to the entire history of a dynasty in his original world. Even though the lifespan of beastmen generally exceeds that of humans by several times, this Ailu cat was approaching its limit, a being that could depart from this world at any moment. The old chief lifted his heavy eyelids, gazing at Yinduo, and raised his cane, pointing to the busy Ailu cats behind him. Yinduo, you may assist. I wish to speak with this guest you have brought. Lin Ke stepped forward to stand 3 meters away from the chief of the insect cage tribe, as any closer would require the old chief to tilt his head to meet his gaze. Greetings, chief. My name is Lin Ke, and I am a human from beyond the new continent. His voice was soft and delicate, as if fearing that a louder utterance would send the elderly Ailu cat away. "Ah, I am aware. You are not merely a human from beyond this continent. You do not belong to this world at all. You are a visitor from another realm." The giant tree chief's murky eyes scrutinized Lin Ke, and the aged voice, shaped by the passage of years, echoed beneath the ancient tree. Lin Ke was taken aback by the chief's words. Was it so easy for his identity as a traveler to be exposed? He had barely met the chief before his secrets were revealed. I indeed come from beyond this world. As the only human in the new continent, Lin Ke felt little need to conceal his identity and chose to admit it outright. However, driven by curiosity, he posed a question. "But how did you know of my identity? You bear no resemblance to those who left before you. Your demeanor and appearance are distinct. Your attire and ornaments differ greatly. The moment I laid eyes upon you, the ancestor, the ancient tree, informed me that you do not belong here. The difference in clothing and appearance alone could not sufficiently prove that he was not from this world. There were other continents and nations beyond the new continent, each with significant cultural and physical disparities among their peoples." Lin Ke found it hard to believe that the giant tree chief could discern his status as a traveler based solely on superficial attributes. "That is because 987 sunsets ago, a silver-haired human arrived here, whose life energy bore a striking resemblance to yours. He claimed to hail from beyond this world, a demon hunter from Livia." Upon hearing this, Lin Ke could only exclaim in disbelief. The Kanglan star had taken an unexpected turn. The narrative had deviated, and Gerald had somehow appeared in the new continent. "Remarkable. Is that silver-haired man still here?" Lin Ke inquired, excitement bubbling within him. If Gerald remained, could he potentially traverse to the Witcher world through him? He was eager to experience the taste of a sorceress. Ahem. That was a slip of the tongue. I meant to say, to learn magic? Ah, how disappointing. Chapter 27. Ascending the Kanglan Tower, the salty sea breeze from the ocean swept through the canopy of the starlight ancient tree, causing the leaves to rustle against one another, creating a soothing sound. Beneath the tree, the giant tree chief continued to speak to Lin Ke in that slow, aged tone. "This place was constructed by humans, and we are but tenants here, that if you wish to remain. We, the insect cage tribe, can provide you with ample food to satiate your hunger and a safe, warm dwelling until your departure." Lin Ke bowed in gratitude, pleased with Lin Ke's demeanor. The giant tree chief extended a clawed hand, rubbing the whiskers on one side of his face. Suddenly, a cry of alarm interrupted the giant tree chief's actions. "This is bad, meow. This is bad, meow." Lin Ke turned to see two young Ailu cats sprinting towards them from a nearby beast bone passage. They dashed on all fours, reaching the elder chief in a flurry, urgently exclaiming, "Chief, Chief! Onganafu has come crash the gate again." "What? Oh dear!" The giant tree chief was startled, his claws slipping and inadvertently pulling out two of his whiskers. However, there was no time for lamentation as he turned to the busy Ailu cats atop the tree and shouted, "Young ones, grab your buckets and fill them with water. Come with me to the main gate. Yin Duo, go to the sea and summon the fishing tribe to assist at the gate and ensure they bring weapons." "Understood, Chief." "Yes, Grandfather Chief." Yin Duo promises to complete the task. Lin Ke stood in astonishment at the giant tree chief's commanding voice. The robust tone contrasted sharply with the frail and aged voice he had exhibited earlier. He then witnessed a throng of Ailu cats rushing out of the beast bone passage, laden with water-filled buckets and weapons, with the 257-year-old chief leading the charge. Observing the chief sprinting ahead, outpacing his tribe members, Lin Ke could only marvel at how the elderly had become adept at feigning youth. Not every cat was as innocent as Yin Duo. Despite his age, the chief was still putting on airs. However, he felt compelled to investigate the situation. Lin Ke followed closely behind the insect cage tribe, dashing out of the beast bone passage as he emerged. He could already hear the thunderous sounds of impact. He quickened his pace along a compacted dirt path, arriving at the wooden gate of the Starlight Outpost. At this juncture, numerous Ailu cats had climbed the rock walls flanking the gate, and Lin Ke joined them, scaling the 20-meter-high cliffs. Once atop the cliff, Lin Ke peered down. Before the wooden gate stood a colossal red and black beast, thrashing its powerful tail against the wooden door with relentless force. Each swing resonated with a thunderous crash, causing the gate to shudder violently. Lin Ke focused intently, discerning the full form of the beast. Its body was enveloped in pink scales, while dense black fur sprouted from the seams of its scales, rendering its overall appearance rather dark. Its small, short forelimbs seemed more decorative than functional, yet its powerful thighs supported its immense frame. The creature's massive head was fierce and menacing, and its robust tail bore sharp spikes. Standing approximately 6 to 7 meters tall and at least 16 meters long, the beast resembled an oversized Tyrannosaurus rex. However, Lin Ke knew this creature was no T-Rex, for it possessed the ability to breathe fire. Characters materialized at the corner of his vision. Manticore dragon, beast dragon type quality. Excellent, extreme, description. A large beast dragon species that primarily preys on herbivorous dragons, exhibiting strong territorial behavior. Ferocious and combative, and will attack any other beings that encroach upon its domain on either side of the cliff. The giant tree chief directed a group of Ailu cats to hurl stones at the manticore dragon's head in an effort to drive the beast away. At that moment, one of the cats dropped a makeshift small explosive barrel. The wooden barrel arced through the air and struck the manticore dragon's back. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, and a small fireball ignited at the impact site. Although the noise was loud, the explosion's power was minimal. The blast failed to even dislodge the scales on the manticore dragon's back, merely singeing a few of its coarse hairs. Roar! The manticore dragon appeared irked by the tiny annoyance above it, unleashing a furious roar as sparks flew from its razor-sharp fangs. A pungent sulfuric odor permeated the air. Danger! Everyone duck! Quickly duck! The giant tree chief, familiar with the manticore dragon's behavior, commanded the tribe members to take cover behind the rock walls. However, Lin Ke remained atop the cliff, for he knew that the manticore dragon was not adept at fire-breathing. Below, the manticore dragon's cooling wings suddenly unfurled, causing its already massive form to swell even further. The imposing size created a sense of visual oppression. Lin Ke's pupils contracted, and he involuntarily shivered, instinctively retreating a step. He recalled witnessing a similar scene in a game, where he would immediately turn and flee, fearing that he would be devoured by the pursuing beast if he hesitated. Damn, the psychological trauma is real, he observed as the beast's nasal bones expanded, and 2 streams of flame erupted from its protruding nostrils. The fiery jets collided with the rock wall, exploding into countless sparks, leaving only 2 charred marks on the resilient surface. Indeed, its accuracy is lacking. Lin Ke waved his hand, dispersing the sparks that drifted toward him, only to see the manticore dragon open its massive jaws, flames surging from deep within its throat, aimed at the wooden gate of the Starlight Outpost. The flames ignited the wooden door, prompting the giant tree chief to quickly direct his tribe members to douse the flames with buckets of water. Several buckets of water were poured down, extinguishing the fire that clung to the gate. This response was executed with remarkable proficiency, indicating that this manticore dragon was not a first-time visitor. The insect cage tribe's Ailu cats had resisted its assaults on numerous occasions. Lin Ke realized he could not merely stand by and watch the Ailu cats endeavoring to fend off the manticore dragon's onslaught. Thus, he retrieved 2 fragmentation grenades from his backpack. Fragmentation grenade, FGX quality, ordinary description, contains 15 grams of TNT, with a lethal radius of 6 meters. Note, a disposable item. Please throw it far away when using. The energy released by a single gram of TNT amounts to 4,000 joules, sufficient to exert a force of 400 kilograms. A mere 30 grams of TNT would be enough for this colossal beast to indulge in a feast. Behold, wretched creature, savor the taste of TNT, as the man-eating dragon opened its maw once more. Lin Ke swiftly pulled the tabs from 2 grenades. Under the influence of his throwing skill, 1 grenade was deftly hurled into the dragon's mouth, while the other landed atop its head, wedged firmly between its gaping nasal bones. Flames erupted. The combined sounds of boom and a woo resonated, followed by the anguished wails of the man-eating dragon. The feline denizens of the bug-cage tribe were startled into a standing posture, their fur bristling, as they dropped whatever they held in their claws. However, upon hearing the dragon's cries of agony, they instinctively peered downwards As the smoke cleared, they beheld the man-eating dragon thrashing about on the ground in torment. Its mouth remained unscathed, save for a slightly charred tongue adorned with numerous black shrapnel fragments. Yet the delicate nasal bones extending from its nostrils have been obliterated, revealing bloody white cartilage within. This could be deemed a mere superficial injury. Given the robust vitality of dragonkind, the severed bones would soon regenerate. The feline creatures turned in unison to gaze at Lin Ke. They recognized that it was this human who had hurled the objects that had wrought such devastation upon the man-eating dragon. Meanwhile, Lin Ke found himself lost in thought as he stared at his personal interface. Following the explosion of the grenade, he received a system notification indicating that he had triggered a world quest. World quest triggered, Cyan Ascension, startling him momentarily. He initially misread the task's name as Cyan Beetle Ascension. Chapter 28. The Ascension to Divinity, the Feast of the Bug Cage Tribe Quest Description. This is one of 12 trials to become the world's strongest. Upon completing all tasks, the player will gain power rivaling that of the divine. This marks the Ascension to Divinity. Task: The Fate of the Vanquished. First stage, Quest Description. A man-eating dragon that narrowly escaped death during a territorial skirmish now roams near the Starfall outpost, posing a threat to the lives of the Bug Cage tribe residing within the stars. For the safety of the felines, the player must deliver the appropriate conclusion to the man-eating dragon. The vanquished must perish. Quest rewards: 300 points of professional experience, 0.1 enslavement leash. Is this truly the main quest of the hunter's world? How extravagant! Power that can rival the divine. But which divine being are we speaking of? Eastern or Western? A minor deity or one of great might? The system provides no standards. After perusing the quest, Lin Ke felt a surge of excitement, yet he could not refrain from a habitual quip. He observed the retreating man-eating dragon, devoid of any inclination to pursue or attack it in a bid to complete the task. Given his current strength, rushing him would merely serve to provide the dragon with an additional meal. He needed to strengthen himself post-haste. Lin Ke's gaze followed the enormous footprints as they faded into the depths of the jungle, a silent resolve forming within him. That moment, the Bug Cage tribe's felines erupted into jubilant cheers, celebrating their successful repulsion of the formidable Onganafu. All right, my friends, prepare the ingredients. We shall commence the feast. This is not only to commemorate our victory over Onganafu, but also to welcome our esteemed guest. The words of the great tree's elder elicited another round of cheers from the assembled Ailu. The elder expressed gratitude to Lin Ke for his assistance. Without his intervention, they would not have been able to repel the man-eating dragon so swiftly. Lin Ke modestly replied that he had merely done what was within his capabilities, attributing their rapid success to the elder's adept leadership. He understood that in order to swiftly grow stronger and hunt the man-eating dragon, he would require the support of the Bug Cage tribe. Thus, he aimed to enhance his rapport with the tribe's leader. As he approached the Starfall's Beastbone corridor, a throng of Ailu felines, guided by a white figure, came rushing out. The two groups collided, resulting in a chaotic scene. Fortunately, the elder's commanding voice swiftly organized the two teams. Point 1 was tasked with retrieving freshly harvested mushrooms from the ancient Starfall tree, while the other gathered the fish caught earlier that morning. Both groups converging at the dining area for the feast. A massive water wheel, powered by cascading waterfalls, activated a series of metal gears that operated iron chains, allowing cable cars to connect the various functional zones of the Starfall's fourth level, reminiscent of escalators. The third level, once known as the Hunter's Grand Dining Hall, weapons and Link's Tavern, continued to serve its purpose. Lin Ke and the Bug Cage tribe's felines arrived there with their ingredients. He glanced at the supplies in the feline's arms, which consisted primarily of slender silver fish and mushrooms. Legion sardines, aquatic creature ingredient quality. Ordinary description: abundant in warm coastal waters. These fish gather in large schools to feed on plankton. Specialty: fungal mushroom. Fungus ingredient quality. Ordinary description: a mushroom native to ancient forests, abundant in moist environments. These fungi seem inexhaustible. These ingredients are excellent for cooking. And Lin Ke found himself anticipating the culinary skills of the felines. Soon, the third-level platform was teeming with over 100 felines, standing upright in their garments. The elder presided from a raised platform, directing the tribe in food preparation. Under the collective effort of the felines, a massive stone slab, heated by the flames below, was piled high with sardines, left uncleaned and unscaled, carelessly stacked to be grilled. The mushrooms, too, remained whole, placed at the edges of the slab to be sought. Addition, the crude and wild cooking method caused Lin Ke's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. He nearly forgot that the bug cage tribe, residing in the New World, differed significantly from the Ailu cats of the Old World, who had integrated into human society. That in the Old World, the Ailu had adopted culinary traditions akin to those of humans, boasting chefs of refined skill capable of preparing dishes that tantalized even the most discerning hunter's palate. In contrast, the bug cage tribe, prior to their contact with humanity, could only be regarded as a primitive clan. Should he partake of the food prepared by these felines at the feast? Not partaking would seem impolite. Failing to honor the felines, while indulging, would be a disservice to his palate and stomach. One cannot be at odds with oneself. As Lin Ke pondered these philosophical dilemmas at the stone table, a white cloud bounded before him, raising its paw to present a treasure. "Brother Lin, I found this delicious morsel in the forest. A gift for you." Upon closer inspection, Lin Ke nearly toppled from his stone seat. In the cloud's paw lay a white, wriggling, plump maggot. Endurance lightning maggot, soft-bodied worm. Ingredient quality, superior description, a rare worm that feeds on decaying plant matter. Consuming it restores stamina. System, I curse you. Lin Ke managed a strained smile at the cloud. "Thank you, but you must be exhausted from your long journey this morning. You should eat it yourself. Then I'll eat it myself." The cloud obediently stuffed the endurance lightning maggot into its mouth. The sound of chewing made Lin Ke's skin crawl. The feast ingredients were soon prepared. The great tree's elder announced the commencement of the banquet. The felines gathered around the fire, alternating bites of grilled fish and mushrooms, reveling in the lively atmosphere. Lin Ke, too, picked up a golden-brown mushroom from the wooden plate brought by the cloud, despite the crude cooking method. The mushroom's flavor was surprisingly fresh and fragrant. Its texture resembled that of succulent meat, while its taste offered a unique aroma reminiscent of the forest. This would make an excellent soup when paired with meat ingredients. Chapter 29. A home in the New World. Having finished the mushroom in hand, the cloud sitting opposite Lin Ke polished off a grilled fish completely, bones and all. Now, the cloud sat on the stone stool, licking its pink pads, which were still speckled with remnants. Observing this, Lin Ke furrowed his brow and inquired, "Cloud, why aren't you eating more?" The cloud's scrubbing motion paused, and it lifted its head, its bright eyes shimmering as they evaded Lin Ke's gaze. In a timid voice, it replied, "Cloud is full now, Though the legion sardines are quite lengthy, their slender bodies contain little flesh. One fish is hardly enough to satiate one's hunger. Why would Cloud deceive me?" Lin Ke sat at the stone table, pondering, and then glanced around. He noticed that most of the Ailu, including the elder, like the cloud, ceased eating after finishing a single fish, although the stone platter had been filled with grilled fish. The number of felines was considerable, and with each cat consuming one fish, little remained on the platter. However, Lin Ke observed that a few smaller Ailu managed to eat a second fish, all of which were slender and under the age of 15. Was there a shortage of food? It seemed that the man-eating dragon's harassment had significantly impacted the bug cage tribe's ability to gather and hunt for sustenance. Were they reserving food for the younger kittens? Cloud truly was a considerate feline. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Ke reached out to pat Cloud's fluffy head. He glanced down at his platter, which still held several grilled fish. This must be the bug cage tribe's generous hospitality. Rising, he approached the great tree's elder and candidly stated, "Elder, I have some additional food. If you would not mind, I can share it with everyone to fill their bellies." The towering tree scrutinized Lin Ke, pondering how much sustenance could possibly be concealed within his oddly shaped attire, given that he had no luggage upon their initial meeting. Nevertheless, he courteously remarked, "I am immensely grateful. There are several young ones in our clan who are at a stage of rapid growth and require nourishment." The clan leader surmised that the provisions Lin Ke could provide would suffice to satiate no more than 2 or 3 individuals. Lin Ke grinned, baring his teeth in a silent chuckle, and turned his attention toward the stone slab where food was being grilled. With a mere thought, a golden roast emerged, hovering half a meter above the slab, before plummeting with the force of gravity. landing with a bounce on the hot stone. The sizzling meat emitted steam and momentarily rebounded upon impact. The members of the Bugcage clan gaped in astonishment before they could utter an "oh wow." More golden cuts of meat materialized in mid-air, cascading down like raindrops upon the stone slab, swiftly forming a small mountain of meat in mere seconds as a cloud of white steam ascended from the meaty mound, filling the three-tiered platform with an irresistible aroma of roasted delicacies. Wow! The cats collectively gasped, their eyes widening in awe as they nearly drooled with anticipation. The clan leader of the giant tree hurried to the stone slab, unperturbed by the heat, and grasped a piece of meat that had tumbled from the peak of the roast mountain, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. "This is meat from the giant tooth beast, Bobo. How did you conjure this? Is it truly for us?" "This is a manifestation of a power I possess," Lin Ke declared, gesturing towards the mound of meat, his voice resonating as the curious felines gathered around. "Feast to your heart's content. Should there be insufficient, I can summon more." Over 100 cats, upon hearing this, widened their round eyes in unison, turning to the clan leader. "Ahem. Well, let us express our gratitude to our human guest." "Everyone, please enjoy," the giant tree proclaimed. Immediately, the adorable cats began to meow around Lin Ke before they dove into the feast at the stone slab. Lin Ke chuckled heartily, offering a piece of the now-cooled meat to the nearby Cloud. "Here, eat up, Cloud." "Thank you, Meow," Cloud replied, nuzzling against Lin Ke before eagerly tearing into the meat, savoring each bite. "Oh, delicious, Meow. This meat is wonderful." Watching the cats relishing their roasted feast, purring contentedly, Lin Ke felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. The giant tree leader observed his clan members, each clutching their meat, and began to gnaw at his own portion. By the heavens, this is truly delectable. As the roasted meat was consumed, the banquet neared its conclusion, with the cats patting their full bellies, contentedly departing from the starry three-tiered pavilion to prepare for the evening's sustenance. The giant tree leader arranged for Lin Ke a spacious and comfortable room on the first level of the starry pavilion. Just how spacious, you ask? It was a boathouse, constructed from the framework of an entire vessel. The interior was quite ample, with numerous rooms, and Lin Ke found himself wandering for over 10 minutes without fully exploring its expanse. However, it appeared that the departure of the investigation team had left the place somewhat barren, lacking in decorative furnishings. Though basic wooden furniture like tables, chairs, and beds remained, accommodations were not a concern. Among the rooms, one particular bedroom caught Lin Ke's fancy, for it boasted a semi-open courtyard featuring a water pool crafted from large black stones, surrounded by lush greenery. Having gone 3 days without a bath, Lin Ke wasted no time in stripping down and leaping into the pool to soak. The water was crystal clear, with a temperature that was rather pleasant, likely sourced from a waterfall cascading down the cliffs of Starry Mountain. Leaning over the edge of the pool, Lin Ke gazed through the open courtyard, beholding the distant scenery, a boundless expanse of azure ocean. His feet splashed in the water, and he felt a surge of joy. From this moment forth, this would be his home in the new world. After enjoying his bath, Lin Ke dried off in the courtyard, allowing the breeze to evaporate the moisture from his skin. He stored his soiled clothes in his spatial compartment. Meanwhile, in the cyber world, Lin Ke, having awakened, took a shower in the bathroom and tossed both their dirty clothes into the washing machine. After pressing the start button, the machine vibrated twice before emitting a jarring beeping sound. Just as Lin Ke suspected the machine was malfunctioning, a feminine mechanical voice echoed from within. "Insufficient balance. Operation halted. Insufficient balance. Operation halted. Damn. The capitalist society sure is merciless. Without money, one cannot accomplish anything." Lin Ke promptly sent a message to Gloria through his neural interface. "Lin Ke, landlady, the washing machine is out of water. Please send some funds quickly." After a brief pause, "Gloria, I am aware, and by the way, landlady is such an unpleasant moniker. Do not refer to me as such." Lin Ke, understood, landlady. Oh, and by the way, the kitchen cooking machines are somewhat lacking. Do you have anything that can substitute for oil and frying food? Gloria, I will send you a website. Connect to the apartment's network and browse for yourself. Send me the links for whatever you wish to purchase. But remember, you only have 14,000 euros. So don't buy anything too extravagant. Lin Ke. Thanks, this amount is no trouble at all. In a few days, I shall present you with a grand gift, beautiful lady. Glória. Chapter 30. Dirvatir fishing. Lin Ke retrieved his sleeping bag and outdoor camping gear from his backpack, items he had no immediate use for, and donned a fresh pair of undergarments along with 2 outer garments before exiting the boathouse. He had arranged with Cloud to go fishing together that afternoon. After bidding farewell to the ancient tree of the starry pavilion and the elder clan leader who remained beneath, Lin Ke called out to Cloud, who was watering the small mushrooms, and together they embarked on a small wooden boat to set sail. Paddling the boat, Lin Ke guided Cloud to the fishing area of the Bug Cage clan, where the waters reached depths of 8 to 9 meters, teeming with seaweed and vibrant coral reefs below. Numerous small fish swam in this region, foraging for food, inevitably attracting larger fish to prey upon them. Due to their size, the cats of the Bug Cage clan could only catch smaller fish using nets and fishing rods. Anything larger was beyond their capacity to haul from the depths, and some larger fish could even drag the cats and their gear underwater. Lin Ke's objective was precisely these larger fish, both for sustenance and to enhance his throwing skills. Thus he refrained from utilizing the Bug Cage clan's nets or rods. Stripping down to his underwear aboard the boat, Lin Ke slowly lowered his legs into the water, cautious not to capsize the small vessel. Grasping the edge of the boat, he instructed Cloud, "Stay vigilant on the boat. I will dive below to see if there are any large fish. All right, Meow, but please be careful, Meow." Rest assured, he quickly mastered some diving techniques, and with his robust physical capabilities, he felt no trepidation of encountering any mishaps. Taking a deep breath, he filled his lungs with oxygen and, holding his breath, flipped over to begin his descent into the depths. The underwater realm was far more enchanting than what could be observed from the surface. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the water, illuminating the shallow sea with brilliance, while tiny waves on the surface refracted a kaleidoscope of colors upon the coral below, amidst the seaweed and coral. Schools of silvery fish flitted about, but occasionally, larger fish exceeding a meter in length would burst forth with the speed of a silver torpedo, scattering the smaller fish as they hunted. Lin Ke focused his gaze, scanning the waters. Greedy tuna, quality, ordinary description. The greedy tuna boasts a long, stout, and streamlined body, swimming rapidly through the water. Also known as the silver torpedo fish, it is a large fish that, upon consuming bait, seeks to flee to "that's the one." Kicking his legs, Lin Ke approached the feeding greedy tuna. Diving over 8 meters deep, he found footing on a coral reef, gripping the rough surface with his toes to stabilize himself underwater. He retrieved his handmade 4-pronged spear. Uncertain if it could penetrate the tough skin of such a large fish, from his backpack, he scattered some winter-winged dragon entrails as bait around him, positioning himself for the throw. Waiting for the greedy tuna to swim within range. With his proficient throwing skills, he could accurately strike targets within a 50-meter radius, in less than a minute. A greedy tuna was attracted by the bait. Darting into Lin Ke's 50-meter range, he aimed at the swiftly moving fish and launched his spear with force. The skill's unique property eliminated the water resistance against the spear's tip, allowing it to pierce directly through 50 meters of seawater to hit its mark. Throwing proficiency level 1. The spear embedded itself in the silver-gray belly of the greedy tuna, and upon seeing the fish's speed noticeably diminish, Lin Ke kicked off the reef and swiftly pursued it underwater. Once he caught up to the wounded fish, he drew his hunting knife and plunged it into the top of its head, dispatching the 1-meter-long creature, collecting the rather coarse bloodstone soul crystal. Lin Ke swam towards the surface, cradling the sizable fish. Breaking through to the air, he took a breath and called out to Cloud, who was peering anxiously from the small wooden boat not far away. "Cloud, look here! Is this fish big or what?" "Ha." Cloud let out a breath she had been holding, then praised Lin Ke. "You are truly impressive, Meow, but don't stay underwater for too long. It can be dangerous. Rest assured, I will surface for air periodically." Stowing the nearly 100-pound fish in his backpack, Lin Ke took another deep breath and submerged once more. If not for his concern about Cloud's anxiety, he could easily hold his breath for over 20 minutes underwater. After spending nearly an hour and a half, he successfully captured over 10 voracious tuna, yielding a bounty of more than 1,000 pounds of fish. This moment, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. its orange-red silhouette disappearing into the crowns of towering ancient trees, reminiscent of majestic mountain peaks. The sun and the colossal tree formed a scene akin to a mythological tale. As dusk enveloped the sky, darkness swiftly descended, and the shimmering stars illuminated the entirety of the weapons and Link's pavilion. Lin Ke glanced upwards at the hollow lantern woven from delicate vines, perched upon a high stone platform. Through the intricate gaps between the vines, he discerned the glowing creature within. Glowing winged insect, aerial insect, item quality, common description, a flying insect that emanates radiant light, capable of emitting a blinding flash upon being struck. Were it not for the limitations of his backpack, he would have eagerly captured a few glowing winged insects to keep as companions. Noticing that the cats had mostly gathered, Lin Ke extracted the remaining 200 pieces of roasted meat from his backpack. As for the afternoon's bounty collected by the insect cage tribe, he stowed it away in his pack. Lin Ke now required a substantial quantity of ingredients to cultivate his culinary profession. Thus he proposed to the great tree chief that he would take on the task of preparing the food. After all, as a member of the Starry Dawn, he could not indulge in free lodging and meals without contributing something in return to the insect cage tribe. Initially, the great tree chief was reluctant, insisting that guests need only stay comfortably. However, upon learning that Lin Ke was the one who prepared the meat served at lunch, he promptly acquiesced to the request. Observing the great tree chief's expression of having struck a great deal, Lin Ke silently expressed his gratitude to the old chief in his heart. May you live a long life. Chapter 31. Immunity to all ills. Another night passed. In the kitchen, Lin Ke stored the freshly prepared dishes into his backpack. Fried small fish, extraordinary food, 10 servings, quality. Common description, restores a small amount of stamina upon consumption. Mushroom soup, extraordinary soup, 2 servings, quality. Common description, drinking over 100 milliliters at once grants an energy boost. Lasting 3 hours. Grilled fish steak, extraordinary meat, 5 servings, quality. Common description, consumption provide the minor strength increase for 2 hours. Since acquiring several culinary appliances for the kitchen, Lin Ke could now cook multiple dishes simultaneously. In just half an hour, he gained 100 points of professional experience. Over the course of the night, he amassed a total of 1,500 points, elevating his chef profession to level 6 and earning an additional 2 free attribute points. This time, he allocated both points to his constitution. With a constitution score of 10, he acquired a passive skill, or rather, a trait known as immunity to all ills. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player dimensional backpack, 1 cubic meter. Fried small fish 151. Mushroom soup 12. Equipment slot, brain computer universal talent. Civilization, Eye of Truth learning physical attributes. Strength, 8, 0.1. Agility, 7. Constitution, 10. Immunity to all ills. Mental, 10. Perception detection evaluation. Transcendent. Now, as external viruses barely enter his body, they are likely to be swiftly annihilated by his immune system. The body endowed with immunity to all ills should also possess a degree of resistance to toxins. Toxicity resistance 1. With his 10 points in constitution, he felt an astonishing vitality. Despite having pulled an all-nighter, neither his body nor mind bore the slightest trace of fatigue. Lin Ke sensed that even if he were to stay awake for another 3 days and nights, his body would not suffer significantly. Should he feel weary, a hearty meal and a few hours of sleep would suffice for recovery. However, the increase in constitution also brought its drawbacks. As his internal organs grew stronger, so too did the primal desires of his physical being. Insatiable hunger was one aspect. His appetite had expanded, requiring nearly 2 kilograms of sustenance in a single sitting. Yet, as a hunter and chef, he found such challenges trivial. The principal concern lay with the second desire. Although his mental willpower of 10 could suppress this flame, excessive restraint could prove detrimental to both body and mind. Better to allow for some indulgence. He chuckled softly to himself. His thoughts traversed through the walls, sweeping over the figure resting upon the bed in the bedroom. He then directed his focus downward, locking onto a blue shoebox beneath the bed. His mental energy penetrated inside, revealing not only a pair of unworn running shoes, but also 3 hidden chips concealed beneath the left shoe's insole. To his surprise, David had stashed away some extraordinary dreams that he had not yet given to Gloria. The young man was quite the trickster. as Lin Ke tidied the kitchen, he effortlessly retrieved the extraordinary dreams hidden beneath David's bed, storing them in his backpack. Once Gloria went to work and David to school, he intended to enjoy the future action films thoroughly that the faint sound of a door creaking reached his ears. Perception swept through Dada. It was Gloria rising. Lin Ke glanced at the time. Only 7:10 a.m. After an 18-hour workday, he had managed less than 5 hours of sleep. Truly a relentless pace, he appeared that this morning. Mushroom soup would suffice. With that thought, he retrieved 2 servings of soup and 2 thick grilled fish steaks, placing them upon the living room table. Gloria, I have prepared breakfast and placed it on the table. Please wake David to eat. I shall head to bed now. Speaking these words, Lin Ke sidestepped the still sleepy red-haired lady and entered the bedroom behind her before she could react. He dutifully flopped on a bed, wrapping himself in a thin blanket still warm from his body. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, Gloria gazed at Lin Ke, curled up in her bed, and a gentle smile graced her fair face. She quietly closed the bedroom door, mindful that David might see Lin Ke and shout, as he had the previous morning, it would be unfortunate to disturb his sleep. Sighing, she mused how children, once grown, no longer obey as they did in their youth. After finishing her morning routine in the bathroom, Gloria knocked on David's door. Knock, knock, knock. David, rise and prepare for breakfast. I know, Mom. The steam from the soup rose. And Gloria's eyes grew slightly red. Since David's birth, how long had it been since someone had cared for her in such a manner? 15 years? Or perhaps even longer. Just 3 days prior, she encountered a man who appeared suddenly, but bore no ill intent. 2 days prior, she met a man who would protect her in times of danger. 1 day prior, she encountered a man who would prepare breakfast for her. Today, in the span of just 3 days, she found herself gradually relying on this individual. Mom, why are your eyes red? Did you not sleep well? I'm fine, David. Do try this soup. It's quite delicious. 2077 Night City. Basic information introduction. Night City is a metropolis situated in Northern California within the Free State. The city lies along the western coast of the Del Coronado as the largest city in the Free State. It boasts a population of nearly 7 million, making it the most populous metropolis in California. City climate. Night City, located in Northern California, enjoys a pleasant climate, typically maintaining temperatures between 10 and 26 degrees Celsius throughout the year. The 7 districts of the Cyberpunk 2077 World Orbital Space Center. The Orbital Space Center is located in Night City Bay. Watson District, once the most prosperous area of Night City. Watson District was characterized by towering skyscrapers, numerous nightclubs, top-tier hospitals, and a thriving black market. However, after the Unification War, all that grandeur faded into history, and the district is now referred to by the citizens of Night City as the impoverished zone. Westbrook, considered a paradise in the eyes of Night City's inhabitants. Westbrook is where the most powerful and wealthy individuals choose to reside. City Center. The city center serves as the heart of Night City, having been the battlefield of the Fourth Corporate War decades. It is home to the finest nightclubs, the most luxurious hotels, and the safest high-end apartments. Haywood. The majority of Night City's residents live in Haywood, where many major corporations have established their enterprises. Santo Domingo is the oldest district in Night City, where many citizens fled to escape the Fourth Corporate War and built numerous camps. Now, this area serves as a testing ground for various corporations. Badlands, comprising northern oil fields, eastern wastelands, and southern deserts. The Badlands is home to nomadic tribes living in familial units. Watson District. Major Gang. Vortex Gang. Area subdivisions. North District, Harasaka Seaside, Little Chinatown, Westbrook. Major Gangs. Mox Gang, Tiger Claw Gang, Santo Domingo. Major Gang. 6th Street Gang. Area subdivisions. River Valley District. Coronado Farms, Pacifica. Major Gangs. Voodoo Boys, Animals Gang. Area subdivisions. Seaview District, Westwind Manor, Haywood. Major Gang. Valentino Gang. Area subdivisions. Maquon District, Valley District, Scenic District, Municipal Center. Area subdivisions. City Center. Corporate Plaza. 6th Street Gang. Long ago, a group of veterans from the Fourth Corporate War set out to form the 6th Street Gang, dedicated to protecting the street residents and maintaining order. However, over time, the 6th Street Gang has transformed from a community team into a large-scale criminal organization. Animals Gang, a street gang from Pacifica. They eschew traditional cybernetic enhancements in favor of utilizing vast amounts of testosterone and growth hormones to augment their physiques. The Vortex Gang has established its dominance in the northern industrial district of Watson, where its members are fervently obsessed with cybernetic modification technology. The gang's motto, "Flesh and blood suffer, machines ascend," reflects their ethos. The Mox Gang is composed of individuals from the lower echelons of society, forming a mutual assistance network for the underprivileged. The Tiger Claw Gang, predominantly comprised of individuals of Japanese descent, has a notorious presence on Japantown. Known for their ruthless and fearsome methods, the Valentino Gang, made up entirely of Mexican Latino members, primarily operates in Haywood. Meanwhile, the Voodoo Gang, a hacker collective, occupies Pacifica, engaging in telecom extortion, cyber blackmail, and information theft as their main enterprises. The military technology sector is one of the world's largest producers of weaponry and military vehicles. Kongtao is an emerging Chinese enterprise focusing on intelligent military technology and security services, positioning itself as a world-class military industrial giant. The Arasaka Group, a family-run business originating from Japan, provides security, banking, and legal services to corporate giants, making it one of the most influential conglomerates in 2077. Chapter 32. The Target Supersleep is a revolutionary virtual reality technology that directly interfaces with the human brain's neural network. By implanting devices within the body, it records the current informational state of all sensory organs, which can then be edited and processed into experiences for others to enjoy. This groundbreaking technology has found its way into various sectors of the entertainment industry, enabling the production of exhilarating romantic action films. Of course, the applications of supersleep extend beyond mere escapism. However, many indulge in it primarily for the thrill of virtual experiences. At 1 p.m., he stepped into the shower, the cool water gradually calming his overheated body, allowing him to exhale with relief. Supersleep is essentially an upgraded version of VR, capable not only of producing images and sounds, but also of delivering sensations of touch, smell, and a myriad of emotions such as arousal, joy, excitement, and stimulation. These sensory experiences invigorate the brain, immersing one in situations they have never encountered or longed to experience but could not afford. This technology is truly remarkable, as Lin Ke felt himself embodying the protagonist of the film while indulging in supersleep. However, it can also be likened to a form of mental opium, a potent version of escapism that should not be overindulged, lest it adversely affect one's physical and mental health. After a shower, Lin Ke summoned his formidable willpower to banish the lingering images from his mind, dried himself off, and stepped out of the bathroom in his natural state. As he settled onto the couch in the living room, he donned his clothes while glancing at his dimensional backpack. The fried fish and mushroom soup within had already been fed to the Ailu of the Bug Cage clan. Yet fresh fish and mushrooms, along with several large fish he had caught earlier that morning, filled the remaining space. The backpack felt insufficient, growing increasingly cumbersome. With a sigh of frustration, Lin Ke ran a hand through his hair. He had plans to venture out that afternoon, making it impossible to prepare a meal for the Bug Cage clan. Fortunately, there were still several fish fillets left, which should suffice to feed the cats for dinner. Mask in place, he shut the apartment door behind him, stepping over discarded takeout boxes and kicking aside an obstructive can, ignoring the homeless individuals seated on the ground. He navigated through the graffiti-laden corridor of the 6th Street Gang before entering the elevator. Upon departing from the H4 skyscraper, Lin Ke followed the directions from his brain machine interface. Walking to an elevated rail station, he retrieved a magnetic card given to him by Gloria and swiped it to pass through the glass doors of the station. Cart City Pass, item quality, ordinary description, subway ticket for Night City. Gazing at the dynamic route map displayed on the station wall, Lin Ke selected an elevated line from Santo Domingo to Watson North. Waiting half a minute for his train to arrive, as he stepped into the car, he casually surveyed the sparse passenger load. The car was nearly empty, occupied by only 4 individuals, their identities flickering in Lin Ke's peripheral vision. 2 teenagers clad in American military uniforms and sporting star-spangled bandanas were fresh recruits for the 6th Street Gang. Mere cannon fodder, a middle-aged woman, dressed in a black suit and dozing off in her seat, appeared to be a low-level employee of a small company. a pitiful soul crushed under the relentless demands of her J.O.B. In the far corner sat a street thug, wearing a super sleep headset and engaged in lewd gestures. Lin Ke decided it best to keep his distance from such degeneracy. In the liberated expanse of Night City, one could certainly encounter a plethora of perversions. He moved to the front of the car, choosing a clean seat as he awaited his destination. Watson North, also referred to as the Northern Industrial District, was once a thriving hub of industry, providing countless jobs for Night City residents. The industrial products produced here propelled the city's economic growth, earning it the moniker Little Manchester. However, as time progressed, outdated factories and their workers were cast aside, leaving behind a skeletal landscape of abandoned smokestacks that bore witness to a bygone era of prosperity. Half an hour later, the train arrived at its destination. Watson North was once the epitome of industrial wealth, now nearly forgotten. Lin Ke meandered out of the subway station, greeted by wide streets flanked by uniformly structured buildings, behind which lay various types of factories that appeared to be long abandoned. The desolate scene was more disheartening than Santo Domingo, with scant pedestrians and few vehicles traversing the roads. Crossing the street, he reached the exterior wall of a derelict factory, where time had etched cracks into the surface, and vibrant graffiti adorned every inch. In Night City, apart from the abundant litter, these alternative artworks were the next most prevalent sight. Lin Ke squinted at the colorful spray-painted murals, his gaze drawn to a particularly striking piece. Beneath a skull with multiple crimson eyes lay 4 black limbs resembling cross blades. This mural depicted the cybernetic spider emblem of the Vortex Gang, its grotesque design instilling a sense of dread at first glance. The multi-eyed spider, a symbol of a cyber gang, has caused the residents of Night City to steer clear of this area. For upon encountering such graffiti, one has unwittingly trespassed into Vortex territory. Continuing forward would ensnare one in a web from which they would emerge as nothing but remnants. Yet, when a colossal entity collides with this web, the spider, as the predator, may also find itself ensnared as prey. Lin Ke regarded the spider illustration on the wall, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his pearly whites before setting off towards a fully abandoned food factory marked on his brain machine map. The factories and warehouses in the northern region of Night City serve as the Vortex Gang's stronghold. This gang is known for its extreme violence and madness, evoking fear in all who encounter them. Their ideology, flesh and blood suffer, machines ascend, embodies their disdain for the pain and frailty of the human body. Through relentless cybernetic modifications, they strive to eradicate the deficiencies of flesh. Chapter 33. Decapitation of the Undying. The Vortex Gang stands as one of the most formidable criminal organizations in Night City, and also one of the oldest cyber gangs. Its history traces back to the last century, predating Mr. Knight's acquisition of the Coronado area. The Vortex Gang even played a bloody role in the city's development. In the 1990s, they orchestrated a horrific massacre in a small town named Morro Bay, an event that sent shockwaves across the globe and caused property values in the area to plummet. Seizing the opportunity, Knight purchased Morro Bay, renaming it Coronado Bay to dissociate from the Morro Bay massacre stigma, and began constructing his envisioned city on this land. As of now, Knight has long since succumbed to assassination at the end of the last century, and Night City has gradually evolved into its current state. Yet the Vortex Gang remains unchanged to the entrance of the abandoned food factory. A recently installed surveillance camera transmitted footage to the control room. Inside the depths of the factory, a man reclined in a hacker chair, his scarlet eyes fixated on the screen. He activated the communication channel, his hoarse, deep voice issuing commands. Balado, 2 old scavengers have appeared at the factory entrance. Take 2 men and dispose of them. Send them to the incubation chamber for recycling. Boss, do we really need backup to deal with 2 old geezers? One of us can handle it, Balado retorted. Terminating the call, he picked up a canister from the table and took a deep inhale of its contents, emitting a satisfied groan. The high-quality stuff packs a punch. Black lace, absolutely invigorating. He tossed his playing cards on the metal table, shook his head, and stood up, addressing the 2 subordinates seated across from him. He then turned and headed towards the factory entrance point. One of the subordinates attempted to follow, but was held back by the other. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see the boss just wants to go out and have some fun? Don't tag along and be a nuisance at all, right? Thank you for the reminder, big bro. I promise I won't say a word. A grimy metal hand unearthed an unopened package from the refuse. The elderly woman, her hair turned gray by the passage of time, wiped the dirt off the package with her clothing and brought it closer to her face, meticulously reading the words printed on it, letter by letter. The bean paste has been secured for tonight's meal. Haha. The old woman chuckled as she tucked the bag of food into the ample pocket of her coat. The elderly man rummaging through the garbage alongside her also murmured in delight, utterly oblivious to the multi-eyed spider pattern half buried beneath the refuse on the wall behind him. I was perplexed as to how someone would dare to scavenge in the territory of the Vortex gang, only to discover that they were merely two half-blind individuals. Suddenly, a loud noise startled the two elderly scavengers, causing them to tremble in fear. They widened their eyes towards the direction of the sound. Yet the fog-invaded irises could only discern two indistinct figures. The Vortex gang. We're leaving right now. Little did they expect that this abandoned factory was still occupied by members of the Vortex gang, leaving the two elders quaking in their boots. Hey, it's too late. I've been cooped up in this wretched place for so long that my body is nearly rusting away. I was just hoping to fire off a few rounds to relieve my boredom. And here you two old geezers come, providing me with a target that can run, scream, and bleed. How delightful. Baladu eagerly drew his handgun from his waistband, aiming it at the two before him. Please spare us. Please, the old man pleaded, supporting the old woman as they staggered backward, their voices filled with despair. Baladu, exhilarated by their pleas, grinned broadly, reveling in the intoxicating sensation of wielding power over their lives. Point two of you. Since your eyes are of no use, let me put a few holes in your faces. Indeed, there are two of them. Since these elderly folks stumbled in here by accident, let us just let them go. Shall we, Baladu? A clear voice rang out behind Baladu, accompanied by the heavy weight of a black long knife pressed against his shoulder, the razor-sharp edge merely grazing his neck. When did he arrive behind me? An assassin? A ninja? How did the surveillance cameras not detect him? Baladu froze in place, his mind momentarily clouded. I could see that moment. The surveillance camera of the factory entrance hung limply toward the ground, as if something were weighing it down, rendering it immobile. In the control room, a hacker from the Vortex gang observed the camera feed stuck on the ground, unable to rotate it remotely, and could only curse under his breath that it's only been a few days. And the rotation wheel is already broken. Damn second-hand dealer. Baladu, age 27, identity, Vortex gang loyalist, cybernetic coverage, 67 description, illegally trespassing in corporate territory, assaulting company employees, assaulting NCPD, first-degree murder, 3 counts, NCPD bounty, €280. Before me stood Baladu, clad in a black heavy metal-style leather jacket and pants, his eyes replaced by 4 glowing red cybernetic lenses. His arms were adorned with numerous tattoos rich in religious symbolism, while patches of skin on his bare chest were torn, revealing the metallic structure beneath, an unmistakable representation of a Vortex gang member. Despite a high rate of cybernetic implantation, most of his enhancements were of ordinary quality, lacking the military-grade danger of the previous Jacob. His head was bald, showcasing a web of stitched scars, embedded with dozens of metallic spikes. A true hedgehog head. What a bizarre cyberpunk mechanical cult heavy metal rock style. I can't appreciate it. Baladu, if you wish to avoid death, tell me about the situation within the factory. How many members of the Vortex gang are inside? What kind of firepower do they have? Also, is there a 17-year-old boy named Kuru Bruce in the factory? Lin Ke had been squatting outside the factory for nearly an hour, and upon encountering this Vortex gang member, he wasted no time in asking for the information he sought. No one can threaten the Vortex gang. Even with a knife at his throat, Baladu showed no signs of fear. The black lace chemical agent was stimulating his neural synapses, keeping him in a state of exhilaration, utterly oblivious to fear. Damn it, Lin Ke cursed silently, stepping back while evading the blade, forcefully dragging the long knife. Skin, flesh, trachea, spine, all were severed by the sharp edge, and Baladu's hedgehog head rolled off his shoulder, landing amidst the refuse. Blackish-red blood gushed from the severed neck, pooling on the ground. Gazing at the corpse, Lin Ke shook his head in resignation. It seemed that communicating with members of the Vortex gang was a futile endeavor. Extracting information from them would prove challenging. That It would be best to leave before attracting the attention of the factory's lunatics. Scanning the ground for the headless body, he collected his spoils into his space. Just as he was about to depart, Lin Ke paused. This Baladu was a member of the Vortex gang. Why hadn't the system awarded him experience for the kill? Curious, Lin Ke opened his quest panel. Commission quest, souls buried in history. World, quest description. It is said that before the establishment of Night City, there existed a fishing town named Morro Bay, where men would venture out to sea to earn a living while women mended fishing nets and cared for children. Hundreds of families relied on fishing, living a peaceful yet contented life, until a group of red-eyed demons arrived, transforming the town into a wasteland overnight. Where did the townsfolk go? They remain here, their corpses buried beneath the city, their souls lamenting in the obscured history of Night City. The player has arrived. Souls, the time for vengeance has come. Please kill the members of the Vortex gang in Night City, allowing the souls to find peace. Quest reward. Each Vortex gang member personally slain will yield 20 points of universal professional experience. Since the quest is still active, the system cannot be mistaken. This means that the recently severed hedgehog head is not truly dead. Lin Ke stepped over the corpse, picked up the head from the ground, and sensed it. Indeed, it was not like the body. It still possessed a life magnetic field. It was alive. What in the world? How can a mere head still be alive? It's practically robotic, having detached from the need for oxygen and blood. Looking at the hedgehog head with its red lights extinguished, Lin Ke couldn't help but scoff internally. Quite the actor, aren't you? He decided to retrieve a black plastic bag from the refuse, emptied its contents, and placed the hedgehog head inside, carrying it away. Chapter 34. The Virtuous Knight of Night City, one hand gripping the bag containing the hedgehog head. Lin Ke exited the alley where the All Foods factory was located, standing at the edge of the broad street. He anxiously raked his fingers through his somewhat prickly short hair. Carrying this hedgehog head made it inconvenient to use the sky rail. Although it was merely a head, it was still alive. Should it scream in a crowded place, imagining the chaos, with himself surrounded by NCPD guns, did not bode well. Sighing, Lin Ke lamented the inconvenience of not having his own mode of transportation in Night City. With little recourse, he connected to Night City's public network via his neural device and ordered a private vehicle through the Delamon website. Fortunately, after purchasing appliances yesterday, Gloria had set up an online account for him, transferring the remaining 1,000 euros, or else he would have been in a real bind. After confirming the address and payment online, his account balance, which had previously been in the thousands, dwindled to a single digit. After waiting roughly 3 minutes by the roadside, a black business vehicle approached slowly from the street, coming to a halt before him. With a melodious electronic voice, the rear door of the vehicle opened. Delamon is pleased to serve you. That was fast. With the hedgehog head in tow, Lin Ke settled into the back seat of the business vehicle. That moment, a blue virtual avatar appeared on the screen, mounted on the back of the front seat. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to Delamon's private car service. Choose Delamon and leave your worries behind. Shut it, you baldy. Drive to the address I provided. Of course, sir, based on current traffic conditions. The estimated time of arrival is 1 hour and 21 minutes. The vehicle moved. Lin Ke placed the bag containing the hedgehog head on the floor, stepping on it to keep it in place. He glanced down at the still-playing dead Vortex gang member, smirking. It's already 2075, and some information can't be extracted solely through verbal means. Leaning back in his seat, Lin Ke opened a communication channel in his neural device to contact Gloria. Lin Ke, Gloria, please send me man's contact information. I need to find him for something. Gloria, what are you up to? Never mind, I want to ask. Just be careful. Lin Ke, don't worry. What time do you finish work? I'll make you something delicious. Gloria, around 11 o'clock, I suppose. Lin Ke, don't exhaust yourself too much. I have some things to take care of. So I'll hang up now. Lin Ke ended the call, leaning back in his seat. Lost in thought for a moment, he needed to become stronger quickly. He had no desire to relive the experience of watching Edgerunners in the cyberpunk world. The predetermined fate would be shattered by him. For now, let us set a small goal. Let the next legendary figure in Night City call him Daddy. Lin Ke opened the contact sent by Gloria and initiated communication. Lin Ke, Man, are you free? I've got a job for you. Man, I'm always up for work. We're practically starving over here. But may I ask what your commission is? Lin Ke, I need to extract some information from someone's brain that I've already got the person under control. I just need a hacker to step in, but I'm pressed for time. It'd be best if we could wrap it up in 2 to 3 hours. Man, all right, hold on a moment. I'll bring Sasha in. She is quite the expert in this field. Sasha, hey there. I've reviewed your information, and if you're looking to expedite matters, you'll need 2 hackers. Point 1 will be responsible for data extraction, while the other organizes the extracted data into coherent information. Man, I happen to know a hacker with whom I've collaborated several times before. His skills are commendable, but hiring him will certainly increase your expenses. Lin Ke, well, money is not an issue. Where are we working? Man, straightforward. We'll meet at the same place as last time. That's our safe house, equipped with basic deep dive gear. Lin Ke ended the communication, rubbing his temples, while the conversation was easygoing. He realized that his funds had dwindled since their first meeting just a few days prior. Cooking at home felt affordable, but stepping outside revealed the relentless demand for money. IT seemed he needed to find a lucrative venture. With such vast resources at his disposal, how could he let finances constrain him? Older, change our destination to the address I just mentioned. Coronado Farm. Sir, your new destination is 3.8 kilometers farther than the original route, requiring an additional payment of 154 euros. Damn it, truly a predicament. Lin Ke glanced at the solitary euro remaining in his account, rolling his eyes in resignation. With no money left, could you spare me a discount? Understood, Mr. Lin. As this is your first time utilizing the Delamon service, the discount has been applied, and you still owe €1. Curse be that bald head. Did you peek at my account? You conniving artificial intelligence. According to the Night City AI Regulations Manual, I am not authorized to access guest privacy. I don't believe a word of it, you big-headed scoundrel. Just as Lin Ke continued to berate Delamon, a message arrived in his brain computer inbox. Boss Royce, I've been compromised. All I know is that it's a yellow-skinned monkey, and he's inquiring about our factory's internal information. Right now, I'm in a Delamon taxi heading to Coronado. Boss, send someone to deal with him. Upon reading the message, Lin Ke's expression froze, casting a glance at the garbage bag beneath him. Surprising how just a head could still send messages that IT seemed in the cyber world. One had to aim for the head to eliminate threats. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. However, how did my brain computer receive intel from the spiky-haired head's message? After pondering for a moment, Lin Ke began to understand. He feared that the feigning death spiky-headed individual might create unforeseen complications, hence his heightened awareness surrounding his feet. Unexpectedly, mental energy could intercept electromagnetic signals. Although Lin Ke was still unclear as to why the intercepted information arrived in his brain computer inbox, it appeared he had discovered another application for mental energy. IT was aptly named signal shielding, or the method of disconnecting from the network to cure internet addiction. An hour later, a black Delamon luxury vehicle entered an abandoned construction site at Coronado Farm, stopping in front of a modest 2-story building. Retrieving a 1-meter-long tuna from his backpack, Lin Ke grasped its tail with one hand while holding a black garbage bag in the other as he exited the vehicle. Approaching the building's entrance, he was about to knock when the roll-up door automatically lifted, revealing a dimly lit room and 4 individuals inside. The burly man, the tall bearded pervert Pila, a muscular figure resembling a strong Barbie, and a short individual with green hair. Character details emerged. Dorlio, age, 28 identity, cyber mercenary cybernetic coverage, 24 description, a seasoned cyberpunk and man's robust girlfriend. Rebecca, age, 20 identity, cyber mercenary cybernetic coverage, 17 description, a native of Night City. A partner one can entrust their life to. Chapter 35. My eyes are captivated. As Lin Ke stepped into the room beyond the roll-up door, he handed the plastic bag in his left hand to man while tossing the tuna to Pila. MS. Rebecca. My surname is Lin. Given name Ke. It's a pleasure to see you again. Again? Rebecca remarked, her large eyes of red and yellow scrutinizing Lin Ke with curiosity as she tilted her head, adorned with twin ponytails. But I've never seen you before. With black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, Rebecca was certain she had never encountered the individual before her. At that time, my situation was rather unique. I could see others. Yet they could not see me. Half squatting, Lin Ke met the gaze of the legally recognized lowly wrapped in a large black punk coat, smiling as he spoke. Rebecca, you are far more dimensional and adorable now than you will be a year from now. At that moment, a bespectacled, burly figure squeezed in from the side. What are you up to, kid? Trying to hit on my sister. And what's with this fish? Pilar struggled to hold a hefty fish in his arms, positioning himself between Rebecca and Lin Ke while shouting. Shut it, you idiot brother, Rebecca exclaimed, lifting her chubby little leg to kick Pilar in the backside. Oh, you even think before you speak. Ducking to evade the oncoming Pilar, Lin Ke greeted the two towering figures standing nearby. Good afternoon to you both, Dorlio nodded in acknowledgement. She moved behind Rebecca, scooping her up in a manner akin to cradling a petulant kitten. Rebecca, quiet down. It's time for business. Oh, Rebecca responded obediently as her feet left the ground. Man, my current commission involves extracting information from this individual's brain. Lin Ke gestured to the bag in man's hand. Veriladu, stop playing dead. I know you're still alive, don't bother sending any distress signals. The dozens of emails you sent have all been intercepted, and your boss Royce won't receive a thing. A question mark appeared above man's head. He was still processing the situation when a frantic voice erupted from the bag. Fuck you. You've been playing me this whole time. You scoundrel. Man nearly dropped the bag, initially believing it contained a bowling ball, but was astonished to find a human head instead. Given its size and weight, it seemed it was all that remained. Fortunately, Dorlio reacted quickly, producing a chip from her pocket. Taking the bag from man and inserting the chip into the neural port behind the spiky-headed individual's ear, the foul-mouthed Beriletto instantly fell silent. This chip can block biological signals, forcing a shutdown. It was a trophy from our last raid on the scavenger's hideout. Dorlio explained to Lin Ke. This person belongs to the Vortex gang, right? You've got guts to provoke that bunch of lunatics, man remarked, giving Lin Ke a thumbs up as he observed the Vortex gang's signature fiery eyes on the head. Let us head inside and discuss the details. The group entered the safe house's lounge to deliberate on the commission. After a while, half buried in the sofa, man pointed at the large silver fish resting on the coffee table. His expression somewhat exasperated. Mr. Lin suggesting that we offset this task with the fish. Having engaged Lin Ke for 3 previous commissions, first settling with a vehicle, second with 2 bountied corpses, he was taken aback to find the 3rd commission entailed a large fish as payment. Is settling in cash a crime? I can't help it. I've exhausted the money from selling the car, and I'm flat broke now, Lin Ke replied, spreading his hands in exasperation. Besides, this fish was raised in an entirely unpolluted environment. Take it to Westbrook, and you should fetch a decent price at a high-end restaurant that, purely natural ingredients? That could indeed command a high price. Man raised an eyebrow in 2075, after 4 global corporate wars. Nearly all oceans, lands, and even the air on this planet were tainted by nuclear radiation and toxic chemicals. Thus, truly unpolluted natural food could only thrive in natural ecological laboratories established by large corporations. With prices exorbitantly high, 100 euros for a bottle of pure water, 300 euros for a single genuine apple, akin to highway robbery. Pila, find a box to pack this fish, add some ice, and then drive to Westbrook to see how much it's worth. Man instructed Pila, who was about to respond, but was interrupted by Rebecca's kick. Shut your mouth. Do as the boss says. Watching the disgruntled Pila leave with the fish-filled box, Lin Ke suggested, better choose a sushi restaurant near North Oak. Those affluent little Japanese fellows are quite fond of this. Understood. Barely a minute after Pila departed, the sound of motorcycle engines echoed outside the safe house, 2 in total. Moments later, light footsteps approached the door. Lin Ke glanced over to see a delicate girl with fluffy black short hair entering first. As she walked in, she beamed a sunny smile, greeting everyone in the room. Hi, Rebecca. Hey, Dorlio. Good afternoon, man. And you, dashing Lin. Have you installed a brain machine interface? Let Sasha take a look at Zeta Technologies' product. Its functionality is rather mediocre, and its protection is average. It hardly aligns with your esteemed identity, with a twinkle in his eyes. Sasha sat beside Lin Ke and said with a grin, as long as it works. With his golden short hair, half-masked cybernetic enhancements, tall stature, and clad in a striking red leather trench coat, he continued. It's good to see you again, Chiwei. Lin Ke was not surprised to see Chiwei again. He had known from Man's mention of a hacker they had collaborated with that it must be her. Sasha seemed a bit taken aback. You know each other? The others in the room cast curious glances at the two that we've met once. Tell me, from whom are we extracting information? Chiwei leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed, her tone cool and detached. The Vortex Gang has a secret base in the Northern Industrial District, an abandoned food processing plant. I need to know the basic situation of the plant. The number of personnel and their firepower configuration. By the way, I'm also looking for someone named Kulu Bruce that he was captured by the Vortex Gang 3 days ago and should still be alive. I want to know where he is being held in the factory. Bruce? Chiwei recalled the man who had erupted with cyberpsychosis in a mall that day. I see. I'll take charge of the data mining for this mission. Sasha, you handle the data editing. No problem, Sasha replied. Since Lin is pressed for time, let us commence the deep dive work right away. I'll prepare the ice. Rebecca raised her small hand. Sasha, Chiwei, let us head to the deep dive chamber to calibrate the equipment first. Drio said, picking up a spiky helmet and leading the two female hackers out of the room. Soon, as large quantities of ice were poured into the bathtub, Chiwei shed her red leather coat, lifting her golden locks to reveal the deep dive interface at the back of her head. With Drio's assistance, she connected a thick data cable and submerged herself in the icy water. Chapter 36. Shaved ice. I want 2 servings for myself. Sitting before the computer, Sasha narrowed her eyes, fixated on Lin Ke, who was leaning over the bathtub, hands itching to touch the water. She puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Hackers cannot be disturbed during a deep dive. Dear client, please keep your distance from Chiwei. Feeling 3 pairs of eyes on him, Lin Ke stood up and nonchalantly shifted his gaze toward the ice-filled bathtub. Ahem, just curious, purely out of curiosity. I've never seen how a hacker deep dives before, and I couldn't help but want to reach out. Take a look. Huh. Under the slightly disdainful glances, Lin Ke coughed awkwardly, attempting to justify his earlier behavior. Tisich, the green-haired girl, scoffed from the side. Got it. Druio reached over and grabbed Rebecca by the collar, lifting her up, then addressed Lin Ke. Mr. Lin, please step outside and wait. All right, Lin Ke replied politely, following Druio out of the deep dive chamber. An hour passed, yet Sasha and Chiwei had not completed the data extraction. Druio stood like a sentinel at the entrance of the deep dive chamber, preventing anyone from entering. Meanwhile, Rebecca and Man sat before the screen, playing an arcade game with an old joystick. IT was initially a trio, but Rebecca, dissatisfied with Man's lack of skill, mercilessly kicked him out of the team. Having never played such a game before and unfamiliar with its rules and operations, he naturally struggled. Previously, he had excelled in games that involved time-stopping sword techniques, hacking exploits, flying dragon blades, aerial insect sticks, chainsaw shields, face-hugging insect cleavers, and drawn sword techniques. The green-haired little fellow truly lacked discernment. Now, Lin Ke found himself bored and wandering alone in Man's squad's safe house. The power room, ammunition and weapon crafting room, small gym. This base was surprisingly well equipped. Eventually, Lin Ke discovered a small room tucked away in a corner of the safe house. The room was modest, around 7 or 8 square meters, and perhaps due to its long abandonment, it was filled with the musty odor of decaying fibers. Observing the furnishings and appliances, Lin Ke deduced that it was likely a kitchen, prompting him to step inside with newfound enthusiasm. Since he had idle time, he might as well prepare some food to elevate his spirits. Stepping onto the dust-covered floor, Lin Ke frowned at the grime on the kitchen appliances. How long has this kitchen been out of use? If I want to use it, I'll need to clean up first. Cleaning? What a hassle. However, despite the appliances being unusable, there was still much he could do. Scanning the ingredients in his backpack, he exited the kitchen and approached the ice machine beside the deep dive chamber. He pulled out an ice tray, replacing the ice with clean water from his backpack, while Druio kept a watchful. Lin Ke reset the ice size on the machine's control panel. After 3 minutes of operation, he obtained a hefty 2-kilogram block of ice. Looking at the array of utensils lined up on the counter, he declared, "Let the cooking commence," supporting the ice block with one hand and wielding a hunting knife with the other. He began to shave fine ice crystals into the containers. The sound of scraping filled the air as the knife glinted, the ice block gradually diminishing, while the crushed ice mounds in the containers began to rise. After shaving the ice, Lin Ke took out some walnut kernel from his backpack, crushed them finely, and evenly sprinkled the nut fragments over the miniature snow mountains in the containers. Finally, he retrieved a wooden, barrel-shaped container from his backpack. Opening the lid revealed several pieces of honeycomb filled with golden liquid. This was a reward from Yun Duo, who had collected it while harvesting honey in the ancient forest earlier that morning. To express her gratitude for Lin Ke's assistance to the Bug Clan, she had gifted him this entire barrel of honey. Truly a delightful treasure cat. Extracting the nectar from one piece of honeycomb, he poured a small bowl of golden, translucent liquid. Winter honey, ingredient seasoning quality, excellent description, collected from the pollen of winter flower buds. Bees produce it in icy weather, low in moisture, high in sweetness. And nutritionally comprehensive. Ice dragon, Bobo. Now, with the emergence of the winter flower, the core ecological zone of the ancient tree forest is likely transforming into a half-frozen expanse. Lin Ke used his telekinesis to portion the honey according to the container sizes, then drizzled it evenly over the nut-crusted snow mountains. Done cooking. Cooking complete. Gained 21 experience points. Nut crust honey-shaved ice. Cold drink quality. Excellent description. Consuming it can eliminate current negative physical states for half an hour. Granting the good dreams buff point 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 servings of shaved ice. In the room. There are 6 of us. Man, Rebecca, Rio, Sasha, Chiwei, and myself. Why did I make 7 servings? Strange. Oh well, they can each have 1, and I will enjoy 2. Haha. On the other side of the safe house, man, who was playing a game with Rebecca, received a text message from Pila. Pila. Man, guess how much that guy sold the fish for? Huh. You won't believe it. It went for a whopping 25,000 euros. Damn, those Japanese folks in the North Oak district didn't even blink when they paid. Their expressions were just like mine when I spend $250 on a wrap. Seeing the message, man's hands froze over the game controls, and before he knew it, his character was slain by an NPC, leaving Rebecca to fend for herself against a horde, ultimately being crushed by a falling giant. Ah, we were so close to clearing it. Man, what are you doing? Rebecca shouted, angrily slamming the controller against man's sturdy arm. My apologies. It was about the commission. Let's call it a day for gaming, Rebecca. Man, really? It seems this mission has paid off handsomely. We received 3 orders in the past 3 days for such effortless and lucrative tasks that we should cultivate a good relationship with Lin Ke from now on. Man, Pila, transfer 10,000 euros to Chiwei, 9,000 to Sasha, and the remaining 6,000 will be evenly divided among the 4 of us. Pila, has the mission been completed? Man, not yet. Just send the money for now. This kind of task is a breeze for them. Pila, all right, you're the boss. You call the shots. Chapter 37. Let us sit together as the deep crimson light in her eyes dimmed. Chiwei focused her gaze and withdrew from the cyberspace. Rising from the icy water of the bathtub, the golden-haired woman stood, her back adorned with fin-like cooling modules retracting. The several data cables connected to her back automatically disconnected. Popping out from the ports, the crystal-clear droplets glistened as they slid down her smooth skin, the residual warmth from her implanted body swiftly evaporating the moisture on her surface. Chiwei retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the pocket of her leather coat, resting on the edge of the bathtub. Inserting one into the opening of her facial mask. Habitually, she lit a post-dive cigarette. Taking a puff, she turned her gaze towards Sasha, who was still tapping away at the keyboard. How much longer? 3, 2, 1, done. All set. Sasha exclaimed, pulling the data chip from the mainframe and waving it at Chiwei. Mission accomplished. Chiwei, check your account. Man has already transferred the commission. Upon hearing this, Chiwei opened her personal account point 113, 250 euros, just 10 minutes prior. There had been a transaction of 10,000 euros, 10,000 euros. For just one deep dive, that is quite a generous payout for this mission. Chiwei mused to herself, having initially expected to receive around 3,000 euros. The actual reward far exceeded her expectations. Moreover, the commission was paid in advance, and man was as generous as ever. Indeed, he was quite amiable, unlike some mercenaries who not only skimp on commissions but also stab you in the back. Over the years, due to her identity as a lone wolf, Chiwei had been deceived several times and suffered considerable losses. She reached up to caress the cold surface of her mask, a reminder of the cost of misplaced trust, one she would forever keep etched in her memory. However, perhaps it is time for me to seek a reliable leader in Night City. As Chiwei pondered these thoughts, She was abruptly interrupted by Sasha's voice. "What are you thinking about, Chiwei? Let us go hand in our mission." Coming back to her senses, Chiwei glanced at Sasha, who was beckoning her from the entrance of the deep dive room, and nodded lightly. "All right." Yet, just as she took a couple of steps, Sasha halted her with an outstretched hand. "Stop." Sasha stood before Chiwei, making a paused gesture. "I asked this how you're planning to go out. At the very least, throw on a piece of clothing." Chiwei glanced down and realized she had grown accustomed to being unclothed in her apartment. But this was not her home. She turned silently to pick up her clothes and, together with Sasha, exited the deep dive room, joining Dorio, who was waiting at the door as the three of them made their way to the conference room. Upon stepping into the conference room, Sasha spotted Lin Ke, Rebecca, and Man lounging on the sofa, each holding a bowl and indulging in their food. "You all ordered takeout? Is there any for us?" Sasha pouted, her small hands and brain having worked tirelessly for 2 hours, expending a great deal of energy. Now, Sasha was hungry. Lin Ke set down the thin wooden stick he had been using to scoop up his smoothie and pointed to the 3 bowls of smoothie on the coffee table. "There are 3 servings left." Sasha moved over to sit beside Lin Ke on the sofa. "The information from the Vortex Gang's thugs has been extracted by Chiwei, and this is the data I've compiled regarding the internal workings of the factory. Take a look." Handing the chip to the client, Sasha picked up one of the bowls of smoothie from the table. The petite white snow peak was drizzled with a thick, golden liquid, reminiscent of the sun's rays illuminating a snowy summit at dawn. "Is this a smoothie? I've seen dessert shops in Japan sell something like this, but the colorful ones there are far more visually appealing." Sasha sniffed at it, catching a whiff of the sweet aroma amidst the cold. She picked up the small wooden stick inserted at the bowl's edge, scooping up a spoonful of the icy, golden liquid, and brought it to her mouth as soon as it touched her tongue. The crushed ice melted, flooding her taste buds with sweetness. The cool nectar then slid down to her stomach, where it ignited a surprisingly warm sensation. The gnawing hunger dissipated, and the burdens from her numerous cybernetic augmentations seemed to vanish, leaving her feeling utterly relaxed. This sensation was exquisite. The smoothie appeared to possess a magical quality, compelling Sasha to consume it eagerly, reluctant to let a moment pass without another bite. Noticing that both Sasha and Dorio had begun to indulge as well, Lin Ke took the last remaining bowl of smoothie on the coffee table, inserting a slender hollow vine into it before offering it to Chiwei. "Chiwei, do try it and let me know how it tastes." Lin Ke was aware that beneath the mask Chiwei wore, there was a hollow space devoid of a nose, mouth, or even a tongue. This pink half-mask constituted her face, assisting her with breathing and eating. Though it was unclear whether it had been intentionally crafted this way, or she had suffered an injury in the past. Casting a glance at Man, who was silently relishing his smoothie, Chiwei hesitated for a few seconds before accepting the food Lin Ke had offered. "Thank you." Extinguishing her cigarette and carelessly tossing it to the ground, Chiwei inserted the straw into the hole beneath her mask, using it to sip the melted nectar from the bowl. With each swallow, the refreshing sensation spread throughout her body, alleviating the lingering heat from her back's cybernetic implant. Chiwei's eyes widened, yet she found herself at a loss for words to express her feelings at that moment. At this moment, Man set down his empty bowl and leaned back, exhaling a long, satisfied sigh. This is so much better than injecting immunosuppressants." Man flexed his robust cybernetic arm, experiencing a peculiar sensation, as if his arms were no longer mere mechanical appendages, but rather his original limbs. He flicked his fingers against his bicep, producing a metallic sound that reminded him he was no longer flesh and blood. Yet, the feeling was truly delightful. "Is it the smoothie?" Man glanced down at Rebecca, who was still savoring her bowl of smoothie, unable to resist licking his lips, if sensing Man's gaze. Rebecca hastened her movements, quickly finishing the smoothie in her bowl and extending her tongue to lick the sweet residue from the bottom. "It's all gone." Man then turned his attention to the other women in the conference room. Immediately, they all clutched their bowls and subtly shifted away from Man, including his girlfriend Dorio. Lin Ke, observing Man's behavior, felt a sense of helplessness. Crumbling the wooden stick in his hand, he extended the remaining half bowl of smoothie toward him. "I'm done. You can have a rest." "Really? Thank you," Man exclaimed, delighted as he accepted the smoothie. It seemed that the smoothie's ability to alleviate negative states held considerable allure for cyberpunks with extensive augmentations. Lin Ke watched the others indulge in the smoothie, their expressions brimming with enjoyment, pondering whether the fruits from the Monster Hunter world would be of any use to them. Glancing at the data chip in his hand, he inserted it into the neural interface behind his ear and began reviewing the information Sasha had compiled. Chapter 38. Additional rewards. The data chip contained not only basic information about the factory, but also several criminal records of the Vortex gang. Through the information on the chip, Lin Ke learned that the abandoned food factory had been illegally occupied by the Vortex gang, led by a man named Royce, who was the second in command of the Vortex gang that had usurped power in 2077. After taking control of the factory, they had rebuilt a new synthetic meat production line using their own technology. They raised high-protein insects in incubation chambers for the extraction of meat protein, which was then combined with various food additives, starch, and other ingredients to produce fresh synthetic meat labeled as chicken, pork, or beef and lamb. Additionally, there was a filming location for Black Ultra Dreams in the factory's underground level. The Vortex gang kidnapped innocent passersby to shoot various bloody and violent films, profiting by catering to the perverse appetites of Night City's denizens. From some dialogues and images on the chip, Lin Ke discovered that the gang did not waste any useful body parts removed during filming or broken props. Anything useful was frozen for sale, while the useless parts were discarded into the insect incubation chambers as feed. 3 days ago, Kulu Bruce had been kidnapped and imprisoned in the underground level as a filming prop for Black Ultra Dreams. However, even though Lin Ke now knew the location of his target, completing the mission to rescue Kulu Bruce remained perilous and challenging given his current physical attributes and capabilities. The Vortex gang hid the spoils of their heists within the factory, stashing weapons and equipment that were not immediately useful to be sold later, while useful items were scattered throughout the premises, including infrared alarm systems, motion-detecting cameras, laser-guided automated turrets, and anti-armor infantry mines. Adding to this were dozens of highly augmented, well-equipped Vortex gang lunatics, making the situation truly exasperating. Fortunately, the Vortex gang had yet to raid any military tech company vehicles. Otherwise, a single Centaur mech would be more than enough to pose a serious threat. Its ion beams were not to be trifled with. Such energy weapons, if they struck a human body, would spell certain doom. Sasha finished the last drop of nectar in her bowl, licking her lips with lingering satisfaction, and then turned to Man and Rebecca with excitement. "Which takeout place did you order this smoothie from? The taste, the sensation, it's absolutely phenomenal. Rebecca, tell me quickly, tell me quickly." Sasha wanted to order a few more servings. She was still hungry. Grasping Rebecca's shoulders, Sasha began to shake her. Chiwei, still sipping the remaining icy nectar, gradually moved closer, wishing to indulge in a few more servings herself. Stop shaking me. Sasha, this ISNT takeout, it's Mr. Lin's creation that he made it himself with rare ingredients. He said it's natural honey. Man glanced at Lin Ke, who was still engrossed in reviewing the chip data. If it were takeout, that would be wonderful. I wouldn't need to inject immunosuppressants anymore. Just one bowl of smoothie a day would suffice. Sasha, astonished, released Rebecca, who was on the verge of losing her balance from the shaking. He made this? He can do that, Sasha whispered, pointing discreetly at Lin Ke, who was reclining on the sofa that I intermined. Lin Ke was a runaway scion of the elite. How could he possibly know how to make such a niche dessert, let alone make it taste so exquisite? Dorio, half reclining against Man, scratched her cheek and spoke softly. An hour ago, this client used the ice maker to make some ice cubes, so I think he really did make it himself. These bowls were bought a year ago when Man and I set up this safe house. But afterwards, none of us knew how to cook, so they were left and used in the kitchen, but a voice interrupted Man's team's hushed conversation. I have plenty of things to show you in the future. Picking up the hedgehog's head from the ground and disconnecting the data cable, Lin Ke exited Man's team's safe house. Man and the others followed, curious to see what Lin Ke would do next. Placing the head of Bardu on an oil barrel, Lin Ke stepped back over 10 meters and drew his pistol. With this beast, I summon the souls of the fallen. Those who kill for pleasure shall be punished. Bang, bang, bang. Mission target eliminated. Gained 20 points of general profession experience. Those who were forced to shoot the Black Super Dream, suffering both mentally and physically. Those who, while still alive, had their chests open to have their organs removed. Those who were left as mere empty shells devoured by maggots. This is a visceral reality that the game visuals could never convey. Although he did not know these people, this was the essence of humanity. The empathy for fellow beings who had endured such misfortunes. I could see that moment. A figure with green hair appeared in Lin Ke's line of sight. Wow. How did you make your gun disappear so swiftly? Is it magic? Rebecca exclaimed in astonishment as she dashed to Lin Ke's side. While speaking, she lifted Lin Ke's shirt and reached in to feel around. Where did you hide the gun? Patting Rebecca on the head. Lin Ke could only sighed. If it were that girl from the peaceful world, seeing the shattered heads atop the oil drums, she would have screamed and fainted long ago. Unlike this little girl, who seemed utterly carefree, oblivious to fear. Lin Ke completely forgot that Rebecca was not just a little girl. She merely had a stunted growth, and perhaps her birth date was even earlier than his. Hey, that's excessive. Watching Rebecca tugging at his waistband, Lin Ke swiftly grabbed her collar and lifted her slight frame with ease. After taking a few steps back, he tossed Rebecca over to Dorio. You're broke? Who would believe that? The others exchanged glances. Then Man said, I don't like riding in the vehicles of burly men. Compared to sitting in the vehicle of a strong man, I much prefer to be on a motorcycle. Hugging a beautiful lady's waist, as he spoke, his right hand made a sweeping motion behind him, and when he pulled it out, he held a bowl of slushy. Wow, how did you conjure that? Teach me, Rebecca cried out in delight, while still in Dorio's arms, and Sasha rushed over to snatch the slushy from Lin Ke's hands. This mission is on me. After Sasha placed the slushy into the icebox of the safe house and repeatedly warned Man and the others not to sneak a taste, she took Lin Ke to a motorcycle parked in an open area. Sitting on Sasha's pink motorcycle adorned with cute cat designs, Lin Ke naturally wrapped his arms around the slender, yet firm waist of the cat girl. Listening to the wind howling past his ears, Lin Ke rested his chin on Sasha's shoulder, leaning in to softly whisper in her ear, as extra compensation for the ride, let me share a few pieces of information with you. First, News Channel 54 is entirely controlled by military technology. Second, there's a cooperative relationship between biotechnology and military technology. Third, the wind gradually blurred Lin Ke's voice. Chapter 39. The chip was indeed lost? Under the setting sun, the young man stood in the shadow cast by a skyscraper, watching the pink-clad motorcycle girl vanish at the end of the street. Interesting souls should not fade away silently. Sasha, may your dreams be sweet tonight. After sending his blessing, Lin Ke turned and walked into the towering H4 building behind him. The first thing he did upon entering was rush to the bathroom for a shower, then change into a clean set of clothes. After tossing his soiled garments, which were sullied by smoke and exhaust, into the washing machine, he entered the kitchen to commence his grand culinary venture. No, that's not right. It was to prepare a delectable and nutritious dinner for the adorable cat girls of the Bug Cage clan. He packed portions of fried small fish and creamy mushroom soup into his backpack. He realized he had spent 2 hours in the kitchen without noticing that it was peculiar. Before his journey to this world, he could barely maintain interest in any activity for more than 3 minutes, whether it was gaming or caring for hamsters. Once the novelty wore off, boredom would set in, leading him to slowly abandon and ultimately forget about it. Yet, in this repetitive act of cooking, he felt no weariness. Perhaps this was the allure of the system. Each point of experience gained brought him immense joy. Each increment in proficiency thrilled him. The clarity of knowing he was steadily growing stronger felt so good. Lin Ke opened his profession panel to take a look. Profession, chef level, 6 experience, 470-1000, profession talent. Super supplement, unique, profession skills, soup, proficient. Proficiency, 400-9600, effect, while simmering ingredients. All nutrients can be infused into the soup. Skill feature, purification, headache. I wonder if I can level up to 8 tonight. Currently, Lin Ke needed 1,000 experience points to elevate his chef profession from level 6 to 7, which was 10 times the experience required to ascend from level 1 to 2. That although the speed at which he gained experience had increased, the experience he received from cooking diminished as his chef level rose. He recalled that when he was at level 1, his first attempt at cooking a dish of ordinary quality, dried meat soup, yielded 3 experience points. Now, having reached level 6, cooking a bowl of ordinary mushroom soup only granted him 1 experience point. This diminishing return on experience stifled his leveling speed. Lin Ke had an instinct that once he reached level 10 as a chef, he would no longer gain any experience from cooking ordinary dishes. Another me, for the sake of our levels, let's hunt stronger monsters and gather rarer ingredients. At 19, 21, clicked that he opened the box lid and reached into his shoes. Nothing. David, with a panicked expression, took out his left running shoe and turned it upside down. Nothing. Did I misremember? David, undeterred, picked up his right running shoe, and after rummaging through it, oh no! A cry filled with despair pierced through the walls. Lin Ke, who was in the kitchen, helplessly rubbed his ears. David's voice, having just passed through his voice change, was indeed quite piercing. It's just 3 super dream chips. Is it really necessary to wail so dramatically? A minute later, David trudged into the kitchen. Looking conflicted as he stood beside Lin Ke, who was stirring soup at the stove, he opened his mouth several times but failed to articulate his thoughts. Lin Ke observed David's demeanor, finding it rather juvenile. Lowering the stove temperature and putting down the ladle, Lin Ke turned to face David. Speak up. What do you need from me? David hesitated at first. It's nothing. Could you lend me 1,000 euros? Don't worry. I'll pay you back within a month at the latest. But under Lin Ke's dark gaze, David clenched his jaw and finally uttered the words he had been rehearsing in his mind. Oh, why suddenly ask me for money? Why not go to your mother, Gloria? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, curious as to why David needed such a substantial amount. 1,000 euros is no trifling sum. An ordinary worker in Santo Domingo would have to toil for 16 hours a day to earn that in a month. I lost the learning chip the school gave me, and without it, I can't attend many classes. That a new learning chip costs 1,600 euros, and I'm short 1,000 euros. Can you lend me that? I really don't want to burden my mom. She is already working so hard. David knew how much his mother struggled to ensure he could attend Hazaka Academy, working overtime every day to make ends meet. He didn't want to add to her burdens because of his mistake. After hearing David's explanation, Lin Ke nodded in satisfaction and snapped his fingers. Your reasoning is sound. I will lend you the money. Nevertheless, is the chip truly lost due to your carelessness? The chip inserted into the neural interface, ISNT, something that could just be shaken loose by a mere nod of the head. Rubbing his somewhat prickly chin with his right hand, Lin Ke envisioned a figure. Could be her. Never mind. Let us settle the money first. He currently had a 0 balance in his account. Opening his communicator, he selected a contact. Lin Ke, I urgently need some money. Please transfer me 2,000 euros, and I will provide you with equivalent compensation. Here's the account number, man. Have you been hacked by the voodoo gang? Lin Ke was taken aback. Lin Ke, no, I just need some money urgently. How about this? Tomorrow you send someone to Gloria's place, and I'll prepare 4 servings of the same slushy as this afternoon for you. 3,000, man. Please make it 6 servings. I'll come to pick it up tomorrow. 6 servings? With Dorio, Sasha, Rebecca, and Man, that only makes 4 people. Even with Chiwei, that's just 5. Why does Man want 6 servings? Oh, Man probably wants 2 for himself. A certain long-armed ape has been forgotten. 1,000. The account received a transfer of 1,000 euros, relieving David. But he remained in the kitchen, muttering, if it weren't for the super dream chips I collected going missing. I could have sold them for at least 1,000 euros, and wouldn't need to borrow money from you. Seriously, how did my mother find out where I hid them so secretly? Lin Ke coughed awkwardly. Don't think too much about it, David. Gloria only wants what's best for you. Come, try this soup I made and see how it tastes. Chapter 40. The Head Spider. The night had deepened, and the time quickly approached 22:00. David had gone to bed early, preparing for an early rise the next day to retrieve new super dream chips from the doctor. He planned to sell these chips to the wealthy children at school, hoping to earn some pocket money from the small markup. However, this time David intended to increase the markup significantly, especially since he needed to pay off the 1,000 euros he owed within a month. In the kitchen, separated from David's bedroom by a bathroom, Lin Ke extracted a complete set of fish bones from the gluttonous tuna, the pristine white bones gleaming, devoid of any remnants of flesh or blood. As the water temperature rose, the fish bones gradually dissolved in the pot, imparting a milky hue to the broth, a hint of freshness wafted from the simmering liquid, gazing at the fish head bones swiftly melting away. Lin Ke couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing speed at which the broth consumed the flesh and dissolved the bones, surpassing even the most exaggerated depictions of concentrated sulfuric acid in television dramas. Moreover, it seemed that any edible ingredient could be rapidly dissolved in this broth. He quickly extinguished the dangerous thoughts swirling in his mind. Setting down the ladle, he placed the snowflake-patterned chunks of meat onto the cutting board and chopped them into a fine paste with the back of his knife. After adding a few chopped mushrooms and a splash of water, he began to season the mixture. Half a spoon of salt for flavor, a pinch of sugar to enhance the taste. He then transferred the seasoned meat filling into a round bowl, stirring it in one direction until it became sticky. Once the filling adhered to his palms, he rolled it into small meatballs and placed them into the oven. Adjusting the temperature, he fried them until they developed a golden, crispy exterior, encasing juicy and tender fillings that be why this time. The broth was nearly ready. Lin Ke took over 10 golden fried meatballs and placed them into a soup bowl, generously ladling the milky fish bone broth over them. A new dish was completed. Cooking completed, gained 5 experience points. Meatball fishbone soup dish, extraordinary stew, quality, excellent description. Consuming this dish can slightly replenish life energy, repair minute internal injuries, and significantly reduce mental fatigue. Having completed the late-night snack, Lin Ke glanced at the time. 22:32. He opened his communicator. Gloria. Sorry, I might have to work a few more hours tonight. Lin Ke, oh, all right, I'll wait for you. After sending the message, Lin Ke stored the steaming meatball soup in his backpack and continued to retrieve new ingredients from it to cook new dishes in the kitchen. The contrast between the northern district of Watson and the neighboring Kabuki district was stark. It was as if an invisible wall isolated this place from the surrounding prosperity. Beyond the wall lay a night sky illuminated by neon lights. Under the shroud of darkness, skyscrapers rose and fell, adorned with vibrant advertising billboards, while dazzling holographic projections embellished the scene. Roads crisscrossed, teeming with vehicles and pedestrians, weaving a tapestry of bustling urban life, epitomizing the cyberpunk aesthetic. In stark contrast, this side of the wall was a silent neighborhood, nearly engulfed by darkness. Desolate streets and silent factories were all that remained, with only a few flickering streetlights in the vast industrial area bearing witness to the fact that this place had not been entirely forgotten by the city. At that moment, in an abandoned industrial park, a municipal corpse collection vehicle was parked. 2 workers in yellow uniforms were laboriously lifting 2 body bags containing headless corpses onto the back of the vehicle. Damn, these cops don't care about anything. Just a bunch of bullies who turn soft when faced with tough situations, one of the workers muttered, glancing back at the wall with an expression of fear. Let's get in the car quickly. This isn't a place to linger. The other worker, discarding a blood-stained disposable glove onto the ground, hurried to the driver's seat and climbed in. She had no intention of staying in such a dangerous place for long. Tucking her red hair behind her ear to clear her vision, Gloria started the car. If it weren't for the pressing need for money, she wouldn't want to be in this forsaken place. Hey, Gloria, do you think we'll get our pay doc for not bringing those 2 heads back? Asked her chatty colleague in the passenger seat, clearly resentful. If they do, so be it. I'm not risking my life for a few bucks. Gloria replied, glancing at the rearview mirror reflecting the 2 multi-eyed spider emblems. With a push on the accelerator, she drove away from the abandoned area. Those Vortex gang members were truly lunatics. The spider emblems were not merely spray-painted. They were a mark of something sinister. She had been all set to finish her shift, only to be summoned for an unexpected task. The NCPD reported 2 scavengers had died unexpectedly in the abandoned industrial park, sending medical personnel and a collection vehicle to handle it. Initially, she thought it would be a straightforward job dealing with 2 accidental deaths. However, upon arrival, the scene was far from what the NCPD had described. On the blood-soaked ground lay 2 headless bodies, their severed heads impaled on the wall by metal spikes. The aged faces were marred by 5 congealed blood holes. It was evident that even the NCPD didn't wish to provoke the Vortex gang over 2 inconsequential lives. As another individual at the bottom of the urban hierarchy, she certainly had no desire to attract the attention of those red-eyed devils defacing the gang's graffiti. Chapter 41. Fooling the Foolish Hey-Ha. A sharp and piercing male voice echoed through the streets of Night City. When the citizens heard this voice, it signified the end of the nocturnal revelry and the arrival of a new day, marked by a sense of numbness. Wake up. It's time for work. Morning, Night City. First up was yesterday's dead lottery. Let me see. Wow. The final tally reached an astonishing 56 aside from Santo Domingo, which saw only 6 unfortunate souls succumb. Haywood contributed the highest number of fatalities at 46, leading the count. Thanks to the relentless gang wars, the Valentino gang barely defended their turf against the 6th Street gang, with a narrow 21-25 victory. Surprisingly, even the so-called dead zone, NID, recorded 3 casualties this time. Oh, one of them was a lunatic from the Vortex gang, along with 2 nailed spiders. Swallowing hard, Stanley, standing in the studio, trembled slightly at the images accompanying the news article in his hand. However, as the gold standard host of Night City, he took a sip of soothing liquid for his vocal cords and quickly regained his composure to continue reporting the news. I'm your buddy Stanley. Let's kick off a new day in this city of dreams. Lazily reclining on his living room sofa, Lin Ke tossed delectable fried meatballs into his mouth, the crispy exterior giving way to a burst of succulent meat juice that splashed in his mouth without causing any discomfort. The resilience of his body at 10 o'clock allowed him to savor the hot food without fear of burning himself. While enjoying the freshly made meatballs, Lin Ke listened to Stanley's morning broadcast. Upon hearing the phrase freedom to pursue dreams, he couldn't help but sigh. Dreams remain dreams precisely because they are ethereal, visible yet intangible. Ordinary individuals chasing dreams in Night City often find themselves discarded like refuse in a corner dumpster. The daily death toll in Night City far exceeds the figures reported in the dead lottery. Gang conflicts, sudden death from overwork, kidney harvesting by scavengers, and encounters with cyber-psychopaths claim hundreds of lives every day due to various accidents. Yet, in this city, where tens of thousands perish each year from such incidents, the population continues to grow. The media, controlled by capitalists, paint a rosy picture of Night City, branding it as a place of dreams and freedom. Coupled with the notion of being a nameless figure or a global sensation, it continually attracts young dreamers from around the world to migrate and contribute to the city's prosperity. However, in this brutally realistic city, beautiful dreams have never belonged to the common folk that become someone significant in this metropolis. One must either go with the flow or meet a tragic end, ultimately becoming mere fuel for the flames of capitalism. Burning brightly to warm others, but leaving nothing behind when extinguished, it's all a ruse to deceive the gullible. Thinking of the gullible, Lin Ke couldn't help but wonder about V. What identity does V hold now? Is he making waves in Atlanta? Or perhaps working in the Arasaka counterintelligence department? Or still wandering the wilderness, unable to break free from his tribe? It wouldn't be difficult for Lin Ke to ascertain V's current status. He could either seek out Jack Wells. If Jack knew V, that would indicate V was an Arasaka employee, or inquire with the priest. If the priest recognized V, that would imply V was still in Atlanta. If neither knew V, then it would suggest V was still a wanderer. What was V's name again? Vincent or Valerie? Chewing on the meatballs like a hamster, Lin Ke felt a sudden urge to head to Haywood to find the priest and Jack. But he decided against it. He didn't have much time. Perhaps he could pursue that after completing his current task. Swallowing the last morsel, he felt a slight easing of hunger in his stomach. Lin Ke opened the task panel to check. Commission task. The last fatherly love. Task description. Rescue Kulu Bruce from the food factory in the northern industrial district of Watson. Task deadline. 3 days task reward. Dimensional backpack space. Only 3 days left. He needed to level up quickly. He glanced at his profession level. Profession. Chef level. 7 experience. 6301000. A night of effort hadn't been enough to reach level 8. It seemed he couldn't afford to rest during the day, either. Lin Ke looked down at his bare upper body. This moment, his upper body from abdomen to chest, including his arms, boasted muscles that bulged like steel cables. Their sinewy forms accentuated as he exerted a slight force, causing his entire physique to swell. Veins throbbed beneath the surface, imbuing him with a ferocious aura. His exaggerated pectorals suggested he was well suited for wielding a heavy hammer. Lin Ke could only manage a wry smile, astonished that merely allocating a portion of his newly acquired attributes to strength could result in such a dramatic transformation. Not only had he grown 10 centimeters taller, but his muscles had also expanded laterally, rendering the shirts he had recently purchased into mere rags. His once robust yet proportionate physique had morphed into that of a heavyweight brute as he walked. His thick arms swayed, making him acutely aware of his newfound clumsiness and lack of coordination. Observing his personal panel displaying 9 points in strength and 7 in agility, Lin Ke realized that a significant disparity among physical attributes could lead to adverse consequences. Just as a character with 10 points in mental acuity and 8 in constitution might suffer bodily harm if reliant on mental prowess, Lin Ke recognized that his current imbalance would severely hinder his coordination and agility, rendering his movements rather awkward. Fortunately, this enhancement had occurred after Gloria and David had left, or else explaining such a drastic change in physique would have posed quite the challenge. It seemed he would need to find a private space conducive to his activities. After retrieving an outer coat meant for frigid weather from his backpack and awkwardly putting it on, Lin Ke ventured into the kitchen. He took a few ice cubes from the freezer and began preparing quick dishes: fried small fish, pan-seared fish fillets, and mushroom soup. Determined not to sleep during the day, he aimed to elevate his chef level to 8, hoping to enhance his agility and restore his figure to its previous harmony. Chapter 42. Soup Skill Enhancement, Profession Equipment. Greedy soup pot. When one is engrossed in a task, the passage of time becomes imperceptible. In the cramped kitchen, a robust figure methodically engaged in a streamlined cooking process. Inside the oven, sardines, stripped of scales and entrails, curled up under high heat, their skin gradually turning a golden brown out on the frying station. Fish fillets, seasoned with fine salt, sizzled on the scorching iron plate, exuding a savory aroma. Standing before the stove, Lin Ke stowed away the freshly prepared mushroom soup into his backpack when the system's voice resonated in his mind, interrupting his culinary immersion. Cooking completed, gained 1 experience point. Soup Proficiency Level 5. Skill Soup Proficiency has reached Mastery Level. Acquire Profession Equipment. Greedy soup pot. What? Profession equipment? Lin Ke was taken aback by the system's announcement, surprised to find he had received equipment from the system for free, as he noticed an additional item in his system backpack. He eagerly retrieved it to examine the equipment. In his hands appeared a squat, pot-bellied ceramic vessel. Cradling the pottery, Lin Ke's eyes widened in disbelief, a cascade of questions surfacing in his mind. The craftsmanship was appallingly substandard. Was this what the system had chosen to bestow upon him? The item, designated as the greedy soup pot, was small and appeared to be an ancient cooking apparatus. Its yellow-brown surface bore no decorative patterns, only the cracks reminiscent of dried yellow clay. In his grasp, the pot felt rough, its texture marred by evident granularity, imparting an antiquated charm. It was somewhat unattractive. One might mistake it for a prehistoric artifact displayed in a museum. Lin Ke scrutinized the ceramic vessel, and details materialized before his eyes. Greedy soup pot, profession equipment, equipable, quality, ordinary. Description: an ancient cooking utensil that has lost its original color through the passage of time. Its quality diminished. Equipment effect: when cooking soup dishes, there is a minuscule chance of the soup's effects being altered. Having read the equipment information, Lin Ke felt a flicker of interest. Could this vessel enhance soups? It was not a living entity, after all. The description of the equipment's effects was rather vague, lacking in detail, yet the idea of improving its quality through soup consumption intrigued him. Glancing at the hundreds of liters of soup liquid in his backpack, Lin Ke placed the pot on the countertop and poured 2 liters from his soup pot into the greedy soup pot. However, even after the last drop was emptied, the pot showed no signs of change. Under the light, it remained empty, as if the poured soup had vanished into another realm. Lin Ke continued to pour soup from his backpack into the pot. 10 liters, 20 liters, even the exquisite winter wyvern bone soup he had reserved for himself. Yet the quality remained ordinary, with the only visible change being a slight reduction in the cracks on the ceramic surface, still far from fully mended. Lin Ke's expression darkened. True to its name, the greedy soup pot was insatiable, swallowing everything without so much as a burp. With his current resources, he could hardly afford to feed this bottomless pit. Perhaps once he had a sufficient supply of ingredients, he could contemplate upgrading it. Directing the pot into his equipment slot, Lin Ke accessed his profession panel to inspect the new features of his enhanced soup skill. Soup Mastery. Proficiency 0-2000. Effect when simmering ingredients. All nutrients can be infused into the soup. Additional skill feature: purification, dissolution. Soup liquid can dissolve non-food items, gaining a hint of the item's special effect. The non-food items? Lin Ke glanced at the items in his backpack. A one-handed sword, a firearm, a giant flying elephant, and a few mutuo chips. These should qualify as non-food items. He decided to test his theory by cooking a pot of mushroom soup, slowly introducing a new star revolver into the bubbling broth. Before long, the metallic body of the gun completely dissolved, and the pale yellow soup transformed into a deep black. Jet black soup? Quality: inferior. Description: a failed culinary attempt. The introduction of unusual materials has compromised the soup's fundamental effects, resulting in gastrointestinal discomfort upon consumption, transforming the drinker into a spitting warrior. After reading the description, Lin Ke scratched his head. It seemed not all materials were suitable for inclusion. He set aside the dark soup and attempted once more, this time adding a mutuo chip to the mushroom soup. Watching pink bubbles rise in the pot, he activated the Eye of Truth. Endless dream, transcendent soup quality. Excellent description. Upon consumption, the mutuo content will solidify into your dreams, leading you to experience the same dream repeatedly throughout your life. Wow, this soup is rather sinister. Resisting the temptation to indulge, Lin Ke stored the soup away, his interest piqued by the new attributes of his soup skill. Just as he was about to experiment further, a communication interrupted his actions. Man, Mr. Lin, I've arrived at the H4 skyscraper. Lin Ke, understood, everything is ready. Come up and take it. Lin Ke exited the kitchen and placed the 6 bowls of ice slush he had prepared on the coffee table in the living room. After moments thought, he added 3 greedy tuna to the mix. Planning to take action against the gang of red-eyed lunatics in 2 days, he would first send Man to sell a few fish and purchase some gear. Preparing in advance. After all, in the cybernetic world of 2075, marine life had nearly gone extinct, and the existing fish species were products of genetic engineering, adapted to their environments, exhibiting subtle physical changes. The organic fish currently enjoyed by the wealthy primarily originated from fully enclosed ecological farms constructed by large corporations. The greedy tuna he presented bore a striking resemblance to traditional tuna, both in appearance and flesh quality, rendering it a zero-pollution organic delicacy suitable for sale. Upon hearing a series of knocks at the door, Lin Ke opened it to find not only Man, but also Dorio standing beside him, accompanied by a bearded man donning sunglasses. Man's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Lin Ke. Mr. Lin, have you undergone some sort of combat enhancement? Your physique. Before Man could finish, a small green head peeked out from behind him, its red mechanical eye widening in surprise at the sight of Lin Ke. Wow. How did you grow so tall all of a sudden? Last night's meal was rather hearty. Just a bit of growth, Lin Ke replied, stepping aside to allow the 4 of them entry. Dorio and Man entered, gazing at Lin Ke's muscular silhouette outlined by his coat, reminiscent of the drug-fueled members of animal gangs. Please, have a seat. The ice slush is on the coffee table. We can also discuss a commission. The 4 hefty figures sank deeply into the couch, its internal materials creaking under their weight. Fixated on the ice slush before them, Man's throat bobbed, yet he restrained himself, subtly signaling to Pyrrha. However, Pyrrha was oblivious to Man's fleeting expression as soon as he sat down. His attention was drawn to the 3 large fish, which he deemed far more valuable than the ice slush Man had been raving about all day. 1 fish was worth a month's worth of his hard labor. With a sigh, Dorio rose to retrieve the blue box strapped to Pyrrha's back, opening the lid to carefully pack the ice slush into the insulated container filled with ice. After ensuring the ice slush was safely stored, Man finally turned his gaze to the stacked tuna. The sight of the 3 fish together was far more impressive than any single one alone. Mr. Lin, what is your commission this time? It's merely a request for you to assist me in purchasing a few items. Chapter 43. Preparation. Man, bare-chested, addressed Pila as he placed the punk jacket concealing 3 large fish into the trunk. Pila, you're driving this time. Take us to the shop where you sold fish last time. We'll sell the fish first, then find a weapons dealer to order firearms and ammunition. Understood, Man, replied Pila, raising his long arms to open the car door and settling into the driver's seat, followed by the other 3 who climbed aboard. The impatient Rebecca, as soon as she sat in the car, exclaimed dramatically for submachine guns, 3,000 rounds of compatible full-power ammunition, 100 fragmentation grenades, 10 stun grenades, 10 flashbangs, 4 signal jammers, and 2 sets of heavy subdermal armor. What on earth is he planning? An assault on a gang hideout. Rebecca, mercenaries should focus on fulfilling the contract and not concern themselves too much with the employer's intentions. Admonished Dory, who sat beside her, Don't worry too much about Mr. Lin. Having connections with such a big shot is far better than being at the mercy of Faraday. Besides, acquiring these arms will only cost around 60 to 70,000 euros at most. And we can make a profit by flipping this contract. Although Lin Ke's commission wouldn't elevate their squad's reputation, it was a job that promised profit without requiring them to risk their lives. So they were willing to take on as many as he offered. All right, everyone buckle up. We're headed to Westbrook. Pilar gripped the steering wheel and pressed down hard on the accelerator, racing through the sparsely populated streets. He allocated his acquired attributes to agility, feeling an invisible energy sweep through him. The taut muscles of his body gradually relaxed, their expanded fibers compressing more tightly, and the grooves between his muscles became smoother. Lin Ke's robust physique visibly slimmed down at a remarkable pace. Although his height of 190 centimeters couldn't be reduced, he could at least reach the middle of his back with his hand now. Emerging from the kitchen into the living room, Lin Ke sat on the sofa and consumed several pieces of fish fillet to replenish the energy expended from the enhancements to his physical attributes. He then stood and began to practice his punches in the air, gradually increasing speed, his fists leaving a flurry of afterimages before him. The powerful strikes generated gusts of wind that howled through the living room. After finishing his warm-up, he retrieved the heavy, pure, iron, one-handed sword weighing over 100 pounds from his backpack. Holding the sword in one hand and a shield in the other, he engaged in a simple practice routine within the confines of the small room to adapt to the new changes brought on by his physical enhancements, with thrusting slashes, downward strikes, and horizontal cuts. He executed a series of fluid basic combos. Although advanced techniques like the Dragon Ascendance combo and aerial slashes were hindered by the limited space, Lin Ke could still discern that when he swung the sword with all his might, the inertia made it feel as though he could barely hold onto the sword, which weighed over 300 pounds in one hand. At this point, it seemed that the 8-point strength requirement for wielding the one-handed sword was merely a baseline. 9 points barely sufficed. He would need to raise his strength to at least 10 points to wield this weapon perfectly. With his training complete, he decided he wouldn't need to sleep for the next couple of days. Aiming to elevate his chef level to 10. First, I'll raise my agility to 10 points to enhance my reaction speed and agility, which will effectively counter those lunatics equipped with spinal reflex cybernetics. After all, speed is the ultimate defense in martial arts. For the next day, Lin Ke devoted himself entirely to the kitchen. After another night of diligent effort, he raised his profession level to 9 and increased his agility to 9 points as well. He continued cooking the endless supply of mushrooms and sardines in his backpack. Since Hunter Lin Ke began hunting large fish in the Insect Cage tribe's fishing area, the number of large fish there had sharply declined. With fewer large fish disrupting their catch, the Insect Cage tribe's daily haul had increased significantly, providing Lin Ke with nearly 1,000 sardines each day. Fortunately, he had enlisted the help of some kittens to assist with scaling and gutting the fish, which significantly streamlined the preparation process, or else he would have been overwhelmed. Another day and night passed. By the morning of the third day, Man and Dory arrived, each carrying 2 gray alloy cases containing the weapons Lin Ke had ordered. After they departed, Lin Ke opened the weapon case, revealing 4 submachine guns, 2 Kanto F-58 models, and 2 DS-1 pulses. All 4 were basic models, devoid of any additional slots or upgrade components, essentially. They were what one would call vanilla weapons. But for Lin Ke, the rapid firing rate and lethality of the bullets sufficed. After securing the weapons, he opened the second case, which was filled with 50 long magazines in 2 layers. He selected 2 magazines to inspect. Both were 60-round extended magazines, and everything checked out fine. After stowing away all the ammunition, Lin Ke opened the third and largest case, which was packed to the brim across 3 layers. The first layer contained 40 grenades. Lin Ke inspected each grenade with his eye of truth, and, finding no issues, removed the fuses, and stored them in his backpack. After emptying the 3 layers, having confirmed the types and quality of the grenades were satisfactory, Lin Ke proceeded to open the 4th case. Inside were 2 sheets of encapsulated armor plates housed in dust-free bags, alongside 4 square black boxes labeled Signal Jammer. Electronic device, quality, ordinary, description, wireless signal interference shielding device, capable of jamming external electronic signals. After placing the boxes into his backpack, Lin Ke turned his attention to the remaining 2 bags of armor plates. Subdermal armor implant, quality, ordinary, description, heavy subdermal armor that can be fitted to anyone with a large enough physique. Utilizing nanoceramic steel technology and graphene materials, it forms a protective layer beneath the skin, capable of withstanding light machine gun fire for a short duration. After unpacking one of the subdermal armor plates, Lin Ke chose to equip it directly. The implant in his hand vanished. He felt around his body, noting that aside from his head, hands, and groin, he could feel a flexible layer of armor between his skin and muscles in the remaining areas. The convenience of implanting cybernetics without surgery was indeed remarkable. Lin Ke equipped the subdermal armor primarily to bolster his life insurance, but he certainly had no intention of using his flesh to absorb bullets. After all, even if the bullets couldn't pierce the armor, the skin around it was still his own, and injuries would certainly hurt and bleed. After systematically stowing away the 4 cases, Lin Ke dispatched them to the Monster Hunter world, with the remaining piece of subdermal armor. He returned to the kitchen, intending to experiment with whether he could use the armor as an ingredient to cook up a dish with unique defensive properties. He poured a small amount of clean water into the pot, placed it on the cooking station, and heated it. As he observed the pot transforming into a gelatinous white liquid, he opened the dust-free bag and began dropping pieces of the subdermal armor into the pot. 5 minutes later, as the cooking completed, the green soup cauldron in his equipment panel suddenly emitted a faint glow. Cooking completed, gained 5 experience points. Soup proficiency, 10. Greed soup cauldron activated. Soup effect has been altered. That was easy to trigger. Wasn't it supposed to be a minuscule probability? Bone broth, shield, extraordinary soup altered. Quality, excellent, highly effective. Description, drinking this will form an invisible shield on the surface of the body, capable of resisting energy, kinetic, and mental attacks for 4 hours. Chapter 44. Iron Mountains support a hardened potion made from bone broth, just like hunters imbibe alchemical potions for buffs before hunting giant beasts. He could now drink this soup to grant himself a shield before undertaking missions. Life insurance indeed. This pot should suffice for 3 servings, after storing the gelatinous white soup in his backpack. Lin Ke checked the system panel. The time limit for the rescue mission was down to the last 15 hours, while his chef experience remained 600 points short of level 10. This time frame should be adequate for him to reach level 10. Still, better to be cautious. Lin Ke resolved to allocate 10 hours for cooking to gain experience. Once the time was up, regardless of whether he had reached level 10, he would head to the Watson Industrial Zone to complete the mission. He had prepared his firearms and secured defensive armor. After consuming the soup, he could stack 2 layers of protection, and coupled with his physical attributes, which far exceeded those of an average person, he should be safe from any unforeseen incidents that, at worst, he could always resort to stealth tactics, learning how to infiltrate and rescue the target. In this international metropolis tightly controlled by major corporations, time seemed to be grasped firmly in the hands of capitalists. During the day, working hours stretched interminably as if there were no by night. The personal time was fleeting. One would close their eyes, and upon opening them again, it would already be over. Just past midnight, on the quiet streets of the northern Watson Industrial Zone, a tall figure walked. Under the dim streetlights, this silhouette appeared to walk in a normal manner. Yet his legs left behind several afterimages with each stride that, if viewed through optical cybernetic eyes, the figure would display a bizarre frame drop effect, reminiscent of watching a slideshow, with each flash carrying him over 10 meters in an instant. Such speed was beyond the capabilities of a mere human. Only those cybernetically enhanced with Sion Wasteland could achieve such an otherworldly speed akin to teleportation. Before an abandoned factory, the figure came to a halt. Lin Ke, I have some matters to attend to tonight. The supper I prepared for you is warming in the oven. Remember to eat. Gloria, be careful out there so late. Avoid the dark alleys, and if you hear gunfire, get out of there quickly. Lin Ke chuckled reassuringly. Haha, don't worry, I'll be careful. He ended the communication and stowed the neural implant into his backpack. Standing under the dim streetlight, he cast a glance at the nearby all-food factory. A smirk crossing his face. The real danger out here is none other than me. He retrieved a bowl of gelatinous bone broth from his backpack, savoring its texture akin to tasteless jelly, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. Before his eyes, a translucent shield composed of countless small hexagons materialized, enveloping his entire body like a second skin. Drawing his hunting knife, he pressed it against his arm with moderate force. The blade, capable of slicing through monstrous flesh, left no mark on his skin. He then jabbed the knife at his chest several times. Yet the armor held steadfast against the blows. The defensive capability was formidable. From his backpack, he donned a wooden mask crafted by the hunter Lin Ke. Revealing only his bright eyes, he crossed the street and ventured into the alley of the abandoned all-food factory. Pressing a button on the intercom adorned with a spider motif on the wall, he heard a low, raspy voice crackle through the static, reminiscent of an electronic sound emitted by machinery. Who are you? Hee, haven't you been watching, dum-dum? Lin Ke replied with rapid-fire words, tinged with mockery, raising his masthead to regard the camera overhead, scanning his identity. Sneaking around, looking for trouble in the Vortex Gang's territory? Do you really wish to meet your demise? I indeed seek death. I have been tasked to send you trash to hell. The sound of gunfire shattered the nearby silence. 2 shots obliterating the surveillance cameras above. You'll pay for this. With a sharp click, Lin Ke holstered his typical submachine gun, gripped his shield with his left hand, and shattered the intercom on the wall. With his right hand, he unsheathed his longsword, bringing it down forcefully against the rolling shutter door. Behind the door, more than 10 meters away, 2 turret-mounted machine guns lit up, their lasers locking onto him, the barrels preheating as they aimed at the entrance. The moment the infrared lasers detected a human heat signature, the turrets would reduce him to mere fragments. Yet Lin Ke was well aware of the scene beyond the door, having encountered details about these turrets both in the game and from the memories of that spiky-headed figure. However, with his current physical attributes, these unmanned turrets posed no obstacle. It was merely a matter of whether the bullets could find their marked name. Lin Ke age, 20 identity, player dimensional backpack, 1 cubic meter equipment slot, subdermal armor, greed soup cauldron universal talent civilization, eye of truth learning, physical attributes strength, 9 agility, 10 bullet time constitution, 10 immunity to all diseases spirit, 10 perception detection evaluation, mind, spirit, and essence united, nurturing formidable perception. With all 3 treasures complete, he possesses a body impervious to ailments that you've slowed down. No, I have accelerated. With an agility score of 10, he underwent yet another transformation. His reflexes became extraordinarily exaggerated, rendering the movements of others agonizingly slow in his perception, akin to observing a sloth. Time itself seemed to stretch in his awareness. When he believed 5 seconds had elapsed, the clock indicated that only a second had truly passed. It took him considerable time to adapt to the changes brought on by his enhanced attributes. His longsword carved a V-shaped notch into the shutter door, and Lin Ke thrust his shield forward, powerfully kicking off the ground to crash through. The metal plates of the shutter door shattered. Infrared lasers locked onto his rushing silhouette. Buzz, shell casings flew, bullets erupted. .2 metallic projectiles formed an orange-red chain of intersecting light, sweeping toward him, yet missing their target and striking the wall instead, the metallic storm tearing the already damaged shutter door into fragments. Lin Ke deftly evaded the bullet chain on the cement floor. He transformed into a dark shadow, leaping over 10 meters to approach one of the turrets. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he harnessed the power from his calves to his thighs and back, leaning into the shield to deliver a tremendous blow to the turret. Iron Mountain crash. With a thunderous boom that drowned out the gunfire, the turret shuddered violently, its base screws exploding, metal casing warping as internal components were dislodged. And the entire machine gun turret emitted black smoke before falling silent. Having neutralized one, Lin Ke propelled himself toward the other turret a few meters away. However, just as he halted, that turret pivoted, its barrel aimed directly at him. In an instant, Dozens of bullets surged forth like a blinding beam. Lin Ke raised his shield to block. The bullets left shallow dents on the curved surface before ricocheting off into the adjacent walls. A swift downward slice distorted the turret's barrel, and after a quick retreat, he raised his shield again, charging forward in a powerful thrust. Iron Mountain crash. With a resounding crash, the remaining turret fell silent. Meanwhile, in the factory's second-floor control room, Dum-Dum, reclining in a hacker's chair, jolted upright, as if electrified. He promptly opened the factory's internal communication channel to announce, "Listen up, folks, trouble is heading our way. Arm yourselves with the most powerful weapons and head to the first floor to deal with him." As Lin Ke traversed the dimly lit corridor, he sheathed his sword and affixed a signal jammer to the wall. This device should disrupt the Vortex Gang's calls for assistance from the outside world. Disruption duration: 30 minutes. He had no desire for an escalating conflict. He retrieved 2 classic submachine guns. In a building filled with numerous foes, ranged weapons were always the swiftest means of slaughter. With heightened perception, Lin Ke shattered every surveillance camera along his path, collecting several activated anti-personnel mines from his backpack as he ventured deeper into the factory, as long as he eliminated all members of the Vortex Gang. This would be a flawless infiltration, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 45. Gunfight. The Vortex Gang members were dubbed cybermaniacs by the citizens of the Night City due to their frenzied, bloody, and utterly reckless methods, as well as their pathological obsession with cybernetic implants. Yet, there exists a distinction between a madman and a fool. For instance, at this moment, they were under siege at their gang's stronghold, under Dum-Dum's command. Dozens of cybernetically enhanced individuals with blood-red eyes congregated on the factory's first floor, within a spacious workshop 6 meters high and over 1,000 square meters in area. This was the factory's large workshop designated for producing meat. Raw material crushers, protein separators, flavor mixing equipment, and fully automated production line consoles filled the room. Everywhere, machines designed for the creation of synthetic meat were present, with vacuum-sealed bags containing blood-red meat chunks hanging from the metal tracks above. Beneath these chunks of meat lay numerous boxes of raw materials for synthetic meat production, which served as natural cover at this moment. Dozens of Vortex Gang members were scattered throughout the workshop, armed and aiming at the sole entrance to the room. Apart from the sounds of machinery, the vast workshop was enveloped in an eerie silence. In another realm reliant on the material world, the cyberspace of the abandoned all-food factory. Every member of the Vortex Gang had connected to the factory's internal network. Within the newly established communication channel, emotional signals flowed like currents. We really need this many people just to deal with one individual. We should just charge in and take care of it. Dum-Dum, Boss Royce assigned you to manage the factory, not to make a fuss over a small incident. It's not like some corporate hound has come to take us on. I was just enjoying myself in the super dream room when I got called up. Dum-Dum, you've disrupted my creative flow. In the dimly lit second-floor control room, Dum-Dum glared at the screens displaying one extinguished surveillance feed after another, his voice booming with anger. Shut up. Listen to me now. This man possesses reflexes capable of exploding ordinary people's speeds by 6 or 7 times. He must have a high-grade, military-grade neural acceleration prosthetic installed, and he possesses significant strength. His muscles and bones must have been enhanced. In these confined spaces, he could easily take us out one by one. Don't underestimate him. He is a highly dangerous individual with a substantial prosthetic coverage. Dum-Dum concluded. Various signals surged through the channel. Military-grade prosthetics? We have those too. No need to make a fuss. Once we take him down, don't destroy him too much. I was just thinking of upgrading a bone for myself. The signals from the anti-personnel mines set in the corridor were lost. They were on alert. Focus your fire and eliminate him. Dum-Dum's voice echoed through the communication channel. Upon hearing this, members of the Vortex Gang activated the infrared thermal imaging function of their cybernetic eyes. Dozens of gun barrels aimed at the pitch-black corridor. Boom! Boom! Several round grenades flew from the corridor, crashing onto some crates. After a series of explosions, the crates shattered, scattering the blood-red meat chunks within. However, the abundance of cover in the factory limited the damage these grenades could cause. Moreover, in this straight corridor, the grenades thrown would not curve to strike the hidden heads of the Vortex members. Boom! Boom! Again, several fist-sized objects came tumbling into the corridor from around the corner. after bouncing twice on the workshop floor. They erupted with a thunderous explosion. Blinding white light expanded in a flash. Instantly, over 9 million candela of intense brightness flooded the area around the corridor, should ordinary optical implants be exposed to such high-intensity light. Even if one closed their eyes and turned away, their vision would surely be affected, resulting in a mosaic effect or even complete whiteout. However, this blinding light had a minimal effect on the combat-oriented, aesthetically unappealing and robust cybernetic eye known as the fiery eye. Though the intense white light from the flashbang explosion momentarily impaired the infrared thermal imaging of the eye, this disruption lasted but a fleeting second. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, a series of shots ringing out in rapid succession. Within the field of vision of the cybernetic eye, everyone aimed their weapons at the crimson figure that had just burst forth from the inky darkness of the corridor. Relentlessly pulling the triggers. Under the barrage of bullets, Lin Ke, having just emerged from the passage, could not evade the onslaught and was pierced by numerous rounds, his clothing riddled with holes, although the bullets were deflected by his surface shield. The impact still halted his forward momentum, but a second wave of gunfire soon followed. In that fleeting moment, Lin Ke's mind raced. Relying on the shield to absorb the hits and retaliating with gunfire was not a prudent choice. Evading this concentrated fire would be the wisest course of action. He stowed his submachine gun, braced himself, and rolled to the side, executing a series of agile tumbles to escape the hail of bullets. Seeking refuge behind a metal container, his swift movements caught the gang members of the Vortex off guard, leaving them unable to adjust their aim as they only glimpsed a fleeting red shadow. Losing sight of their target, "Come out, I see you," a Vortex gang member, merely 7 or 8 meters away from Lin Ke's hiding spot, emerged from behind cover that he raised his shotgun, advancing toward Lin Ke while firing. "Lack, take him out! Damn it, who dares to mess with the Vortex gang?" Looking for death, the other members of the gang, witnessing this, shifted their aim to support the actions of the one called Lack. With each step forward, Lack squeezed the trigger of his modified, multi-barreled shotgun, unleashing hundreds of metal pellets with each shot. The rounds tore into the container, creating a multitude of perforations, splattering the area with yellow-green liquid. As he closed the distance, Lack peered through the shattered edges of the box, catching sight of Lin Ke's head. Lifting his weapon, he aimed low at the figure, a sickly smile creeping across his face. He relished the power of his firearm, delighting in the visual gratification of obliterating a target in a single shot. Die. The scene unfolded vividly in Lin Ke's mind as he awaited the approach of his adversary. With a swift kick, he propelled the battered box toward the oncoming fire, deflecting the incoming bullets. Using Lack's body as cover, he drew a grenade, the pin already removed, and with a surge of muscle, hurled it forward. In a mere 2 meters, the grenade struck Lack's head like a cannonball, the hardened metal casing shattering his skull and obliterating much of the brain tissue within. Lack staggered back 2 steps before collapsing lifelessly. Whether from the grenade or the impact remained unclear. Mission target eliminated, gained 20 general experience points. Shortly thereafter, the grenade within his skull detonated, reducing his head and part of his torso to a gruesome spectacle. Fragments of white bone and implanted materials, along with an array of unidentifiable fluids, splattered everywhere. The remaining members of the Vortex gang erupted in curses, unleashing another barrage of metal projectiles toward Lin Ke. He found himself in a perilous predicament. The gang members coordinated their fire with uncanny precision, relentlessly compressing Lin Ke's hiding space with crossfire. Some even tossed grenades, obliterating all cover Lin Ke had relied upon. Countless white maggots were sent skyward by the shockwave of the explosions, raining down like a grotesque shower. Lin Ke swatted the decaying insects from his hair. Disgust overwhelmed him. He knew all too well what these creatures fed on. Let's just say they thrived on refuse mixed with waste. Fuming, Lin Ke retaliated by lobbing grenades in the direction of the gunfire. After all, he had over 100 grenades with the pins pulled in his backpack. What the hell? There are no allies here. Only enemies, one by one. He hurled grenades with formidable force. The workshop erupted with the thunderous sounds of explosions, machines sparking as they were blasted apart, intermingled with the venomous curses of the Vortex gang. In the end, of the 30 grenades thrown, only one unfortunate soul met their end, netting him another 20 experience points. Lin Ke remained uncertain whether this individual was killed by his throw or the ensuing detonation. However, the barrage of bullets aimed at him showed no signs of abating. In fact, a few rounds even curved mid-air, circumventing obstacles to strike his head. His mask shattered. Fortunately, his shield absorbed the impact. Otherwise, he would have been finished. The advanced weaponry employed by his foes was truly remarkable. Their equipment was top tier. These intelligent weapons, distinctive to Cyberpunk 2077, resembled small handheld launchers capable of firing self-guided missiles. They could lock onto targets through intelligent connections, negating the need for traditional aiming, as the projectiles would adjust their trajectory autonomously to strike their mark. So you think you can just unlock the headshots? Allow me to leave you some scathing reviews. Lin Ke muttered darkly. With his mask on, he decided to forego it entirely and hurled 10 stun grenades at the positions of several cameras in an instant. The workshop was engulfed in thunderous noise and blinding light. Even with his back turned and shielded by metal boxes, the intense illumination penetrated, casting a crimson glow before his closed eyes. Thankfully, he had thrown them at a sufficient distance. Otherwise, it would have been a case of harming the enemy while damaging himself. Damn it, my hearing module is fried. How on earth can this person maintain such speed? Is he constantly on St. Anviston? Good grief, where did he pull out so many grenades? Is his head made of iron? The bullets just won't penetrate. On the second floor, within the control room, every surveillance feed related to the production workshop was rendered chaotic by the blinding light. Yet through the distortion, Dum Dum could see the devastation wrought upon the machines and production line by the grenades. Regret washed over him for choosing this location for an ambush. This facility produced 3 tons of synthetic meat daily, generating hundreds of thousands in pure profit for the Vortex gang each month. If it were to be destroyed, Boss Royce would undoubtedly have his head on the wall. Dum Dum shouted frantically into the communication channel, bring in heavy firepower and eliminate him immediately. If this drags on, the entire production line will be lost. No sooner had he spoken than 2 red-eyed lunatics with rocket launchers stood up and pulled the triggers. The roar of the exhaust echoed as 2 projectiles, trailing fiery tails, soared toward Lin Ke's hiding spot. Chapter 46. Extermination. The sharp whistling of the rockets pierced his ears. Though Lin Ke crouched low, supported by his cover, his senses were fully attuned to the environment around him. Presenting a vivid image of the scene within a 10-meter radius of himself, as the 2 rockets entered his perceptual range, he immediately locked onto them with his mental acuity. Rockets lacked the supersonic speeds of bullets, but the cramped workshop of merely 40 meters in width provided little room for them to accelerate. Lin Ke drew his dual pistols, rising from behind cover, and fired at the incoming projectiles. Over 10 bullets rained down, detonating the 2 rockets just 5 meters away. The flames erupted, expanding with the explosion and shockwave, engulfing Lin Ke in their embrace. The shockwave, accompanied by a barrage of metallic shrapnel, shredded the upper half of his clothing and cracked the surface shield protecting his chest, igniting the remaining fabric draped across him. He could distinctly feel the searing heat of the flames against his skin. It seemed the shield's defensive capabilities had reached their limits. Amid the flames, Lin Ke retrieved a bowl of bone broth from his backpack and swallowed it. Instantly, a translucent shield composed of countless hexagons materialized, replacing the failing shield successfully. The new shield absorbed the heat from the flames. Not dead yet. As the gunfire in the workshop ceased, the Vortex gang members erupted in a manic laughter at the sight of the 2 fireballs rising nearby. Just then, a fiery figure charged forth from the flames, akin to a demon of fire, racing toward the Vortex stronghold. Except for a few members equipped with Kalashnikov rifles, who reacted and opened fire. The majority of the gang remained oblivious, celebrating the apparent demise of the troublesome intruder. Withstanding the sporadic gunfire, Lin Ke swiftly traversed a distance of 20 meters, propelled by the heat wave, and leapt 3 meters into the air above a piece of cover. In midair, amidst the flames, he aimed his weapons at 2 Vortex gang members wielding rocket launchers below. His guns unleashed a volley of lethal bullets, obliterating their heads in close-range execution. The moment Lin Ke landed, he pushed off the ground with force, momentarily pausing before lunging toward another hiding spot occupied by a Vortex member. With no concentrated fire suppressing his movements, Lin Ke fully capitalized on his speed, weaving through the Vortex's limited territory in a relentless spree of slaughter. Even as bullets zipped past him, he chose to endure, his pace unyielding despite sustaining several hits. The swift currents of air whipped up by rapid movements extinguished the flames clinging to him, transforming him into the harbinger of death amidst the winds. With every flicker and pause of his silhouette, one or two skulls were shattered. In less than a minute, Lin Ke had eradicated half of the life forms within the workshop, gaining hundreds of points in general vocational experience. 8T that moment, 3 frenzied members of the Vortex gang emerged from their cover, their guns trained on Lin Ke's swiftly moving figure as they squeezed the triggers. Die, you bastard! The bullets sprayed haphazardly. Aside from ricocheting off the ground, they struck various metallic instruments, creating brilliant sparks, leaving only a few bullet holes in Lin Ke's attire by the time the magazines were emptied. Once again, he stomped the ground and charged towards the 3 Vortex gang members who were reloading their weapons. Raising his gun, he emptied the last few rounds from his dual pistols, eliminating one of them, and surged forward to confront the remaining 2. With arms gathered, he directed a powerful elbow strike towards their heads. His physical strength, surpassing that of Olympic weightlifting champions, combined with his speed, unleashed a ton of impact force. Shattering their faces, with a resounding crack, the tremendous force obliterated the red optical prosthetic eye, mixing it with flesh, shattered bones, and teeth, reducing their brain matter to mush. The 2 deformed, concave skulls, along with their bodies, flew backward several meters before crashing to the floor, their mechanical limbs twitching momentarily under the influence of nerve signals before falling still. Stepping over the fallen corpses, Lin Ke began to reload his magazine when a figure suddenly charged towards him from the side. Matching his speed, 2 serrated blades shot forth from its mechanical arms, aiming to slice at Lin Ke's neck. I will sever your head. The crimson glow of its cybernetic eye, the half-metallic head, and the grotesque smile were all reflected in Lin Ke's dark eyes. Time seemed to pause at that moment. Player consumed 280 points of general vocational experience. Hunter level increased by 2 levels, 2 free attribute points, strength attribute 1 current 10 points, strength 10 muscle control, ultimate mastery over every inch of one's muscles. Agility attribute 1 current 11 points. It is I who shall sever your head. Lin Ke's left hand deftly caught the blade with the metallic gun body, while his right hand vanished the firearm, fingers curling around a hefty black longsword. Executing a horizontal slash, the adversary's serrated blade was halted by the shield that materialized at Lin Ke's neck. His sharp blade cleaved through the subdermal armor, slicing through bone, and decapitated the opponent in one swift motion. In that fleeting exchange, the outcome was determined. Did you not expect this? I, too, possess extraordinary abilities. Lin Ke brought down his sword, cleaving the still-talking head on the ground into 2 halves, thus ensuring the demise of this Vortex gang lunatic, whose cybernetic coverage exceeded 60%. An enhancement of physical prowess was imperative, transforming the ensuing battle into a one-sided slaughter. But a minute later, the vast workshop stood empty save for Lin Ke, the sole survivor. With the carnage concluded, Lin Ke disregarded the mangled corpses strewn about and sat down on the floor, hastily retrieving food from his backpack and devouring it ravenously. His upper and lower teeth ground the food into a pulp, swallowing it as though he had morphed into a soulless machine of destruction, incessantly pulverizing and swallowing vast quantities of sustenance. Only when the fires of hunger in his stomach subsided did he slow his pace. With chopsticks, he speared a piece of meat, sitting on the ground while contemplating the challenges encountered during this infiltration. He had anticipated a sweeping victory due to his superior physical abilities, yet found himself in a rather precarious situation. While his speed allowed him to handle 8 or 9 cybernetically enhanced adversaries simultaneously, being surrounded by dozens of enemies under a barrage of crossfire rendered him unable to exploit his speed advantage, leaving him with little opportunity to even fire his weapon. Had it not been for the 2 rockets launched by allies, the infiltration would not have concluded so swiftly. Chapter 47. This mission concludes having filled his belly. Lin Ke rose, stepping over various corpses in grotesque positions, treading upon the splattered liquids on the ground, and approached the elevator that led to the second floor. Access denied, permissions restricted. Ah, you dare refuse to transport me. Observing the text on the elevator display, Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. Realizing it was the elusive dum-dum's doing, he inserted the blade's tip into the gap of the elevator door, prying it open. With both hands, he forced his arms into the crevice, straining with effort as the shrill sound of metal scraping filled the air, violently prying open the iron doors of the elevator before stepping inside. Using his knife, he forcefully hacked a gap in the ceiling of the elevator, leaping onto its top, then grasped the cable suspending the elevator, easily climbing to the machinery room on the second floor. The room was shrouded in darkness, silent and still. Under the coverage of his perception, he discerned that only a few electronic devices were still operational, with no one hiding within. T appeared dum-dum, was aware of the annihilation of his comrades below, and had fled elsewhere. Well, I've missed the chance to collect big wood, but if I claim this place, won't we also miss out on the single-handed cudgel? Lin Ke chuckled at the thought. Indeed, the golden pompadour of Stott possessed its own charm. Be it male or female, whether he was on the receiving or giving end, no one would truly lose out. With no one in the machinery room on the second floor, Lin Ke had little interest in searching for any remaining members of the Vortex gang hiding elsewhere in the factory. Instead, he hurled several grenades forcefully into the inner workings of the electronic devices. Once his backpack was full, he would have Hunter Lin Ke retrieve what he had left in Starry Sky's room. After cleaning the battlefield, Lin Ke followed the memory of Hedgehog's route, descending through a sunken staircase to the location on the basement level where the Vortex gang filmed their dark productions. From the entrance, he could see a 3-meter-wide, 20-meter-long corridor. One side was lined with over a dozen large iron cages, while the other boasted an array of precision instruments and, well, how should one put it, torture devices for filming. Judging by the congealed bits of flesh and dried black blood, it was clear these items had seen frequent use. Merely gazing upon them induced an unsettling sensation. The air was thick with the stench of excrement and decay. As the Vortex gang had evidently not installed any exhaust fans, creating an almost fetid atmosphere. Donning a mask, Lin Ke entered this prison-like space. As he walked down the corridor, his perception expanded, and a myriad of scenes flooded his mind, causing his expression to shift. Each large iron cage contained one or more men and women. Aside from the 4 lifeless bodies, 21 others were barely alive, akin to livestock, chained and ensnared within. Almost all bore mutilations. Some lacking arms or legs, while others sported bizarre, makeshift cybernetics installed throughout their bodies. Moving past cage after cage, Lin Ke finally found his target in the last one, a young man, covered in stitched scars from head to toe. Had undergone extensive modifications with various strange cybernetics of unknown purpose. Were it not for the eye of truth, Lin Ke would have struggled to locate him. Kuru Bruce, age, 16 identity, Night City High School student cybernetic coverage, 68 description, an exemplary student now suffering from severe bodily rejection due to excessive implantation of inferior cybernetics and viruses. His life is on the brink of countdown. 2 hours, 31 minutes. 54 seconds. The cage was unlocked, and Lin Ke directly pulled open the iron door. Crouching beside Kuru Bruce, he retrieved the deteriorated recovery potion he had initially obtained and attempted to administer it. Yet upon inspecting the small head, he found no recognizable mouth-like organ. Observing Kuru Bruce's condition, which seemed on the verge of demise, Lin Ke scratched his head in frustration. If Kuru Bruce perished on their way out of the food factory, it would surely result in mission failure. That moment, a weak male voice echoed from behind Lin Ke. Hey brother, are you a mercenary? You've taken care of those Vortex gang scum outside. I'll pay you. Just save me. Lin Ke extended his perception and discovered the voice belonged to a young Asian man lying on an operating table. Emerging from the cage, Lin Ke approached the man that I took on a commission to rescue someone. Of course, I've cleared out those Vortex gang pests. Looking at the man on the operating table, whose limbs had been severed at the roots, Lin Ke's eyes displayed the character. Tang Wenyang, 32 identity, director of the weapon sales department at Kanto in Night City Cybernetic coverage. 2031 description, frequent patron of Liz Bar. Senior member of Cloud Top Club, a notorious playboy, and star of the hardcore production Dark Dream, hardcore human reduction, now relying on the advanced implants within his torso to sustain his life. Wow. This fellow has quite the background. Lin Ke thought, feeling a twinge of envy. Well, only for the first two aspects, he wondered if this man had ever crossed paths with Evelyn. However, it was indeed a tragic fate for the director of Kanto's weapon sales to be abducted by the Vortex gang for the sake of filming a dark production. Yet this production, related to corporate dogs, was likely to be popular among the lower strata of Night City. Lin Ke addressed the Chinese youth, who could be considered a member of the upper echelons of the company. Fellow countrymen, your situation appears rather dire. Fellow countrymen, you're one of us. Please, help me remove the interference chip, and I'll reward you handsomely afterward. Tang Wenye exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had not expected to survive and was lost in thoughts of who might inherit the advanced implant from his body after his demise. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope for survival ignited within me. Overwhelmed by emotion, my heart raced, and an array of warnings immediately flashed in my artificial eye. Relying on my parents at home was one thing. But abroad, I could not depend on my compatriots. I must be more cautious next time. It is wise to have a few bodyguards when venturing out. Lin Ke reached out and directly extracted the interference chip from Tang Wenyue's neural socket. As soon as the signal was restored, Tang Wenyue's mind received a barrage of emails from the trauma team, NCPD, Kongtao Security Department, and his parents, leaving him no time to read through them. As for my reward, let it be, when the trauma team arrives, you can spare some money to have them evacuate everyone here. Save whom you can, and for those who cannot be saved, let them be cremated. Lin Ke gestured towards the others in their cages while speaking to Tang Wenyue. Then, farewell. As a gold member, I had enough clout for a swift response from the trauma team. The system task had not specified that Lin Ke must rescue Kulu Bruce. As long as Kulu Bruce was extracted from the Whole Foods factory, he would have fulfilled the mission. Just as Lin Ke dashed out of the alley where the Whole Foods factory was located, a mechanical voice with a feminine tone echoed above him. This is the trauma team, currently en route to rescue the client. Emergency evacuation mission in progress. All hover vehicles, clear the airspace immediately. After running a few dozen meters, he donned his clothes and concealed himself in the shadows, observing as two hover vehicles from the trauma team descended. 15 minutes later, as the two hover vehicles ascended, Lin Ke's mind was greeted by the system's prompt. Commission task, last paternal love, completed, player awarded. Dimensional backpack space 1. Lin Ke beamed at the nearly tenfold expansion of his backpack space. After putting on his clothes, he prepared to summon Adele Amon. When the stillness of the street was shattered once again by the sound of engines, a procession of more than a dozen NCPD police cars surged down the road, followed by 4 ambulances from the City Medical Assistance Center. While the sky lit up with the tail flames of numerous hover vehicles, News 54 WNS and various news outlets in Night City dispatched their specialized hover vehicles towards this direction. Chapter 48. What can NCPD do? Someone had stormed the Vortex Gang stronghold, enduring the onslaught of dozens of cyber psychos, and after withstanding 2 M5 armor-piercing rockets, single-handedly eliminated all the cyber psychos, eventually departing unscathed. Rifer, is this what your field report indicates? I haven't misunderstood, have I? The incredulous tone of the superior echoed through the police channel, as if to say, do I look like a fool easily deceived? Are you trying to pull this absurd tale on me? Sir, this is the conclusion drawn by News 54 and WNS after gathering field information. You should be aware that their reconnaissance and analytical equipment far surpasses ours. The NCPD's funding had been continually siphoned and reduced by those municipal scoundrels, leaving them on the brink of being unable to pay salaries, let alone afford new equipment. Cough, cough. All right, I thought this exaggerated combat data belonged to Atom Smasher. I will log your field report into the database. Once the rescue center takes away the kidnapped citizens, you all should stand down. Leave the remaining evidence and bodies untouched. The Vortex Gang will handle it themselves. After explaining briefly, the superior officer organized the subsequent tasks for NCPD. And then, will we simply turn a blind eye? Those Vortex Gang scum are guilty of kidnapping innocent citizens, illegal detention, intentional bodily harm, organ trafficking, as well as numerous murders that we have ample witness and material evidence from the basement. Rifer's emotions surged with agitation. The brutal scenes in the basement and the dismembered body parts frozen in the refrigerator left him unable to maintain his composure. This is the directive from higher-ups. Officer Reifer, we can only obey the orders given. Beep. The police channel abruptly ended communication. Damn it. NCPD is starting to clean up after the gangs. That African-American officer Reifer Ward slammed his fist against the metallic wall behind him, venting his frustration. Yet he was merely a grassroots detective, powerless to change the course of events. Relax. Matters between the big players are beyond our reach. Old Han approached and patted his overly righteous partner, attempting to offer comfort. Though the Vortex gangs suffered losses in the dozens this time, they remain one of the most powerful gangs in Night City. NCPD's attempts to tackle such a behemoth could result in the casualties of hundreds or thousands of our colleagues. Reifer glanced at Old Han and then at a colleague smoking against the wall nearby. Phew, I know, I'm just unwilling to accept this. Leaning his back against the cold metallic wall, Reifer forcefully suppressed the fury within him. Being unable to investigate this, and that was truly stifling for the NCPD. Observing the reconnaissance drones hovering above the production workshop and the 4 staff members from News 54 and WNS, clad in protective suits and utilizing scanning equipment to analyze data and reconstruct the scene, his dark face bore a myriad of expressions: shame, anger, and helplessness. That IT was bad enough that their reconnaissance equipment was superior to that of the NCPD. Even the professionalism of their personnel exceeded that of most NCPD detectives. That IT was no wonder that the citizens of Night City held such disdain for them, opting to seek mercenaries for assistance rather than the NCPD when trouble arose. With rampant gangs in the city, a society driven by money, and rampant corruption in politics, how had Night City devolved into such a state? Night City should not be like this. In the deep of night, the well-informed intermediaries and corporate executives of Night City were aware of an unidentified lone mercenary who had single-handedly decimated a gang stronghold guarded by dozens of cyber psychos. After a few more hours, as dawn broke, the entire Night City would hear from Stanley's dead lottery that the once untouchable Vortex gang had lost dozens overnight. Beep. Destination reached. Skyscraper H4. Please exit from the left side door of the vehicle. Leave your worries outside. Point 2. 21 a.m. Just as his hand was about to lock the door, he paused momentarily, his heightened senses clearly detecting the blue lights still aglow in the living room beyond the door. A red-haired woman sat on the sofa, her dark red eyes fixed intently on the entrance. Despite the barrier of the metallic door, Lin Ke felt as though Gloria was gazing directly at him. "Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Don't you have work tomorrow?" Lin Ke muttered at the doorway, glancing down his own clean clothes, which he had changed into inside the Delamon vehicle. Still slightly uneasy, he raised his arm to his nose and inhaled, detecting no traces of the acrid scent of synthetic oil or the metallic tang of blood. Surely, Gloria wouldn't suspect what I had been up to? With a click, he unlocked the door and stepped inside. Upon seeing him, Gloria immediately rose from the sofa to greet him, her eyes scanning him closely, noticing that he bore no signs of injury. Her previously anxious heart finally settled. After changing into slippers at the entrance, Lin Ke spoke, only to feel that his manner of conversation was somewhat off. Was this how one spoke to a friend? A romantic partner? Lin Ke, you should carry a handgun for self-defense when you go out at night. Night City can be quite perilous after dark. Observing the undeniable weariness in Gloria's eyes, Lin Ke's tone turned exasperated. Understood. It's late. You should get some rest. I'm feeling tired too. After a shower, I'll head to bed. Just remember what I said. Carry a gun, and try to avoid going out at night unless necessary. After showering and collapsing onto the sofa, Lin Ke, who had not slept a wink for 3 days and nights to complete his mission, quickly drifted off into slumber. Chapter 49. Harvest. The arrival of dawn heralded the start of a new day. Those with jobs prepared to go to work, while students resumed their studies. Gloria donned her yellow work jacket and leisurely crossed the living room before exiting the apartment. She drove out of the underground parking lot in AG 240, heading to the medical center in Watson's Little Chinatown for her shift. David followed closely behind, dressed in the uniform of Arasaka Academy. Before leaving, he cast an envious glance at Lin Ke, who lay sleeping soundly on the sofa. The unrelenting academic demands of Arasaka Academy left him no opportunity for a leisurely morning. To the food stall beneath the skyscraper, he spent €5 to grab a beef burger to go. As he walked towards the Sky Rail station, he absent-mindedly bit into the burger he held. The flavor, which he had previously relished, now tasted somewhat off. All right, David admitted, after indulging in Lin Ke's delectable meals for several days. His palate had indeed become more discerning. Yet he knew he must again acclimate to the taste of this food. After finishing his burger, he crumpled the wrapping paper into a ball and tossed it onto the ground, grimacing as he stepped onto the sky rail bound for the city hall. In the Watson Kabukicho district behind Sart Street, next to the Liz Bar, within a high-rise apartment, a blonde woman draped in a towel stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Her tall, bare form gazed out at a corner of the bustling metropolis through the transparent glass curtain. Chi Wei held a cigarette between her fingers, smoking while listening to Stanley's Dead Lottery and the news channels of News 54 and WNS. For her, as a hacker, gathering information online and tuning into city news were among her methods of obtaining external information. Good morning, diligent citizens of Night City. Did you all enjoy a splendid night like I did? Who am I? I'm your dear friend, Stanley. Now let us delve into today's main topic, the highly anticipated Dead Lottery. Wow. Goodness gracious. With his vibrant rooster-like hairstyle, Stanley held up the press release before him, his expression exaggerated as he exclaimed loudly. In total, 87 souls perished yesterday, and you would never guess the region with the highest casualties. It was the perpetually underperforming NID. Astonishingly, NID accounted for 48 deaths, clinching the top prize. I must ask, what is going on with the brothers of the Vortex Gang? Renowned for their reputation, yet lacking in prowess. Not only were they challenged, but they also lost 43 men in one fell swoop. Goodness, who have they angered? While Stanley reported the Dead Lottery, News Channel 54 and WNS were simultaneously broadcasting similar reports. The main content revealed that an unidentified lone mercenary stormed the abandoned food processing plant occupied by the Vortex Gang, killing 43 of their members in a mere 10 minutes of gunfire. The abandoned food processing plant, the Vortex Gang, Kulu Bruce, an unidentified lone wolf. Could it be him? At this moment, a communication request echoed in her brain. Sasha Yakovleva, the video call connected, and Chiwei knew that she wasn't the only one suspecting his involvement. The golden sun hung high above the city. It was noon when Lin Ke finally awoke from his slumber. After stretching contentedly on the sofa, he made his way to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Since his physical condition had reached the 10-point mark, Lin Ke's teeth were now tightly aligned, leaving no room for food remnants, let alone the breeding of bacteria that could lead to yellowing or bad breath. His daily ritual of brushing his teeth and washing his face was simply a habit ingrained in him since childhood. Brush teeth, wash face, then eat. Once he finished his grooming, Lin Ke sat at the dining table and retrieved the steaming fried fish fillet and mushroom soup from his backpack. Beginning to relish his delicious breakfast, after breakfast, Lin Ke commenced organizing the spoils of the previous night. First, there were the experience points. Last night at the food processing plant, he had eliminated 43 members of the Vortex Gang. In addition to the Hedgehog Head he dispatched 3 days prior. Through World Commission tasks, he earned 20 Universal Experience points for each Vortex Gang member killed, accumulating a total of 880 points. He then used 280 of those points to elevate his hunter profession to level 3, leaving him with 600 experience points remaining. Next came the items obtained from the battlefield. With his backpack now enlarged, he transferred all the loot stored in the Starlight House into it. That a quick inventory revealed 16 rolls of cash, totaling over 13,000 euros AS for the funds held in electronic accounts by the deceased members of the Vortex Gang. They would likely benefit the banks, yet the amounts were probably insignificant, as these madmen tended to spend any money they had on upgrading their implants. After all, in this cyber era, the greatest asset for the lower class was their own bodies. Additionally, there were the implants removed from those cybermaniacs. However, most of these implants utilized software developed by the Vortex Gang itself, and each piece had likely passed through 3 or 4 owners. Lin Ke would never consider using them for cooking or installing them on himself. Among the few high-end items from certain companies, such as the Sanbi's Tan Chip and Krunzikov, he had not been able to salvage them during the battle, as they were mostly damaged. Thus, Lin Ke decided to sell these implants to AS for potential buyers. Oldway would not accept these second-hand implants removed from corpses to dispose of such items. One would either have to seek out some black clinics or contact mercenaries experienced in this line of work. Lin Ke naturally had candidates in mind. Lastly, he gathered various firearms and ammunition. including 2 high-quality intelligent firearms. Without intelligent connections and optical implants, they could not exert their full capabilities, while the other weapons were mostly of similar power. Lin Ke decided to keep 2 shotguns and 4 shells. Opting for a kinetic shotgun instead, he planned to pack up the remaining items and sell them alongside the implants. 5 small armor-piercing rocket-propelled grenade. Quality. Excellent description. Body diameter 40 millimeters. Total length 550 mm. Initial velocity 180 ms. Rocket propulsion speed 310 ms. With a conical charge effective range capable of penetrating 400 millimeters. Uniform steel plate. Within 200 dB. 4-needle type. Kinetic double-barreled shotgun. Quality. Ordinary description. Capable of firing 12-gauge shotgun shells. No magazine. Requires manual reloading. Effective for close-range shooting. Enough to take down a large beast with a single shot. Chapter 50. Target. Manticore at an abandoned construction site on Coronado Farm. The 5 members of Man's team gathered in a safe house. In the conference room, everyone sat in a circle, and Man, with a serious expression, looked first at Sasha. Sasha shook her head, her fluffy black short hair swaying with her movement. Sasha had not gleaned any useful information from Chiwei. She felt that she was concealing something. However, Sasha had deciphered an emergency rescue list from Night City Medical Center from last night, which included a patient named Kulu Bruce, a golden member of the trauma team. 4 days ago, Mr. Lin's commission was to extract information from the mind of that Vortex gang member. And at that time, this Kulu Bruce was still imprisoned in the abandoned food processing plant. The intelligence gathering from 4 days prior and weapon purchases from 2 days ago were all preparations for last night's operation. It seemed this lone mercenary who stormed the food processing plant was undoubtedly Mr. Lin. Man sighed while sitting on the sofa. Many mercenaries on the streets were speculating about the identity of this lone wolf who had slaughtered dozens of cybermaniacs. Among the living legends in Night City, it seemed only Morgan Blackhand and Atom Smasher could achieve such feats. In short, within half a day, this nameless lone wolf had become a legendary figure recognized by mercenaries, while others racked their brains trying to figure out how the Vortex gang had crossed paths with such a formidable individual. Man already knew. This was merely a simple rescue operation from a gang stronghold. Who would have thought we could connect with a legendary figure like Morgan Blackhand? What an honor. Pila leaned back on the sofa, hands clasped behind his head, voicing the thoughts of everyone in the room, of course, except for one person. The shortest member of the team, Rebecca, with her green twin tails, killing dozens of Vortex gang maniacs, really legendary. Haven't we done that too? Rebecca crossed her arms defiantly. Pila, sitting nearby, helplessly rubbed his forehead. Sometimes his sister was adorably oblivious to the situation. Sitting next to Man, Dorio explained, Rebecca, the ones we've taken down before were just low-level thugs who claimed to be with the Vortex gang after getting red cybernetic eyes. The ones who perished last night were the real Vortex gang members. With an average implant coverage rate exceeding 50, those are the true cybermaniacs. The TO single-handedly eliminate these cybermaniacs within 10 minutes qualifies one as a legendary figure in Night City. Well, although we have met such a legendary figure, we must also make a name for ourselves in Night City. One day, we too shall become a legendary squad. Though, a leader who does not inspire his team is an inadequate leader. Just as Man was preparing to motivate his team further, a communication request popped up in his field of vision. Lin Ke is calling. His robust form stiffened. Shoo. Man put his index finger to his lips, signaling silence to the others in the conference room. Mr. Lin is calling. Quiet. The room fell silent, and everyone shrugged. They hadn't said anything, yet Man seemed anxious. However, if a legendary figure were calling, they likely felt just as nervous. Man answered the call, and the others in the room fixed their gaze on him. His expression was serious, and throughout the conversation, he merely responded with okay, understood, which hardly matched his usual composed demeanor. After hanging up, Man exhaled deeply. He had nearly held his breath while listening to Mr. Lin's commission request. Scanning the room at the curious expressions of his companions, Man cleared his throat and said, Mr. Lin has a batch of implants and firearms that he needs our assistance in selling, with profits split 50-50. Implants? Firearms? Are they from the Vortex gang? Man raised his hand to stop Dorio from continuing. Mr. Lin reminded me that the items are tricky. bearing unique gang markings that we must be cautious of. Sasha. When the items arrive, you'll handle the implant data, deleting past user information and re-editing the details. Pila. You will inspect some external implants and firearms, finding a way to erase the gang symbols. Understood, Sasha replied. Are we picking up the items? If there are any high-end implants, I would like to disassemble and practice with them first. Pila said, rubbing his hands in excitement. Mr. Lin mentioned he would send a Delamon vehicle over. First, we will fill the trunk of the business car with weapons and firearms, then place the 4 large boxes filled with implants in the back seat. Lin Ke closed the car door and instructed the ball driver. Everything is loaded, Olda, let's go to be careful not to get robbed on the way. Choose Delamon. Leave the troubles outside. Delamon Freight, delivering on mission. For the time being, he cannot gain experience through cooking in this world. Open the attributes list. Name. Lin Ke age. 20 identity. Player dimensional backpack. 10 cubic meters equipment slot. Subcutaneous armor. Greed soup cauldron. Brain machine implant universal talent. Civilization. Eye of truth learning physical attributes. Strength. 10 agility. 11 constitution. 10 spirit. 10 evaluation. Human or not. The changes in the personal panel are significant. Especially the system's evaluation, which infuriates Lin Ke. I have the same 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth. What makes me less human? What is different about my appearance compared to others? Damn. Well, the system's evaluation is secondary. The key concern is the change in his profession. Profession, chef level. Level 10 experience. 0. Assessment task required, professional talent. Super supplements, unique, professional skill. Soup task. Chef's self-proof promotion assessment introduction. Cook a dish of rare quality to prove one's worth as a chef. Task reward. Unlock experience acquisition for chef profession levels 10-15. Chef profession skill crystal. The experience bar is locked. Without completing the promotion assessment, even if he cooks exquisite dishes, he cannot gain proficiency. If he were merely a chef in the cyber world, his career would likely be at an end. Fortunately, he still holds the identity of a hunter in another world. Carefully selected mushrooms from the ancient forest, rare abalone from the Lushan Coral Plateau, high-quality meat from herbivorous dragons, rare white liver from elven deer, and precious materials hidden within the bodies of gigantic dragon beasts. As long as his hunting abilities are sufficient, Lin Ke believes he can soon complete the promotion assessment. However, this situation is not without its advantages. Having been in Night City for some time, he has yet to explore the city properly. In the coming days, he plans to experience the cybernetic features of Night City. He intends to visit Liz Bar, Twisting Street, and the Wild Wolf Bar. Additionally, he aims to accumulate some universal experience at the gates of a new continent. Lin Ke wave at the ancient tree elder on the cliff and the cats behind him. Be cautious in the jungle, especially of the Onganafu, the ancient tree warned in a booming voice. Rest assured, I am merely heading into the forest to gather some rare ingredients. If I encounter a barbaric jaw dragon, it won't be able to outrun me. If it does appear, I shall treat it to a couple of rounds first. Lin Ke thought to himself. Goodbye, elder, and farewell to everyone. Do not worry. The cloud will ensure Lin Ke's safety. Meow. But he gently rubbed the fluffy head of the cloud resting on his shoulder. Let us set off, Cloud. Our goal is delicious food. The meat of the barbaric jaw dragon should be edible, right? Oh, let us go. Meow. Chapter 51. Moonlit light. The shadows of trees are sparse. The stream babbles gently, and a small patch of jungle reveals rare rocky terrain intermingled with hard soil. 3 small creatures with gray fur curled up into a small circle, their heads resting on their fluffy tails, basking on a protruding rock under the warm afternoon sun. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, creating a soft, rustling sound, accompanied by the distant chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects, evoking an uncontrollable impulse to doze off. Suddenly, one gray creature perked up its long ears, its hind legs pushing off the rock as it stood upright. This action seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as the other 2 creatures, with ears taking up a third of their bodies, also stood up, scanning their surroundings as if sensing impending danger. Whoosh! Suddenly, from a thicket over 30 meters away, 2 shadows shot through the air and struck the heads of the long-eared creatures. With tremendous force, the creatures' heads were smashed, their fluffy ears severed from their bodies, in the blink of an eye. The two creatures lay sprawled on the rock, their necks grotesquely devoid of blood, despite the broken flesh and fur. Only one creature remained, startled, squeaking in terror. It leaped off the rock and darted into the thicket to escape. Lin Ke, you throw stones remarkably well, meow. Dressed in deep green attire woven from leaves and fine vines. Cloud emerged from the thicket, leaping onto the rock to retrieve the two deceased creatures. Huh, just average, Lin Ke replied, stepping out from the thicket, accepting the two small corpses from Cloud's claws. Wandering rabbit, terrestrial creature quality. Ordinary description, with large, soft ears. It can detect the faintest sounds. Upon sensing danger, it will flee. Killing the rabbit is, of course, for eating the rabbit. Tonight, we shall feast on honey-glazed roasted rabbit. He picked up a bloodstone shard the size of a grain of sand that had fallen outside. Lin Ke stored the two nearly decimated wandering rabbits in his backpack, scooping up Cloud from the rock and placing it on his broad shoulder as they ventured deeper into the forest over the rocky terrain. Let us go, Cloud. We must reach the mushroom patch before dark. Cloud will guide the way. On the outskirts of the ancient tree forest, unaffected by icy weather, the forest displayed its bountiful produce. Towering trees stood one after another, their dense canopies forming a vast green ocean that made it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. Beneath the shadow of the canopy, Lin Ke, carrying Cloud, followed a path likely carved by large beasts towards a collection point previously recorded by the insect cage tribe. Currently, his backpack contained over a dozen waterball moss, along with several herbs possessing healing and detoxifying properties. Meanwhile, Cloud carried behind it a small insect cage woven from vines, which housed a few blue beetles. Thus, they traveled while gathering. Before the forest fell into complete darkness, Lin Ke and Cloud arrived at the mushroom patch noted by the insect cage tribe. This was a clearing formed by the collapse of several towering trees, with clear stream water seeping through the fertile black soil, surrounding the decaying giants, creating an ideal environment for fungal growth that on the moist, decaying trunks, clusters of mushrooms crowded together, their soft pink caps glistening with dew, and their thick white stems indicating an undeniably exquisite flavor. Red caps, white stems after eating, we shall lie down together. A familiar internet song involuntarily echoed in his mind. This expansive mushroom grove likely contained tens of thousands of mushrooms, primarily the unique mushrooms of the ancient forest, whose flavors Lin Ke had already experienced. After a slight moment of astonishment, Lin Ke entered the mushroom patch with Cloud. Cloud, let us begin gathering that Cloud will work hard. The pair, one human and one cat, dispersed into the mushroom grove. Unlike Cloud, who fixedly picked mushrooms from a dead log, Lin Ke weaved through the numerous gigantic dead trees. Lines of characters continuously appeared and disappeared in his vision as he began purposeful harvesting among the mushrooms, bypassing ordinary specimens to directly collect the superior individuals. Carefully selected mushroom. Fungus ingredient quality. Ordinary, superior. Description. A premium mushroom among the ancient forest as specialty mushrooms. It boasts a concentrated flavor and superior taste. As the sun gradually sank beneath the horizon, fireflies danced sporadically among the grass and bushes, while two luminous winged insects flitted through the air, illuminating the mushroom grove even brighter than before sunset. After collecting the last carefully selected mushroom, Lin Ke sighed. His eyes ached from straining, yet he had not found the desired mushrooms amid the tens of thousands. Together with Cloud, he began harvesting the remaining ordinary mushrooms from the gigantic logs. Hours passed, and when the bright moon rose high in the sky, they had only managed to gather mushrooms from over 10 massive logs, still less than a third of the entire mushroom patch. Jumping down from the dead wood, Lin Ke lifted Cloud, who was panting from exertion, off the branch. All right, Cloud, let us call a night for gathering. Take me to the camp established by your insect cage tribe nearby. We will have dinner and rest for the night, then complete the remaining mushroom collection tomorrow. Cloud rested on Lin Ke's arm, sticking out its pink tongue and rubbing its already famished belly. Okay, Cloud is tired too. I am so hungry, meow. Lin Ke took out 2 bloodstone shards and placed them on Cloud's tongue, gently rubbing the fluffy head of Cloud. This Cloud doesn't even think to take a break. Such a straightforward and adorable cat. Embracing Cloud, with the cat leading the way, Lin Ke was just about to set off at this moment. The moon hung high in the sky, a silver crescent moon shining down upon the mushroom grove, casting soft moonlight that illuminated two clusters of silvery radiance upon the decayed trees. Even the seemingly endless moonlight could not obscure these two glimmers. Lin Ke's gaze was instantly drawn to them, and upon closer inspection, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face as he dashed over, cradling cloud, and harvested the two mushrooms enveloped in silver light. They're the rarest and most delicious mushrooms of the forest. Meow. Spirit light mushroom. Fungus ingredient quality. Excellent, exceptional, description. A treasure among the mushroom community. A precious specialty of the ancient forest. Enveloped in a dreamlike glow, this fragrant mushroom is a rare find that astonishes chefs. Chapter 52. Mushroom pig. A massive tree trunk, over 10 meters in diameter and standing 5 or 6 meters tall, is not particularly remarkable amidst the towering trees of the ancient forest. As Lin Ke gently parted the tangled branches of parasitic vines clinging to the trunk, he was greeted by the sight of a tree hollow approximately 1 meter high. Following closely behind Yinduo, he crouched down, struggling to squeeze into the confined space. To his surprise, the interior of the hollow was surprisingly spacious. In the dim light of the hollow, Lin Ke surveyed his surroundings with keen perception. The area spanned over 30 square meters with a height of 2 meters, allowing him to stand upright without feeling constrained. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of dry moss, yielding a pleasantly soft sensation underfoot. The hollow bore little in terms of furnishings, save for a few antiquated clay pots nestled in the corners and 2 murals adorning the walls. Insect Cage Clan graffiti conveyed the message. Safety. Insect Cage Clan graffiti expressed. Camp. This was a campsite we had established long ago. Yinduo approached one of the clay pots and retrieved a small cage woven from vines. Shaking it gently, noticing no response, she opened the cage and tipped out the long-dead corpse of an insect. In the darkness, Yinduo's large, round eyes sparkled. The luminous insects are gone. Did I have some here? Lin Ke extracted a camping lantern used in the cyber world from his backpack. Upon activation, a bright, ethereal blue light illuminated the entire hollow. He placed the lantern in a corner, feeling exasperated by the light pollution of Night City. Lamenting the inability to find a proper incandescent bulb. Rubbing his own growling stomach, he reassured Yinduo, "Wait a little longer, and we shall have something delicious." Yinduo will obediently wait, she replied, carefully skinning the gray fur from the rabbit. Lin Ke regretted his lack of skill, resulting in 2 poorly cut pelts, riddled with knife marks. After removing the more troublesome entrails, he made several incisions in the rabbit's thick, meaty thighs and abdomen. Sprinkling fine salt over them for flavor, he set the 2 marinating rabbits aside and took out a few carefully selected mushrooms from his backpack, washing them before adding them whole to a pot of water to simmer. Next, he retrieved a piece of honeycomb, extracted the honey, mixed it with a bit of cooled boiled water, and stirred until the thick jelly-like winter honey was smooth, applying it evenly over the marinated rabbit meat. Pressing down with his fingers, he tenderized the meat while allowing the honey to infuse its flavor, and he then brushed a layer of animal fat, rendered from bobo, over the rabbits before placing them in the oven to heat. Once the rabbit's skin began to bubble and turn a golden red hue, he took them out, brushed on another layer of honey, and returned them to the oven for a second round of roasting. Timing was crucial, for at such high temperatures, overcooking would lead to caramelization of the honey, rendering the meat bitter on the palate. Cooking completed. Soup skill proficiency 2. Exquisite mushroom broth. Extraordinary soup quality. Excellent description. Drinking over 100 milliliters at once grants a surge of energy. Rapidly recovering physical fatigue and repairing overexerted injuries. Honey glazed roasted rabbit. Extraordinary meat quality. Excellent description. Consuming it slightly enhances physical muscle strength. The 2 honey-glazed rabbits, devoid of skin and entrails, weighed a total of 10 pounds. Lin Ke could easily finish one entirely. While considering Yinduo's size, she could manage only a single hind leg. He resolved to reserve one hind leg for Gloria as a late-night snack, leaving the remainder to feed David in the tree hollow campsite. Yinduo exclaimed, "Meow, the rabbit smells so delicious." True to form, upon encountering tasty food, she emitted a purring sound. Lin Ke sat cross-legged beside her, listening to her gentle purrs as he ravenously tore into a large, honey-soaked piece of rabbit meat. Delicious. After relishing their delightful dinner, Yin Duo washed her face with her paws and curled into a large, fluffy white ball, falling soundly asleep. Meanwhile, Lin Ke lay on the soft moss, his bright eyes wide open, contemplating how he might vanquish the colossal beast measuring 16 meters in length and weighing nearly 100 tons without injury. In the normal gravity of a new world, those dragon beasts could sustain their massive bodies while hunting, their bone density and physical strength formidable beyond measure. Lin Ke doubted that even if he expended all 4 armor-piercing grenades in his backpack, he could slay the manticore dragon, that he needed to devise several strategies to weaken the beast in advance. Concocting a poison with toxic mushrooms and vines, finding a lightning bug to repair the paralysis trap in his backpack, or utilizing the bucket of pitch-black soup within, jetting mysterious broth? If he could somehow administer this broth to the manticore dragon, it could prove immensely beneficial. The night passed unnoticed, and after a hearty meal of meatball soup, the early rising Yin Duo and Lin Ke set off once more. Returning to the mushroom field, as they approached the mushroom field, they were met with several uninvited guests, voraciously devouring the delectable mushrooms sprouting from the decaying wood. Thick layers of white chitinous shells adorned their bodies, resembling round hats atop their plump heads. Their moss-covered, broad backs rose high, akin to massive green rocks, and their sturdy limbs bulged with powerful muscles. Exuding an imposing presence, Lin Ke and Yin Duo stood at the edge of the mushroom field, observing the 4 titanic beasts feasting on the fresh fungi, their minds momentarily befuddled. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to mushroom pigs. Yet their size was utterly exaggerated. Had they consumed excessive hormones or protein powder? With backs exceeding 2 meters in height and weighing at least in tons, their colossal forms dwarfed even the mightiest off-road vehicles. Mushroom pig gigantic mutation quality. Excellent description. With a keen sense of smell, it can locate its favorite mushrooms. Following closely behind it may lead to various types of mushrooms. Indeed, they are mushroom pigs. Chapter 53. Cyber weapons hunting the 4 enormous mushroom pigs, akin to massive harvesters, devoured mushrooms of all sizes, indiscriminately chewing and swallowing in their haste. They even tore away chunks of decaying bark from the trees that house the fungi. This brutal feeding method, coupled with the destruction of the mycelium and the mushroom's growth environment, threatened the very existence of the mushroom forest. If left unchecked, these gluttonous creatures would ultimately devastate this thriving ecosystem, leaving no fungi to sprout again. Suddenly, the 4 insatiable gorgers halted their feeding, turning their massive bodies toward Lin Ke and Yin Duo's hiding spot in the underbrush, chewing the remnants of mushrooms in their mouths. They flared their nostrils, detecting an unusual scent in the air. Meanwhile, Lin Ke had already climbed a large tree, perching himself over 20 meters above the ground. His sense of smell had detected the increasingly pungent aroma of sulfur long before the mushroom pigs did. From the forest, the heavy sound of footsteps drew closer, causing the ground to tremble slightly, accompanied by the crackling of broken branches that a creature resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex passed beneath the tree. With a spiked, robust tail sweeping against the trunk, it stripped away a layer of bark. Just as parasitic fungi attract foraging animals, when these animals gather, the predatory giants are drawn to the feast. This is the predator-prey dynamic of the hunter's world. Engineath, it's dangerous here. Lin Ke, let's move quietly. Yin Duo whispered from her perch on a branch. Let us observe first. It won't be easy for the manticore dragon to feast if an opportunity arises. We might just take it down right here. Lin Ke signaled to Yin Duo to remain calm as he cleared branches from his view, watching the standoff between predator and prey in the mushroom field. He checked his weapons and tools in his backpack, reflecting, to complete the mission, I prepared something special. Soon it will have a delicious treat, and in the mushroom field, the mushroom pigs, far below the manticore dragon in the ecological hierarchy, did not flee. Whether it was confidence stemming from their massive size or reluctance to abandon the bountiful feast before them, they dug into the ground with their sturdy forelegs, lowering their heads and presenting their hard, dome-shaped shells toward the approaching dragon, boldly charging despite the size disparity. How brave! Lin Ke marveled from his vantage point in the tree, but he knew that such an assault would have little effect on the manticore dragon. In a swift motion, the dragon sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick with its hind leg that sent the first charging mushroom pig tumbling. It then spun around, swinging its muscular tail to smash into the two pigs that had rushed in behind it, sending them crashing into the decaying wood laden with fungi. In a fluid motion, the manticore dragon opened its jaws lined with sharp teeth and seized the last mushroom pig that charged, sinking its fangs deep into the creature's moss-covered back, piercing through layers of fat and muscle. The poor mushroom pig thrashed within the dragon's maw, emitting mournful grunts. In the next instant, the manticore dragon, clutching the several-ton mushroom pig, raised its neck high and began to thrash it side to side. Lin Ke, witnessing this from his perch, could already envision the dragon's next move the poor split-headed one. No, the big pig. With a few vigorous shakes of its massive head, the manticore dragon brought the mushroom pig down like a colossal hammer. The thud resounded even from dozens of meters away, and the unfortunate creature was silenced in an instant, its life extinguished. In that brief encounter, one was slain while three were injured. The manticore dragon undeniably reigned supreme as a top predator in the ancient forest's ecological hierarchy. As Lin Ke observed the bloodied man-eater dragon preparing to attack the remaining three giant mushroom pigs, he could not remain a mere spectator. After all, he too wished to sample their flavor. He produced a flashbang, disengaged the safety, and held it in his hand for a couple of seconds before hurling it towards the beast. The fist-sized projectile traced a straight trajectory and detonated above the man-eater dragon's massive head. The blinding light expanded instantaneously, temporarily rendering the creature's eyes blind and robbing it of its sight. Disoriented, the man-eater dragon began to thrash its head and tail, launching a frenzied assault on everything in its vicinity. Dry branches snapped beneath its tail, and a plethora of mushrooms were trampled to pulp. That moment, the three surviving giant mushroom pigs rose from the ground, undeterred by the danger, and charged the man-eater dragon with lowered heads. With a resounding thud, aside from one that was struck and sent flying by the tail, the other two pigs collided with the dragon's thigh like rampaging bulldozers. The tremendous impact caused the man-eater dragon to lose its balance, and its hefty body crashed down onto the soft, black earth, sending dirt and water flying in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, the two pigs relentlessly butted their hard heads against the dragon's abdomen. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, perched in a distant tree, recognized the moment and retrieved a launcher, expertly loading it with a rocket-propelled grenade before resting it on his shoulder. He aimed at the creature's head and pulled the trigger. In a mere 40 meters, the rocket soared forth, colliding with the dragon's jaw. The conical explosive detonated upon impact, and a searing jet of molten metal pierced through the man-eater dragon's lower jaw. The anguished roar of the man-eater dragon was drowned out by the thunderous explosion of the projectile. The clouds in the sky seemed to cover their ears, witnessing the weapon's might. And memories of the hunters from the stars flooded their minds. Some among them wielded a device known as a crossbow that launched an explosive called armor-piercing Grenade 3, comparable in ferocity to this. When the smoke cleared, the dragon's head was revealed, its entire lower jaw blown apart, with resilient patches of skin hanging limply. Its once formidable mouth now gaped open, with half of its tongue lost in the explosion. Lin Ke surveyed the scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly as he retrieved a secret weapon he had crafted the previous night specifically for the man-eater dragon. It consisted of several jet-black water moss balls. Water moss, symbiotic algae item quality. Ordinary description, a special type of moss that thrives in moist environments, containing water which can serve as an emergency water source and also as a projectile. Effective in washing away the hardened dirt shells from the bodies of earth and mud dragons. Note, striking a water-averse monster will provoke it. Chapter 54. The Forest Marauder Extermination completed. He had squeezed all the water from the moss balls last night and soaked it in a soup pot, absorbing 3 liters of the dark, viscous broth. If he were to pour this entire concoction down the throat of the man-eater dragon, it would surely regurgitate. Yin Duo, stay hidden in the tree, Lin Ke instructed before leaping down from the 20-meter-high branch. Upon landing, he bent his knees and rolled forward to mitigate the impact from the fall. His robust core strength and bone density ensured that this descent from such a height posed no mishap. A hunter does not perish from a fall. As he stepped within a 40-meter radius of the man-eater dragon, Lin Ke gripped the moss balls tightly and aimed for the dragon's unclosable maw, tossing them one after another. The 10 black water moss balls arced gracefully through the air, landing directly in the dragon's throat and rolling down into its stomach. However, as Lin Ke attempted to toss in a few fragmentation grenades, the man-eater dragon rose once more. The enormous beast lunged to the side, executing a beastly charge that sent the 2 giant mushroom pigs flying. Its flared nostrils expanded, and its small eyes widened in fury as it turned its attention toward Lin Ke, releasing a deafening roar. Sparks erupted from its throat, and its dorsal membrane unfurled, signaling its enraged state. Lin Ke covered his ears. The roar of the dragon was truly terrifying, nearly shattering his eardrums. As the colossal creature charged toward him, he felt a surge of apprehension and began to run. The dragon pursued, capable of covering over 20 meters in a single second, while Lin Ke maintained a distance of just over 10 meters ahead. As the dragon accelerated, so did he, and when it slowed, he followed suit, always keeping a safe distance while circling the mushroom patch. He was biding his time, waiting for the broth to take effect. Hiding in the tree, Yin Duo covered her large eyes. Peeking through a small gap between her paws, her worried gaze tracking Lin Ke as he sprinted. Be careful, meow. After 2 laps around the man-eater dragon, Lin Ke noticed its speed gradually diminishing, with drops of yellow liquid trailing in its wake. When the beast finally came to a stop, a torrent of liquid erupted behind it, unable to contain its bodily functions. It's working. Donning a mask, Lin Ke hurled a grenade at the dragon. However, the man-eater dragon, having experienced the power of such devices, unleashed a fiery breath that detonated 2 grenades mid-air. The shrapnel caused no harm to the dragon. Though the grenades proved ineffective, the flames only intensified the deluge of foul-smelling liquid excrement pouring from the dragon's rear. With each step forward, the once solid waste marking its territory transformed into a torrent of liquid. Its massive legs began to tremble. Lin Ke circled the man-eater dragon. He continued to toss grenades from a distance until the creature could no longer breathe fire, extinguishing its fury. Only then did he retrieve the launcher and load another rocket, sprinting to the dragon's side to pull the trigger. The rocket, trailing smoke, struck the dragon's spine, and the explosion left its heat-dissipating membranes in tatters, revealing only a few slender, bloodied bones. This time, Lin Ke rushed forward and threw 2 grenades into the dragon's throat. To his surprise, the man-eater dragon curled its tongue to block its throat, flicking the grenades away. Damn it! This walnut-sized brain is surprisingly clever. Retreating swiftly to evade the explosion, he drew his single-handed sword, gripping a shield in one hand and the sword in the other, charging at the dragon's head to deliver a decisive blow. The sharp metallic sound echoed as Lin Ke's sword failed to penetrate the flesh, instead bouncing off with a jarring recoil. An ineffective blade. The flesh is still this tough? Undeterred, he swung at other areas, only managing to groom the dragon's fur and trim its scales, though the inflicted damage was minimal, with no blood even flowing from the few shallow cuts. Well, it seems my novice weapon lacks the cutting power. While the state of projectile-induced distress prolonged the dragon's time on the ground, this flurry of futile strikes wasted considerable time as the man-eater dragon struggled to rise. Lin Ke leaped onto its head, driving the tip of his sword towards one of its eyes. The faint sound of a bubble bursting echoed as the blade pierced the eyeball, yet became lodged against the dragon's bony eye socket. Unable to penetrate further due to the sword's width, with one eye blinded, the man-eater dragon stood up, violently shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge Lin Ke. Yet Lin Ke had retracted his sword, now clinging to the top of the dragon's head, with one hand grasping a scale on one side and the other clutching the rim of the shattered eye socket, stabilizing himself. The dragon, realizing it could not shake off the tiny figure atop its head, extended its tongue in a futile attempt to lick him off, but could only reach so far, and its short forelimbs were of no use. It inhaled to unleash a roar, but the air it drew in quickly escaped from its reared that moment. Its remaining eye turned toward the trees, and a spark of determination ignited within it. The creature ambled closer to a massive tree, intent on crashing into it. "Look over here! Monster!" Yin Duo, having descended from the tree unbeknownst to Lin Ke, approached the colossal beast and threw stones, hoping to divert the dragon's attention to provide Lin Ke an opportunity to escape. Yet, the man-eater dragon paid no heed to the small creature, lowering its head to ram into the sturdy trunk, aiming directly at Lin Ke. "Don't meow." With a resounding thud, the trunk quaked, and leaves cascaded like rain. Yin Duo hung her head in despair, tears glistening in her eyes as they fell onto the dark earth. "Yin Duo, don't worry, I'm fine. You need to run far away. This beast is about to go berserk." Lin Ke's voice rang out from above. Surprised, Yin Duo looked up, her vision piercing through the mist of tears to see Lin Ke entirely suspended over the side of the dragon with the blinded eye. It turned out Lin Ke had anticipated the dragon's intentions and had released his grip on one side of the scales, flipping over to hang on the opposite side, narrowly avoiding being crushed. "Stay safe, meow." As Yin Duo scampered away, Lin Ke plunged a hand into the dragon's eye socket. Gripping something and pulling forcefully, he extracted a shattered eyeball the size of a human head, connected to a thick strand of bloody neural tissue. The intense pain drove the man-eater dragon into a frenzy, crashing its body and head against the trees. Lin Ke maintained his grip on the vacant eye socket, steadying himself, and gulped down the last portion of bone broth shield. An ethereal shield manifested upon the surface of his body, absorbing the relentless and formidable impacts, with his left hand securing his eye socket and his right hand gripping a hunting knife. Lin Ke plunged his entire right arm into the eye socket of the man-jaw dragon, piercing through its cranial structure and swiftly twisting within the soft, vulnerable brain tissue. The terrifying vitality of the beastly dragon was palpable in this moment. Lin Ke felt as if his right hand had completely pulverized the dragon's brain. Yet the man-jaw dragon continued its ferocious rampage for over a minute before finally succumbing to death. The hunter's innate skill in killing had taken effect. Two crystalline orbs, one red and one white, the size of a fist, fell from the hollow eye sockets of the man-jaw dragon. Mission, the fate of the vanquished, has been completed. Player gained 300 experience points. Hunter's item, Leash of Enslavement 1. Chapter 55, Becoming Stronger Again. Life crystallization of the man-jaw dragon. Bloodstone quality. Excellent, superior. Description, a crystallization of the beastly dragon's vigorous life force. Consuming it can enhance current physical attributes by 2 points of strength. Essence of the man-jaw dragon's soul. Soul crystal quality. Excellent, superior. Description, purged of wildness, ferocity, and murderous influences. This is a pure essence of the soul. When applied to the forehead, it can increase current mental attributes by 1 point. Lin Ke retrieved several remaining green moss balls, using them to cleanse his bloodied and brain matter-stained arm, just as he stowed the bloodstone and soul crystal into his backpack. A snow-white figure dashed towards him, and suddenly his vision was enveloped in darkness, his face buried beneath soft, fluffy fur. Lin Ke felt a surge of danger. It had truly been perilous. Yin Duo's limbs encircled him, her entire feline form resembling an oversized, face-hugging creature, clinging to Lin Ke's head. Hearing the quiver of tears in Yin Duo's voice, he could only comfort her with gentle strokes along her back. Speaking in a low, soothing tone that it's all right, that I'm perfectly fine. Yin Duo is a brave forest patroller. You must be strong. Yin Duo is worried something might happen to you, that I know my limits, but if you don't let go, I might suffocate. Meow? The emotional swings of children are swift and fleeting. Under Lin Ke's reassurance, Yin Duo quickly regained her former innocence and vivacity, climbing up a tree to keep watch over the surroundings. Guarding against other predators drawn by the scent of blood. One beast lay lifeless from a crushing blow, while another, having been struck by the tail, now sprawled motionless on the ground, also doomed. The remaining 2 giant mushroom pigs had been knocked down by the iron mountain of the man-jaw dragon, their snouts and mouths still oozing blood, indicating their impending demise. Lin Ke had no choice but to use his knife to pierce through the eyes of the 2 pigs, ending their suffering. The bloodstone and soul crystal he obtained were merely a fraction of the size of the man-jaw dragons. Although they were of excellent quality, if consumed by himself, they could only provide a momentary restoration of stamina and energy. It appeared that as his physical prowess grew, he would have to hunt far stronger beasts to acquire high-quality bloodstones and soul crystals to enhance his attributes. Nevertheless, these 4 crystals should be sufficient to bolster the strength and spirit of other weaker life forms. After collecting the crystals, Lin Ke drew his knife to begin harvesting materials from his prey. Given the immense size of the 4 giant mushroom pigs and the man-jaw dragon, his backpack, with a capacity of 10 cubic meters, could not accommodate all of them. He could only dismantle them on-site, selectively carving out the best quality portions of the prey. It took him over an hour to finish processing the pigs, filling his backpack with 3 cubic meters of meat, accumulating nearly 4 tons in total. His meat procurement had escalated from kilograms to tons. Emerging from the mushroom field, Lin Ke approached the lifeless man-jaw dragon, wielding his sword-like blade. After delivering more than 10 strikes, he found the tough, scaled hide impervious to significant damage. Yet his knife, with a blade length of over 10 centimeters, easily sliced through the seams. The disparity between reality and the game was truly perplexing. He peeled off several thick sections of the dragon's hide adorned with hard scales. With the dragon's abdomen opened, he began extracting meat, dismantling the firm leg meat and slicing off substantial portions of the tender chest and belly meat. After removing the internal organs, Lin Ke fully immersed himself within the dragon's cavity, carving out long ribs. He then emerged, cradling the still warm fire pouch, and finally severed the dragon's tail, reportedly the most delectable part. From this 100-ton behemoth, he extracted 9 tons of the finest cuts of meat, completely filling his backpack. Regrettably, such a massive dragon yielded no precious gems that it seems he must establish his own safe house and construct a large cold storage facility soon. It would be a waste to let so much meat go unused. Looking at the enormous dragon heart on the ground, Lin Ke was reluctant to abandon it there. Heart of the man-jaw dragon, ingredient quality, excellent, superior, description, the source of life supporting the colossal beast's movements. A veritable treasure trove of nutrients. He couldn't simply discard the ordinary ingredients in his backpack to make room for the dragon heart. Discarding ingredients and giving them up due to lack of space are 2 different concepts. Lin Ke gritted his teeth, directly retrieving a fist-sized blood crystal, and bit into it. Despite its diamond-like hardness, upon contact with his teeth, it crumbled. Crunch, crunch, like biting into an apple. He consumed the entire blood crystal in just a few bites. Instantly, a massive surge of life energy coursed through his limbs and bones. With his entire physique bathed in this life energy, Lin Ke's muscles and bones evolved towards greater strength. Strength 2, his total strength attribute surged to 12 points. And his body, now brimming with such power, shot up to 2 meters in height. His clothes once again transformed into tatters. Bending down, he grasped the blood vessels of the dragon heart with both arms, using his legs and core to lift the nearly ton-weight heart onto his shoulders. Lin Ke, you've grown even larger. How impressive. As the man and cat gradually moved away, the remnants of their hunt would soon attract other carnivorous creatures, thunder dragons, thieving dragons, and transport ants. Should they return, only pale skeletons would remain. Outside the tree hollow campsite, Lin Ke leaned against the dragon heart, devouring large chunks of roasted meat freshly prepared from his backpack. While Yin Duo gnawed at a piece of roasted dragon meat larger than her own head, they needed to swiftly consume the ingredients in the backpack to make room for the dragon heart. As the humid environment of the forest could not preserve fresh meat, as for why they did not eat inside the campsite, it was because Lin Ke's now larger physique could no longer fit through the tree hollow. If his strength continued to increase and his size kept growing, how would he ever find a partner? He wondered if the culinary profession would eventually allow him to create dishes that reduce body size. While pondering and eating, after satisfying his hunger, Lin Ke expended 100 general experience points, combined with the 300 points earned from completing the mission. To elevate his hunter profession to level 4, he allocated the newly acquired attribute point into his constitution, leading to rapid digestion of the food in his stomach. His robust internal organs swiftly absorbed the nutrients, and his previously distended belly returned to normal, but a tremendous hunger soon followed. After refreshing his hunger, Lin Ke continued to consume the roasted meat until he was full once more. He then took out the soul crystal of the man-jaw dragon and pressed it to his forehead. A cooling sensation enveloped his entire brain, enhancing his mental power and expanding his perception range. However, his belly did not decrease in size. The energy within the soul crystal fully compensated for his brain's nutritional needs. His physical attributes now stood at strength, 12 agility, 11 constitution, 11 spirit, 11 chapter 56. Smuggling across realms after both Lin Ke and Yun Duo had consumed several dozen pounds of roasted meat. And the kitchen and refrigerator were filled to capacity with pork. Lin Ke finally stowed the massive dragon heart into his backpack. In the kitchen, chewing on a meat chop and gazing at the overflowing kitchen of roasted pork. Lin Ke could only notify the 5 members of the man team and Chi Wei to come over, asking one of them to take away several dozen pounds of meat. Having an excess of ingredients was burdensome. Looking at the more than 10 tons of various meats in his backpack made his head ache. Wouldn't this cause the kitchen to smoke? He could only imagine the expression on Gloria's face when she saw the astronomical electricity bill this month. After securing the dragon heart, Lin Ke stood outside the Tree Hollow campsite and examined the item he had received as a reward for completing the first stage of the Azure Blue Ascension task. It appeared to be a black rope fashioned into a circular noose. Leash of enslavement. Hunter item quality. Rare description. A leash that ensnares the neck of a defenseless creature, allowing it to be tamed as a mount for the hunter. The leash can be reused, but can control only one life form at a time. Humans could be considered rideable creatures too. Lin Ke mused, just as the system generated a task prompt. System task generated. Choice of mount description. Use the item, Leash of Enslavement, to tame a rideable creature. Task reward, 20 experience points, unlock mount slot. How intriguing, a new task involving a mount. The first creature that came to Lin Ke's mind was a fire dragon. It wasn't that he didn't want to ride more powerful beings. Rather, with his current strength, he could only aspire to challenge the flying dragon species. However, the emergence of this item had planted a seed of ambition within him. The possibility of one day possessing a more formidable and impressive mount. With the flickering lights of the Nether River rising, was he now a Nether Lamp or a Nether Red? If he had successfully transformed, the title of Nether Red might not suffice for his status. He should be referred to as the Red Dragon, the true Red Emperor, imagining himself riding upon it, showcasing his prowess before others with a display of the Red Emperor's azure star. Lin Ke involuntarily shivered with excitement at the thought. Setting a target for himself, he resolved to become a man who rides the Red Dragon. However, before pursuing that ambition, he needed to test this item's functionality. Holding the prop, Lin Ke cast a fleeting glance at the gluttonous cloud lying on the ground, its round belly protruding. Before dismissing the thought, he sought out a towering tree within the forest, employing both hands and feet to grasp the parasitic vines and, with considerable effort, ascended to the summit of the 100-meter-high tree. Securing a few drones in the cyber world could certainly facilitate his search for items. Gripping the slender branches beneath him, Lin Ke surveyed the expansive green forest canopy from his lofty perch. Before long, he spotted several black silhouettes soaring in the sky about 10 kilometers to the east. It shall be you, he decided. Swiftly descending from the tree, Lin Ke scooped up the still digesting cloud, positioning its plump belly outward, and fashioned a harness from the tattered cloth draped around him, securing it to his chest. With his leg tendons coiling with energy, he dashed through the jungle, his speed exceeding 30 meters per second, leaving a trail of blurry afterimages in his wake. Navigating through the underbrush, leaping over fallen trunks, he faced no impediments that could hinder his pace. He resembled a humanoid supercar, accelerating to 100 kilometers in merely half a second. With the cloud nestled in the luxurious seat of this anthropomorphic racer. Mew mew, too fast. I'm going to be sick. 20 minutes later, Lin Ke and the cloud traversed the dense forest, covering 10 kilometers to reach their destination. If not for the cloud's comfort, he could have that time. Unfastening the harness from the now limp cloud, he secured it on his back and, crouching low, stealthily advanced another 100 meters through the thicket. Observing the flying dragons circling above the treetops, he silently retrieved a flashbang. Pterosaur, small flying dragon quality. Ordinary description. A pterosaur fond of fruit trees bearing scattered walnuts, which can be suspended from its claws with a rope for aerial transportation. Well, it seems utilizing the flashbang isn't a prudent choice. Lin Ke discreetly pocketed the flashbang and, Upon noticing the walnut kernels in the corner of his backpack, hatched a plan, concealing himself in the underbrush for 5 minutes. He produced a handful of roasted walnut kernels. Original flavor roasted walnut kernels. Extraordinary snack quality. Ordinary description. Emits a fragrant aroma that can attract walnut-loving creatures within a certain radius. After indulging in a few oily morsels himself, Lin Ke scattered the walnut kernels from the thicket, distributing them within a 10-meter radius. Once a pterosaur was lured down, he could pounce and subdue it, fitting it with a harness. The enticing scent of the walnuts wafted upward, quickly attracting 3 pterosaurs to the ground, vying for the feast. Lin Ke's gaze locked onto one pterosaur with a wingspan nearing 4 meters. His thigh muscles tensed, and in an explosive burst, he propelled himself forward like a hunting cheetah. 2 startled pterosaurs flapped their wings and squawked in alarm, taking flight. However, the largest among them was swiftly subdued by Lin Ke, who pressed its head down and pinned its wings with his feet, rendering it immobile. Grasping its parrot-like beak with one hand, he extracted the harness and slipped it around the pterosaur's neck. With a sharp cry, the struggling creature suddenly fell silent. Mission accomplished. Gained 20 experience points. Player has unlocked mount slot. Dismounting from the pterosaur, Lin Ke circled around the now docile creature, which was pecking at the ground for nuts. With a mere thought, the pterosaur vanished from sight, stored within the mount slot. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player dimensional backpack, 10 cubic meters equipment slot, subdermal armor, greed cauldron, brain machine implant mount slot, pterosaur universal talent, civilization. Eye of truth learning physical attributes: strength, 12 agility, 11 constitution, 11 spirit, 11 evaluation. You seem to drift further from the human species in the apartment on the H4 skyscraper. Lin Ke gazed in astonishment at the mount slot that appeared on his player information panel. Having previously thought it was exclusively for certain professions. In the living room, he attempted to summon his mount in the cyber world. A radiant glow materialized and then faded, revealing a pterosaur towering over him. Crouched on the tiled floor of the living room, it pecked curiously at the hard tiles, tilting its head to stare at Lin Ke with small, bright eyes, as if inquiring, "Where are my nuts?" Producing some nuts from his backpack, Lin Ke fed the otherworldly dragon, his mind racing with ideas. This is quite amusing, truly fascinating. The corners of Lin Ke's mouth curled upwards uncontrollably. Was this a clever exploitation of the system? Or had the system itself permitted such behavior? Chapter 57. Flight and petting cats. After severing a green vine from the tree, Lin Ke exerted his strength, tugging until it held firm, then secured one end to a claw of the pterosaur. Wrapping the other end around his left wrist, he grasped it tightly. Lin Ke beckoned to the cloud. The perched cloud's eyes sparkled with excitement, and with a powerful leap, it effortlessly settled onto Lin Ke's shoulder. In the days of old, when hunters roamed the land, the cloud often witnessed them riding pterosaurs into the forest to hunt and gather, enviously watching its kin soar alongside the hunters. Yet in those times, the cloud was but a juvenile, and the elder chief forbade it from accompanying the hunters. Even after the hunters departed, the cloud never had the chance to experience the thrill of flight. Now, however, it could perch upon Lin Ke's shoulders and soar into the azure sky together. "Let us take off," advising the cloud to hold on tightly. Lin Ke commanded the pterosaur, its neck adorned with a harness. With a cacophony of cries, the pterosaur unfurled its wings, stirring the air as it ascended into the sky, the vine snapping taut. Once airborne, the pterosaur vigorously flapped its membranous wings, generating ample lift, gradually elevating Lin Ke and the cloud, who collectively weighed over 100 kilograms, off the ground. They soared through the canopy, traversing the treetops, pointing towards the stars, experiencing their inaugural flight in the new world. Beneath them sprawled an endless expanse of forest, while above, the sky stretched infinitely. The gusting winds tousled Lin Ke's slightly longer hair, and obstacles lay before him, and his view expanded boundlessly. The cloud clung tightly to Lin Ke's shoulder, its round eyes squinting against the wind. Yet it was utterly exhilarated. This is what flying feels like, meow. This is the yearning of terrestrial beings to escape the pull of gravity and ascend into the blue sky. This is freedom. High altitudes belong to the realm of the mighty. Ascend higher. Danger. Lin Ke deciphered the pterosaur's cries as a warning of the fire dragon's threat. The flying regulations of a new world, this illusory freedom that it seems that from the ground to the skies. Wherever life thrives and disparities exist, absolute freedom is but a myth. The return journey unfolded without incident. After half an hour of swaying through the skies, Lin Ke and the cloud traversed the distance they had covered yesterday, over 4 arduous hours. Finally spotting the grand ship perched atop the highest cliff by the sea, he issued the command to descend. Touching down on the solid wooden floor, Lin Ke released the pterosaur's claw from a vine, allowing it to forage for food at its leisure, unconcerned about how far it might fly. After all, through the harness, he could sense the pterosaur's location and summon it back to him, disregarding spatial distances. Together with the cloud, he made his way to the ancient tree. The elder of the giant trees remained unchanged, leaning on his staff, clothed in burlap, seated in the cool shade beneath the tree, while diligent descendants busied themselves in the branches above. Elder Chief, we need no longer fear the Anganav. We can venture forth to gather and hunt again, meow. The cloud bounced forward, eager to share the good news with the elder of the giant trees. Oh, little cloud, have you discovered a route to circumvent the territory of the savage jaw dragon? The elder tree gazed affectionately at the lively cloud, smiling warmly. Not exactly. Lin Ke is incredibly strong, meow. He is as formidable as the hunters, having vanquished the Anganav at the mushroom field. What? The elder tree, astonished, hurriedly rose to regard the approaching Lin Ke. You defeated the Anganav? Indeed, that it was a fortunate encounter, and I had the opportunity, so I took it down. Lin Ke replied casually, as if it were a trivial task. The elder tree, however, bore a solemn expression. Confirming the news multiple times, he then summoned over a dozen cats from the tree, leading the cloud to express their gratitude with the ancient rituals of the insect cage tribe. Thank you for avenging the children who perished in the jaws of the Anganav. The insect cage tribe will remember your kindness. The gratitude displayed by the tribe made Lin Ke feel somewhat bashful. Thus, he retrieved a hefty piece of dragon tail meat, bearing scales and spikes, weighing over 100 kilograms, from his backpack. Tonight's main dish will be roasted dragon tail meat, to give everyone a boost. What do you think, Elder? That sounds splendid. I intend to eat until I can no longer fit any more. Roasted dragon tail meat. Extraordinary meat quality. Excellent description. Consuming it grants a medium strength boost and a small stamina boost. Lasting for 4 hours, night fell, and stars twinkled in layers. The cats encircled Lin Ke, celebrating the harvest with joyous dances, gnawing on large chunks of roasted dragon tail meat. Seated on a stone bench, Lin Ke stroked the purring cloud beside him with his left hand while savoring a piece of the soft, succulent, juicy roasted dragon tail meat with his right. A deep sigh escaped his lips. The journey ahead is fraught with challenges. It seems that obtaining rare culinary delights will require a medley of premium ingredients, much like the exquisite feline feasts in Monster Hunter World. Perhaps I shall venture into the forest once more tomorrow. Lin Ke mused, addressing the cloud beside him. Cloud, are there any plants in this forest that possess flavors of salt, sourness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness, or numbness? Sour, spicy, numb. What do those flavors even entail, meow? I'm not quite sure, came the tender voice of Cloud from Lin Ke's right side. Sour is that sensation which makes you long to swallow, while spicy is the opposite, inducing a painful urge to spit. Lin Ke explained, turning to glance at the squatting Cloud beside him, his hands caressing of the feline, slowing down. But if Cloud is on my right, who am I petting with my left hand? Don't stop. That feels rather pleasant, came the aged voice of the great tree leader from Lin Ke's left, causing his arm to stiffen mid-motion. Continue to scratch for a while longer. I possess some knowledge of the flavors you mentioned at, Very well, Lin Ke replied, his lips twitching before he resumed his strokes. In the past, hunters would gather peculiar plants and fruits with strange flavors from the forest, referring to them as spices. Chapter 58. Unlocking noodles the following morning, Cloud, alongside the other felines, dashed out of the starry realm and into the ancient forest. As a ranger of the insect cage tribe, Cloud relied upon her keen sense of smell and agility to scout the path ahead for her kin, venturing forth to gather and hunt, while also keeping watch for lurking predators. Lin Ke had also requested these adventurous felines to gather additional honey on his behalf. Graced by the dual titles of benefactor and provider, the felines readily acquiesced to his modest request. At the Starry Realm's first layer, Lin Ke secured the vines around the claws of the winged dragon and bid farewell to the great tree leader, soaring into the sky with the rising sun. Beneath the azure expanse, he directed the winged dragon towards the east where the sun ascended, toward the ancient forest. The winged dragon's speed in the air was not particularly swift. Its wing beats covered distances comparable to Lin Ke's full sprint on the ground, traversing hundreds of kilometers in an hour. However, this aerial advantage allowed him to bypass various terrestrial obstacles. No need to scale mountains, circumvent perilous terrains, or cross rivers. He could fly in a straight line, significantly reducing detours. Yet after lingering in the sky for an extended period, his arms began to feel fatigued. Lin Ke contemplated constructing a harness like those in Monster Hunter to relieve the pressure on his limbs. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek a larger mount, for dangling beneath a steed pales in comparison to riding atop a dragon. Thus, after over an hour of flight, the scenery before him began to shift. Towering trees became sparser. The terrain transitioned from flat to rugged. Gazing down from above, he observed an increase in streams and rivers, with expansive thickets of shrubs emerging in the distance. Lin Ke's hawk-like gaze discerned several massive black anthills resembling mountains, along with stretches of barren sandy terrain. This was the Great Anthill Wasteland. Choosing not to venture further, Lin Ke opted for a winding river below, guiding the winged dragon to a gentle descent. For he had arrived at his destination. This area marked the boundary between the ancient forest and the Great Anthill Wasteland, a narrow transitional zone spanning thousands of square kilometers, influenced by the distinct ecological environments of both regions. The climate was variable, and the topography included forests, wetlands, and barren hills, teeming with diverse flora and fauna. Moreover, under the influence of the ice dragon, many creatures had migrated to this central area of ancient trees, resulting in a rich biodiversity. According to the great tree leader, the spices frequently gathered by hunters predominantly thrived within this region. After securing the winged dragon in the Mount Pen, Lin Ke stood at the riverbank, merely 6 meters wide, twisting his waist and stretching his limbs to relieve the stiffness that had settled in after his prolonged flight. Thankfully, his robust physique allowed him to recuperate swiftly after just a few minutes of rest. Now, let us commence today's foraging expedition. Releasing his formidable perception that spanned a radius of 15 meters, Lin Ke traversed the shallow banks shaped by the river's current, mentally cataloging the diverse flora lining the banks. His objective was to locate the seasoning plants that matched the great tree leader's descriptions. After walking a mere 30 meters, Lin Ke halted, sidestepping to a spot 10 meters from the riverbank, where he retrieved a feline shovel used by the Ailu cat, digging around a green plant approximately half a meter tall. The shovel sliced through the soil, unearthing a substantial amount of black earth. The roots and fruits of the green plant began to reveal themselves, their yellowish exterior peeking through the dark soil. After digging nearly a meter deep, the soil shifted from loose to firm, and only half of the swollen root was exposed. Lin Ke continued to excavate for another half meter, feeling satisfied before retracting the shovel. Clutching the top of the root plant, he planted his feet firmly and pulled back with force. Crack! Crack! With tremendous strength, the fibrous roots anchoring the plant in the soil snapped. Leaning back, he successfully extracted the massive root from the earth. Brushing away the remnants of black soil, he revealed its yellowish skin. Shaped like an oversized potato, holding the hefty tuber, weighing nearly 40 pounds, he marveled at the inscription that appeared in his peripheral vision. Stalwart potato, ingredient quality, excellent description, a massive root buried deep underground. Rich in vitamins, proteins, and sugars, representing a near-complete source of nutrition. After perusing the information provided by the Eye of Truth, Lin Ke blinked in surprise. He took a small knife and peeled away the earthy skin, exposing the yellow interior. Crunch! He took a bite. It was tough. Lin Ke felt as though he were gnawing on a boulder, his hardened teeth barely scraping away a thin layer of flesh. The texture was undeniably firm. This potato could indeed be ground in a flour. Does this mean I have unlocked noodles? Buns, dumplings, noodles. It's time to diversify my palate beyond mere meat. Lin Ke's expression brightened as he stowed the oversized potato away. He then ventured further, discovering several buried swollen roots. With his powerful perception, none could escape his notice. After unearthing 3 more large potatoes, he decided to cease his digging. Several 100 pounds of potatoes would suffice for now. His primary objective remained the seasoning plants, and he had no desire to fill his slightly emptied backpack with potatoes. Continuing along the riverbank in the direction of the flowing water, Lin Ke's perception revealed an abundance of fish, shrimp, and shellfish in the gentle waters. However, they were of ordinary quality, suitable for an occasional treat. He collected a few to stow away as he walked, pausing intermittently. The plethora of intriguing plants tempted Lin Ke to gather more. Accelerated heartbeat mushroom, setting sungrass flower, smoke fruit, herb, detox grass, blue mushroom, poison mushroom, numbing mushroom, flowing watergrass, though these items might not qualify as main ingredients. His proficiency in soup crafting would allow him to incorporate them into his culinary endeavors. His already limited backpack space filled rapidly with an assortment of hunting materials that I cannot possibly squeeze in more. Suppressing his unquenchable desire to collect, Lin Ke focused solely on procuring savory seasoning. Amidst such a vast forest, why was there a conspicuous absence of the calls of birds and beasts? Lin Ke scrutinized the dense thickets lining the riverbanks. Aside from the occasional insect chirping, he had yet to encounter any signs of other wildlife. How peculiar indeed. Chapter 59. Unusual gathering following the river's course. He exited the dense thicket, where the air grew noticeably more humid. Standing upon a steep slope, Lin Ke observed the terrain ahead flattening abruptly. Before him, several streams converged, their rippling waters spreading like a spider's web across the expansive wetland, with the obstruction of underbrush no longer hindering his view. The landscape unfolded before him. Beneath a sky adorned with pristine clouds, flocks of birds danced in pursuit of insects, while in the distance, several massive herds of herbivorous dragons wandered the grasslands in search of sustenance. The vast wetlands provided them with ample nourishment. Lin Ke focused his gaze on a group of 10 or more herbivorous dragons grazing leisurely on the lush grass nurtured by the wetlands ecosystem. Located a few 100 meters away, herbivorous dragons, I imagine their meat must possess a delightful flavor. The flesh of plant-eating animals is likely to be far superior in taste compared to that of carnivorous creatures. Being a connoisseur in the world of hunters, Lin Ke was eager to sample the flavor of herbivorous dragon meat. Prompting him to take action, he descended the steep slope, moving closer to the grazing dragons. As he stepped into the grasslands, the vibrant greenery brushed against his waist, startling numerous birds that had taken refuge among the grass, sending them soaring overhead, their cheerful chirps filling the air. Peach blossom bird species quality, ordinary description, a domesticated bird characterized by its expansive pink plumage. With round eyes and a heart-shaped face, beneath its charming peach-colored feathers lies tender and succulent flesh. Its perceptive nature allows it to sense its surroundings, where over 100 nests of varying sizes are hidden within nearly 1,000 square meters of grassy terrain. Many of these nests have already hatched, and the chirps of the fledglings are no less boisterous than the flock above, creating a cacophony, ducking to avoid the white projectiles descending from above. Lin Ke collected more than 10 lifeless but intact eggs. Hastening his departure from the nesting area of the peach blossom birds as he left, he contemplated capturing a few to taste, wondering if Yunduo would enjoy the flavor of poultry. Considering he was half a cat after all, with his thoughts racing, he advanced towards the herbivorous dragon herd, covering another 100 meters. Suddenly, he halted, noticing several green plants distinct from the surrounding grass. Parting the grass with his hands, he uprooted these plants one by one, dozens of slender roots connected to robust white stems, which led to hollow, conical green leaves capped with small white flowers. The appearance of these plants resembled flowering scallions. Lin Ke brought one of the pristine white stems to his nose. Inhaling deeply, a pungent spiciness surged into his nostrils, an aroma so sharp it provoked an involuntary urge to sneeze. The scent of scallions was indeed overwhelming. Gazing at the scallion in his hand, characters materialized. Scallion, ingredient quality, ordinary description. The stem is crisp and tender, with a spicy flavor that effectively promotes the digestion and absorption of protein when paired with meat. Lin Ke stroked his chin in agreement with the system's assessment. planning to gift a couple of these to the girl with green twin tails next time that he decided to take a few photographs for his collection. Stowing the scallion away, Lin Ke crouched low and continued his approach towards the herbivorous dragons, collecting every scallion he encountered along the way into his backpack. When he was within 50 meters of the herd, he retrieved his single-handed sword, fixating his gaze on a medium-sized herbivorous dragon standing 2 meters tall. He prepared for action. Herbivorous dragon. Herbivorous species quality. Ordinary description. A gregarious herbivorous creature that flees in panic upon sensing danger. With powerful legs, it charges forward. Its stout body becomes a solid black line as it rushes through the grass, trampling blades in its wake. In less than 2 seconds, Lin Ke plunged directly into the herd of herbivorous dragons. Before the dragons could react, he swung his blade down with precision, a flash of dark steel slicing through flesh and bone. The targeted herbivorous dragon suffered a massive wound at its neck. Its blood vessels severed in an instant. Ending its life without pain, he caught 2 crystals that fell from the gaping wound. As the lifeless body thudded to the ground, the remaining herbivorous dragons finally reacted, erupting into chaos and fleeing deeper into the grasslands. Lin Ke sheathed the crystals in his sword, crouching down to slice open the dragon's abdomen with his knife, extracting glistening, tender red meat. The blade parted the fascia and severed tendons, the vivid red flesh quivering slightly. Just then, amidst the chaotic birdsong behind him, he detected the faint rustling of grass leaves. Although the sound was subtle, it echoed from numerous locations simultaneously. Something was amiss. Lin Ke stowed the first piece of dragon meat in his backpack. With his leg muscles coiled, he leaped nearly 6 meters into the air, adjusting his body to face the source of the sound. Suspended in midair, Lin Ke observed green creatures darting out from the distant forest, plunging into the wet grasslands and startling countless birds in a flight. A fleeting glance revealed hundreds of grass trails radiating from the forest towards the plains. Thieves? How could there be so many? At a distance of over 100 meters, he spotted more than 10 grass trails rapidly approaching his position. Beneath the foliage, the incoming creatures bore yellow-green scales. Their bodies elongated like giant green iguanas, measuring over 1 meter at the shoulder and 3 meters in length. However, while green iguanas primarily consume vegetation, these creatures thrived on pure flesh. Were they mistaking me for an easy target, intent on seizing my prey? Or perhaps they simply wished to devour me as well. In the fleeting moment of contemplation, as gravity pulled him back towards the ground, Lin Ke drew his submachine gun. Disengaging the safety, he leapt once more in midair. He lowered the gun's muzzle, aiming at the approaching thieves and pulling the trigger rat-a-tat-tat. Searing metal bullets erupted from the barrel, shredding swathes of grass, and the splintering scales mingled with splattered blood as several of the lead thieves collapsed. Struck down, the remaining thieves quickly halted and veered away, retreating towards the area densely populated by herbivorous dragons. Standing firm with his gun, Lin Ke pondered why so many thieves had gathered to hunt. The answer soon emerged from the distant forest. Towering trees swayed violently, and low shrubs were obliterated as a colossal creature emerged from the thicket, charging towards him with the force to uproot mountains and topple trees. Lin Ke's expression shifted from surprise to alarm. He hastily released his pterosaur and directed it to ascend. It wasn't until he soared 100 meters high that he glanced down at the behemoth crawling across the plains. Chapter 60. The middle-parted giant. If the thieves resembled enlarged green iguanas, then the creature on the plains was a magnified version of a thief, scaled up hundreds of times. This colossal beast, Lin Ke estimated, measured at least 40 meters in length and weighed hundreds of tons. As it traversed the terrain, it left deep claw marks and broad black trails behind. The verdant vegetation was crushed into the earth, and its immense size imparted a staggering sense of pressure on the eyes. Its yellow-green scales shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. A mass of what appeared to be dreadlocks sprouted along its broad back, cascading downwards, nearly grazing the ground. Lin Ke realized that his own 2-meter height and 100-kilogram weight were dwarfed by a single strand of this creature's fleshy hair. This the middle-parted giant? Its size surpasses that of the king of thieves by several folds. What on earth has it been feeding on? His gaze fixated on the enormous creature devouring its prey, Characters materialized in his vision. Great thief dragon species quality. Excellent description. The leader of the thief dragon pack, a gluttonous and ferocious beast. This individual is a particularly exceptional battle-hardened specimen, having consumed another battle-hardened individual, thus gaining a significant increase in size due to the influence of mysterious energy. Lin Ke absorbed the system's description. A flash of realization struck him. Goodness, it truly has devoured something extraordinary. A battle-hardened individual that can amplify its size. This great thief dragon must have swallowed that battle-hardened king thief along with its ether crystal. Suspended in the air, Lin Ke's perspective broadened. Below him, hundreds of thief dragons formed an orderly formation, driving a dozen herbivorous dragons from various directions, herding them towards the great thief dragon. This massive creature charged forward with surprising agility for its size, trampling through the herd of herbivorous dragons. Just by virtue of its weight, it dispatched all the herbivorous dragons in its path. One unfortunate thief dragon, unable to evade in time, was crushed into the mud beneath the great thief dragon's weight, disappearing into a two-dimensional realm. Lin Ke watched as the great thief dragon pivoted, opened its massive jaws, and seized a herbivorous dragon that had been killed in the stampede, tilting its head back to swallow it whole. Repeating the motion, the combined mass of over 10 herbivorous dragons amounted to several dozen tons of meat, yet the great thief dragon's belly only slightly protruded, with a roar echoing with hunger. The thief dragons regrouped, once more driving herbivorous dragons from the plains. Lin Ke found himself suspended 100 meters in the air, witnessing the expansion of yet another expansive beast path across the grasslands. Not a single one left for the little ones. Such insatiable greed and terrifying appetite. This creature could easily swallow an entire manticore in one go. As he observed the great thief dragon's colossal form disappearing into the forest, Lin Ke directed his pterosaur to follow closely, hoping to ascertain the location of its lair for future avoidance. However, just as the great thief dragon entered the forest, it tilted its head skyward and unleashed a torrent of foul-smelling yellow, acidic liquid, mixed with undigested flesh, soaring 100 meters high. Grass, an anti-aircraft cannon. Lin Ke was relieved he hadn't approached too closely. Otherwise, he would have been struck down alongside his pterosaur. Below him, numerous thief dragons congregated around the remnants of flesh expelled by the great thief dragon. Eagerly feasting. Chapter 61. Ecological imbalance. To prevent the great thief dragon from launching another cannon-like barrage of flesh, Lin Ke directed his pterosaur to ascend several dozen more meters. He then followed the wide beast path carved through the forest. Keeping pace with the gluttonous behemoth that crawled beneath the cover of branches and leaves, he did not trail for long. After hovering in the air for over 10 minutes, he arrived at a desolate mountain above. The hill, composed of gray rock, rose from the ground, its hard geological structure devoid of towering trees. With the obstruction of foliage removed, Lin Ke could clearly see a large cave at the base of the barren mountain, slowly engulfing the great thief dragon's immense form, until the last segment of the long tail vanished into the shadows of the cavern. He finally shifted his gaze, examining the small burrows evidently clawed out surrounding the cave. These diminutive caverns encircled the immense grotto, haphazardly strewn across the rocky ground beneath his feet. Lin Ke cast a cursory glance and spotted dozens of them. One by one, the thieving dragons crawled out of their lairs and darted into the surrounding dense forest, while others emerged from the thicket with prey clutched in their jaws, making their way back to the cave. Some of these thieving dragons bore various small game, such as wandering rabbits, forest geckos, or fledgling Taiwan birds. Others worked in unison to drag larger quarry, like the young mushroom pig herbivores or the chunks of flesh previously regurgitated by the great thieving dragon. There must be 200 or 300 of them. Observing from above the desolate hills littered with countless tiny bones, he gazed at the vast congregation of thieving dragons at the foot of the barren mountain. Lin Ke stifled the urge to drop a grenade on the swarming little thieving dragons, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. With such a massive gathering of thieving dragons residing here, the smaller creatures of the forest must be on the brink of extinction. No wonder he hadn't seen any along his journey. It seemed this seasoned great thieving dragon had either driven away or consumed the larger predators in the vicinity. After all, according to the ecology of monster hunting, the thieving birds would pilfer the eggs of the thieving dragons, while the thunderous dragons would glide through the trees to prey upon them. And even the ferocious-jawed dragon itself would hunt the great thieving dragons. However, with this battle-hardened great thieving dragon overseeing the area and devoid of natural enemies, the thieving dragon population would expand unchecked, inevitably ravaging the local ecosystem. It remained to be seen whether this forest could spawn an even more formidable dragon beast to deal with this battle-hardened great thieving dragon. Yet there were hardly many dragon beasts capable of slaying this great thieving dragon across the entire new continent. Lin Ke, suspended high above, scanned the surrounding environment but failed to spot any massive flying dragon beasts in the skies. In the past, when he was hunting, such creatures would frequently swoop down to cause havoc. Yet now, he found himself in this situation without seeing the so-called world police dropping a few bombs. At this moment, the sun had ascended to its zenith, indicating it was around noon. His primary task today remained the continued search for spice plants. Daring to pilfer a hunter's prey, he would remember this grudge. Lin Ke's grudge wasn't small. The herbivore he had slain, from which he had merely taken a piece of belly meat, had been swallowed whole by the great thieving dragon. He would remember that for several years. Chef celery, ingredient quality, ordinary description. Water celery, which thrives near wetland water sources, possesses a unique flavor and rich aroma that can lower blood pressure, clear liver heat, and relieve pain and coughs, making it a medicinal and culinary vegetable. Ghost onion, ingredient quality, ordinary description. A root vegetable that grows by the lakeside, tender yet spicy with a stimulating juice. It aids digestion and possesses anti-cold and antibacterial properties. Fortune smiled upon him as Lin Ke found 2 types of ingredients along the lakeside of the wetland. Coupled with the previously discovered green onion, he had uncovered 3 types of culinary spices in this wetland prairie. Now, he needed to gather more quantities based on the growth habits of these ingredients. Time passed from noon to dusk. After several hours, Lin Ke traversed a significant portion of the wetland, gathering dozens of kilograms of each ingredient. Bathed in the golden afterglow of the setting sun, Lin Ke surveyed his backpack, now filled to the brim, and a satisfied smile graced his face. Today had indeed been a fruitful day. Noticing that time was slipping away, he resolved to seek out a herbivore's nest, procure a dragon egg, and hunt a few Taiwan birds to enrich his stockpile of ingredients, thus concluding his foraging journey. Following the trail of the grazing dragon herd across the prairie, Lin Ke discovered 3 dragon nests piled with hay. But none bore dragon eggs. It wasn't until he approached the 4th nest that he finally found 4 warm dragon eggs. With one hand carrying his burden, Lin Ke exited the dragon nest and summoned his winged dragon from the mount section, grasping the vine to take flight, intending to catch a few Taiwan birds at the edge of the wetland prairie. However, as he soared to the wetland's boundary and prepared to descend, a flurry of movement erupted from the grass below, and the distant woods began to sway in a way. Not again. He just feasted on dozens of herbivores at noon that amounted to hundreds of tons of meat. Chapter 62. Azure's second tier watching the hungry beasts emerging from the grass below. Devouring the herbivores, Lin Ke felt his patience wearing thin. Much like a python, both creatures consumed their food by swallowing, and judging by the appearance of this great thieving dragon, it was no more than a quadruped version of a serpent. But now, looking at the massive creature in the grassland, its belly had already contracted. This beast required at least 2 meals a day, each consisting of dozens of herbivores. With such a diet, the dozens of dragon herds scattered across this wetland prairie, comprising merely thousands of herbivores, would likely be completely devoured within a month. When he returned to this wetland, frustrated, Lin Ke slung his pack onto his back, retrieved a tube, secured it under his arm, loaded it with ammunition midair, and pulled the trigger, unleashing a rocket at the great thieving dragon below. Boom! The rocket struck the massive head of the great thieving dragon, which was as large as a 2-story villa, detonating explosively and sending a shower of sparks flying. Around the explosion point, several pot lid-sized yellow-green scales were ripped away by the force of the blast, revealing a thick layer of white fascia enveloping the flesh beneath. As the smoke cleared, the surface of this white fascia was merely coated in charred ash. Not a drop of blood was visible. Was this even considered a breach of defense? seeing the damage inflicted by the rocket. Lin Ke's expression of rage faltered. The great thieving dragon, struck by the rocket, merely swayed its massive head slightly, its eye, larger than a human's, failing to glance upward. What difference was there between this and tossing a firecracker at someone? Singeing a few strands of hair? World Commission triggered. Azure Ascension. The anger etched on Lin Ke's face quickly transformed into surprise. However, the trigger conditions for this world quest were hardly friendly. Did it mean he had to charge at every large creature he encountered from now on? Lin Ke, having put away the tube and sighed, opened the quest panel to examine it. This trigger mode could only be tested at noon. Quest: The Cost of Greed, Second Tier, Quest Introduction, a great thieving dragon that has swallowed an otherworldly energy crystal. Irradiated by the light of the ether, has undergone a transformation. Its size is rapidly increasing, and its appetite has become insatiable. Greed is boundless, and its hunger is unquenchable. Such a voracious consumption has reached a point where it threatens to destroy the local ecosystem, provoking dissatisfaction among hunters. Slaughter is also a means of balance. If you devour everything, what shall I eat? Quest rewards: 2,000 profession experience points, 1 backpack space, 1 divine mechanism. Gazing at the quest rewards, Lin Ke broke into a beaming smile, until his eyes fell upon the last item. The divine mechanism, a professional tool akin to the reins of enslavement, although he was unaware of its effects. The name rang a bell. It sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Chapter 63. Tiger Claw Gang Slayers of Gods? Mysterious Arts. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. I'll know what it is once the quest is completed. Suspended at an altitude of approximately 150 meters, Lin Ke resolved to retain his mental acuity to observe the great thieving dragon below, as devising a hunting strategy was of utmost importance. His eyes fixated on the gluttonous creature in the grassland. Now round-bellied from feasting, he scrutinized it from head to tail. That moment, Lin Ke noticed that the area on the great thieving dragon's head, where it had been struck by the rocket, had shrunk by half, revealing new yellow-green scales regenerating at a visible speed along the edge of the white fascia. It seemed that the ether crystal not only enlarged the great thieving dragon, but also exponentially enhanced its vitality and recovery speed. Given the regeneration rate he observed, it would take merely 3 or 4 minutes for the minor damage caused by the rocket to fully heal. TSK, this quest difficulty was rather exaggerated. Lin Ke felt this task was exceedingly challenging. Hunting such a regenerative creature, which surpassed most ancient dragons in size, posed a considerable dilemma for him. Even if he had an infinite supply of rockets, continuously bombarding the great thieving dragon from the air aboard his winged dragon would not suffice. Once the great thieving dragon realized it could not be hit after losing a layer of health, it would undoubtedly retreat into the dense forest or burrow into the cavern of unknown size. If he delayed for an hour or two, it would emerge fully healed. How could he deal with that? A war of attrition to gradually wear down its health was clearly impractical. Lin Ke required a weapon or trap capable of inflicting massive damage in a single strike, rendering the great thieving dragon incapacitated and unable to flee. He contemplated 2 types of weaponry from both worlds that met this requirement. In the hunter's world, there were large dragon cannons or dragon-busting artillery designed for ancient dragons. However, being in the new continent, he currently had no means to acquire such colossal weaponry as for the cyber world. The only options that came to mind were the plasma cannons or nuclear weapons mounted on centaur mechs. After all, his understanding of this world was limited to snippets gleaned from games and anime, making his knowledge rather superficial. In the highly advanced cyber world, there undoubtedly exists a plethora of other weapons, far more powerful and varied. Yet these armaments are not akin to the handguns readily available from vending machines. Such formidable weapons are surely tightly controlled by major corporations, belonging to the realm of military-grade restricted arms that will never grace the market. And he has no means to acquire them. Weapons, poisons, traps. What methods could he employ to slay this colossal thieving dragon and procure the bloodstone soul crystal? A headache indeed, having gorged on its last herbivorous dragon. The greedy behemoth, with its immense, rounded belly, squeezed into the jungle. Gazing down at the long furrows carved into the grasslands by the dragon's belly, Lin Ke suddenly conceived an idea. He recalled a certain trap that could prove highly effective against such a gigantic creature. At this moment, he required an object to validate the feasibility of his notion. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he commanded the pterosaur to remain in place, then squatted down, releasing the vine as he rummaged through the grass at his waist. Finally, he extracted a yellow-green scale from the mud. Rising from the grass, Lin Ke examined the scale he had retrieved from the dragon's head, holding it in both hands. Its shape resembled a large, handle-less fan. Apart from a few cracks at the base's edge, the rest of its surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting his blurred visage when held close. Raising the scale upright with both palms, he noted its thickness of over 10 centimeters, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. To describe such a thick armor simply as a scale seemed rather inadequate. First, he needed to find a sharp blade capable of slicing through the entire scale in one swift motion. A sharp blade indeed. Clutching a vinyl record, Lin Ke stood before a stall, his thoughts wandering. After a moment, he leaned his hands on the glass counter, where the stall owner, wearing an orange sunshade hat, observed the tall man before him who held merchandise yet displayed no intention of making a purchase. The owner's mouth opened. "Are you going to buy or not? If not, please don't disturb my business." He opened his mouth several times, yet the words he nearly uttered remained unspoken. The stall owner was genuinely hesitant to urge this towering figure standing before him. In Night City, there were many who stood 2 meters tall, but this particular customer was rather unique. Merely standing there, he seemed akin to a fierce beast with sharp fangs and claws. Any slight sound or movement on the owner's part might lead to a swift and brutal demise. Cautiously, the stall owner glanced around, his weathered face increasingly etched with bitterness. Stalls selling fried noodles, hamburgers, and porcelain trinkets each had a few customers, yet before his record stall stood only this one solitary elder. Passers-by lacked even the courage to linger for a second, let alone stop to browse. Swallowing hard, the owner recalled that the end of the month was approaching, and he still owed the Tiger Claw gang 100 euros in rent, making his mouth feel bitter and dry. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "If I must die, then so be it. Dear customer, have you found anything you fancy? I have exquisite albums from the Wusher band here." The stall owner swore that apart from this instance, he had never used such polite and courteous language to address a customer. Coming back to reality, Lin Ke glanced down at the stall owner's trembling, diminutive form, flipping over the vinyl record in his hand. Barker Labor's Love Songs, Wusher band, cover version quality. Ordinary description. Emotion is the most vital component of music, as the feral aura around him gradually subsided. Lin Ke raised the vinyl record toward the stall owner. "It looks decent. What's the price?" Unexpectedly amiable, the stall owner rubbed his hands together in delight and quoted a price just above cost. "Not expensive, 30. No, you can have it for 10 euros. No need for change. Johnny Silverhand songs are still worth something." Casually pulling a rolled-up banknote from his pocket, Lin Ke tossed it over and turned to leave, preparing to exit the Sakura market. Receiving the crumpled banknote, the stall owner unfolded it to find a 100 euro note, his face lighting up with joy as he folded it and tucked it into his pocket. Calling out to Lin Ke's retreating figure, "Come again soon, dear customer." Before he could exit the market, Lin Ke's ears perked up at a sharp voice amidst the cacophony. "Nanny, no money for rent? Thinking of quitting? Haha, in Tiger Claw Gang territory, not just this stall, but you too are property of the Tiger Claw Gang." Chapter 64. Twisted Street. The white cylindrical base of the lamp utilized holographic projection technology to create numerous images of cherry blossom trees around the road. Virtual pink petals drifted down from the branches, passing through pedestrians and merging with the ground. This small market, nestled between towering skyscrapers and spanning 2 levels, was dubbed the Sakura Market by the citizens, owing to the artificial cherry blossom scenery that attracted a significant flow of customers, resulting in a bustling commercial activity. Conducting business in the Sakura Market was quite simple. One could set up a small stall to sell hot food or trinkets without anyone caring, provided they paid the monthly stall fee to the Tiger Claw Gang. What? This place is municipally managed, and the Tiger Claw Gang has no authority to collect stall fees? Well then, listen closely, mate. This is Tiger Claw Gang's territory. If you don't pay this month as protection fee, I'll sell you to those kidney harvesters. With a sharp whoosh, a gleaming katana was drawn from its sheath and pressed against the stall owner's shoulder. The razor-sharp blade barely grazed his neck, drawing forth a trickle of blood. And no money. Then come take out a loan. The money must be settled today, under the relentless intimidation of the two Tiger Claw gang members. The stall owner, who was unable to produce the protection fee, ultimately resorted to their loan services. The moment he shakily signed his name on the loan contract, it felt as if his entire being had been drained, collapsing to the ground. Indeed, he had become, as the two Tiger Claw gang members had previously stated, the complete property of the Tiger Claw gang. Humph, good for you to recognize the situation, with the blade sheathed. The masked Tiger Claw gang member observed as his companions stored the loan contract in a tablet, nodding in satisfaction. The other stall owners in the Sakura market watched with cold indifference. They dared not interfere with the Tiger Claw gang's business. Clutching their prepared savings chips and banknotes, they awaited the members of the Tiger Claw gang to collect from them, eager to hand over their payments and send these two harbingers of doom on their way. Once the gang members had collected all the stall fees, they exited the Sakura market and turned down another street shrouded in the shadows of skyscrapers. That moment, a towering figure followed closely behind them. Stepping into this dimly lit street, the pink lights illuminating the street sign spelled out Twisted Street. Lin Ke removed the neural interface from his gear and trailed the two Tiger Claw gang members from a distance of over 10 meters. His expression was somewhat peculiar, as he hadn't expected that after merely visiting the famous Ritz bar in Night City the previous day, he would find himself entering this renowned red light district today. Of course, his visit to the Ritz had solely involved indulging in several captivating hyperdream films produced by the Mox gang and edited by Judy Alvarez. Yet his purpose for entering Twisted Street was simply to acquire the katana hanging at the waist of the Tiger Claw gang members. M51 Power Sword, Jinli Military Industry, Jinshio, Adachi Military Industry, quality, excellent description. Crafted from the finest materials and utilizing the latest micro-serrated crystal blade technology, this weapon combines lethality with elegance. Capable of effortlessly dismembering your enemies. Lin Ke wished to see if this sword could slice through the thieving dragon's scales in a single stroke. Purchasing it was out of the question. Why not take advantage of the opportunity at hand? However, given the crowd, it would be unwise to attempt to seize the sword here. He decided to first observe the customs and culture of Twisted Street. The street was a bustling mlang of individuals, from casually dressed street thugs to sharply dressed corporate employees. Alongside eccentrically attired gang members, the myriad of men and women relaxed here during their leisure time. Those with wealth flocked to the upscale entertainment venue, Cloud Top, located in the skyscraper H8 above Twisted Street, run by the Tiger Claw gang. Meanwhile, those with lighter pockets sought amusement along the streets, indulging in underground casinos, hyperdream cinemas, shops selling unique prosthetics, and the ubiquitous sex dolls. Among these sex dolls were males, females, and some ambiguous beings, equipped with low-end pleasure modules and behavior chips. Although their functionality and experience paled in comparison to the high-end dolls found in exclusive venues, they offered an undeniable advantage: affordability. They catered to the desires of those seeking pleasure. In the shop windows, the sex dolls lining the streets constantly posed enticingly for passersby, while lewd and explicit phrases drifted through the corners and alleyways. Hey, want to come play? I can keep you hard for hours. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it in Night City. While sex dolls occupied a lowly position in society, they were nonetheless recognized as a legitimate profession by the government. In contrast, cyber mercenaries and hackers were deemed illegal in this city, a small group known for their notoriety and lucrative prospects. This was the cyber era, the age of sin. The two Tiger Claw gang members did not seek leisure as Lin Ke had presumed. Instead, they veered further off course, ultimately arriving in an alleyway, descending a sunken staircase into the underground passage of Twisted Street. However, as he had anticipated, it was challenging to take action in a crowded area. Thus, it was decided to eliminate the two individuals right there. Lin Ke followed closely behind, entering the underground passage, his senses extending outward. Images materialized in his mind, revealing two members of the Tiger Claw gang standing before a half-open warehouse, conversing with a blond man in a black trench coat, wearing dark sunglasses, leaning against the wall. Lin Ke recognized this blond man. His name was Lenny Nero, a dealer of black dream chips in Twisting Street. He was not particularly skilled in conversation, and his voice was quite grating. Lin Ke recalled that during a mission, After purchasing a dream chip from him, he found Lenny's pretentious demeanor intolerable and shot him on impulse. What business did the Tiger Claw gang have with a black dream chip dealer? Could it be? All the money from selling dream chips this month was here, and according to the contract, I would take 20%, leaving 80% for you. The Tiger Claw gang member, donning a green ghost mask, accepted the chip, inspected it, and then contentedly pocketed it before retrieving a bundle of unopened dream chips from his coat pocket and handing them over. This is the shipment for next month. Lenny-san. Sell them well. The master desires his creations to be appreciated by a wider audience. Mr. Jotaro's works are of exceptional quality, far surpassing those of lesser vendors, and have recently garnered much admiration from company employees. Lenny received the chips with both hands, storing them in the inner pocket of his trench coat, and remotely flattered Jotaro in front of the two members of the Tiger Claw gang. Quite perceptive, aren't you? Just as the Tiger Claw gang member beside the green ghost mask reached out to pat Lenny on the shoulder and was about to say more, a deliberately lowered voice echoed through the passage. To flatter someone as twisted as Jotaro, aren't you afraid of being swept into his dream chips? Chapter 65. The Compromise of the Tiger Claw Gang. Since you are all involved with that garbage, Jotaro, I'll send you on your way. Baka! Which scoundrel? Crack, enraged by the words, the two Tiger Claw members turned toward the source of the voice, one drawing a gun and the other unsheathing a blade. Yet before they could discern the intruder, an invisible force slammed into them, and a robust figure appeared before them, as if teleporting. Before their bodies could react defensively, two large hands had already clasped over their foreheads. Thud, it was only as the sound reached their ears that their eyes succumbed to an icy darkness. With arms naturally hanging at his sides, Lin Ke's forefoot pressed against the ground, his calf muscles exerting force instantaneously, propelling his body forward several meters. In just 2 steps, he traversed over 10 meters, arriving before the two members of the Tiger Claw gang. His forward momentum abruptly ceased, and Lin Ke planted his feet firmly. That moment, a single second felt infinitely elongated in his perception. Whether it was the two Tiger Claw members slowly raising their weapons in retaliation or the astonished expression gradually surfacing on Lenny's face, everything appeared to him at 10 times slower than usual. It was the perfect opportunity to test the new technique learned from the chip. A thought flashed through his mind. Lin Ke raised his arms, the muscles in his shoulders swelling, causing his upper body to expand outward. His hands, fingers splayed with palms facing downwards, descended towards the heads of the two Tiger Claw members, his gaze indifferent as he looked down upon them. Old Bear slaps the gopher. With the strength of 1,000 pounds in each arm, he unleashed a force equivalent to several tons, pressing downward like a hydraulic press. Thud, it was as if he had forcefully shoved a cork into a bottle. Under Lin Ke's immense strength, not only was the cork forced into the bottle, but the bottle itself cracked, and the liquid within surged forth from the breach. Lin Ke snatched up the finely crafted katana before the blood could spread across the ground. In the blink of an eye, the two Tiger Claw debt collectors had been reduced to mere heaps of flesh, while Lenny gaped in disbelief, his jaw dropping in shock. As he witnessed the fierce individual turn his gaze towards him, Lenny trembled, instinctively shrinking towards the wall corner. Kaba. Ignoring the pain, he raised his right hand to support his chin and, with his left hand shielding his front, he spoke in a voice filled with terror. I didn't see anything, nothing at all. Please spare me. I'm just a chip seller. This esteemed gentleman, elder, your grievances with the Tiger Claw gang have nothing to do with me. Lenny Nero, age, 31 identity. Dream Chip Direct Seller Cybernetic Coverage. 17 Introduction. A dealer of black dream chips in the underground passage of Twisting Street. Not only connected with the Tiger Claw gang, but also engaged in sales routes with the Scavengers and the Vortex gang. After glancing at the text that materialized in his peripheral vision, Lin Ke shook his head. I care not for what you say. Clang, he unsheathed his blade. The crystal-like translucent edge reflected Lenny's despairing face. Before Lenny could flee, Lin Ke stepped forward, gripping the knife and swinging it downward. The serrated blade sliced through flesh, bone, and metal cybernetics, cleaving Lenny diagonally from head to waist into 2 unequal halves. I merely wish to test my blade on you. After scavenging the spoils from the corpses, Lin Ke strolled out of the underground passage of Twisting Street with an air of nonchalance. Half an hour later, a low-tier sex worker, lacking even a fixed trading room, entered the underground passage. Carrying the deal she had just struck. What is that smell? The man sniffed repeatedly, ultimately glancing down at the dark red liquid beneath his feet, following its flow with his gaze. Oh no, a dead body. The bolder sex worker approached the corpse, hoping to see if she could salvage anything valuable, but when she spotted the tattoo of the Tiger Claw gang visible on the corpse's arm, her expression turned to one of sheer horror. Oh no, it's the Tiger Claw gang, inside a pachinko parlor on Twisting Street, in a traditionally decorated Japanese-style room at the back of the establishment. The owner, Wakako Okada, listened impassively to her subordinate's report. Among the deceased in the underground passage were two responsible for collecting the protection fees from the Sakura market, Nagano and Matsushita, along with the dealer of Black Dream chips. Have you found out who did this? I accessed the surveillance footage from the nearby streets and discovered that one individual followed closely behind Nagano and Matsushita since entering Twisting Street. A data tablet was respectfully placed before Wakako, and a hand reached out to tap the tablet, bringing up over 10 surveillance feeds, displaying them in an organized manner on the screen. However, strangely, none of the footage captured this person's face, not even a side profile, and after analysis, no useful data could be extracted from them. With hands aged with liver spots gripping the tablet, Wakako's fingers trembled slightly as she paused the screen and enlarged several images. Comparing the pictures with the surveillance snapshots stored in her memory, she fell into a long silence before finally speaking slowly. Please convey to the leaders of the Tiger Claw gang that this matter ends here, and they should cease their inquiries. If they wish to ask, let them come to me. I will explain it to them. Hi. Watching her subordinate leave, Wakako let out a long breath, gradually calming her tumultuous emotions. She never anticipated that the madman causing chaos in the Watson district would venture into her territory on Twisting Street. Since the incident at the all-food factory began, there had been days when over a dozen Vortex gang members perished in Watson district. All surveillance capturing the assailants had proven ineffective in recording this person's face. Only a few relatively clear images of their backs circulated among the intermediaries in Night City. Wakako merely extracted the information and compared it to the incidents occurring on her end. Black short hair, yellow skin, height between 190 to 205 centimeters, the various fates of the deceased Vortex gang members, either succumbing to brute force or being slain by blades, left little room for doubt. The one responsible for Nagano and Matsushita's deaths was indeed him. The madman of Watson District, the latest nameless legend of Night City. Yet, why had he come here to kill these three? In contemplation, the wrinkles on Wakako Okada's face deepened. Ultimately, lacking any leads, she dispatched a message to her subordinates. Investigate whom Nagano and Matsushita have recently associated with, and also look into that dream chip dealer, Lin Ke. While Wakako Okada wished to avoid such troubles, it was prudent to clarify matters. Hadn't she noticed that most of the Vortex gang had been holed up in the dance of death? She never expected that those lunatics would also be afraid. Chapter 66. Subway Theft. As darkness fell and neon lights flickered, Night City once again emerged as the brightest entity in this desolate wilderness. Unbeknownst to Lin Ke, who had unwittingly been bestowed the title of Watson Madman, he boarded the aerial tram bound for Santo Domingo. During the evening rush hour, having changed into a new outfit, he found himself unable to even secure a seat. The man whom others claimed instilled fear, even in cyber, maniacs could only stand in the aisle alongside numerous weary workers returning from a long day. Lin Ke stood firmly on the metal floor of the tram, his tall stature and an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with, creating a noticeable space around him compared to the crowded areas filled with other passengers. With his eyes closed, he retained a portion of his sensory awareness to remain vigilant of his surroundings, while the majority of his mind was immersed in a corner of his backpack space. Engaging with the system's data panel, after a day of wandering outside, he had reaped considerable rewards. In the morning, he engaged in combat in the Kabukicho district, defeating 14 members of the Vortex gang and earning 280 points of universal experience. He scavenged more than a dozen firearms and several second-hand implants. In the afternoon, he earned some extra cash on Twisty Street. The two members of the Tiger Claw gang had just collected their dues, and the unsubmitted premiums ended up in his pocket. Lin Ke counted his earnings. From the black market dream dealer, he confiscated 7 chips containing cash, each valued at 1,000 euros. Additionally, from the 2 Tiger Claw members, he found 38 savings chips, 34 of which contained €800 each, while the remaining 4 held €1,000, including some scattered banknotes. His total fortune exceeded €50,000. Furthermore, the man team had been handling and selling the implants and weapons he had sent over in recent days. Lin Ke's account received substantial transfers daily, and now his account balance had reached 5 figures. With today's earnings, his financial reserves were on the verge of exceeding 6 figures. He contemplated purchasing a high-performance off-road motorcycle or car, which would prove useful in both worlds. Having decided on his financial intentions, Lin Ke examined the remaining items he had scavenged. First was the power sword, which Hunter Lin Ke had already tested in the Starry Night. Its blade was capable of severing a steel cable as thick as a wrist in one stroke, but it could only slice through half of the Great Thief Dragon's scaled armor. Its sharpness did not meet his expectations. After all, this particular scale came from the dragon's head, a part known for its inferior quality. Of course, Lin Ke's target was the armor on the Great Thief Dragon's chest and abdomen, which was likely to be even less robust than that of the head, so he decided to keep the power sword as a backup. Aside from this exquisite katana, there were over 20 firearms and some implants. But their mediocre quality did not pique Lin Ke's interest. He retained only a few bullets and prepared the rest for packaging and sending to man for disposal. Finally, there were several black market dream chips obtained from the dream dealer. Torture Collection, Episode 8, Hardcore Dismemberment Stick, Acid Bath. All were grotesquely violent films, and as someone with a normal moral compass, he had no interest in them, planning to dispose of them in a trash bin after leaving the vehicle. However, one film's title caught his attention that wasn't it starring that dashing rogue Kong Tao. It had hit the market so quickly. While Lin Ke was still organizing his backpack, the maglev train had already arrived at the city center's Memorial Park station. An announcement echoed through the carriage, signaling their arrival, and the doors swung open. Amid the throng of passengers boarding and disembarking, a tall figure glided through the crowd like a flash of pink and white light, effortlessly weaving in and out before finally entering the last compartment of the train. After a brief stop, the doors closed, and the train set off towards the next platform. The stylish silver-haired girl scanned the crowd ahead with her iridescent eyes, and as a glimmer sparked within them, the identities of most passengers in the carriage were swiftly read. Quickly analyzing the information, she pinpointed her target. Warmed up and ready for action, her agile form blended seamlessly into the throng ahead. Each time she paused, a nearby passenger clad in a suit would have their neural implant slot flickering with a faint red light. With a barely audible click, the detachable chip within the slot ejected without the owner's knowledge. The chip hovered momentarily before she caught it deftly in her hand and tucked it into her black waist pouch. Chapter 67. Do you want to choke me? The reason the girl stole the chip from the Arasaka employee was to ascertain whether it contained any mention of her. If it did, she would need to prepare for a hasty escape, as she had been on Arasaka's wanted list for nearly a decade. Conversely, if she found no trace of herself in the written information, she would sell the stolen chip. Insider information about Arasaka could fetch a decent price on the black market, serving as her sole source of income since arriving in Night City. An orange-yellow data halo flickered in her iridescent pupils. The passengers' identities were rapidly being read. Amira Stecker, Arasaka Information Department clerk; Ori, dock worker; Lin Ke, unemployed. The girl furrowed her silver brows slightly, gazing at the conspicuous tall figure in the carriage. Her computing power easily cracked the person's neural ICE. Retrieving the information from the chip in the slot. Quibi 95 Series Combat Chip, Collector's Edition, Ancient Martial Arts, Sanda, Free Fighting, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu. With it, you shall become the champion of all unarmed combat. Such skill chips were beyond the financial reach of an unemployed individual. The girl accessed Night City's public network, checking the price of this chip on the Quibi official website. Official price, €29,999. Upon seeing the price, her heart raced. That was equivalent to 1/8 of a lunar ship ticket. Although she only pilfered from the Arasaka suit, she did not wish to miss out on such a high-value item. There were no moral boundaries when it came to survival in Night City. With nimble steps, she crept closer, standing beside the man. The girl feigned interest in the scenery outside the window, while simultaneously infiltrating the nearby person's neural implant. However, she refrained from immediately ejecting the chip from the data slot. She awaited the opportune moment. For such a valuable item, she desired to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Ding! This stop is Martin Luther Street Avenue. As the announcement sounded, the girl forcefully ejected the chip from the slot. With a slight raise of her hand, she caught the flying chip. The doors of the carriage opened at that moment. She flowed with the crowd, stepping out of the carriage and exiting the station. Turning into an empty alley, her silver hair transformed into a rainbow of colors in the absence of light. Success! Tossing the detached chip in her hand, her lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Even if it was secondhand, it could fetch over 10,000 euros. She was one step closer to affording her ticket off this moon. However, a clear voice suddenly rang in her ear, causing the bright smile on her face to freeze. I've already learned most of the fighting skills recorded on that chip. If you like, I can give it to you. After all, I still owe you 2 favors. The tall figure quivered as if struck by electricity. When did he get so close that she didn't notice? The girl attributed it to her own carelessness. Her mind raced to devise a strategy, her back against the newcomer, making no overt moves, while her hands subtly inched toward each other. What? From your words. It seems you know me. The girl aimed to draw the stranger's attention with her words, her left hand drawing out a golden thread from her right wrist. She remembered the words of her mentor in Night City. Trust no one, not indeed. Considering we've met 3 times now, one could say we share a certain acquaintance. She hesitated at why are you pulling out a monomolecular line? Planning to choke me? Lucy, Chapter 68. Welcome to the New World, monomolecular line. Established military quality. Exquisite. Description: a concealed and lethal weapon. Its blade is merely the thickness of a single molecule, easily slicing through high-strength alloys. It seemed this item was somewhat fragile and unsuitable for combating the great thief dragon. After reviewing the information, Lin Luo decided to exclude the monomolecular line from his trap-making catalog. All right, it seems this stalker is quite adept at mind-reading. He even knows my name. Lucy, whose name was revealed by a stranger, maintained an expression of calm as she concealed the monomolecular line, slowly raising her hands in surrender. You must be Lin Ke. Now, please clarify, when we've met, I don't recall having any wealthy friends such as yourself. When mentioning wealthy individuals, the girl's accent slightly thickened, and she waved her right hand, delicately pinching the thin chip before the owner. Lin Ke observed the girl before him, clad in a snug black leather bodysuit that accentuated her curves. Topped with a fitted white off-shoulder vest, her long legs were tightly encased in sheer, matte fishnet stockings, and several patches of skin exposed outside her clothing glimmered in the dimly lit alley. Why do all female hackers favor leather attire? Sasha is like this, Chiwei too, oh right, and TBUG. The punk girl's attire was consistently alluring and fierce, prompting Lin Ke to silently scoff. However, he still endeavored to clarify Lucy's question. Look at this face. Does it ring a bell? We met over 10 days ago. He slapped his face, its rugged contours slightly rough to the touch. Since consuming the bloodstone of the manicore, his muscle mass had multiplied, resulting in changes to the shape of his facial features. Nonetheless, Lin Ke believed himself to be as handsome as ever. After all, Gloria had complimented him on maturing considerably, exuding a manly charm. It was only David, that fool, who blurted out that he looked particularly fierce. Oh, really? Let me think about it. A smile graced Lucy's delicate features as her gaze remained fixed on the tall figure blocking the alley's sole exit. Her eyes cold with intense vigilance and a hint of unease. Lucy, cloaked in layers of virtual disguises, utilized false identities for everything from renting accommodations to shopping. The only person in Night City who knew her name was Chiwei. If anyone else could utter her real name, it could only be. The mere thought of such a possibility sent Lucy's heart plummeting. It could only be the agent sent by Arasaka to hunt her down. Damn it, they found her after all. The influence of Arasaka in Night City was not as constrained by other major corporations as she had imagined. Refusing to remain idle, Lucy launched a cyber attack. Recalling how effortlessly she had breached the ICE of this individual's neural interface, if she could overload the operating software in his neural chip to induce a thermal shutdown, then, why was there no electronic signal from the implant? The iridescent pupils flared with an orange glow. However, the optical data view from her cybernetic eye revealed no electromagnetic signals emanating from the individual before her, a stark contrast to what she had previously observed. At that moment, the false smile on Lucy's face faltered, and she lost her composure, voicing her confusion. How could your neural interface model have vanished? In response to Lucy's inquiry, Lin Ke chuckled, brushing his smooth neck. Ah, this is merely one of many skills. One-click uninstallation. Your intentions to attack were all too evident. I have no desire to experience the sensation of a hacker frying my brain. It seems you truly do not remember me. Alas, some matters are rather difficult to explain. Lin Ke ran his fingers through his hair in mild frustration. Let us do it this way. I'll gift you the chip as a token of gratitude for your assistance in watching over Gloria in the supermarket. Furthermore, your kind warning on the Badlands shall also be counted as a favor, along with your restraint of those two scoundrels from the Riptide gang. Let me think. Lin Ke's words caused the silver-haired girl, who had been prepared to fight, to pause momentarily. Blinking, Lucy scrutinized the unfamiliar figure blocking the alleyway. She found it impossible to reconcile the towering, muscular young man before her with the foolish boy she had seen crouching on the power tower just days ago. Such a dramatic transformation in such a short span. Ultimately, she chose to trust Lin Ke's words. Releasing her grip on the handgun, Lucy withdrew her hand from the holster within her disguise. Only 4 individuals knew of the events that transpired in the Badlands 10 days prior, yet her spontaneous warning had only resonated with one besides herself. Lucy was perplexed as to how Lin Ke knew her name. But as long as he was not an Arasaka agent, that was sufficient. The storm cloud weighing on her heart dissipated, and her spirits lifted instantly. Wasn't he your original height like this? How come now? Lucy stepped a few paces closer to Lin Ke, gesturing with her palm 5 centimeters above her head, then rising on her toes to extend her right hand, her palm brushing through Lin Ke's short hair. Lin Ke gazed down at the silver-haired girl, who was nearly pressed against him. The girl's previously cold features softened, and the indifference and wariness in her eyes melted away, replaced by joy and curiosity. At that moment, Lin Ke resolved how he would repay the favor. Lucy. The silver-haired girl responded with a mere sound, and suddenly a black collar encircled her slender neck. The littered plastic bags beneath her feet vanished, and the graffiti-covered metal walls beside her disappeared. The acrid scent that had lingered in the air faded away. The scene before her left her agape, a clothed white cat, alongside a man who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Ke, effortlessly gripping the neck of a creature reminiscent of a pterosaur. Upon seeing him, Lucy felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in submission. Yet before she could act, the noose around her neck loosened and was removed. That instinctive impulse to submit vanished immediately. Resuming the tether around the pterosaur's neck and securing it in the stable, Lin Ke regarded the still-dazed, silver-haired girl before him. Welcome to the new world. Lucy, Chapter 69. Be happy, be joyful. Above her head was a breathtaking starry sky she had never witnessed before. Behind her lay a lush forest she had never encountered. With both hands gripping the ropes at the edge of the starry platform, Lucy gazed into the boundless ocean, reflecting the entire celestial expanse in her iridescent eyes. Bathed in the moonlight, the shimmering waves appeared as if ignited. Wow! How beautiful! Everything before her was a magnificent world she could never have imagined. Even in her dreams, that it was simply stunning. Under the moon's silvery glow, Lucy's eyes sparkled, her mouth agape, lips curling into a joyful smile. Lin Ke had not anticipated that beneath the girl's cool demeanor lay the capacity for such childlike innocence and radiance. Waves crashed against the rocks, and a gentle sea breeze tousled her iridescent hair. Breathing in the salty scent of the ocean, Lucy pondered, is this the ocean's true scent? She rose on her toes. Leaning forward, her upper body extending beyond the safety of the railing, eager to etch this moment into her memory forever. Snap! Danger! Just as her optical implant captured a photo, Lucy felt a furry creature latch on her thigh, pulling her backward with considerable force, causing her to stumble a few steps. Looking down, she recognized the cat-like creature she had first encountered. Its soft, snowy fur exuded a sense of familiarity. Lucy bent down, resting her hands on her knees. Little one, what do you need? Meow, 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 meow. The cloud-like creature, paws on its hips, looked up with a serious expression. What is this little one saying? The punk girl from the cyber world could not comprehend the beast folk language of the bug cage tribe in this new land, and thus turned to Lin Ke with a pleading gaze. After swiftly organizing the items delivered by the collection team, Lin Ke regarded Lucy with a serious expression, translating the cloud's words. Your previous actions were quite perilous. Among the bug cage tribe, only immature children prefer to climb over railings. Such reckless behavior would earn a spanking from the elder chief. This is the new world. Lucy, here, you can stay for as long as you wished. A new life is just beginning, and those self-destructive habits from Night City are best forgotten. Lucy glanced back at the railing, encircled by only a single rope, above which lay a precipitous waterfall that if she were to fall, well, her previous actions had indeed been dangerous. All right, I understand. Thank you for your concern, little cat. Ruffling the cloud's round little head, Lucy approached the stone table in the dining area, surveying the items laid out upon it. Several dusty clay pots brimmed with a golden, amber-like liquid, a sweet aroma wafting from them. Surrounding the pots were a dozen black-purple mushrooms and yellow mushrooms adorned with dotted caps. A bouquet woven from various flowers caught Lucy's eye. The pale golden stamens, delicately dewy petals, and a natural fragrance that artificial bouquets could never replicate were captivating. How beautiful, she gasped in admiration, reaching out her hand. Yet, just as her fingers were about to touch the petals, all the items on the stone table vanished in an instant. Lucy's gaze darted to Lin Ke, seated across the table. Only he, the mysterious young man who had brought her to this new world, could perform such feats. Avoiding Lucy's inquisitive stare, Lin Ke rose and looked up at the chief of the bug cage tribe, who had been waiting on the stone pillar. The elder of the giant tree tribe declared with a booming voice, "Dinner is ready. The children, it's time to eat." Oh, dinner is served. Lin Ke announced that tonight's meal featured braised dragon belly meat and fragrant tuna soup. Starry cabin, from now on, this shall be your home. This house is furnished with bedding and furniture, and the water supply is sourced from the waterfall, so daily needs are no problem for electricity. That cannot be provided at the moment, but in a few days, I will bring you a pure energy generator and some electrical appliances, and you can set up the circuits yourself. Lucy, this is the beginning of your new life. Be happy and joyful. After meticulously exploring each room in the cabin, Lucy stepped into the open courtyard. She removed her high boots and cautiously stepped onto the soft grass, slowly making her way to the pond's edge. Sitting on a rock beside the pond, she dipped her feet into the cool water, gazing up at the luminous full moon hanging amidst the sea of stars, feeling an unparalleled tranquility and stability within her. Inserting a blank data chip into the slot, he began multitasking, simultaneously translating the bug cage tribe's beast folk language into the language of Night City. He connected to the Night City network, continuing his search for machinery capable of swiftly cutting through heavy armored gear. Precision horizontal saws, plasma cutters, water jet cutters. There was a plethora of information available online, yet upon closer inspection, most were unsuitable for traps. After over 2 hours of searching, he finally found a cutting tool suitable for traps. Named the High Vibration Particle Cutter at first glance, Lin Ke thought it was a tool used by EVA to pierce the apostles. Only after reviewing the detailed information did he realize it was a device that utilized a high-speed, vibrating blade to generate high-frequency heat, rapidly cutting through metal, designed for dismantling decommissioned ships and armored vessels. With a target in sight, Lin Ke focused on this tool and continued his search. After another hour, he found a suitably sized cutter and placed an order. Minus 24,000 in total, 2 were purchased. With a bit of modification and assembly, it should be possible to breach the mighty dragon's carapace. After extracting the edited data chip and placing it into his backpack, Lin Ke glanced at the time. Spring blossoms, item quality, excellent chapter 70. The new effect of the greed cauldron, Mr. Lin. I have sent you 3 boxes of second-hand cybernetics and weapons. You may keep the proceeds from this sale, but in the future, Gloria's prices for cybernetics are non-negotiable. Mr. Lin, I have ordered 2 industrial knives online, and the address is your squad's base. Once they arrive, have that long-armed fellow named Pika modify them according to my specifications. Received. After ending the communication, man surveyed his surroundings, His safe house had nearly transformed into a refurbished second-hand cybernetics factory. Sasha and the newly joined Shi Wei were busy resetting the user information on various implants and weapons. Pika was assisting Pilar and Dorio in modifying the appearance of some iconic implants and gang emblazoned weapons. Meanwhile, Rebecca sat cross-legged in the corner, frantically repackaging the refurbished cybernetics and weapons. Man himself needed to contact buyers to negotiate prices and then drive the goods to various pickup points in the city. Although these implants and weapons were second-hand, they were essentially a no-cost venture, making it easy to sell even at a reduced price. The underground clinic's black market doctors, the marauding tribes outside the city, and several mercenary groups all favored such second-hand goods priced at less than a third of the market value. Within just a few days, hundreds of thousands worth of goods were sold, allowing squad members to avoid perilous commissions and each earn a daily income exceeding 10,000. It's truly rewarding to be in the company of the older brother. For reasons unknown, Stanley's death lottery had ceased reporting the death toll in the Watson district. Nevertheless, man surmised the number of casualties in the Vortex gang from the shipments his brother sent daily. Given Mr. Lin's method of killing, could the Vortex gang possibly endure for 2 months? Although his chef profession could not be elevated for the time being. The Greed Cauldron's professional equipment had, over the past few days, absorbed a substantial amount of excellent quality broth, thereby enhancing its quality to excellent. The cracks on the cauldron's surface had vanished entirely, and the once gritty and coarse ceramic surface had become smooth. As the broth continued to pour in, ancient decorative patterns emerged on the surface. The equipment's effects changed alongside the enhancement of its quality. Greed Cauldron, professional equipment quality. Excellent. Description, a cooking utensil from ancient times. Its faded colors have gradually returned to their original state thanks to the chef's contributions. Equipment Effect 1. When cooking soup dishes, there is a small probability that the soup's effects will undergo mutation. Equipment Effect 2. When cooking soup dishes, the user can transfer their current negative status into the broth in addition to the enhancement of existing effects. Lin Ke had already explored some applications of the newly added effects through several cooking experiments. Mushroom soup drowsiness, extraordinary soup quality, ordinary description. The soup's benefits dissipate, and upon consumption, the drinker may feel drowsy on a mental level. Exquisite mushroom broth fatigue, extraordinary soup quality, excellent description. The soup's benefits dissipate, and upon consumption, it accelerates the increase of bodily fatigue, as of now. The second effect of the Greed Cauldron was to eliminate the original benefits of the soup, incorporating the user's current negative states into the broth to generate special adverse effects. Having intentionally skipped dinner and endured a night of hunger, Lin Ke was preparing a meticulously crafted soup for the mighty dragon. Half an hour later, as the soup reached completion, Lin Ke felt the flames of hunger within him diminish by a third. Pork rib soup hunger, extraordinary soup quality, excellent, superior. Description. The soup's benefits dissipate, and upon consumption, it ignites a burning hunger within, stirring anger in the mind. After boiling 3 pots in succession, Lin Ke's hunger finally abated. Though his stomach remained empty, his body's organs had satisfactorily drawn the required nutrients and energy. The 3 pots of soup collectively amounted to over 10 liters. Considering the size of the mighty dragon, he resolved to refrain from dinner and late-night snacks for the next 3 nights. After completing the pork rib soup, Lin Ke retrieved the spoils from the Insect Cage clan's collection team, poisonous mushrooms and paralysis mushrooms. As a precaution, he decided to brew some mushroom soup with special effects. Chapter 71. Potion mixing before the hunt. The soup made from the 2 types of mushrooms was swiftly completed, and Lin Ke used the eye of truth to scan it. Mushroom soup, extraordinary soup quality, ordinary description. Upon consumption, it swiftly restores vitality. After reading the information that appeared in his peripheral vision, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. I forgot that my soup skill can purify toxic substances. A failed cooking attempt. Yet, as a chef, he felt compelled to taste his own creation. Silently, Lin Ke retrieved a bowl, filling it equally with both soups. Gulp. As the steaming soup entered his mouth, his taste buds were met with a delightful mushroom flavor. Even smoother than the mushroom broth, the flavor was quite pleasant. It seemed he could cook and savor every variety of mushroom from the New World. A love for mushrooms, maxed out mushroom skills. Pondering for a moment, Lin Ke conceived an idea. It appeared he would need to conduct some experiments utilizing the second effect of the greed cauldron. Without hesitation, he transferred the 2 pots of soup into his backpack, placing new ingredients into the now empty pots. However, before commencing the cooking process, he needed to prepare a few additional items for safety. Lin Ke extracted detoxification herb, 10, and blue mushroom, 10 from his backpack. The hunter's notes documented several methods for mixing potions, and he placed the detoxification herbs on a tray and sent them into the oven for low-temperature drying, while the blue mushrooms were directly juiced to extract their viscous liquid for later use. Once the moisture in the detoxification herbs had dried sufficiently, he ground the entire plant in a powder and mixed it with the blue mushroom juice, forming a fist-sized lump of black medicinal paste. From the prepared paste, Lin Ke scooped out 1/10 of the amount, rolling it into 3 pill-sized balls, which he then placed into the oven to continue drying out any remaining moisture. After 5 minutes, cooking complete, he retrieved 3 black pills from the oven, examining one closely before him. Detoxification pill, extraordinary medicine quality, excellent description. 3 pills constitute 1 dose. Swallowing 1 dose instantly clears toxins from the body and can heal minor injuries. Satisfied with a nod, Lin Ke rolled the remaining paste into pills and sent them into the oven, just to add an extra layer of insurance. The machine automatically filtered out the herbal residues, and Lin Ke poured the juice into 5 glass bottles, each the size of a beverage can. Quality. Excellent. He scooped a spoonful of translucent greenish-yellow viscous honey and evenly mixed it with the contents of the bottles. Cooking complete. Quality. Excellent description. Upon consumption, it swiftly heals severe bodily injuries. 0.5 bottles of recovery potion large, and 10 doses of detoxification pills. Double insurance. Poisonous mushroom. Fungus ingredient quality. Ordinary description. Poisonous fungi from the forest, containing potent toxins capable of affecting colossal beasts. Lin Ke retrieved a poisonous mushroom from his backpack, gripping the stalk with one hand, and bit into the plump edge of the dark purple mushroom cap, chewing casually before swallowing. The effects of the poisonous mushroom's toxin were immediate. As soon as his tongue touched the mushroom juice, it began to tingle. Even with his physique at level 11, he could not withstand the potency of the poisonous mushroom. As the sharp pain surged within his abdomen, Lin Ke sensed his green health bar shifting to a blue-purple hue. Igniting the fire to cook the soup, he bore the spreading pain throughout his body and began simultaneously simmering 2 pots of broth. Utilizing the second effect of the greed cauldron to transfer his negative status into the soup, the liquids bubbled. The spread of the toxin was stifled. 20 minutes later. Cooking complete. Cooking complete. Both pots of broth were finished. Yet the toxin status within Lin Ke did not dissipate. His lips turned dark purple, while extensive bruising appeared on his skin. Fortunately, the toxin had diminished significantly, even though the cooking was complete. His level 11 physique barely managed to suppress the remaining spread of toxins within. After some contemplation, Lin Ke decided to convert all the universal experience he had garnered over the past few days into his hunter profession. Experience conversion complete. Hunter level raised to level 5. Profession. Hunter level 5 experience. 15600 profession talent. Killing unique. Profession skill. Throwing proficient. Proficiency 54600. Effect, throwing objects, achieving perfect accuracy within 50 meters. Enhanced skill characteristic, breaking air. He allocated the newly acquired free attribute points to his physique. The 12-point physique boost halted the spread of the purple bruises on his skin, without the aid of medication. Lin Ke felt he could endure for a day or 2, allowing his body's organs to expel the toxins naturally. However, with the increase in physique, the flames of hunger reignited within him. After nibbling on a couple of meat ribs to quell his appetite, Lin Ke resumed cooking. This state of hunger could not be wasted. Throughout the course of a single day, Lin Ke utilized the hunger state brought on by his enhanced physique to produce 20 liters of hunger broth. After consuming 5 poisonous mushrooms, he crafted 180 liters of deadly poison soup. Pork rib soup, deadly poison, extraordinary soup quality, excellent, superior, description. The soup's benefits dissipate, and upon consumption, it purges the body of corrupted blood, causing excruciating pain. As night fell, Lin Ke tidied up the kitchen before preparing to venture out to procure some supplies, and on the way, assist Lucy in moving her belongings from the apartment she rented on Japanese Street. Upon exiting the towering skyscraper, Lin Ke's gaze fell upon the heaps of refuse accumulating along the roadside, reminiscent of small hills that he recalled that he had forgotten to dispose of some trash tucked away in his backpack. Extracting a wad of black Super Dream cards he had scavenged from a vendor, he forcefully crushed them one by one, casting them onto the garbage mound, with a series of crunching sounds. As the last fragment of the black Super Dream card was discarded, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly resonated in Lin Ke's mind. Mission triggered. Mission, no trade, no kill, mission description. The emergence of the black Super Dream stemmed from humanity's insatiable greed. Players are tasked with eradicating some of the sources of the black Super Dream in Night City. Eliminate the Tiger Claw Gang, Seijiro Araki. Eliminate the Cleaner, Zai Xian. Eliminate the Vortex Gang, Gottfried. Mission reward: 1 random Imperial artifact. Chapter 72. The mechanic maiden in need of charging long-buried memories surged back into Lin Ke's consciousness. The Imperial artifact was the red eye of the Crimson Blade. Wasn't it? As the name slipped from his lips, images sealed within his memory began to unravel frame by frame. The gentle Shire, whose adorably naive charm he cherished, the bold Brant, whose loyalty he admired. The cunning Chelsea, whose vivacious spirit he found delightful. The lovely Maine, whose romantic ideals made all beings equal. The righteous Tasmi, who fought on despite the demons that haunted him. His fondness for Leona, the nurturing older sister, embodied the dreams of his youth. Rab, Black Eye, Isdeath, and finally, the Crimson Ey. In those youthful days, unaware and impressionable, he had heeded the advice to watch this so-called healing anime, which had struck him like a powerful blow, casting an indelible shadow over his tender heart. Just as he had begun to forget, those memories resurfaced anew. It truly had taken him a long time to recover, as he buried those recollections once more in the depths of his mind. Lin Ke, seated in the Delamon taxi, exhaled the pent-up frustration from his lungs like a tea that moment. The screen on the back of the passenger seat illuminated with a blue glow. Mr. Lin, it appears your mood is rather poor. Delamon suggests a selection of soothing music albums for your relaxation. And of course, discounts will apply. The bald salesman's pitch was abruptly interrupted by Lin Ke's scowl. Silence. All expressions of concern that intertwine with money feel so disingenuous, so utterly detestable. He flicked his thumb against his index finger, sending a sharp gust of air that struck the screen displaying the bald figure. With a crack, the screen shattered, leaving behind a dark void surrounded by spreading fissures. Mr. Lin, maliciously damaging the vehicle's interior will incur compensation fees. The screen behind the driver's seat illuminated with Delamon's blue visage. Go fix it yourself, you artificial intelligence nuisance. Ignoring Delamon demands, Lin Ke immersed himself in the upcoming mission. He recalled that in the game, Seijiro Araki, Zai Xian, and Gottfried were all mentioned by Regina Jones, a middleman in Watson District, who had issued the missions to V. They were 3 scoundrels active in Watson District. Among them, Seijiro Araki was a key member of the Tiger Claw Gang, based in the Kabuki District at a club named Phoenix. Gottfried's Black Super Dream Studio was likely situated in an abandoned industrial park in North Watson, where remnants of the Vortex Gang could also be found. The final target, the cleaner Zai Xian, had no fixed hideout, often wandering through the civilian areas of Watson, entangled in the nefarious trade of human trafficking alongside Yunding and Seijiro Araki. This system-triggered mission coincidentally targeted 3 malevolent forces in Night City, and aside from the future Cyber V, he was the only one willing to undertake this task. Imperial artifact? Oh, Imperial artifact, what could the reward be? A romantic artillery, the essence of demons or ultimate power. How exhilarating. However, locating these 3 individuals seemed far from straightforward. His mission lacked textual hints or navigational guidance, relying on the locations displayed in the game. He could only narrow it down to a general area. Night City, after all, boasted a population nearing 7 million. In recent days, he had meandered through Night City, discovering not only the iconic structures akin to those in the game, but also many buildings that could not be replicated one-to-one. The actual urban expanse far exceeded what the game depicted, being more than 10 times larger. Unlike the game, where he could circle around in less than an hour, finding the unknown abandoned factory housing Gottfried was no easy feat. let alone tracking down a cleaner adept at evading detection like a rat. The only concrete location he knew was the Phoenix Club, home to Seijiro Araki. He decided to start his search there. Lin Ke accessed the city map through his neural interface, scrutinizing the Kabuki district's layout. Yet he could not find a building named Phoenix Club. A clandestine establishment indeed. Shifting his gaze to the bald figure on the side screen, he mused that this professional taxi driver should know the location. Delamon, I wish to change my route to the Phoenix Club in Kabuki District. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin, but my navigation system does not contain an address for Phoenix Club. Please provide a detailed location, and I will adjust your destination. Damn it, forget it. Just continue to the address. I initially set that moment. Delamon was driving along the road near the Japanese street, close to the inner sea bay. Ignoring the flow of traffic outside the left window, he could see the hazy neon reflections shimmering upon the water's surface. His gaze drifted further, across the bay that separated the municipal center from Watson District. To the rocket launch site leading to the moon. Lucy's residence in Night City was within reach. After completing the heist task, he would strengthen his abilities and perhaps visit in another life. Upon disembarking, Lin Ke took a moment to admire the dazzling neon lights amidst the towering buildings of Watson before turning to enter a modest apartment with only 7 or 8 stories. This aging structure, possibly erected in the last century or a remnant from the post-nuclear devastation of the 20s, lacked even an elevator. Ascending the dim stairwell, guided by the faint, dark teal lights, he made his way to the rooftop. Using the permissions granted by Lucy stored in his neural interface, Lin Ke unlocked the apartment door and stepped inside. Checked in, he activated the lights, revealing a layout that closely resembled the depiction in the anime. The spacious living room greeted him upon entry, though a few minor details differed. Directly opposite the door, behind the sofa, panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of Night City's vibrant nightscape. To the left stood a desk with a computer. Accompanied by a half-open bathroom door. To the right lay a fully enclosed workspace and an embedded bedroom. Lin Ke purposefully approached a corner of the living room, stowing a black chair along with the intimate garments draped over it into his backpack. He also grabbed several bottles of liquor and unopened packs of women's cigarettes from the glass coffee table. Venturing into the bedroom, bathed in soft pink light, Lin Ke opened the wardrobe, swiftly packing away over a dozen outfits into his backpack, along with the Super Dream headband and several Super Dream cards from the bedside. This, he surmised, constituted Lucy's personal belongings, his keen perception, akin to the most precise radar. Swept through the apartment once more. There's still something left. He exited the bedroom and pushed open the bathroom door, gathering all the toiletries from the sink. Subsequently, he opened the washing machine, retrieving freshly washed and dried lingerie. His truth eye inadvertently scanned the items. Quite impressive, he commended internally as he added them to his backpack. With that, he had efficiently collected all of Lucy's items, and fortunately, the quantity was manageable. Otherwise, the remaining space in his backpack would have been insufficient. Lin Ke then headed straight to a large shopping mall in Japanese Street. He intended to purchase a pure energy generator immediately. The reason being that Lucy, a half-mechanical maiden with nearly 50% cybernetic integration, could not fully power her artificial limbs solely through her biological energy. Particularly, her right arm's single-molecule line required recharging every few days. Chapter 73. This is the rule. The compact, pure energy generator was situated in a corner of the wooden hut. Once fully ignited, the energy produced was channeled through cables into a nearby, high-capacity battery bank. A slender black wire snaked from the battery bank's interface along the wooden floor and walls into the bedroom. In the spacious bedroom of the modest cabin, a soft blue-green light illuminated a small area. Lucy sat gracefully on the wooden bed, her long legs crossed, as a delicate charging cable connected from the power outlet at the head of her bed to the interface on her right arm's prosthetic. As she charged the micro-battery implanted within her, she also tidied the scattered clothes on the bed. Lucy reflected on her newfound freedom, straddling 2 worlds and effortlessly acquiring possessions. What a mysterious man. One whose existence defies scientific explanation. She never anticipated that merely 2 insignificant acts of kindness could lead to such a monumental transformation in her life. She had finally escaped the nightmare imposed by Arasaka, distancing herself from a hellish realm. This new land felt like a more ideal home than the moon. While lacking the splendor of technological entertainment, it offered an untainted, comfortable environment, novel experiences she had never encountered, and a group of innocent, charming Elia cats devoid of cunning or malice. Lucy seamlessly acclimated to life here. In recent days, she would rise with the dawn alongside the cats to embark on fishing expeditions. Silver fish, clawing shrimp and crabs, and flaccid green seaweed awaited her at every cast. Each haul brought unexpected delights, a joy unattainable in her former world. In that world, the oceans have long been tainted by various toxic chemicals and radioactive elements amidst the ravages of war that have swept across the globe multiple times. The once vibrant seas now lie in desolation, with marine life nearly extinguished, and beneath the surface, only the relentless killing machines, cast into the depths by warfare, roam endlessly. Once a cradle of all life, the sea has now become a forbidden zone for existence. Yet in this new world, she can freely dive into the vibrant waters beneath, aiding some feline companions in disentangling fishing nets ensnared on the colorful coral reefs, receiving their heartfelt gratitude in return. Before the sun sets, she climbs trees with her feline friends, watering and foraging for mushrooms, sharing in the joy of the harvest together. Each day spent here is fulfilling. Moreover, the room now has electricity, allowing her to lie upon a soft bed at night and watch dreamlike films. Lucy relishes this pressure-free, leisurely lifestyle. As dawn breaks, the horizon glimmers with a hint of gold, and the bustling cafeteria of the Starlight community awakens. Delicious. Meow. Purr. The Ailu friends gather around the stone grill, indulging in the unlimited servings of grilled meat provided by Lin Ke, their fluffy tails swaying behind them like undulating eels on a coral reef. The great tree elder devours 3 pieces of meat, burps contentedly, and, patting his bulging belly, shoves another morsel into his mouth. Observing the towering mound of meat on the stone platter and the glossy fur and robust bodies of the surrounding furry companions, the great tree elder reflects, pinching his snowy whiskers with his paw pads. Keeping this otherworldly visitor here seems to be the wisest decision of his life, if he could continue to savor such extraordinary delicacies. Perhaps his withering body could still watch over these adorable descendants for thousands of days and nights to come. Delicious. Seated at the dining stone table, Lucy skillfully uses chopsticks to pick up a slice of plain grilled mushroom from her plate, bringing it to her mouth for a bite. Chewing on the meaty mushroom, its fresh and crisp flavor compels her to grasp another thin slice of grilled meat before she has even swallowed the last morsel. The chopsticks continue their dance of picking and placing until her belly can hold no more. Reluctantly, Lucy sets down her plate, her fair cheeks puffing up like a chipmunk. How satisfying! To enjoy such delightful food every day feels like living in a fairy tale. After swallowing the last bite, Lucy exhales in contentment. The great tree elder tells me that I should join the gathering team. Watching the girl finish her meal, Lin Ke pushes a bowl of scallion egg soup toward her. The outside forest is not as safe as it is here in Starlight. You must have reviewed the data chip I provided, right? Your petite frame is still insufficient against those colossal beasts. I want to go out and explore. Is that all right? Lucy gazes earnestly at Lin Ke. She is inherently adventurous, and the world beyond this living stronghold greatly ignites her desire for exploration. Besides, she is merely accompanying the gathering team nearby. Surely, she wouldn't encounter those gigantic beasts. Lucy has heard from the Ailu that the only dangerous beast near Starlight has already been hunted down by the very person before her. Of course, you are free to venture outside. However, I do not wish for you to encounter any mishaps. Here, take this. Lin Ke spreads his hands and then retrieves an object from his backpack, presenting it to Lucy. She accepts the spherical crystal from Lin Ke's hands, her optical prosthetic magnifying the crystal's image, making the 2-centimeter diameter transparent gem appear tenfold in her sight. What is this? There's a little pig inside. This is a soul crystal, quite remarkable, Lin Ke explains. He also gave one to Yun Duo, who can now see further, hear more subtle sounds, and smell fainter scents. Yun Duo climbs onto Lin Ke's shoulder, brightly gazing at Lucy as he speaks. Using this will enhance your sensory acuity, accelerate the signal transmission between your brain's neurons, In other words, boost your cognitive speed. Lin Ke gently pats the head of the cat perched on his shoulder and slowly elucidates to Lucy. Simply put, it upgrades your CPU and GPU.IC. Lucy observes the suddenly weighty crystal in her palm. Merely hearing the explanation, she has already grasped the preciousness of the item in her possession. This is a treasure that wealthy individuals, yearning for eternal life, would willingly spend millions to acquire. After all, no matter how many times one replaces their internal organs and blood, the irreplaceable brain remains the endpoint of their lifeline. The bright sun gradually rises behind Lin Ke, and the half-cybernetic silver-haired girl, cradling the round, transparent crystal, cautiously asks in the morning light, "May I as well? I'm afraid my body, her visual, respiratory, auditory systems, even her brain have all undergone modifications through implants. Can this crystal even enhance my senses?" Indeed, that was my oversight. The soul crystal only affects flesh and blood. Lin Ke takes the soul crystal from Lucy's hand and returns it to his backpack with an apologetic expression. However, before the girl can feel disheartened, a cup of clear water is placed before her. Pure soul soup, supernatural soup quality, excellent, superior, description, pure spiritual essence. Consuming it will permanently enhance mental strength. Now it is suitable for you. This is the rule. Chapter 74. Trap, disembowelment, the pure water flows into her mouth. Lucy does not need to swallow. This cup, imbued with extraordinary power, merges into her body at the point of contact with her tongue. A refreshing sensation spreads from the center of her brain. Within mere seconds, her cognitive speed and brain computational power have doubled. The iridescent pupils in her eyes twinkle with a faint glow. The world before her appears to lift a veil, becoming ever clearer. The auditory modules within her cochlea emit a subtle hum, as though a hymn is being sung. Yin Duo, Lucy, I have prepared the detox pills and recovery medicine for your gathering team. Use them promptly in case of emergencies. Got it. Meow. Don't worry, I know my limits to the beast bone passage of the Starlight Stronghold. Lin Ke bids farewell to the gathering team and releases his flying dragon. Grasping the rope he had fashioned just yesterday, he steps onto the metal ring and ascends into the air. This was a method he specially crafted, inspired by the hunters in the game. Once oriented, he flies towards the northeastern border. The hunt for the great thief dragon begins. After an hour of travel, Lin Ke arrives above a wetland, selecting a patch of grass far from the water network to land. Crouching down, he parts the grass to reveal the dark soil beneath. Pressing down forcefully with his hands, he then retrieves a shovel and begins to dig a half-meter deep hole in a straight line. Although the soil he excavates is soft, it lacks the moisture of the earth near the water network, prompting a satisfied nod. After feeding a few pounds of salted, fried walnut kernels to the nearby flying dragon, which chirps joyfully after finishing, he stores it in his mount slot. Estimating the hunting range of the great thief dragon, which lies about 2 kilometers away in the woods, Lin Ke decides it's about time and retrieves a uniquely designed shovel from his backpack. With a circular shovel head measuring 20 centimeters in diameter and a total length of 1 meter, it features a long metal handle. This 2-meter-long shovel resembles an oversized hoof shovel. It is also known as a Luoyang shovel. He had custom-ordered this from a metal smelting factory in Santo Domingo, specifying materials of exceptionally high hardness and wear resistance, with a special hardening agent inside. When pressed, this agent seeps out from small holes along the handle, coating the walls of the excavated hole to prevent collapse. In a capitalist society, as long as one has the funds, even such minor design requests are easily fulfilled. Now, let the trap setting commence. Lin Ke stands tall, feet apart, gripping the long handle with both hands. The cylindrical shovel head strikes the ground, plunging downwards with force into the ground between his feet. With a twisting motion of his hands, the sharp shovel head cleaves through the earth, delving deep within it. In just over 10 seconds, the Luoyang shovel reaches a depth of 1 meter. Repeating this action, the cylindrical head spins dozens of times every second, penetrating the soft soil like a drill. In a matter of 10 minutes, it has burrowed over 10 meters deep, transitioning from rotating the handle to lifting the shovel. He excavates further using the weight of the Luoyang shovel. After another half hour of vigorous digging, he stops when the cylindrical core of the shovel reveals no more soil, but rather fragments of rock. A depth of 19 meters is sufficient at an abandoned construction site in Santo Domingo that has lain dormant for over a decade. Lin Ke halts the concrete mixer and opens the discharge port. Gray cement pours out at an angle from the outlet, and before it hits the ground, he catches it in his backpack, mixing it with a quick setting agent before injecting it into the prepared deep hole. This is the foundational cementing process. He halts when the cement rises to within 2 meters of the hole's opening. Waiting for over an hour until the cement begins to set, Lin Ke retrieves a high-vibration particle knife. Once manually operated, now transformed into a remote control device. Over a meter long, this high-vibration particle knife consists of a full metal cylindrical base and a 30-centimeter-long conical blade made of high-density alloy. Its appearance resembles that of an oversized pencil. Through high-frequency vibrations exceeding 100,000 times per second, the blade's surface reaches an extreme temperature of over 4,000 degrees Celsius, enabling it to slice through most metals with ease. If flesh were to come into contact with such a searing blade, it would likely vaporize instantaneously. This great dragon is no ancient creature, and Lin Ke refuses to believe it cannot be severed. In any case, he has already tested it with a scale from the great dragoness crown, and the result was akin to butter meeting a red-hot wire. That thick scale was effortlessly cleaved. He placed the base on a slightly damp cement pillar and poured cement around it to secure the two together. Observing the alloy blade, which was merely 20 centimeters from a cave entrance, Lin Ke hastily covered it with leaves and loose soil. Straightening up, he washed his hands and stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. The ensuing time was one of waiting before the great dragon's evening meal. The cement should complete its final setting. By then, he only needed to ensure that the great dragon consumed more food than usual, allowing its belly to expand slightly and its skin to stretch thinner. Then he would entice it to trample over the trap. In an instant, it would be disemboweled. Chapter 75. Water-injected pork. The task of the Insect Cage clan's foraging team was to seek out unique materials from the forest. Their targets included distinctive mushrooms with various effects, wondrous insects possessing different traits, and plants that serve myriad purposes. That a white figure maneuvered through the green branches, leaping between towering trees. Yin Duo perched on a sturdy branch, peering down at the foraging team gathering a particular plant. There is a jungle ancestor bird on that tree ahead. Uncle Mushroom, are you hunting it? No, Yin Duo. The clan is not lacking in meat at the moment. And the meat of the ancestor bird is not as delectable as that of the fragrant mushroom pig. Lord Lin likely has no need for such ingredients, replied a cat, taller than the others by half a head, waving dismissively at Yin Duo. Very well, Uncle Mushroom. Mushroom, a light yellow-furred Alu cat, was currently explaining some peculiar plants to the new recruits of the foraging team. This plant is called gunpowder grass, that we collect its red flowers, dry them, and grind them in a powder with a wooden pestle to obtain flammable first-grade gunpowder. By filling small wooden barrels with this gunpowder, we can create small explosive barrels that, I understand. Lucy half-squatted beside them, embodying the demeanor of a diligent student. After listening to Mushroom's explanation, she used her artificial eye to capture a photo of the plant, simultaneously storing the information in her brain's hard drive. One more thing to note. The flowers of gunpowder grass cannot be stored alongside those of water flow grass, as it would affect the subsequent production of gunpowder, Mushroom advised, pointing to a cat's backpack containing dozens of deep blue flowers. Oh, but Captain, why do these two plants have entirely different effects? Aside from the color of their flowers, their leaves and stems are quite similar, Lucy inquired, puzzled. They're essentially the same plant. It's merely their different growth environments that influence them. There's also the matter of attributes at play. Although my knowledge on that front is quite limited, Mushroom explained. Attributes. They can affect plant growth that I wonder if they might influence living beings as well. What a fascinating concept. Lucy mused inwardly after committing Mushroom's words to memory. As the nearby patch of gunpowder grass was fully harvested, Mushroom ceased his explanation and positioned himself at the front of the group. Recently, the clan's fishing nets and lines need replenishing. Our next target is ivy leaves that if we encounter glimmering winged insects, let us capture a few. They can be used for lighting and for creating stop insects cages. Understood, Captain. All right, Meow. Got it, Brother Mushroom. Chief, here today as findings of course. This was merely the allocation of work tasks, as gunpowder grass must be dried and ground into powder before use, and ivy leaves require special processing to extract fine strands suitable for fishing line and weaving nets. Lucy set down her backpack, massaging her shoulders, which bore the marks of strain, and gasped a few breaths of cool air. The paths in the forest were treacherous, especially while burdened with heavy loads. The thickets along the way were obstructive, and the steep rocky slopes required her to cling to vines for ascent, presenting quite a challenge. She wondered what he was doing at that moment. Just then, several small Alu cats descended from the trees, curiously surrounding the backpack Lucy had just placed down. "Lucy, what's in your backpack? It looks so strange with so many sharp thorns. This is the first time I've seen such a plant as fruit," one of them remarked. Lucy knelt before the small Alu cats, who barely reached her knees. Aside from the color difference, this fruit resembled one called durian, which she had seen in a dream. She mentioned the fruit's name and then glanced at the clan leader, who had just finished assigning tasks. The Great Dragon. Is it a colossal beast? Is it dangerous? Lucy quickly inquired. Mushroom, standing nearby, noticed Lucy's anxiety and gently patted her arm with his paw to reassure her. "Fear not, Lucy. Though the Great Dragon is indeed a large carnivorous species, its ecological standing in the forest is only slightly above that of herbivorous dragons. Lord Lin is a formidable hunter who has successfully hunted even the ferocious jaw dragon. The Great Dragon is no match for him. Indeed, Lin Ke is exceptionally powerful. Meow, is that so?" The golden red sun had sunk halfway below the western horizon, and most of the creatures on the grassland had returned to their nests. Just before nightfall, the jungle by the wetland erupted with commotion once more. Hundreds of thieving dragons burst forth from the thicket, leading the charge across the grassland, accompanied by tremors of the earth. The king of the thieving dragons, a colossal beast measuring over 40 meters in length, emerged from the forest with its head held high. The feast belonging to the king had commenced. Lin Ke, who had been waiting on the grassland for some time, spotted his target and immediately summoned his flying dragon to ascend into the sky. The winged dragon flapped its powerful wings, swiftly carrying Lin Ke above the great dragon. Below, more than 10 herbivorous dragons, driven by the hundreds of thieving dragons, fled in a panic towards the great dragon. When they beheld the even larger beast ahead, the panicked herd of herbivorous dragons didn't have time to escape. And a massive dragon cart surged forward, uprooting the black earth as it crushed through the herd with overwhelming force. Crack, crack. With the sound of splintering bones, the dragon herd had no time for a lament, transforming into over 10 massive crimson meat patties, sinking into the mud of the grassland. Watching the great dragon feast upon its bounty, Lin Ke directed the flying dragon to descend to a height of 50 meters. At that moment, the great dragon, rearing its upper body, tilted its head back to swallow, its gaping maw making Lin Ke feel as though his own teeth were smaller than its. "Allow me to enhance your flavor," he declared, tossing a 300-kilogram piece of pork belly downwards. The succulent, juicy pork landed precisely in the great dragon's open mouth, sliding down alongside the dragon meat patties into its stomach. Observing the great dragon consume the specially prepared water-injected pork, a grin crept across Lin Ke's face. This pork had been infused with 40 liters of hunger-inducing liquid. "Experience my insatiable appetite. Come now, eat even more." Chapter 76. The impoverished thief hunter after swallowing the specially crafted hunger-infused meat. The great dragon's feeding pace noticeably quickened. With each bite, it devoured dragon meat patties without pause, even growing impatient for the thieving dragons to drive in new herds of herbivores. It let out a mighty roar to the heavens and set its massive limbs in motion, its weighty form crushing the grass beneath its colossal paws and sinking into the soft earth. Its sharp claws clawed at the dark soil, and with the earth trembling slightly, it ventured deeper into the grassland. Lin Ke, observing the great dragon's speed from above, silently calculated it could cover nearly half its body length in a single second, achieving a staggering speed of 30 meters per second. The initial charge of the dragon cart must have exceeded 80 meters per second. Its crawling speed matched his own full-speed sprint, making close proximity rather perilous. However, once it was overstuffed, it should struggle to run, right? Guiding his flying dragon through the air, Lin Ke pursued the great dragon across the grassland. finding that, in comparison, the airborne creature was slightly outpaced by the one on the ground. The great dragon moved swiftly, its massive body posing a natural calamity for smaller beings. Nests built by birds in the underbrush. Burrows dug by small beasts underground. All that stood in the great dragon's path was ruthlessly obliterated. Its armored belly carved a trench through the grassland, and as it traversed a body of water, the landscape transformed, redirecting the flow. Just its movement altered the terrain of a small area, and the only thing that could halt its advance was the need to feed. The herbivorous dragon herds could not outrun the great dragon. Whether large or small, alive or dead, any that fell under its pursuit would be swallowed whole. The night had fully descended, and the great dragon's belly was now swollen. Lin Ke once more descended, tossing another piece of water-injected pork into its gaping the succulent shiitake mushrooms and pork belly, saturated with rich broth, were engulfed along with a struggling herbivorous dragon into the gullet of the massive theft dragon. The hunger-laden broth had already begun to take effect. The flames of hunger ignited within, a furious wrath surging to the fore. The once subdued hunger of the great thief dragon was reignited, and the crimson hue spread through the yellow, beastly eyes on either side of its head, reducing it to its most primal instincts. It indulged in unrestrained gluttony, lost in the act of feeding. The two rows of ribs protecting its abdominal organs were gradually stretched by the expanding stomach, while the thick layer of fat and the flesh beneath the scales became increasingly translucent under the pressure of the swollen belly. Observing the great thief dragon below, with its rounded abdomen threatening to burst as it devoured the last remaining herbivorous dragon in its vicinity, Lin Ke felt that the moment had arrived. For the local herbivore population had been entirely consumed, and now was the opportunity. He descended from a height of 100 meters, retracting his pterosaur wings, and removed his shirt to retrieve a pot of broth from his backpack. With his hands, he scooped out a semi-congealed paste from the pot and evenly spread it over his body. This concentrated broth was the result of simmering 10 pots of meat soup, containing the nutritional essence of over 100 pounds of herbivorous dragon snowflake belly meat. Once he had coated himself completely in the paste, Lin Ke performed a few chest-expanding exercises and took a deep breath. A surge of oxygen rushed through his lungs, infusing his bloodstream, and his robust heart began to race, sending crimson blood coursing through every corner of his body. His body temperature quickly rose. It soon surpassed the safe limits of a normal human, the searing heat radiating from his skin infused into the soup paste he had applied, with a single drop of glistening broth falling. The sealed aroma erupted with intensity. In the next moment, a rich, unadulterated, meaty fragrance emanated from him, spreading outward like a beacon. In that instant, Lin Ke transformed himself into bait, enticing the great thief dragon towards him. The massive head, guided by the enticing aroma, turned to gaze hungrily at the delectable morsel 100 meters away. The moment those beastly eyes locked onto him, Lin Ke wasted no time in sprinting towards the trap. With a triumphant roar, the great thief dragon, its belly protruding, charged forward, sending grass and dirt flying as the distance between it and its prey rapidly diminished. Lin Ke could feel the wind pressure from behind as he ran, tossing a chunk of several hundred pounds of water-injected meat behind him. As the great thief dragon paused to devour the poisonous raw meat, Lin Ke swiftly increased the distance between them. The chase ensued, and in a matter of moments, they reached the trap zone. With acute awareness, Lin Ke deftly leaped over the trap and circled back in a semi-arc, retrieving a palm-sized remote control from his backpack. Turning around, he maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the colossal beast charging towards him from 100 meters away. He pressed the only button on the remote. A high-frequency, buzzing sound erupted, causing the grass above the vibrating particle blades to instantly wither and ignite, while the unsupported earth crumbled into the trap, vaporizing upon contact with the searing blades. That moment, the great thief dragon, with its belly leading, surged directly over the blades. The intense heat of the blades effortlessly sliced through scales, skin, fat, and flesh. Yet, the great thief dragon felt no pain. The high-temperature blades obliterated the pain receptors at the wound site and hindered healing, but did not interrupt its charge. As the great thief dragon opened its ravenous maw, closing in within 20 meters of Lin Ke. Several bursts of flame erupted from its abdomen. Boom! 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 8 anti-infantry mines, previously buried by Lin Ke, detonated, further widening the narrow gash in the dragoness belly, causing a significant portion of its stomach wall to spill forth, along with its intestines, without the support of its abdominal cavity. The heavily laden stomach fell out, and under the immense inertia of the dragon's charge, more organs were forcefully expelled from its body. The great thief dragon's hind legs trampled the fallen organs, resulting in the rupture of most vital organs, severing them from the cycle of life within. In that instant, its once vibrant life force was drained from its colossal form. With a mournful wail, its massive head collapsed, forever resting 2 meters before Lin Ke. Chapter 77. Ingenious mechanisms. Having thoroughly absorbed the lessons from Ghost blowing the lantern, the Cybertrap Dragon Skinning Array 2.0 version has not only met but exceeded my expectations. The great thief dragon sprawled before Lin Ke was not yet dead, but with the majority of its vital organs detached. Even its exaggerated regenerative abilities could not sustain its life any longer. Though this dragon, resembling a gigantic lizard, could regenerate severed limbs, it was unlikely to regrow its internal organs like a sea cucumber. The once vibrant life force of the dragon gushed forth from the gaping wound in its abdomen like a torrent. Observing the weakening creature, Lin Ke nimbly stepped forward, placing his foot on the edge of its jaw, and climbed up to the position of its eye socket, akin to rock climbing, from his backpack. He retrieved a hand sword and plunged it into the nearly 60-centimeter diameter, still-moving eyeball. A squelching sound erupted as blood, thick with iron tang, splattered across him. The mortally wounded beast could no longer manage even the simplest breath. Lacking the strength to struggle, Lin Ke, the hunter, had assumed the role of a merciless butcher, slicing around the edge of the eyeball, adhering to the eye socket, eventually extracting the several hundred-kilogram mass of the eyeball itself. Gazing into the bloody cavity, he hesitated not, first probing his head into the gaping wound, followed by his body, then his legs, until he fully immersed himself within the sanguine abyss. The sound of flesh being severed echoed from the hollow eye socket as Lin Ke cut through the intricate web of blood and sinew. Following a thick optic nerve, and deep within the meaty cavern, he discovered a vast expanse of white soft tissue. 1 minute later, the great thief dragon had completely lost its life force. Task: the price of greed, completed. Player has gained 2,000 points of professional experience, 1 backpack space, and 1 divine mechanism. An invisible white light swept across the great thief dragon's entire form, followed by 2 crystalline entities, 1 red and 1 white, each the size of a volleyball. Tumbling from the hollow eye socket, Lin Ke, drenched in blood, leapt from the great thief dragon's eye socket. Realizing his attire was now ruined, he discarded his sticky pants, shoes, and socks, and retrieved water from his backpack. Dousing himself from head to toe, he washed away the white residue from his hair and arms, cleansing his body of blood, and after drying off and donning clean clothes, Lin Ke eagerly began to tally the rewards from his mission. Essence of the battle-scarred Great Thief Dragon, Bloodstone quality. Rare description: a life force crystal imbued with etheric energy. Consuming it can increase current physical attributes by 2 points of strength. Essence of the battle-scarred Great Thief Dragon, Soul crystal quality. Rare description: the essence extracted from a soul elevated by the light of ether. Using it on the forehead can increase current physical attributes by 3 points of spirit. With glee, Lin Ke stowed away the crystals which could enhance his physical attributes by a total of 5 points into his backpack, which had expanded tenfold upon completing the task. In a corner of the backpack, which boasted a volume of 100 cubic meters, he discovered the system's reward and retrieved it. How heavy! A broad, jet-black iron sword emerged from the depths of the backpack, crashing down against the ground with a heavy thud. Dirt flew everywhere, and the earth trembled beneath his feet. What is this? The jet sword. Lin Ke grasped the hilt, involuntarily twitching at the corner of his eye. The weapon bore an uncanny resemblance to the jet sword from the Monster Hunter world. Had it not been for the information provided by the Eye of Truth, Lin Ke might have thought the system had mistakenly issued him the wrong reward. Divine mechanism: steel wing great sword, weapon quality. Rare description: a weapon crafted with the core of oracle cells. specialized for combating the god of desolation, modified by the system to adapt to the world, eliminating the requirement to inject dietary factors to wield the divine mechanism. Mind's eye. In combat, it can absorb the cells of powerful creatures upon contact to inflict damage. Evolution. The divine mechanism can repair weapon damage and enhance its quality by consuming dragon jade energy. Zero form. The divine mechanism possesses the ability to transform into various weapon forms. The current melee form is the greatsword dragon heat mechanism, steel wing, and the ranged form is the heavy crossbow defense mechanism. As weapon quality improves, more weapon forms can be added. After reading the information, Lin Ke gripped the hilt tightly, attempting to lift the seemingly near-ton weight of the great sword. With every muscle straining, his feet sank into the mud, yet he barely managed to raise the weapon. He swung the heavy sword down upon the great thief dragon's head, delivering several powerful blows, sending shards of scales flying and cutting deeply into its flesh. He then tested the transformation function, converting the great sword into a heavy crossbow. The dark giant sword in Lin Ke's hands morphed fluidly like a Rubik's Cube, transforming into an exaggerated heavy crossbow in the blink of an eye. With the transformation, a rush of information flooded into his mind. In the heavy crossbow form of the divine mechanism, there is no need to load ammunition. It can autonomously generate all types of ammunition, including mechanism dragon bullets, by consuming the biological cells of creatures during combat. The more biological cells consumed, the stronger the generated ammunition becomes, increasing both the quantity and power. Currently, it can generate ammunition: standard bullet LL, 5 piercing bullet L2 shotgun shell L1. Incredible! Lin Ke maintained a composed exterior, yet internally he was screaming with joy, akin to a child receiving a cherished toy. He cradled the hefty firearm in both hands, pivoting the muzzle skyward as he pulled the trigger, sending bullets soaring into the night. Engaging in this playful endeavor for a full 2 minutes, he reluctantly stowed the divine weapon into his backpack once his arms grew weary and numb. After utilizing the bloodstone from that colossal banded dragon, he should be able to acclimate to the weight of this weapon. Time was no longer on his side. He still needed to deal with the great banded dragon. Chapter 78. Durian and egg custard. Lin Ke circled the carcass of the great banded dragon, his perception penetrating the scales and flesh, delving deep into the marrow. After conducting a comprehensive scan, fortune smiled upon him, bringing him exactly what he lacked. With a beaming expression, Lin Ke donned his windproof goggles, wrapped his head securely in clothing, and slipped on gloves, concealing every inch of his skin beneath layers of fabric. He retrieved his hunting knife and sliced open the resilient gastric sac of the dragon, dragging out the undigested remains of herbivorous dragons one by one. Soon, dozens of carcasses, drenched in acrid gastric juices, formed over 10 small mounds of flesh upon the grassland, attracting a wandering pack of banded dragons. Lin Ke refrained from attacking the banded dragons. After all, these herbivorous corpses, ravaged by gastric acid, needed the bandit dragons to clean them up. He had no desire to return in a few days to find the entire wetland overrun with flies and foul odors. With only his bright eyes visible, Lin Ke turned and, using both hands, spread the gastric walls, stepping into the now empty gastric sac of the great banded dragon. Within the cavernous stomach, large enough to accommodate several heavy trucks, Lin Ke held his breath, wading through the ankle-deep gastric acid until he located 2 growths on the stomach wall. He sliced open the growths, revealing 2 gleaming crystals within. One was a blue crystal the size of a person, and the other, a bluish-green gem roughly the size of his fist. Ether crystal, energy crystal quality, epic description, an energy crystal from another realm, connecting 6 elements and balancing the boundaries of life and death. This crystal was formed from a surge of ether energy deep within the Earth's crust, its radiance capable of enhancing the essential life force of living beings. Cradling the blue-hued ether crystal, Lin Ke could feel the immense energy contained within, even through the fabric. This very energy was what caused the dragon beast to grow in size, as if struck by a sudden thought. Lin Ke's smile widened. This treasure now belonged to him. Yet, with the appearance of the ether crystal, could it be possible that a behemoth still lingered in the dragon crystal realm? Should he encounter such a creature, Lin Ke was far from convinced that hiding behind a rock would shield him from falling meteor. I shall resolutely refrain from venturing into the Dragon Crystal realm until all attributes reach 20 points. Setting a personal standard, Lin Ke's gaze shifted to a nearby gem. Great Dragon Jade. Mineral quality. Rare description. Dragon Jade, formed over ages of accumulation and sedimentation, has matured into a magnificent mineral. It can be used to forge weaponry and create protective artifacts. Lin Ke beamed as he extracted the Great Dragon Jade from the growths, marveling at how his desires had manifested. However, considering that the Great Bandit Dragon itself was a rare battle-hardened individual, and having consumed the battle-weary King Scratcher, it was no surprise that it could yield Great Dragon Jade. Having unearthed his treasures, Lin Ke was just about to exit when a series of thunderous explosions erupted from outside the gastric sac. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous blasts, accompanied by shockwaves, overturned the gastric sac. Damn! Lin Ke was involuntarily tossed within the sac, drenched in the remaining acidic liquid. Extending his perception outward, he discerned the nature of the explosive devices. They were oval-shaped, black objects raining down from above, roughly the size of basketballs. Upon striking the ground, they emitted a dangerous red glow when inadvertently contacted by the bandit dragons, followed by a resounding bang. The shockwave from one explosion triggered a chain reaction, causing the other stones to ignite in red light. Boom, boom, boom. Then came the dizzying chaos. A continuous series of explosions engulfed the Great Bandit Dragon's body and everything in the vicinity. When the flames and smoke cleared, dozens of craters, each 2 to 3 meters in diameter, marred the ground, and blood rain fell from above, mingling with bits of flesh. Before long, a blood-soaked carpet covered thousands of square meters of grassland. The bandit dragon herd and numerous herbivorous corpses obliterated, even the massive body of the Great Bandit Dragon reduced to a pockmarked wreck. That it seemed as though no other signs of life remained in the vicinity. Coughing, Lin Ke crawled out of the now half-sized gastric sac, pulled off the clothing wrapped around his head, and after expelling a few mouthfuls of acidic liquid, stood up. He removed the shattered lenses of his windproof goggles and looked up at the flying dragon disappearing into the starry night. Explosive scale dragon, flying dragon species description. A large flying dragon that roams various regions in search of prey. Its scattered scales are highly destructive explosives that engulf everything within reach. It seemed that this was not a hunt. Rather, the dragon simply dropped by to bomb the gathering of living creatures below. One day, I shall make you taste the flavor of fragmentation grenades. You wretched beast. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Ke extended his middle finger in the direction of the fleeing explosive scale dragon, cursing under his breath. Had it not been for the Great Bandit Dragon's body and the cushioning provided by the gastric sac, he would have been obliterated on this grassland. Lin Ke stripped off all his clothing, revealing large patches of red marks on his skin. Fortunately, his extraordinary physique allowed him to withstand the corrosive gastric acid. A regular person would have suffered severe burns from contact with such sulfuric liquid. Summoning his pterosaur, he stepped into the iron ring and soared towards the stars. He had no intention of lingering here. The overwhelming stench of blood would soon attract terrifying beasts. Suspended in mid-air, Lin Ke rinsed off the acidic residue with hot water freshly prepared from his backpack and drank a bottle of large recovery potion before reapplying his trousers. It would be quite unfortunate to be seen strolling under the moonlight in such a state, even if he was still several dozen kilometers away from the stars. But what if, at that moment, the 3 levels of the stars remained aglow with lights? The Ailuros sat neatly together, gathered in front of a rocky wall, intently watching the ever-changing images that danced upon it. Only Lucy, with her back to him, heard the sounds and raised her right hand, palm facing him, giving a slight wave in greeting. Lin Ke silently approached the cats, joining them in gazing at the images on the rocky surface. The wall was somewhat uneven, distorting the images, yet the continuously playing scenes were still comprehensible to him. Primarily, the narrative unfolded a story of a lunar expedition, featuring cats and mice as the protagonists in an ancient animated film. Although there was no sound, the novelty and ever-changing visuals captivated the cats. Regardless of their age, as the episode concluded, a white-haired girl, standing among the cats, her eyes casting light as she served as the projector. Blinked twice, signaling the end of the projection that, oh my, how delightful. The tranquil atmosphere shattered as the cats returned to their lively, playful nature. The elder of the great tree smacked his lips, finding the moving images quite addictive. After the gathering at the Cat Mountain Pavilion, Lin Ke and Lucy sat side by side at a stone table, chatting while enjoying steaming late-night snacks that I never expected you to have watched such an ancient animated film. These are all from my previous collection. The Iluros have few entertainment activities after their meals, so I thought I'd share these with them to provide some post-dinner amusement that you're quite thoughtful. Lucy, how about this? Tomorrow, I'll bring over some complete projection equipment. We can find a larger room in the stars and set up a screening room together. Durian, it seems you've stumbled upon a rather rare fruit. Do indulge in this bowl of steamed egg custard. It can enhance your physical constitution. Steamed dragon egg custard, extraordinary soup quality. Fine description, an egg custard made from the eggs of herbivorous dragons. Consuming it can repair bodily injuries and enhance slight physical attributes and strength. Chapter 79. The next life evening. The sky appeared darker than usual, that a persistent drizzle fell from the heavens, weaving a curtain of rain that enveloped the entire city. The buildings, pedestrians, and neon lights within the city seemed to don a hazy veil at that moment. Amidst the rain, a purple-painted sedan departed from the southernmost point of the Night City, Santo Domingo, heading towards the northern edge of the city. Inside the car, man gripped the steering wheel with his large hands, his expression serious as he navigated through the increasingly congested streets, I in the passenger seat. Dorio leaned casually against the window, her right arm resting on the ledge, her hand propping up her chin as she observed man's rigid movements while steering. The corners of her mouth curled upward in a silent smile. This was certainly not man's usual driving style. Dorio raised an eyebrow, her gaze drifting through the rearview mirror to the three individuals seated in the back that I in the spacious rear seat, which should have accommodated three. The presence of a towering figure meant only two could sit side by side, leaving the smallest among them to perch on another's lap. Hey, did you really not undergo any implantation surgery? Shifting her attention from the rain-soaked scenery outside to the interior of the car, Lin Ke looked down at the green-haired girl beside him, whose small hands were playfully tapping his arm. What difference does it make whether flesh or machine exists in Night City? Why do you insist on fixating on this, Rebecca? Of course, there's a difference. Just a few days ago, you were this tall, and now you've suddenly grown so much. Seated upon Sasha's lap, Rebecca first traced a small circle with her hand, then proceeded to draw a larger circle around it, signifying the significant transformation in Lin Ke's physique after several days apart. Do you possess a secret for rapidly gaining height? Please share it with me. I too wish to grow just a little taller. With her tiny legs dangling, unable to touch the car's floor, Rebecca gazed expectantly at Lin Ke, who was seated inside the vehicle. Indeed, I have a method to facilitate rapid growth, but really, Lin Ke's latter statement was abruptly interrupted by Rebecca's excited exclamation. She leaned forward, her little head inching closer, and if not for Sasha's firm embrace, she would have pressed herself against Lin Ke. Please tell me. I promise not to reveal your secret to anyone. With wide red eyes brimming with enthusiasm, Rebecca expressed her desire to possess Sasha's enviable physique and the height of the elderly Chiwei. She longed to no longer be mistaken for a child, unlike the towering figure at the entrance of the afterlife, who always stopped her and insisted on the no minors policy. Despite her being 20 years old, she fantasized about shooting him in the head. However, my method is not suitable for you. It would make you as robust as Dorio. Lin Ke's words shattered Rebecca's delightful reverie. Oh, then I don't want to doubt what's wrong with being as strong as I am. Look at how perfectly toned my body is. Dorio, who had been eavesdropping from the front seat, extended her arm, flexing her powerful muscles as she pressed down on her forearm. See, this is the beauty of health. Faced with arms thicker than her own thighs, Rebecca found herself at a loss for words. She merely wished to grow a tad taller. She certainly did not want to transform into a muscle-bound version of herself. It's all right, Rebecca. Even small you is quite adorable, Sasha gently consoled. Cradling Rebecca like a child, Rebecca's expression fell. Her initial disappointment had now turned into genuine sadness. The afterlife, a bar repurposed from an underground morgue. Though it was a bar, patrons entered not merely for drinks. Secluded booths and private rooms attracted many prominent figures of the Night City, who favored this space for business discussions or to solicit high-paying contracts. The owner, Rog, was the most formidable intermediary in the Night City and a once legendary figure. It was due to this living legend that the afterlife had become the most renowned gathering spot for mercenaries in the city. This place is the first step towards becoming a legend that we have arrived. The vehicle came to a steady halt in the afterlife's parking lot, and the 5 occupants opened the doors and exited. Once outside, Lin Ke surveyed his surroundings. Filthy streets, dilapidated buildings, and the foul stench wafting from the drains post-rain. Ordinary citizens of the Night City would likely never imagine that the illustrious afterlife would be situated in such a locale. However, the luxury cars parked in the lot indicated that this was indeed a place where significant business could be conducted. Lin Ke's gaze drifted over the expensive vehicles, his peripheral vision capturing their details. The Mizuno Hayabusa MZ2. The most common model in the game, yet a costly 2-door sports car in reality. The Herrera Bandit GTS, a top-tier luxury sedan from Spain, crafted by the world's leading engineers with the latest technology and exquisite design. One of the most expensive models legally allowed on the roads. And the Jagras series of sports cars, including the Cthulhu, with the most expensive among them being the Rayfield Stone Sword, with a powerful engine capable of spewing flames and an aerodynamically sleek body. Driving this luxury car would make one the most dazzling and swift on the streets. Yet, none of this impressed Lin Ke much. After all, he owned a Rayfield Lake maiden sword, Guinevere, of which there were only 4 in the entire Night City. Although it was merely in the game, if he could acquire the Rayfield Stone Sword and sell it. Ouch! A swift chop from Dorlio landed on Rebecca's head. No ifs. That is not something we can touch. Let us go. The client is already waiting for us at the afterlife, man said, glancing at Lin Ke, who lingered at the rear. I'm just hitching a ride. Once inside the afterlife, you all can focus on your tasks. Understood. The group stepped onto the damp ground, heading towards the afterlife's underground passage. Beneath the blue-green lights, clusters of people gathered in the corridor, chatting amiably. Dressed simply, with metallic prosthetics exposed, were the mercenaries here for work. A few patrons donned natural fur and adorned themselves with clearly avant-garde accessories. Among them stood a brawny figure rivaling man, arms crossed over his abdomen, dutifully guarding the entrance to Emmerich's mechanical I-scan man, confirming his identity before stepping aside to allow entry to go on in. Man, Dorlio, and Sasha passed through, but as Rebecca approached, a large hand intercepted her. And oh, minors allowed. Damn it, are you doing this on purpose? You always stop me every time. Having been mistaken for a minor, Rebecca's face twisted in anger as she drew her pistol, aiming it at Emmerich. Without Emmerich needing to intervene, other mercenaries in the corridor swiftly surrounded her, brandishing their weapons in her direction. Those who dared to cause a commotion at the afterlife were exceedingly rare, and the armed mercenaries contemplated seizing the opportunity to showcase themselves before Rog. Chapter 80. The afterlife's bar, even surrounded by over a dozen firearms. Rebecca's expression remained defiant, her raised pistol unwavering. This girl, raised in the Night City, seemed utterly unaware of fear. Upon noticing the escalating situation, Man and the others who had just entered the bar stepped back. As they assessed the tense atmosphere, before they could react to extract Rebecca from the encirclement, a synchronized metallic click echoed through the underground corridor. In a flurry of sound, numerous magazines detached from the guns, dropping to the ground, while the chambered bullets were expelled, tracing a uniform parabolic arc through the air. What happened? Mierda! Damn it, me Kago, I'm screwed. The mercenary's eyes widened, fixated on the golden brass bullets falling from above, bouncing on the ground before joining the magazines. In an instant, they hadn't even spotted the enemy, yet their firearms were rendered impotent. Such a feat could only be accomplished by someone equipped with a military-grade Seinweisten. Not just any standard issue. The unexpected figure materialized before them. The mercenaries quickly stowed their weapons in the Night City. Discerning whom to provoke was crucial. They knew well the kind of person they ought not to antagonize. This individual, capable of disarming them all in a heartbeat, could just as swiftly take their lives. Standing beside Rebecca, he pressed down on her raised arm, calmly stating, "The farce is over, Rebecca." Lin Ke grasped her slender wrist, beckoning Man and the others, still in shock, to enter the afterlife. This time, The guard refrained from intervening. Though no words were exchanged in reality, the squad's voice channel had activated a chat mode. Truly, a legend who dares to take on the entire Vortex gang. His speed is astounding. Even the dynamic capture module in my mechanical, I only managed to capture a distorted image. Sasha, intrigued, mused over the extraordinary physical capability that did not seem to stem from any installed prosthetics. She wished to strip him down to inspect his configuration. Don't get the wrong idea. Sasha meant to connect personally to see what his prosthetics are truly like. What are you all talking about? I can't follow. Wasn't it Sasha who made those idiots' guns malfunction? Upon entering the afterlife, they were immediately engulfed by the pulsating energy of punk rock music, the bass reverberating through their bodies. Lin Ke stood amidst the green ambient lighting, surveying the familiar layout of the bar. All right, you all go discuss the commission. I need to find someone for a matter. Waving off Man and the others without regard for their expressions. Lin Ke made his way to the long bar and took a seat on an empty stool. New face. What would you like to drink? As soon as he settled, a robust middle-aged woman behind the bar approached him. The bartender, Claire, a longtime employee of the afterlife, sported red bangs framing her friendly smile. Lin Ke recognized her. She was a transgender individual who had transitioned for love in old-fashioned tequila, with a splash of beer and chili. Please. Claire wore a knowing expression, as most newcomers typically ordered this drink first. One Johnny Silverhand, coming right up. In the afterlife, the customary practice dictates that the names of beverages are assigned to regular patrons. Should one desire a drink bearing their own name, they must first meet their demise, and it must be a particularly spectacular one at that. During the brief interlude while Claire concocts cocktails, Lin Ke cast a glance at the drink menu emblazoned upon the bar. Notably absent are the names of David Martinez and Jack Wells, and he surmises they will remain so in the future. Students ought to prioritize their studies. Establishments such as bars are not places for individuals of his ilk. With Gloria present, David likely has no opportunity to enter the afterlife. As for Jack, Lin Ke feels a pang of nostalgia. Though their interactions were fleeting and confined to a virtual realm, Jack Wells was indeed a brother with whom he had faced life and death. Jack, Misty needs you. Mrs. Wells needs you. The road of life stretches long ahead. However, at present, Jack is neither in Haywood nor Night City. Lin Ke had ventured to Haywood in search of Jack, after a somewhat friendly exchange with a few thugs from the Valentino gang. He learned that Jack had recently made his way to the Mexican border. After considerable inquiry, Lin Ke managed to acquire Jack's contact number and confirmed one crucial detail. There has never been an individual known as on the streets of Haywood. Past or present. With one option eliminated, only two remain, a wanderer or an employee of a corporation. You're Johnny Silverhand, a tea that moment. Claire slid a perfectly crafted cocktail across the bar. Johnny Silverhand, cocktail quality, ordinary description, a classic tequila, infused with a hint of beer and chili. Lin Ke lifted the crystalline glass, downing the spicy concoction of tequila and chili without a flicker of emotion, before signaling to Claire with the empty glass. Cheers to the rock star, undoubtedly unpalatable. After placing the empty glass down and completing the tab, Lin Ke habitually remarked on the taste of the drink before attending to more pressing matters. In the depths of his dark pupils, a glimmer of light coalesced, and his formidable perceptive abilities radiated outward from his center. Mercenaries with high degrees of cybernetic enhancement, sharply dressed corporate employees, and intermediaries from various districts materialized one by one in his mind. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, up to 50 meters. Utilizing the soul crystal of the great thief dragon, his mental fortitude had risen to 14 points, sufficient to encompass nearly 10,000 square meters. Even within the confines of the afterlife bar, where both electronic signals and physical images were doubly insulated, Lin Ke's perceptive prowess could not be thwarted at Within one of the private booths, he discerned Man and his associates. Alongside a somber man clad in a striking red suit, with one eye on the left and three on the right, flanked by two bodyguards, biotechnology, theft, and drug research data, just from overhearing a few snippets of conversation within the booth. Lin Ke was already aware of the nature of Man's commission, and he understood the inevitable outcome of this task. However, having only recently negotiated the commission, Man and his team undoubtedly had much preparatory work ahead. Sasha would not be infiltrating the biotechnology building to steal data immediately. Thus, there was no need for Lin Ke to rush down to the biotechnology building tonight to rendezvous with anyone. Approaching the semi-open booth, he averted his gaze from Crispin Whalon, who stood at the entrance and peered inside. Hey, Rog. Chapter 81. The former three illusions of the network. Within the spacious booth, Rog sat upon a leather sofa, appraising the young man seated diagonally opposite her with a light chuckle. That I know you. Your performance at the entrance was quite swift. Lin Ke, is it? Speak. What brings you here? The afterlife was her territory. Any stirrings would swiftly reach her ears, especially regarding someone as dangerous as he, equipped with military-grade cyberware. However, it was precisely for this reason that she had invited him in, allowing him to occupy this booth. After all, in the mercenary world, strength was the currency of conversation. Rog Amandia's age, 83 identity, intermediary cybernetic coverage, 46 description, the most renowned intermediary in Night City, the queen of the afterlife. Lin Ke regarded the elegant elderly lady before him, dressed in black leather pants and a yellow crop top. Regrettably, Rog ultimately declined Johnny's advances. Ahem. Thinking too far ahead, Lin Ke, maintaining a serious demeanor, articulated the purpose of his visit. They say you're the finest intermediary in Night City, Rog, so I seek your assistance in locating 3 individuals, 3 scoundrels active in the Watson district, since the afterlife is situated in Watson. There should be no one more informed than you. Rog nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Tell me who you wish to find. Jotaro Kujo, Zai Xian, and Gottfried. Upon hearing this, Rog crossed her right leg over her left and reclined lazily on the sofa, her eyes flickering with blue data as she quickly processed the basic information of these 3 individuals. The identities of these 3 are rather significant. Point 1 is a minor leader, just below the top brass of the Tiger Claw gang. Another is the head of a cleanup crew with dozens under his command. And the last is an editor of the Vortex gang's Black Super Dream. Gather information on them will not come cheaply. What can you offer? Rog was somewhat taken aback. Lin Ke's inquiry into these 3 was not trivial, as each was backed by formidable entities within Night City. As for money, I find myself a bit short at the moment. However, I can offer information on 2 other individuals as compensation. Johnny Silverhand and Otto Cunningham. I believe you would find their current information quite intriguing. Upon hearing Lin Ke's proposed compensation, Rog's expression soured. What information could possibly remain on 2 individuals who have been dead for half a century? Are you jesting? Memories of the past resurfaced upon hearing those 2 names, that bastard Johnny and his little fruit. Damn, it seemed she had recalled something unpleasant, for Rog's gaze toward Lin Ke had turned decidedly unfriendly. She was irate. Yet the next word from Lin Ke transformed her expression entirely. Soul Killer, a software capable of effortlessly erasing a person's existence from a network, extracting and imprisoning their thoughts, cognition, personality, and memories. I trust you are aware of it. Observing Rog regain her composure, Lin Ke proceeded to divulge what he knew. Otto Cunningham is imprisoned within the internal network of Arasaka Tower, ensnared by the Soul Killer program she developed herself. Subsequently, Otto escaped from Arasaka's network, and, during the Fourth Corporate War, alongside Richie Batemoss, he aided military technology in pinpointing and dismantling the Soul Killer program that Arasaka had employed against hackers. This resulted in Arasaka losing its absolute advantage in the network. However, simultaneously, Otto's digital soul was captured by Arasaka and confined within the offline database of Arasaka Tower's underground. Richie Batemoss was also located by Arasaka's agents in the real world. But before his demise, he unleashed a new virus named Rabbit onto the network. This virus breached the data defenses of all corporate enterprises, resulting in a catastrophic data collapse and causing numerous AI to mutate uncontrollably, indiscriminately attacking ordinary users online. Ultimately, due to the network oversight efforts, a massive firewall was erected, keeping all rogue AIs at bay. Thus, the Black Wall was established. However, the network world was left shattered in the wake of this data collapse, and the remnants of the network space under the protection of the Black Wall had shrunk to a mere 1/5 of its original size. Furthermore, vast amounts of research data belonging to corporations worldwide were lost beyond the Black Wall, leading to significant technological regression. This marked the destruction of the initial network. Yet, Lin Ke kept these reflections to himself, as articulating them would not be prudent. Nevertheless, Rog, having participated in the Fourth Corporate War, should be privy to some of the underlying truths. Until 2023, when you all detonated Arasaka Tower, Otto Cunningham was liberated from Arasaka's local network by Spider Murphy, ultimately escaping beyond the Black Wall. Having relayed Otto Cunningham's information, Lin Ke paused, gazing intently at Rog, his intent unmistakable. Are we to engage in a transaction? Heh, you certainly possess quite a bit of knowledge that I now find myself curious about your origins. Very well, the deal is struck. Now, enlighten me about Johnny's current circumstances. Upon hearing Rog agree to the transaction, Lin Ke continued. As for the rest, Johnny's data soul was captured by Arasaka, and he should still be confined within the depths of Arasaka Tower in Tokyo. After sharing Johnny Silverhand's information, Lin Ke observed Rog lapse into contemplation. He then plucked a fist-sized red fruit from the dish on the black coffee table before him, removing the stem and biting into it without pretense. Cherry fruit quality, ordinary description, a genetically modified fruit cultivated from seeds in a biotechnology laboratory, possessing a mundane flavor yet commanding a price beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Crunch, crunch, much like an apple. He quickly devoured the cherry. The taste was indeed average, far inferior to the emerald durian Lucy had discovered. Chapter 82. 1 against 3, the advantage is mine. The deal is struck, mysterious lad. Jotaro Kujo is currently at the Phoenix Club in the Kabukicho district. His stronghold, located on Elnan Street. As for the information on the other two, I will require a bit more time. I'll have results for you in an hour. Matters progressed far more smoothly than anticipated. Lin Ke perused the email information sent by Rog, nodding in satisfaction. This email contained not only the address of the Phoenix Club, but also detailed layouts of the club's internal monitoring locations and scene arrangements, as well as the situation regarding the personnel of the Tiger Claw gang overseeing the venue. Although he only needed to ascertain the whereabouts of Seiji Jotaro, the other information contained in the email was of little consequence to him at present. Nevertheless, this tangible intelligence was indeed offered earnestly. Thus, I bid you a pleasant collaboration. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Lin Ke rose after exchanging pleasantries and exited the booth, making his way towards the entrance. Once Lin Ke had departed, Crispin Whalon, who had been standing beside the booth, turned to Rog. Boss, should we investigate that young man's background? No need, Rog replied, her gaze fixed on Lin Ke's receding figure until he vanished from the bar. For the time being, let us focus on keeping an eye on the three individuals he inquired about. After speaking, Rog let out a sigh. I wonder where this Lin Ke unearthed information about Johnny. Surely, she cannot have gone to the headquarters in Arasaka, Tokyo, to verify its authenticity. After all, to her, Johnny had been dead for 53 years. Perhaps in the first or second year, she would have thought of him. But after half a century, so much has transpired that even she cannot recall at all. Point one does not spend the better part of their life pining for the deceased. Her feelings for Johnny had dwindled to almost nothing by the second decade, leaving only a nostalgic fondness for an old friend. Authenticity aside, the news regarding Johnny Silverhand and Alt Cunningham holds some allure for Rog. Yet that young man, whose body betrays no signs of implant signals and who simultaneously seeks to provoke the three major factions of Night City, presents an equally compelling intrigue. Sion Y stands are not uncommon in Night City. Some mercenaries and gang enforcers are equipped with them, as long as one is not apprehensive about frying their brain. Even military-grade equipment restricted by the company can be procured through various channels. However, what has drawn the attention and interest of the most distinguished intermediaries in Night City towards Lin Ke is not military Sion Y stands. Tiger Claw Gang, Cleaners, and Vortex Gang. Let me witness whether the mysterious individual who single-handedly decimated the entire Vortex Gang is indeed you, Lin Ke. The hairstyle, skin tone, and physique all matched. Rog's eyes deepened with thought as her right hand reached for the fruit bowl on the coffee table. The intangible air slipped through her fingers, and her hand grasped nothing but emptiness. She murmured, Rog's gaze fell, and she realized that the fruit bowl on the coffee table had mysteriously emptied. That bastard. I spent 3,000 euros on this premium fruit midnight snack, and I didn't even get a single bite for myself. How infuriating. in a Drellman taxi heading toward the Kabukicho district. Lin Ke was examining the player panel. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player dimensional backpack, 100 cubic meters equipment slot, subdermal armor, greed cauldron, brain computer interface, universal talents, civilization, eye of truth, learning physical attribute, strength, 14 muscle control, agility, 13 bullet time, constitution, 12 immune to all ailments, spirit, 14 perception detection. His physical attributes had significantly enhanced following the completion of the quest involving the Great Thief Dragon. The 2,000 points of professional experience had allowed the Hunter class to ascend 2 levels. Class: Hunter level, 7 experience, 570-1000. The free attribute points acquired at level 7 had elevated his agility from 11 points to 13 points. Lin Ke's reaction speed now rivaled that of a top-tier Kalashnikov paired with military-grade Sion Y stands. Without the constraints of cooldown times, provided his physical conditioning kept pace, he could maintain a reaction speed and agility equivalent to 10 times that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, after consuming the bloodstone of the Great Thief Dragon, his strength had also risen from 12 points to 14 points. Although Lin Ke's height remained unchanged, the strength of his muscles and the density of his physique had undergone an astonishing transformation. His skin's surface strength was now capable of withstanding bullets fired from standard handguns at close range, and combined with the subdermal armor, he could disregard most firearms available in the market. Simultaneously, his weight had more than doubled, and within his 220-kilogram frame lay the terrifying power to lift 3 tons. Should Lin Ke not deliberately regulate his muscle strength, an ordinary person before him would seem like fragile porcelain. Shattering upon contact, this overwhelming sensation of power coursing through him was the very source of his confidence to simultaneously confront several major crime syndicates in Night City. The Phoenix Club, nestled in an alley on Elnan Street in the Kabukicho district, was located near the Inner-Sea Bay, only a bridge away from the Tiger Claw Gang's domain in Westbrook. A Drellman taxi traversed the filthy streets, halting at this den of iniquity concealed within an aging edifice. "Good day, Mr. Lin Drellman is honored to serve you." Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Ke immediately enveloped the entire building before him with his perception, proactively severing its electronic communication with the outside world, thereby completing a network-level blockade. Standing before the neon-lit sign of Phoenix, Lin Ke unleashed the physical prowess he had restrained to avoid disrupting normal life. He drew his power sword from his backpack, gripping it firmly in one hand. "Hey, this is the Tiger Claw Gang's territory. You're courting death." At that moment, several Tiger Claw Gang fraudsters stationed at the entrance, recognizing the hostility of the newcomer, promptly drew their handguns. Yet before they could even aim, they felt a sudden heat in their foreheads, collapsing to the ground in unison. Time froze in that instant of drawing the sword. In Lin Ke's vision, the Tiger Claw Gang members stood as immobile statues. He approached and pierced each of their foreheads with his power sword, the serrated blade creating gaping holes as it twisted, passing through several already deceased individuals still standing. Lin Ke stepped through the entrance of the Phoenix Club. Chapter 83. A painful demise. The Phoenix Club served as a stronghold for the Tiger Claw Gang in the Kabukicho district, and on the surface, it operated as a comprehensive entertainment venue encompassing a casino, bar, dream hall, and brothel. Yet, beneath this facade lay a transit station for the Tiger Claw Gang's human trafficking operations that, of course, even on the surface, the Phoenix Club remained unknown to the general populace of Night City. Those aware of its existence and who dared to enter were invariably individuals of questionable character: red-eyed gamblers, drunken revelers, perverted patrons, and drug-addled scum. Among these patrons were dealers peddling Night City's officially banned substances, mercenaries prepared to undertake any vile task for money, and cleaners engaged in covert operations involving murder for profit. Debauchery and vice permeated the entire establishment as Lin Ke, wielding his sword as light as a blade of grass, entered unnoticed, making his way to the surveillance room located on the first floor. Kicking open the closed door, he swiftly slaughtered several Tiger Claw Gang fraudsters on watch before decisively slicing through the surveillance console, severing all connection lines and stowing the hard drives in his backpack. Let the show begin. Lin Ke cast a glance at the dozens of flickering surveillance feeds on the screen before turning to exit the now deserted surveillance room. The title of the performance, "Who Survives? The miniature model of the entire building materialized in his mind, and guided by the panoramic map detected through his perception, Lin Ke entered a bar with merely 5 patrons and a bartender. Characters flickered in the eye of truth as he discerned the identity information of everyone present, raising the blade in his hand. 2 seconds later, Lin Ke emerged from the bar, blood splattering behind him. No one survived. 3 seconds later, he stepped into the cacophonous casino, once again unleashing the blade and transforming into a merciless harbinger of death. After a brief moment of screams and chaos, silence enveloped the space. 10 seconds later, Lin Ke walked out of the casino, leaving behind a trail of blood-soaked footprints amidst scattered limbs, with blood staining every corner, and one survived. 15 seconds later, he ascended the staircase leading to the second floor. While the first floor of the Phoenix Club had succumbed to an eerie silence. 17 seconds later, Lin Ke entered the Dream Hall. 30 seconds later, there were no survivors in the Dream Hall. Lin Ke crushed all the Black Dream devices and proceeded towards the brothel, where 14 individuals remained. He kicked open several doors and eliminated the Tiger Claw gang members seeking pleasure. But a minute later, Lin Ke exited the brothel, having left 9 living souls within. The blade remained pristine and gleaming, untainted by a single speck of dirt, though the serrated edge had suffered some dulling and damage. In just a minute, he had dispatched dozens of individuals, which was commendable, considering some were encased in flesh that concealed bones, while others were shielded by metal. However, this was unnecessary when confronting Seiji Jotaro. After sheathing the sword back in his backpack, Lin Ke expressionlessly pressed the call button beside the door. Ding. The third floor of the Phoenix Club housed only one dream production studio. Every corner of this room was lined with thick soundproofing materials. The shifting hues of red and pink illuminated the room's layout. To the left of the room stood a long black table, atop which rested several sophisticated machines, sensory signal amplifiers, auditory and emotional fluctuation monitoring devices, expression sensors. Essentially, the functions were all aimed at recording dreams. Seated at the long table was a strikingly handsome man clad in a pristine white suit, meticulously editing the raw footage of a recently filmed dream. A few meters behind this man, nestled in the corner against the wall, lay a large circular bed, its sheets stained with dark splotches of blood, haphazardly strewn with various tools of torture and abuse. Items that even in the shops of Twisty Street would be labeled as sadistic, that a normal person would never purchase such perverse contraptions. Tick-tock, tick-tock, that to the right of the bed stood a thin partition, and faint sounds echoed from the other side. Behind the thin sheet of metal lies a row of temperature-controlled cabinets, and adjacent to them stands an operating table upon which rests a quiet, anguished, pallid girl. Her eye sockets are hollow, devoid of eyes. Her mouth is empty, lacking tongue and teeth. Her chest is vacant, absent of heart and lungs. Her abdomen is hollow. Yet still, crimson blood drips steadily from the operating table onto the floor. The blood-red flowers of hell slowly blooming beneath her. The droplets of blood render the petals increasingly plump, while white teeth, black hair, and pink fragments, nestled among the petals, appear strikingly vivid. A jarring doorbell interrupts the reverie of the man in the suit, who is engaged in editing a surreal dream. The suited man connects to the intercom at the door, growling in a deep voice, "For heaven's sake, didn't I say not to disturb me while I am creating?" The relentless ringing grows more frequent and piercing. It's that fool again, seeking his own demise. It must be some drunken patron stumbling in. Damn it, 2 people can't even guard the door properly. What useless scum. The man in the suit strides furiously to the door and flings it open, only to be confronted by a youth towering over him by a head, a large hand clasped around his throat, lifting him off the ground, and the man's face flushes crimson as his feet dangle helplessly. Zheng Fa Chung Tairang, age 31, identity, leader of the Tiger Claw gang, cybernetic coverage, 21 introduction, head of the Phoenix Club. A well-dressed scoundrel in a white suit, who revels in filming the torment of others in surreal dreams, a unique pervert in Night City. Lin Ke grips Zheng Fa Chung Tairang's neck with his right hand and drags him into the room, casually tossing him over 10 meters, crashing him onto a table on the left. The table and Zheng Fa Chung Tairang topple together, scattering various precision instruments across the floor. Damn it. Zheng Fa, Chang Tairang grimaces in pain, feeling as if his spine might shatter, a numbing sensation spreading from his back. Cough. Who the hell are you to come looking for trouble with the Tiger Claw gang? Where's Guida? Get in here. Despite the underlying fear coursing through him, Zheng Fa Cheng Tarong's face remains fierce as he shouts the names of the two lackeys at the door. Ignoring his desperate cries, Lin Ke approaches the operating table, gazing at the lifeless girl lying atop it. Though he had perceived this scene before entering, seeing it firsthand deepens the understanding of a person's helplessness and despair. This girl is not alone. Within the nearby freezer are the organs of another girl, removed merely moments ago, along with several others who have suffered the same fate. Empty bodies, tormented souls. Lin Ke envisions a past scene. Every time the freezer is filled, someone arrives to dispose of the bodies. Cremation? Burial? He glances at Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairang on the floor. If suffering is a rich, exquisite wine, then he might as well indulge in the lamentations of the weak. Retrieving a vial of broth from his backpack, Lin Ke strides toward Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairang. Chapter 84. The last meal suppressing the pain in his back, Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairang rises to a sitting position and faces the intruder approaching him. Speaking earnestly, "All right, mate, I give in. What do you want?" "Money. Women. I have several crates of shining I can offer you. I ascend life about these things." As he speaks, he shifts his legs toward the corner behind him, one hand stealthily reaching behind, soon grasping a cold object on the floor. It is the handgun he had placed on the table during filming. "Once I kill you, all of this will belong to me." He gazes down at this scum with disdain, a cold smirk escaping his lips. The entirety of the Phoenix Club lies within his perceptual grasp. Zheng Fa, Cheng Tarong's petty maneuvering is clearly visible, but he refrains from intervening, merely to toy with him. A small experiment. With his index finger sliding into the trigger guard, Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairang swiftly draws his handgun from behind, aiming at the intruder's jaw and pulling the trigger in the span of a second. He fires 6 shots in rapid succession, determined to empty the magazine. Bang, 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 bang. A ferocious expression contorts Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairong's face as he envisions the intruder's skull being shattered by the bullets. Lin Ke's pupils constrict instantaneously, his gaze tracking the bullets soaring through the flames, their trajectory etched clearly in his mind. With a confident flick of his right hand, he snaps his fingers in the piercing sound of air being sliced. A dull thud follows as a bullet strikes Lin Ke's chin, as if hitting solid metal, ricocheting and leaving a small hole in the soundproofing material on the adjacent wall. His head wobbles slightly. Failure. A red mark appears where the bullet struck Lin Ke's chin, a result of the impact causing capillaries to rupture beneath the skin. The damage inflicted by the bullet, understood in the context of a game, equates to 10,000-1, leaving him with 9,999 points of health. Let us go again. Lin Ke remains stationary, waiting for another second within his perceptual realm until Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairang finally pulls the trigger again. A crack. This time, a bullet hole breaks through the partition wall. Damn it. Empty again. Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairang himself is unsure how many times he has pulled the trigger, until the ballistic coprocessing system within his virtual interface indicates the magazine is empty. Yet he continues to mechanically squeeze his finger. Why can't I kill him? Why can't I kill him? Monster! Observing Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairang's twisted expression of disbelief, Lin Ke pinches the last bullet he fired between his thumb and index finger. A smile of delight gracing his lips point one of life's greatest illusions. Can I turn the tables? He crouches before Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairang, squeezing the bullet with fierce determination. Crack, crack! Thousands of kilograms of pressure explode between his fingers, distorting the scalding steel bullet, granting a scoundrel hope, only to brutally crush that hope in his hands. I hear you enjoy the sounds of girls in torment. Lin Ke's voice is devoid of any emotion as he gazes intently at Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairang. You can't kill me. I'm with the Tiger Claw gang. Damn you, monster. Before Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairang can finish his protest, Lin Ke flicks a small iron disc from his thumb into his thigh, creating a bloodied hole the size of a teacup. Well, I also have a preference, but mine is solely for the cries of scum. Lin Ke abruptly snaps Zheng Fa, Cheng Tairang's jaw, and as the terror fills his eyes. He forces the vial of broth he has been holding deep into his throat. The black liquid flows into him completely, not a drop remaining. This broth is a byproduct of an earlier concoction Lin Ke had crafted. An aberration triggered by the professional tool known as the Great soup cauldron, resulting in this special liquid. Last meal, pain, extraordinary broth. Aberration quality, excellent, highly effective description. The broth is savory and delightful. Its effects reveal the meaning of unbearable suffering within 666 seconds of consumption. The insides feel as though they have been tossed into a boiling cauldron, an unbearable agony radiating from the stomach. Zheng Fa Chung Tai clutches his abdomen, his jaw hanging, tongue flailing, his throat only able to emit heart-wrenching screams. The excruciating pain spreads rapidly, every nerve transmitting a singular sensation. Pain. Even the optical, cybernetic eyes, devoid of pain receptors, feel as though pierced by 1,000 needles. Even his specially modified mechanical lower body, designed to bring comfort, feels akin to being sliced by rusted blades. Suffering can strip a person of their sanity. Lin Ke watches coldly as Zheng Fa Chung Tai, having lost all vital organs, remains alive, his throat issuing intermittent pleas for death, while his modified fingers incessantly scrape flesh from his own body. In that moment, he resembles a wretched specter from the depths of hell. Enjoy well the last 10 minutes of your life, Mr. Chung Tai. With that final remark, Lin Ke strides briskly from the surreal dream studio, closing the door behind him. Click! As the lock clicks into place, the anguished wails echoing in the room vanish entirely. Goodness, that broth's effects are a bit exaggerated. Before the 666 seconds are up, even seeking death is impossible. Lin Ke stands outside the door, feigning to wipe non-existent sweat from his brow while feeling the steady rhythm of his strong heartbeat. But he got what he deserved, just 2 more to go. And then I can leave. And no sooner had he spoken than Lin Ke's figure vanished from the 3rd floor. Within a sealed room, dimly lit and containing only an iron door, more than a dozen girls, bound and captive, are imprisoned within a large iron cage. Most of them are local girls abducted from the streets by the Tiger Claw gang, while a few others are merchandise sent from other cities. The net has been down for nearly 5 minutes. What a disappointment. I was just getting to the exciting part. Damn it, I'm furious. If you keep crying, the next one will be sent up to the 3rd floor for Lord Chung Tai. As a crowbar strikes the iron cage, a girl who appears to be no older than 14 shrinks back in fear. Damn scum, my father will find you and send you all to prison. One fiery-tempered girl hurled curses at the 2 members of the Tiger Claw gang outside the cage. This is Night City, not Atlanta. Your precious senator's reach doesn't extend this far. The gang member, wielding a baton, disdainfully retorted, extending his weapon into the cage to impart a lesson to the woman that don't strike her face. We have a delivery tomorrow night. These are high-end goods meant for the elite. Can't afford to damage them. Sitting casually with one leg crossed over the other, another member of the Tiger Claw gang spoke in a nonchalant tone. Got it. The crowbar circled around the girl's taut visage, probing towards her abdomen. Bang! A sudden, thunderous sound sent a shiver through all in the room. Bang! Another deafening noise followed. A hasty scream escaped. The heavy, all-metal door flew inward, embedding itself into the wall, while viscous red blood splattered in a radial pattern. The gang member who had been seated vanished, reduced to an unidentifiable mass of flesh. Amidst the girl's high-pitched screams, the remaining Tiger Claw member drew his weapon, only to be pierced through the forehead by a sharp, long knife. Collapsing limply against the iron cage, she recalled that this scoundrel had a magnetic card in his pocket to unlock the cage door. Chapter 85. A satisfying bite, a second for indulgence. A 3rd and 4th to grow plump. Click! The taxi door swung open. Creaking under the weight, the synthetic leather emitted a distressed sound and a heavyweight figure lazily reclined in the back seat, Lin Ke emerging from a state of supercharged overload. He glanced at the time. 22:03. This was significantly quicker than the infiltration mission against the Whirlpool gang over a week ago. Of course, speed comes at a cost. The mastery of muscular strength and the agility of bullet time, 2 physical talents that elevate one's movement and reaction to their utmost, demand substantial energy from a body. The leap in life levels rendered ordinary food insufficient to meet his physical needs. A mere nibble of fruit from Rog had been depleted with the slightest exertion, incapable of providing adequate energy for his current physique. Lin Ke patted his belly, which yearned for nourishment, retrieving a bucket of still-boiling water from his backpack, rolling up his sleeves to wash his hands. Having cleaned them, he extracted a large 15-inch porcelain plate, upon which rested 3 substantial pieces of roasted dragon breast, releasing a rich, savory juice with the slightest pressure. Using a small knife, Lin Ke sliced the meat into thin strips, stacking them into a mountain of meat on the plate. He then retrieved a large, steaming flatbread made from solidified potato flour, spreading a layer of brown seasoning sauce made from crushed ghost onions and select mushrooms over the flatbread. He topped it with dozens of finely sliced scallions. Finally, he wrapped all the cut roasted meat within the flatbread. Culinary creation complete. Super, extra large dragon meat wrap. Exceptional meat dish quality. Superior, exquisite description. Consuming this will rapidly replenish bodily energy and grant energized and sufficient calories. Defense boost, moderate. Strength boost, significant. Lasting 3 hours. How delightful. With both hands gripping the hefty 5-pound wrap, Lin Ke opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite. His cheeks bulged as he chewed, relishing the profound joy that the meal brought. The meat from a manticore dragon, tender red flesh enveloping succulent white meat, melded into a harmonious blend of flavors after roasting. The burst of rich meat juices, combined with the springy texture of the meat slices and the energy from the flatbread, provided an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, enhanced by a specially crafted mushroom sauce that tantalized the appetite with its subtle spiciness. This super, extra-large dragon meat wrap was utterly irresistible, after quickly devouring 4 bites. Feeling a slight fullness in his stomach, Lin Ke slowed his pace, redirecting his focus to sorting through the spoils in his backpack. Implants, various weapons, cash, and some electronics and odds and ends. First, the implants, all freshly removed second-hand goods. Still warm, with most functions intended for internal body organs. And no matter how many he collected, a single knife would suffice to finish the job. Lin Ke chewed on the wrap, disdainfully curling his lip. When he first arrived in Night City, he might have adorned himself with these technological enhancements to quickly boost his power, but now he found them lacking in interest, existing in 2 realms with dual occupational templates. His strength had escalated too swiftly. These artificial organs paled in comparison to his body's organically evolved systems. Storing them in his equipment slots would only reduce his physical attributes below their optimal balance. Of course, some artificial organs warranted attention. Should a hunter suffer grievous injury from a dragon beast during a hunt, equipping such implants could mean the difference between life and death. After stowing all the implants in a corner of his backpack, Lin Ke began inspecting the weapons he had collected. Over 100 new firearms, including handguns, submachine guns, and shotguns. These murder tools, cobbled together from various parts, could be considered a specialty of Night City. Anyone dabbling in the underbelly of society would inevitably carry 1 or 2. During the raid on the Phoenix Club, each individual had been armed with 2 or 3 weapons on average. He set aside the unusable firearms, reserving the throwable grenades and knives for later, as his throwing skills were nearing mastery. Now, only the money and miscellaneous items remained. After finishing the last bits of his wrap, Lin Ke had polished off the 5 pounds of meat and was about to tally his findings. "Mr. Lin, your wait time here has exceeded 10 minutes. Shall we proceed to the next destination?" "Just 2 more minutes, as you wish." Chapter 86. What is capitalism? Continuing to immerse himself in the space of his backpack, Lin Ke began counting his wealth. It seemed the scum of the underworld preferred cash. From the entire Phoenix Club, he had looted over 280,000 euros in banknotes, with the casino alone contributing a staggering 180,000. It made sense. After all, cash transactions were untraceable, unlike chip transfers which could easily reveal one's identity. Having organized all the banknotes, Lin Ke turned his attention to the remaining miscellaneous items that a few electrical appliances that could be useful, such as a refrigerator, ice maker, and advanced viewing equipment, he directly retrieved and took Lucy along to install. Additionally, there are dozens of bottles of high-end liquor stashed behind the bar. Once the refrigerator was set up, he would deliver those as well. Finally, he was left with 3 boxes of what Joseph Joestar referred to as shiny shiny. Using his eye of truth, he examined the information. Shiny shiny, pneumatic inhalant quality. Ordinary description, a potent neurostimulant that elates the senses, inducing a state of euphoric reverie, affecting the transmission speed of dopamine neurons within the cranial cavity, accelerating the secretion of endorphins from the pituitary gland, with prolonged use leading to widespread neuronal necrosis. So, this is the wretched substance, from the scavenger's Great Dumbo, to the Whirlpool Gang's Black Lace, and now the Tiger Claw Gang's Shiny Shiny, along with those ads plastered across the streets for buying drugs. The worldview of cyberpunk seemed to strip away all embellishments and pretenses, exposing humanity in its rawest form. Lin Ke cast a final glance at the Tiger Claw Gang stronghold. Choose Drummond. Leave worries at the door. The self-driving taxi departed the shadowy alley, swiftly merging into the vibrant streets alive with neon lights. As Lin Ke departed, the electronic signals from the Phoenix Club reconnected with the outside world. The brain machines still functioning on the corpses linked to the network. As for why Lin Ke did not collect these brain machines, it was simply due to the dense interaction of their neural networks with human neurons. He did not wish to inadvertently gather them alongside the remains. Now, as the network restored, the next moment saw the trauma team headquarters of Night City receiving death reports from 6 gold members, along with a life sign report from a dying platinum member. Using GPS signals for pinpoint accuracy, within seconds, the ever-ready hover vehicles launched from the trauma center, heading straight for the destination. As for the dozens of silver members who had perished, they were of little concern. The trauma team would not dispatch hover vehicles for silver member safety. Silver members merely enjoyed basic medical discounts. Unless they were willing to pay more, they would have to crawl to the clinics established throughout Night City by the trauma team for treatment. As the trauma team's hover vehicles ascended, beneath the colorful sign of Phoenix, a throng of young, beautiful girls emerged from the establishment. At the forefront was a voluptuous girl wielding a long knife in each hand. However, these girls appeared unwell, their faces pale, with several of them retching as they walked. It was only when they stepped out of the dark alley and glimpsed the neon skyscrapers and familiar scenes from their memories that their complexions began to brighten slightly. With several girls bursting into tears of joy, they had finally escaped the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. This is the trauma team, currently executing a rescue mission. Citizens below, please clear the hover vehicle docking area immediately. A beam of light descended from the sky upon the girls, marking a red zone on the ground, accompanied by a cold female voice as the trauma team's hover vehicle rapidly descended above the girls. Startled, the girls instinctively tried to scatter, only to be stopped by the knife-wielding girl. No need to dodge. Just watch me. The young girl gazed upwards at the hovering vehicle descending from the sky, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty. I am a platinum member of the trauma team, she declared. Soon as her words fell, a beam of crimson laser shot down from the vehicle, scanning her entire form. Biometric monitoring signal detected. Initiating biometric identification. Eleanor O'Brien, ID YT 527786, platinum member of the Atlanta Trauma Team. Network information analysis detected, currently under illegal detention. Upon confirming the information, the hovering vehicle above the girl immediately halted its descent and glided sideways, distancing itself several meters from the onlookers, as if wary that the vehicle's exhaust might singe Eleanor O'Brien's delicate tresses. This is the trauma team, executing a rescue mission. Citizens below, please vacate the hover vehicle docking area immediately. What is capitalism? This is capitalism. The personnel of the trauma team, upon disembarking, rushed to Eleanor O'Brien's side, swiftly removing the shielding device from the nape of her neck. They left behind 2 fully armed paramedics to safeguard the platinum member's personal safety. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 members of the trauma team dashed into the alley, entering the Phoenix Club to retrieve the corpse of another platinum member who had succumbed during their approach. The process of body retrieval and preparation was a service exclusive to those holding platinum status. Even if the body were shattered, the trauma team would painstakingly piece together every fragment. Esteemed platinum member, please accompany us into the hover vehicle. This area has been designated as extremely dangerous in the NCPD assessment report, and accidents may occur at any moment, rendering it unsafe. Faced with the two members of the trauma team, Eleanor held her head high, pride reminiscent of a peacock. They are my friends. Let us remove the shielding devices together and expedite the arrangement of additional rescue personnel to escort us to the hospital. The expenses will be deducted from my membership account. Understood, esteemed Platinum member, the two trauma team members replied in unison. According to their code of conduct, the requests of Platinum members are to be met with utmost satisfaction, provided, of course, that the Platinum account possesses sufficient funds. Moments later, the bright exhaust of another hover vehicle appeared in the sky, this time belonging to the major media outlets of Night City. Amidst the roar of engines, over a dozen members of the Tiger Claw gang, riding ostentatious motorcycles, arrived at the scene. Finally, the NCPD's armored police vehicle, the Emperor 720, equipped with military-grade technology, made its entrance. A total of 69 fatalities were reported, including 29 Tiger Claw enforcers, 21 drug dealers from the Kabuki district, 12 cyber mercenaries, and 7 individuals classified as civilians, though I suspect they were part of that organ harvesting gang. The last remark was made in a hushed tone by Officer Han as he leaned closer to Ruifer. Are there any survivors? 9 sex dolls employed here are still alive. As you know, to ensure client privacy, these dolls are entirely controlled by behavioral chips during work hours, rendering them unaware of their own personalities and consciousness. Therefore, we haven't uncovered any useful information. Ruifer held his head in frustration. Were it not for the fact that this case involved the daughter of a Free State Senator, Eleanor O'Brien, and the pressure from his superiors, he would have little interest in investigating the fates of these scoundrels. Is it because they find sleep uncomfortable? By the way, have the Tiger Claw members departed? Why stay? The valuable items have already been taken by that individual, that if they don't distance themselves quickly, they will surely face consequences. Han replied with a hint of schadenfreude. Watching these once arrogant gangsters face adversity was far more entertaining than gazing upon corpses. Understood. I will head to the 3rd floor. Wait. As Ruifer prepared to ascend, Han hurriedly handed him a champagne bucket he had procured from the bar. What is this for? Ruifer asked, perplexed. Just take it. You'll thank me later. Han wiped his mouth and, with a knowing look at his old partner Ruifer, added, the trauma team is still up there hunting for the main culprit behind this kidnapping case. Kono Jotaro. You'll understand once you see the scene. Chapter 87. Cadigan, Logan. I have gathered information on that individual named Zaisien. And as you indicated, he is indeed a despicable scoundrel. Did you know? The superficial glamour of Night City lures many young souls to chase their dreams here each year. However, Night City has never been a so-called dream-chasing paradise. It is brutally realistic that if you lack money, power, or ability, you are nothing. Most newcomers arrive with nothing but blind passion, devoid of plans or finances, marginalized and ostracized, ultimately abandoned by society. These city-esque castaways, the homeless, are seen as prime targets by Zaisien. He kidnaps these unfortunate souls, who have nothing left, and categorizes them into divisions. The lesser ones are dismantled and sold off in parts alongside scavengers. The higher quality ones have their biometric monitors and other cybernetic enhancements removed, stripping them of their legal identities before being sold to scoundrels like Kono Jotaro, who manipulate them at will. In the eyes of certain individuals, this city is merely a high-end ranch that annually produces a plethora of prime livestock. Damn, it was once said that corporations devoured men without leaving bones. And now these rotten fish and stinking shrimp are beginning to emulate that model. Ahem. I may have rambled a bit. Consider it the complaints of an older woman bored with her life. However, the personnel flow is complex and the architecture chaotic, making it difficult for my people to delve too deep. You will need to locate his exact position yourself. Below him, over 20 meters down, lay the largest slum in the Kabuki district, an area extending into the inner bay, constructed from various building debris, rusted metal, and abandoned shipping containers. Perhaps long ago, there was only a tent belonging to a homeless man, gradually attracting the first makeshift iron shed, which then drew in more homeless individuals to settle here. They built their homes from salvage materials, creating living facilities, which in turn attracted even more people to construct a community. As the population grew, Night Corp extended utilities and installed vending machines in every corner. Correspondingly, the impoverished residents were obligated to pay a monthly utility fee to Night Corporation. Those who had built their homes believed they had created a sanctuary free from financial burdens, only to find themselves transformed from homeowners into tenants who could be evicted for failing to pay rent. Although Night Corp had not been involved in the initial construction of this area, the land had been privately owned by Night Corp since the last century. These individuals had no right to resist, as they were encroaching upon the corporation's property. Lin Ke observed the war-torn aesthetic of the slum below, gradually furrowing his brow. Beyond the residents who rightfully belonged there, many unwelcome individuals had also taken root in this slum. The Eye of Truth scanned the area. Tiger Claw operatives, Tiger Claw Dragon Team. Tiger Claw ladies, Tiger Claw experts, even clad in tattered clothing and donning helmets and masks to obscure their identities. Their true occupational information was unveiled by the Eye of Truth to eye in the vicinity. He could see 7 or 8 Tiger Claw members loitering, with countless others hidden in secrecy. Moreover, judging by the coverage of cybernetic enhancements and the weaponry they possessed, they were several tiers above the enforcers of the Phoenix Club. A gang conflict? Unlikely. Extortion? Internal strife? Also improbable. Engaging in dirty work for the corporation? Quite likely. Standing atop the embankment, Lin Ke conducted a rational analysis. Ultimately, he descended the nearly vertical rocky cliff under the cover of night, boldly striding into the cluster of iron structures. This location was ill-suited for stealth. The structures were mere thin sheets of metal, and others could easily detect his body heat through their optical enhancements. Sneaking about would only raise the alertness of the Tiger Claw members. As he navigated through the chaotic maze of tin houses, Lin Ke heightened his senses, swiftly traversing the entire slum. Not only did he effortlessly locate Zai Xian's hideout, but he also uncovered the concealed positions of all Tiger Claw members. The Tiger Claw gang's presence was composed of a total of 17 individuals, one of whom piqued Lin Ke's interest. It was an old gang member, lying motionless on a rooftop, shrouded in optical camouflage and draped with a specially designed camouflage cloth, beneath which lay a technologically advanced large-caliber firearm. Again, technical sniper rifle quality. Excellent, supreme. Description: a renowned creation of the Tsunami Defense Systems Company. Capable of forming an electromagnetic array with 3 modules on one side and a total of 6 on both sides, converting electromagnetic energy into bullet kinetic energy to fire tungsten armor-piercing rounds, effortlessly penetrating armored units. Again, I must have it. Chapter 88. Small stature. Malicious Heart. The Again sniper rifle is a masterpiece from Tsunami Defense Systems Company, with its capabilities for ultra-long-range sniping, exceptional armor penetration, and the tremendous kinetic lethality of its projectiles. No one can guarantee their safety in its crosshairs. Thus, it qualifies as a weapon of heavy firepower, strictly regulated by major corporations, and will never be openly sold on the arms market. Aside from armed personnel engaged in special operations for large corporations or military units, others would find it nearly impossible to acquire such controlled weaponry. It was rather surprising for Lin Ke to discover that this Tiger Claw gang member possessed a cat-like technological sniper rifle. However, upon closer observation through his perception scan, he noted the pristine and gleaming standard paint job on the weapon, which seemed inconsistent with the typical armaments of the Tiger Claw gang. After all, given their propensity, if it were their own property, it would have been adorned with graffiti proclaiming their identity, such as, or. Reflecting on this, Lin Ke shook his head and proceeded toward the hiding place of Zai Xian. He had no desire to involve himself in matters pertaining to the company. His primary objective for being here was to complete the task assigned by the system, AS for the cat-like sniper rifle. He resolved to eliminate Zai Xian first, and if time permitted, he could always take a few local specialties with him before departing. Lost in thought, Lin Ke arrived at a gaming hall constructed for shipping containers. As he stepped forward, time appeared to freeze momentarily. Entering the open gaming hall, he surveyed the interior. To his left stood a row of over a dozen vintage joystick arcade machines, lined against a rusted metal wall. A few children, seemingly under 10 years old, stood on tiptoes in front of the machines, one hand on the joystick and the other on the buttons, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of the screens, brimming with joy and excitement. After lingering on the arcade machines and the children for a few seconds, he made his way toward the space on the right side of the container. To the right of the container was a small room partitioned off with scrap metal, featuring only a door and no windows. The door was locked from the inside. Lin Ke approached, and with a grip like iron, he pried the metal door open, effortlessly yanking the old lock from its place and stowing it in his backpack. The sound of the lock's dislodgement faded almost immediately. The room was shrouded in darkness, containing only a spring bed on which a short, stocky Asian man lay fast asleep. Li Pu Xian, Zai Xian, age, 28 identity, gaming hall owner, scavenger, cybernetic coverage, 29 description, a human trafficker lurking in the Watson district. A complete scoundrel. His humanity is cruel and cunning, with many aliases. Lin Ke scoffed coldly. What difference does it make how many aliases one wears? With the eye of truth and perception detection, everyone appeared naked in his sight. This area was crowded, making it unwise to act too recklessly. Yet he could not allow the trafficker to die too comfortably. Contemplating this, Lin Ke swiftly approached, grasping Zai Xian's head with one hand while pressing down on his body with the other, slowly twisting it to the side. Zai Xian jolted awake, terror filling his eyes as he attempted to struggle, but with a resounding crack, the sensation below his neck vanished. Yet his head remained inexorably twisted. Revealing the pillow that should have cradled his head, he yearned to scream for mercy, to offer money for his life, but the pressure of his windpipe and bones rendered him voiceless. With each subsequent crack, the rotation of his head slowed, the sound of breaking bones resounding in the darkness. Death approached, its pace steady yet unhurried. I have so much money left. I haven't enjoyed life enough. I don't want to die. In despair, Zai Xian heard one final crack, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. After rinsing his hands with hot water, Lin Ke emerged from the dark room, stepping back into the vibrant sounds and shifting lights of the gaming hall. No one would know that the elusive Korean gaming hall owner, who appeared sporadically and often vanished without a trace, had met his end in that darkened chamber. Perhaps only the stench of decay would lead to his discovery, resulting in his body being discarded in the nearby bay. Here, no one would pay for the cremation of a stranger. With one target remaining, he paused briefly before making his way to the embankment. A Delamain taxi awaited him at the road's end. Meanwhile, the Tiger Claw gang perched atop a rooftop was engaged in communication with other members via their internal channel, entirely oblivious to the optical camouflage fabric nearby that was slowly collapsing. Rog, Gottfried, a black market dream editor collaborating with the Vortex gang. The content he edits is composed of the lives of innocent beings, including cats, dogs, and children. His black market dream editing studio is concealed in an abandoned cargo handling facility at the Watson North District docks. Note, this is a secret stronghold of the Vortex gang. After reading the message from Rog, Lin Ke stowed the cat-like sniper rifle in his backpack. While its power likely paled in comparison to the long-range weapon transformed from his divine machine, it could serve as a means of self-defense for Lucy. Against ordinary large dragon beasts in the ancient forests, this cat-like technological sniper rifle would still possess considerable lethality. Chapter 89. Do you have a smoke? Outside the taxi window, a kaleidoscope of lights flickered erratically. Even as midnight approached, the streets remained bustling with activity. Various vehicles traversed the road, and the Delamain taxi slowed its pace. Leaning against the window, Lin Ke gazed at the neon nightlife of the Kabuki district through the glass. The luminous punk attire, the futuristic cybernetic limbs, and the omnipresent advertisements painted a vivid picture. The sidewalks were lined with skin-glossy sex workers, both men and women, vying for clientele in their desperate pursuit of survival. The roadside food stalls. Crowds of hungry patrons gathered. Their occupations varied. There were low-level employees from small companies, workers who had just completed an 18-hour shift, and occasionally, unemployed individuals indulging in a rare luxury. Among them, a few members of the NCPD, who should have been patrolling the streets, were seated at a stall, their presence a fortunate result of a mysterious benefactor. Recently, the Vortex and Tiger Claw gangs have become notably more subdued, with violent crime rates plummeting dramatically, visibly improving the safety of the streets. They could afford to relax, no longer needing to keep their hands poised on their weapons while on patrol. Unfortunately, just as they settled in to enjoy their late-night meal, their police channels crackled to life. Attention all NCPD personnel, a report of a violent crime has just come in from the Watson district. Another company-related issue. I really don't want to deal with this. They don't even pay overtime, and I'm just 5 minutes away from clocking out. By the way, I asked the dispatcher, when will the overtime pay be approved? Damn it, I just ordered my late-night snack and haven't even taken a bite. All channels, alert complete. NCPD personnel on duty in the Watson district. Please respond to the scene immediately. Who was the hothead that wanted to request overtime pay? Come on, speak up with your name. Opening the task interface, he glanced over the details. Commission task. No trade. No murder. Task description. The birth of black dreams arises from humanity's insatiable greed. Players are tasked with eliminating certain sources of black dreams in Night City. Kill the Tiger Claw. Jingfa Chintaro. Completed. Kill the Scavenger. Zai Xian. Completed. Kill the Vortex Gang. Got fried. Incomplete. Task reward. Random Imperial artifact. Only Got fried remained, but he should also be considered alongside his son, Frederick. Lin Ke's pupils darkened as he absorbed the information. Having undertaken similar tasks before, he understood that the black dreams associated with children in Night City stemmed from the joint operations of the father-son duo who ran the Dream editing studio. Lin, the benevolent one, detests the separation of kin. It seems I must send you both on your way together. Ultimately, the presence of these black dreams in the market primarily catered to the depraved desires of a small segment of society. Lin Ke recalled an NCPD incident in the Watson district involving a scavenger. A mid-level employee from a corporation sought a kidney cutter, paying for a woman, insisting she be a virgin. The kidney cutter brazenly abducted a girl off the street to deliver to this corporate dog, only for the corporate dog to realize that the girl was his own daughter who had run away from home. Though the development of the incident was absurd, it illustrated how a newly empowered individual could recklessly transgress moral and legal boundaries to satiate their dark desires. The mindset and actions of these individuals surpassed even those of the most depraved citizens of Florida in the last century, extending beyond the comprehension of any reasonable person. To call them perverse would be an understatement. This city, or rather, the entire world, faces challenges stemming from the unrestrained advancement of technology. I love this city as one loves their mother, recalling how she abandoned you at an orphanage's doorstep, now encountering you on the street. Asking for a smoke. Chapter 90. Tears of pain. Since the conclusion of the Fourth Corporate War, many factories in the Watson district related to maritime transport have rapidly shuttered. The reason lies in the diverse array of destructive weapons deployed by multinational corporations during the war, which, even after its cessation, were never salvaged by any company. This resulted in a severance of the commercial trade route for cross-ocean shipping. After all, no one desires for their cargo to be sunk by a nuclear-powered torpedo lurking beneath the waves. In today's world, the replacement for maritime vessels is large floating vehicles, akin to hovercars, capable of soaring through the skies. The mere thought of the floating cargo ships frequently seen above Night City made Lin Ke's mouth water. To propel steel behemoths weighing over 1,000 tons into the air while carrying thousands of tons of goods for transoceanic trade requires a controllable nuclear fusion power, which can sustain their relentless energy demands. With such technology already applied in the civilian market, one could not genuinely believe that the aircraft carrier docked at Night City Port, belonging to Arasaka, was only capable of floating on the water surface. Could they? A few days ago, driven by curiosity, Lin Ke ventured to the coastline where the Gambi building stood, gazing through a telescope at the aircraft carrier known as the White Whale. This silver-gray behemoth, measuring 300 meters in length and weighing 450,000 tons, floated serenely upon the sea's surface. The information relayed by the Eye of Truth made him acutely aware that the power wielded by this world corporation far exceeded what an ordinary person could perceive or comprehend. White Whale, Sky Mother ship quality, epic description, a medium-sized aerial fortress equipped with heavy nuclear fusion engines and various ground and air combat units, developed and constructed by the Arasaka Group. Lin Ke, unrefined and developing in his own way, cautioned against being reckless. An unmanned vehicle came to a halt at a dock in the northern district of Watson. The headlights extinguished and the door on the roadside side opened automatically. Lin Ke disembarked, stepping into the halo of light cast by a street lamp, his tall figure melding into the shadows as he proceeded toward the brightly lit cargo loading dock not far ahead. Within the loading dock, which should have ceased operation half a century ago, traces of human activity remained to the entrance of the factory. Before a stack of containers, a couple of members of the Vortex gang rolled in an abandoned oil barrel. Tossing flammable materials into it to ignite flames, one of the gangsters inhaled a deep breath of the acrid smoke rising with the flames and spat out a noxious synthetic lubricant onto the ground. Damn it, the materials are depleted again. Tomorrow I'll have to pick a few suitable ones off the streets. I really can't fathom the taste of those wealthy folks. Their fragile, fleshy bodies fall apart with just a few pokes. What is so fascinating about that? The other individuals standing by the oil barrel nodded in agreement. Indeed, a real man should be equipped with cybernetics. Let us strap on a sturdier one tomorrow. With a crack, sparks erupted from the oil barrel. Scattering in the wind, a shadow swept through the flames, entering the factory's interior. Meanwhile, at the factory's entrance, two headless bodies, oozing copious amounts of liquid, staggered and collapsed to the ground. The flames flickered ominously in the barrel. And two spherical objects engulfed in fire let out a few agonized wails before losing all semblance of life. Gained 20 points of universal professional experience. Gained 20 points of universal professional experience. 1. 2. There are only 9 people left in the factory. Let us take care of these nuisances first. Through extensive sensory perception, the map of the factory and the information regarding personnel distribution flooded Lin Ke's mind. Akin to entering a god's eye view in a game, imparting a marvelous sense of witnessing it firsthand. Resisting the urge to deploy a heavy crossbow to unleash a few rounds of dispersive grenades for sterilization. Lin Ke flexed his fingers and charged toward the first locked target. He navigated the shadows outside the light, evading the surveillance camera's gaze. Crack, crack. In the corridor, on the ceiling, and within the hallways, one by one. Members of the Vortex gang fell before him, their iron-clad skulls crashing against the ground with a resounding thud. The necks of these Vortex gang thugs twisted with more resilience than that fellow named Zycian. Some had spun around, yet remained attached, so he simply yanked them off and executed a long-distance throw into the night sky. Lin Ke swiftly dispatched several thugs filming illicit dreams and proceeded toward the room where Gottfried resided. As luck would have it, both father and son were present, perfectly aligned for a joint journey. The sensing door opened automatically, and Lin Ke entered the dimly lit dream editing room adorned in dark tones. The two individuals within remained oblivious to the arrival of an outsider, still wearing their dream headsets, reclining in hacker chairs while experiencing the recently edited dream footage that a nearby computer emitted light. The screen glaring with words like child-piercing death that were particularly jarring. Hold on, it's right here. The neural signal hasn't been processed correctly. Doesn't it feel like you're stabbing a pillow? Gottfried person, age, 38 identity. Dream editor cybernetics coverage, 39 description. A dream editor collaborating with a Vortex gang, he creates any type of dream that Night City requires. Frederick person, age, 16 identity. Dream editor cybernetics coverage, 35 description. Edits footage alongside his father. Fond of crafting black dreams featuring kittens, puppies, and children. Bang, 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 bang. Drawing forth a large caliber handgun, Lin Ke fired 4 shots at the two reclining figures, shattering their kneecaps. Time to wake up, you scum. The sudden, excruciating pain jolted the two from their immersive dream experience. The young Frederick tumbled from his chair, howling in agony on the floor. Gottfried, enduring the searing pain, sat up. Freddy, they can't hear us here. This man with the gun, spare my son and me, and I'll transfer a hefty sum to you. How does 50,000 euros sound? Seeing the man remain unmoved, Gottfried raised the stakes. 80,000. 80,000 is enough to buy several lives in Night City. Bang. In response was the muzzle of a gun emitting invisible smoke. The monetary persuasion failed. A bullet shattered Gottfried's right hand, the bone and cybernetic fragments sparking as they protruded. Money cannot buy life from me. Lin Ke replied coldly. What do you want from us? I only have some raw dream footage. Take it all if you wish. Gottfried clutched his severed hand, his face devoid of pain as he activated the pain editor implanted within him, suppressing the signals sent to his brain's cortex and eradicating his physical suffering. I find your kind, those who film black dreams, utterly repugnant. I heard you even send your Vortex gang thugs to the streets to capture children for footage. Did I ask that your son's hobby? Lin Ke frowned in disgust, glancing at Frederick sprawled on the floor, then raised his gun to his arm to fire another shot. Bang! Ah, don't harm my son. We only edited the information from the raw dream footage. We didn't film black dreams. Gottfried lunged to shield his son, hastily explaining to Lin Ke, so it's not you sending the Vortex gang thugs out to gather material? The room where black dreams were filmed was drenched in blood. I didn't mistake that. Bang! Bang! I'm paying close attention. Lin Ke fired several shots, deliberately avoiding fatal areas on Gottfried, creating multiple wounds on his body that its just a few unwanted kids. We didn't kill them. Frederick, shielded beneath his father, shouted through the pain. Just unwanted? Kids, you speak so well. The disgust on Lin Ke's face vanished entirely, replaced by a coldness that penetrated to the bone as he spat through clenched teeth. Bang! No. Why? Why kill him, Dad? A single shot exploded Gottfried's head, white matter and cybernetic parts splattering across the floor. After watching the poignant father-son bond for a moment, Lin Ke cracked a devilish smile, observing Frederick's face, contorted in grief as he clung to his father. Now, you two are unwanted, dead child. He aimed the gun at Frederick's forehead and pulled the trigger. Bang! Chapter 91. Imperial Artifact Mission. No trade, no murder, completed. Player rewards have been distributed to inventory side. Gazing at the two corpses in the room, Lin Ke let out a breath. This young fellow, this impetuous youth had acted too rashly. They shouldn't have died so easily in his hometown. Those who committed heinous acts faced 1,000 cuts and death by slow slicing. You two got off lightly. Stowing away his handgun, Lin Ke scanned the room for valuables, collecting several dream devices and other precious items before stepping over the bodies and into the innermost part of the room. Observing the hundreds of raw black dream footage displayed on a shelf, he retrieved several grenades, pulled their safety pins, and placed them atop the footage. Boom! 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 A series of tremendous explosions echoed from the room behind him as Lin Ke stood in the corridor and retrieved the rewards for this mission from his backpack. It was a gleaming silver longsword. The design seemed familiar. The Eye of Truth quickly scanned the information, and his previously restless mood lifted immediately. He couldn't suppress the smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, it was a fitting Imperial artifact for him. Haunted by demons, Imperial artifact quality, rare. Description: an armor-shaped Imperial artifact crafted from the material of the ferocious dragon-shaped dangerous species. Talent: possessing defenses akin to iron walls. Even after a millennium as an Imperial artifact, the dragon's muscles remain alive, evolving continuously with the wielder's will. Invisibility: the wearer possesses the ability to become transparent. Entering combat will deactivate the invisibility. Adaptation: the wearer can swiftly acclimate to various harsh environments and survive. Devour: by consuming the bodies of powerful dragon beasts, the quality can be enhanced, since it can be stored in the backpack. Both versions of myself in these two worlds can utilize it. Lin Ke gripped the key that could summon the haunted demons with one hand, and in his mind's eye, he envisioned a massive, fearsome beast ensnared by numerous thick metal chains piercing its body. So, this is Talon? He pointed the sword's tip downward, holding it upright before him, and then shouted, "Snow Mastiff armor. Merge, ziz." The overhead lights flickered a few times. But the armored warrior did not manifest in the corridor. It seemed specific incantations were required to summon the armor. After a brief experiment, Lin Ke focused on the key capable of summoning the Imperial artifact before him. It is said that the armor, which imposes an overwhelming burden on the body, would cause an ordinary person to perish instantly upon wearing it. But am I still an ordinary person now? He took a deep breath, his flesh and spirit simultaneously crying out. A malevolent spirit was upon him. The scarlet gem embedded in the blade of his sword suddenly radiated a blood-red glow. In that moment, the armor resonated. A colossal humanoid figure, enveloped in silver-white armor, rose behind Lin Ke, its immense form stretching the walls of the corridor, as it effortlessly tore apart the sturdy metallic framework of the entire building with outstretched arms. Two gigantic hands reached down, gently grasping Lin Ke within their grasp. The armor, housing the essence of a powerful ancient creature, was morphing in accordance with his physique. The crimson light extinguished. The gigantic figure appeared and vanished in but a fleeting second. Debris rained down like droplets of rain, and substantial concrete slabs crashed down, transforming a 3-story structure into a heap of ruins in an instant. By heavens! Was this transformation not a tad excessive? Amidst the dust of the collapsed edifice, a gasp echoed. With a tremendous effort, Lin Ke pushed aside a 3-ton concrete slab, emerging from the haze clad in his shimmering silver full-plate armor, stepping over the rubble. Thankfully, this extravagant transformation was only necessary for the initial change. Clenching his fists before him, Lin Ke felt the surging power within his body yearning to burst forth. In his current state, he believed he could perch atop the foreheads of those colossal dragon beasts and deliver a few resounding slaps. His personal interface materialized before him, and his gaze fell directly on the attributes panel. Strength, 14-3, muscle mastery agility, 13-3, bullet time constitution, 12 immune to illness spirit, 14 perception detection. Lin Ke's strength and speed had witnessed a tremendous enhancement, while under the influence of the malevolent spirit, a significant boost of 6 attribute points. And as long as his constitution and spirit remained robust enough to withstand the encroachment of the active cells and lingering primal instincts of the dragon-shaped dangerous species. Taloned, embedded within the armor, this augmentation could become even more formidable. His white cloak fluttered in the wind, resembling a pair of unspread dragon wings. Gazing up at the vibrant, neon-lit night sky above, a flash of red gleamed in Lin Ke's pitch-black eyes, revealing a blood-colored diamond-shaped vertical pupil at its core. Soaring. The chilling voice had scarcely faded when the silver-white figure instantaneously became translucent and vanished from sight. I must become even stronger. The once silent dockyard had plunged into a profound stillness. As midnight descended, the business at the Come Again bar flourished even more than before Lin Ke's departure, with intermediaries and mercenaries congregating. Each booth and private room was abuzz with discussions of significant deals. Wealth and prestige lay within reach. With enough audacity and skill, legends could indeed be forged. However, Rog was not yet asleep. Instead, he leaned against the headboard, pouring himself half a glass of red wine, his eyes illuminated with a yellow data glow as he continued to communicate with others. So, you seek to avenge your dog? What do you mean by saying he hung up shortly after I gathered the information? Rog leisurely took a generous sip of the red wine in his glass. That fellow named J.K. Sitar met a gruesome end. It was said he had torn off all his own flesh, and when the trauma team arrived, only a skeleton remained. My subordinates would never resort to such measures. Remember, my relationship with you is merely transactional. Do not come seeking me over the loss of a few dogs. I'm under no obligation to divulge every detail to you. Hanging up the call, Rog downed the remaining wine in his glass. That little rascal was indeed quick to act. With a sigh, he placed the empty glass on the nightstand, and the data glow in his eyes reignited. Deep web communication channel established. Encryption in progress. Hey, Waylon, how goes it in the Northern District? What do you expect? All 11 of the Vortex Gang lunatics had their necks twisted, their heads tossed like footballs. And an entire factory was blown to pieces. Those 2 father and son are buried beneath it. They are thoroughly dead. Rog, this individual is exceedingly dangerous, incredibly so. I sense he is even more deranged than the competition. In just 3 hours, he has nearly killed 100 people. Not to mention the cleaners, the Vortex Gang and the Tiger Claw Gang are far more than mere gangs. Little Crispine, I am well aware of who stand behind them. Enough. I'm hanging up. Chapter 92. Destiny approaches to intersect. Flame-seared dragon heart meat with celery sauce. Extraordinary meat quality. Excellent, superior description. Consuming this dish rapidly restores stamina and permanently slightly enhances muscle strength. Boosting vitality. Increasing health limit. Another failure, a habitual sigh escaped him. Standing at the cooking station, Lin Ke picked up a thick slice of dragon heart meat with chopsticks, dipped in the green sauce at the center of the porcelain plate, and brought it to his mouth. Crunch, his upper and lower teeth, akin to gleaming guillotines, shredded the food. Crunch. Gulp. As he swallowed the morsel, Lin Ke contentedly squinted his eyes, although the dish's quality did not reach the rare level. Its taste was still quite satisfactory to the chef. The texture of dragon heart is reminiscent of chicken gizzards, with a bouncy and crisp meat quality that heightens one's appetite when thoroughly chewed. Moreover, the high-temperature flames sealed in the succulent juices within the muscle fibers, combined with the rich sauce extracted by the chef from celery, adequately catered to the diner's palate. Regrettably, this dish still did not breach the threshold of excellent quality. Must one utilize rare-grade ingredients to concoct a delicacy of rare quality? Stepping out of the kitchen with a plate in hand, Lin Ke wore an expression of profound melancholy. His advancement assessment was proving to be exceedingly challenging. After taking a few steps into the living room, he lightly kicked the pineapple-headed boy sprawled on the sofa. Have you really had enough after just a few dishes? Get up and continue eating. Lin Ke placed the dish on a coffee table, freeing his hands to lift the slothful David into a sitting position. Gazing at the delectable dishes emitting enticing aromas before him, David instinctively swallowed. However, the several plates of food he had previously consumed were nearly lodged in his throat, that if he were to eat more, he would have to purge first. David covertly glanced at Lin Ke's arms exposed beneath his short sleeves. Even when relaxed, the muscular definition was perfectly evident that if he were to vomit the food, he would likely receive a severe beating. That I truly cannot eat anymore, Brother Lin. I beg for mercy, David pleaded. Then go out and exercise to work off some of that food. Recognizing that David genuinely could not consume more, given his distended belly resembling that of a 3-month pregnancy, Lin Ke reluctantly produced an iron bucket from behind and thrust it into his arms. A series of question marks appeared above David's head. Before he could comprehend, Lin Ke dragged him toward the door. Not this. This is the only day I have off this month, can't we? Click. David's words were left unfinished as the door closed behind him. Standing before his own home, David stood in a daze for a moment, staring at the closed door, then glancing down at the metal bucket in his arms. Ultimately, resignedly descending the stairs, David could not fathom what had gotten into Lin Ke lately. Whenever he resisted, a fist the size of a cooking pot would greet him, leaving him evenly bruised all over. David never imagined that enduring a beating could help him evade exercise. Lin Ke had once poured a glass of green syrup down his throat, instantly reducing his swelling and restoring him. And now, just like this, he was unceremoniously ejected from his own home. His mother also favored Lin Ke, claiming that exercising could strengthen the body. In this day and age, simply implanting a few enhancements was far more effective than exercise. With the door closed, detecting David's departure, Lin Ke stored the food from the coffee table into his backpack to keep it warm. Time was running short. Lin Ke sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Chi Wei had already joined Man's team, and Man had accepted the commission to infiltrate the biotechnology tower to steal information, which signified that Sasha was on the brink of calamity. Although his arrival had altered certain circumstances, the timeline of the Edgerunners was still poised to commence. Lin Ke had initially believed that by having Man and the others assist in selling some second-hand goods, thereby preventing them from taking on commission tasks, he could avert certain events. Yet, unexpectedly, the tasks sought them out. Man ultimately accepted Faraday's commission. The deviated trajectory had been corrected. The wheels of destiny continued to roll along their predetermined path. James Norris, the Animal Gang, and the cleaners of Santo Domingo. Should I preemptively eliminate them all? After pondering for a while, Lin could dismiss that notion. After all, only a clear future could illuminate when danger would arrive, allowing him to intervene and alter the predetermined fate at a crucial moment. It should be unexpected, truly vexing. Just the thought of it gave Lin Ke a headache. Night City may not lack for anything, but it certainly abound with unexpected events that a passerby strolling down the street could easily fall victim to stray bullets. Alas, I dread the occurrence of unforeseen incidents. Rising, he walked to the computer in the living room, opened the trauma team website, clicked on medical services, and selected the premium package: emergency patient transport, surgery and nanoscopic surgery, rehabilitation from traumatic sequelae, customized cosmetic surgery. Attention! The premium package is divided into 3 tiers: silver, gold, platinum. Only members with platinum qualifications may access the above services. Silver membership annual fee, 1,000 gold membership annual fee, 4,000 platinum membership annual fee, 40,000. After reviewing the information on the website, Lin Ke extracted the biological monitoring signals of 2 individuals from his neural interface and directly activated 2 platinum medical accounts. Account minus 80,000. Chapter 93. Enhancement of Throwing Skills. As the chef fretted over the ingredients, the hunter naturally acquired new targets. The golden red sun has risen above the sea for a while now. Beneath the ancient tree, Lin Ke and the venerable elder of the giant tree have concluded their conversation. Rest assured, esteemed elder of the giant tree, I shall take good care of Yin Duo, Lin Ke assured. Hee, I naturally have faith in your abilities. Young Lin, I entrust that child. Yin Duo, to your care. Stepping out from the immense shadow cast by the ancient trees, sprawling canopy, and basking in the warm sunlight. Lin Ke mentally mapped out his upcoming journey. He planned to set out with Yin Duo for the Great Ant Mound Wilderness the following day, to hunt more formidable creatures and gather unique materials and ingredients native to that region. Once he strengthened his capabilities, he intended to defeat a wyvern and ride it across the vast canyon to the land of coral reefs, much like advancing through a game by defeating monsters. When all his attributes reached 20 points, he would seek the ancient dragon's traces in the Dragon Crystal Land and attempt to hunt the ancient dragon of course. These plans were far down the line. Prior to that, his primary objective remained to eliminate the explosive scaled dragon that had presumably flown to the Great Ant Mound Wilderness. The mere thought of the explosive scaled dragon that nearly obliterated him made Lin Ke grit his teeth. So you enjoy tossing bombs, do you? When I find you, I shall make you taste the full force of a saturation bombardment from a fragmentation grenade. Setting a preliminary target for himself, the not-so-ambitious hunter released his flying mount. Before embarking, he needed to prepare a few things. Cawing, the pterosaur, just released, chirped twice and affectionately nudged its sharp, elongated beak against its master's shoulder. Are you hungry? Through the reins, Lin Ke comprehended its intent and retrieved a large bag of roasted walnut kernels from his backpack. Offering several handfuls to the creature, a true glutton, aren't you? Patting the pterosaur's large head, Lin Ke assessed its size. Compared to when he first captured it, when its wingspan was merely 4 meters, the pterosaur now boasted a wingspan of 6 meters, its body having doubled in size. This physique surpassed the growth limit typical of its species, even exceeding that of the acid-winged dragon. All this growth transformation was solely due to a bloodstone derived from the great mushroom pig that he had fed it. The exceptional quality of the bloodstone could be described as transformative for ordinary creatures, and it was precisely this metamorphosis that enabled the pterosaur to bear its doubled weight. Let us take flight. We depart now. Having satiated his mount, Lin Ke grasped the rope on the ground and issued his command. Caw! The pterosaur unfolded one of its membrane wings, stirring a gust of wind as its body ascended into the air, carrying Lin Ke toward the eastern boundary of the ancient forest. After half an hour, the pterosaur, now flying at an enhanced speed, brought Lin Ke to the skies above a rocky wasteland nestled in the dense forest. He cast a few glances downward that, in just 10 days, the white bone mounds of the wasteland's edge had visibly expanded, with numerous sneaky dragons crawling in and out of dozens of burrows. It seemed their population had not been curtailed despite the demise of the great sneaky dragon. Perfect! I can gather enough supplies before setting off. The pterosaur descended, when it was merely 20 meters above the ground. Lin Ke retracted his mount and leaped straight down from mid-air, crashing onto the open ground outside the sneaky dragon's lair. Thud, with a dull thud, his feet struck the exposed rock, his knees slightly bending as he absorbed the impact without the need for rolling to dissipate the force. His body, as resilient as steel, withstood the force of his fall. Crack! As the rocks beneath him shattered, Lin Ke bent down, prying loose several sizable fragments. The lair had been invaded, and over a dozen sneaky dragons crouched low, surrounding him from all directions. Yet Lin Ke showed no intent to evade. He remained still, casually breaking the large rock pieces he had pried off into smaller chunks, as the encircling dragons drew closer. A slightly larger sneaky dragon circled around Lin Ke's back, its mouth filled with sharp teeth opened wide, letting out a shrill cry as it lunged at him, its bloodthirsty vertical pupils fixated on the prey's most vulnerable neck. Lin Ke, having perceived the unfolding scene long before, extended his right hand to his ear, flicking the stone fragment with his thumb that a straight white line pierced through the air, entering the sneaky dragon's gaping mouth. Penetrating its upper jaw and obliterating its brain, the dragon collapsed, its hind legs twitching a few times before going still. Throwing proficiency 1, the remaining sneaky dragons hesitated, glancing at their fallen comrade. Their ferocity somewhat diminished, yet they were not intimidated enough to flee. Bolstered by their numbers, 3 more sneaky dragons charged from the perimeter, aiming to bite at Lin Ke's legs. In response, Lin Ke prepared his handcrafted ammunition. pivoting his body to face the incoming dragons, and flicked stones from both thumbs. Swish, swish, swish! 3 white lines sliced through the air, accurately piercing the eyes of the 3 sneaky dragons. Throwing proficiency 1. Throwing proficiency 1. With several of their companions dead, the remaining sneaky dragons recognized Lin Ke as a formidable adversary, swiftly retreating into the dense forest and burrows. However, Lin Ke paid them no mind. He stood guard at the entrance of the sneaky dragon's lair. As long as he found a right angle to throw stones, within a range of 50 meters, the power was comparable to a handgun bullet, effortlessly penetrating the dragon's mouths and eyes. Vital targets. Throwing proficiency 1. Throwing proficiency 1. While Lin Ke honed his throwing skills, he collected the bloodstone soul crystals dropped by the slain sneaky dragons. His primary objective for this excursion was to gather these crystals, which were condensed from his hunter's talents. Although these ordinary quality crystals could no longer enhance his current physical abilities, they provided a rapid recovery from fatigue when consumed during hunts of larger monsters. Of course, extraordinary dishes prepared by chefs could achieve similar effects. But during fierce battles with large monsters, he could hardly afford to distract himself by eating while wielding his weapon. Under the overwhelming force of his prowess, dozens of sneaky dragons quickly lay prostrate around him. Fortunately, these dragons' blood coalesced into bloodstones. Otherwise, the scent of their kin's blood would have frightened the others into hiding. As Lin Ke flicked another stone and shot down a sneaky dragon that poked its head out of the burrow, his throwing skill finally reached its current proficiency cap. Throwing proficiency 1. Skill. Throwing. Current proficiency accumulation complete. Player has elevated the professional skill throwing to mastery level, acquiring the professional equipment, Ancestral Stone. Lin Ke divided his perception to remain alert to his surroundings and then opened his professional panel to review it. Profession. Hunter level. 7 experience. 570-1200. Professional talent. Killing professional skills. Throwing. Mastery. Proficiency 0-2000. Effect. Throwing objects, hitting targets within 300 meters with pinpoint accuracy. Enhanced skill characteristics. Air braking and charge air braking. Eliminates air resistance in front of thrown objects, increasing both their speed and distance. Charge. Before throwing an object, the user can gather strength in their arm through 1 to 3 seconds of charging, resulting in a more powerful destructive force upon release. The hunter's skills truly focus on amplifying lethality. Satisfied with the newly acquired skill information, Lin Ke nodded. He was a step closer to achieving the power of launching an electromagnetic cannon. Eagerly, he took out the professional equipment just issued by the system. Observing the crimson oval stone in his hand, recalling the lessons learned from the greedy cauldron, Lin Ke immediately utilized the Eye of Truth to examine its details. Professional equipment. Ancestral Stone. Equipable. Quality. Ordinary description. The first throwing weapon from ancient times. Its essence is merely an ordinary pebble containing iron elements, but a great being has salvaged it from the annals of history and bestowed it with special effects. Equipping effect. Allows the wielder to project a physical replica of the stone. Throwing the Ancestral Stone with great force. Hitting a creature's head will induce forced dizziness for 1 second. Cooldown. 10 minutes. As Lin Ke continued to scrutinize the information of his new equipment, a silvery white quill floated down from the treetops among the green leaves in the forest several dozen meters away. Chapter 94. Jetblade and the dragon cart with 4 sharp claws gripping the bark. A colossal beast measuring 12 meters in length, its body cloaked in dark silver scales, lay quietly atop a tree several dozen meters off the ground. Its snake-like head lowered, 2 crimson eyes coldly fixated on Emil a short distance away. The aroma of fresh blood and meat, radiating a rich vitality, was far more enticing than the dry flesh of the sneaky dragons. The prey stood motionless in the distance. The predator seized the opportunity. Propelling itself off the tree trunk with powerful limbs and leaping into the in the blink of an eye, it closed half the distance. And just as its forward momentum began to wane, the beast's elongated body soared through the air. Before gravity could pull it to the ground, it spread its limbs wide. The expansive membrane hidden between its limbs unfurled. It glided, soaring above its prey, poised to fold its wings and swoop down for a sumptuous feast when a small red figure, seemingly insignificant to it, flew up, crashing heavily onto its snout. Thud! The beast's head was instantly dazed, its body uncontrollably plummeting from the air. Thunder dragon, toothed dragon species quality, excellent, superior, description, inhabiting forests, capable of climbing, jumping, and gliding among trees. When moving at high speed, its scales and bristles generate static electricity through friction with tree trunks and the ground. A surprise attack, with a humorous note, one could clearly see even a single hair that had fallen. Lin Ke gazed at the flying thunder dragon, which had just crashed before him, its head merely a meter away. This was his first encounter with a fully intact, large monster at such proximity, and it was an excellent opportunity for practice that he could not afford to miss, with both hands. He retrieved the divine mechanism from his backpack, transforming it into the steel-winged greatsword, and aimed a swift blade draw at the thunder dragon's head. The clash of metal against scales resonated, resulting in a significant rupture of the scales atop the dragon's head, leaving a bleeding gash from the strike of the greatsword. Still reeling from its daze, the thunder dragon had not yet regained its footing when it felt a sharp pain at the crown of its head. Upon spotting the hunter wielding a weapon, it immediately tensed its limbs, springing off the ground with remarkable agility, retreating over 20 meters to the edge of the dense forest. The rocky ground bore a deep scar, as if it were mere tofu. With the majority of the sword's blade embedded within the earth, the second downward strike missed its target, and Lin Ke, with a grimace, pulled out his weapon. Large monsters in the hunter's world were notoriously difficult to handle. Their exaggerated resilience was no small matter, and the fact that such a massive creature could execute such agile evasive maneuvers was nothing short of grotesque. Without further contemplation, Lin Ke understood that the thunder dragon could attack at any moment. As it was infamous for its hyperactive nature, as he had anticipated, the thunder dragon let out a series of furious roars, seemingly entering a state of rage, and darted swiftly to the side before leaping high, launching an assault from Lin Ke's blind spot. However, Lin Ke's perception extended beyond mere sight. The moment the thunder dragon initiated its attack, he stamped his right foot heavily to the side, locking onto the dragon's position with his heightened senses and slightly adjusting the orientation of his upper body. "Behold my great sword, halting your rampage." As the thunder dragon lunged from mid-air, Lin Ke confidently predicted the landing point of its attack, ready to unleash his downward strike. Yet unexpectedly, the thunder dragon spread its limbs wide, utilizing its membranous wings to swiftly pivot in mid-air, its robust tail sweeping towards him with a powerful gust. Damn it! Lin Ke barely had time to twist his upper body, shifting his great sword from a downward slash to a defensive block. Bracing against the thunder dragon's tail swipe, the tremendous force crashed against the blade, forcing him to grip the hilt with one hand while using the other to brace against the sword's body. Staggering back several steps, before he could fully absorb the impact, the thunder dragon, having completed its tail strike, bared its sharp fangs and lunged at the novice great sword wielder. Faced with the rapidly approaching beast's maw, Lin Ke propelled himself backward, shattering a chunk of rock beneath his feet. With his body acting as a brake, he maintained his balance through muscle control, executing a rotational maneuver, spinning the great sword in a full circle. Under the immense centrifugal force, the tip of the great sword seemed to slice through an invisible barrier, a burst of orange flames erupting from the back of the sword, propelling it forward with renewed vigor as it cleaved into the thunder dragon's head. Scales shattered under the blade's edge, resilient flesh rolled back, revealing a deep gash, much of the blood being consumed by the divine mechanism. Though some icy droplets splattered onto the hunter's face, the thunder dragon let out a mournful wail, tilting its head as it toppled to the side. Seizing the moment, Lin Ke dashed to the dragon's head, spreading his feet for stability, hefting the heavy, great sword back onto his shoulder, gripping the hilt tightly as he began to gather power. In that instant, every sinew in his body resonated, each muscle transforming into a myriad of blood and flesh engines, channeling every ounce of strength into his arms. His sleeves ripped as Lin Ke's already robust arms swelled further, muscles intertwining and bulging in a grotesque display. Embodying raw, primal ferocity and unadulterated violence, that moment, he infused the charging characteristics of his throwing skill into the great sword's charge /.1 second. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ha! Take this, The back of the great sword erupted with numerous conical blue flames. The accumulated power unleashed in an unstoppable torrent, tearing through the thunder dragon's scales and flesh, resulting in a violent collision between the dragon's rigid skull and the hunter's formidable weapon. Producing sparks even in daylight, in the face of life and death, the downed thunder dragon shook its head in a last desperate effort. The great sword grazed its bones, slicing away a substantial chunk of flesh accompanied by scales. Blood gushed forth as the thunder dragon staggered back, nearly collapsing once more, yet it ultimately regained its footing. Its eyes, now consumed by rage, fixated on the prey that had continuously inflicted damage. The thunder dragon roared defiantly skyward. Dozens of black spines erupting along its length, visible arcs of electricity flickering between them. The white quills that had been flat against its scales now stood on end, becoming disheveled and wild. A potent odor filled the air, a result of the high-voltage electricity interacting with oxygen, forming ozone. It was astonishing to witness a creature of flesh and blood generating such immense static electricity through the friction of its scales. Lin Ke felt the hairs on his body stand on end, his exposed skin tingling. Observing the thunder dragon's electrified state, he retrieved a silver longsword from his backpack. "You're not the only one who can transform," he declared. Demon's Wrath, Chapter 95. Thinking of running? Taste my sniper dragon bullet. The ear-piercing crackle of electricity spread through the air like a cacophony of birds. The shimmering arcs washed over the thunder dragon's darkened scales, illuminating its entire form in a brilliant silver. Its furious red eyes glinted with a hint of caution as it sized up its shifting opponent. With a clang, Lin Ke stowed away the redback shrike, an auxiliary weapon of his armor, into his backpack and donned the demon's wrath suit, feeling his strength multiply. Effortlessly, he hoisted the 1,000-kilogram great sword with a single hand. "Look at you, resembling a creature in a lightning shield chakra mode," he mused as he pulled 2 water ball moss from his backpack. The hunter's notes contained detailed descriptions of the thunder dragon's weaknesses. As a member of the wyvern family, the thunder dragon had slightly inferior flesh on its forelegs and tail, making it vulnerable to fire. When electrified, it could be rendered muddy by launching water ball moss at its back, disrupting its static charge and prematurely ending its electrified state, thus rendering it weak to water. With a flick of his wrist, he launched the 2 water ball moss, which soared through the air with a whistling sound. The thunder dragon, now in its electrified state, had significantly increased speed and reaction time. But as it leaped into the air, it was met by the 2 water balls crashing down on its back, almost as if it had invited the impact. Water splashed everywhere, and the once fluffy silver mane fell limp. Clinging to its scales, unable to transfer the static charge generated by the friction of its scales through the dozens of electrical needles. Now, if he could deplete the electrical charge stored within those needles, the thunder dragon would revert from its electrified state, crushing the rock beneath his feet. Lin Ke hurled the water ball moss while already charging toward the thunder dragon, poised to deliver a downward slash as soon as it touched the ground. However, the thunder dragon, mid-air, spread its limbs wide once more, utilizing its membranous wings to deftly maneuver into the depths of the forest. The forest was the thunder dragon's domain, where it could traverse through the high canopy, evading ground-dwelling monsters that were stronger than it, while also having the ability to leap down to snatch prey weaker than itself. The thunder dragon swiftly ascended a towering 100-meter tree, resembling a colossal squirrel, scaling the trunk within moments. After reaching a height, the thunder dragon leaped from the tree, curling its immense body into a sphere, spinning several times before extending its form and whipping its electrically charged tail towards Lin Ke, who had ventured into the woods. Yet, an experienced hunter could predict the monster's attack patterns, rolling out of range ahead of time and striking before the beast could change its tactic, having faced this maneuver several times during his initial forays. Lin Ke was well acquainted with it. The moment the thunder dragon leapt down, curling into a ball, he halted, keenly observing its movements and using his perception to anticipate the point of impact. Lin Ke retreated several steps, positioning himself outside the tail's striking range while raising the great sword in a charging stance, gathering energy for 1 second. Boom! Dirt and grass exploded in all directions as the thunder dragon's tail slammed into the ground. In the instant of the thunderous crack, the hunter exhaled forcefully, swinging the great sword, which erupted with blue flames. With a cacophony of scales and flesh being crushed, the thunder dragon's long tail was severed by the blade, creating a significant gash, pursuing the advantage. But before he could relish his success, the enraged thunder dragon retaliated with a tail swipe, crashing into him. The electrical needles on its tail unleashed a torrent of arcs, striking against the armor forged by the demon's wrath. Lin Ke felt as though he had been struck by a small truck traveling at 80 miles an hour, sent flying over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, leaving a small trench behind. The few arcs of electricity flickering across the surface of his silver armor extinguished, and the young hunter pulled the blades of grass from his head, pressing them against the earth to prop himself up. Coughing, he watched the battered thunder dragon retreat to the treetops. Lin Ke removed his face mask, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood-streaked saliva. Quickly, he retrieved a large healing potion, taking a generous swig. A refreshing coolness spread through his chest, swiftly alleviating the searing pain within. Fortunately, the layer of armor upon him successfully withstood the electric onslaught of the thunder dragon and most of the collision damage. Otherwise, he would likely be sprawled on the ground, incapacitated by the electric shock. It has indeed been an enlightening lesson. Greed can be fatal. The faceplate instantaneously enveloped his visage as Lin Ke heightened his senses. Brandishing his sword in readiness, soon as the thunder dragon leapt down from the trees, Lin Ke deftly sidestepped a few paces to the side, poised to deliver a downward slash at the landing point before swiftly retreating to evade the sporadic tail whip attacks. Minutes passed, and after several skirmishes, the thunder dragon bore multiple gashes across its back, the scales now marred with crimson streaks. The electrostatic needles nestled between the scale gaps had also suffered damage, their stored energy long since expended. The thunder dragon, having exited its charged state, exhibited a noticeable decline in speed, agility, and attack frequency. In stark contrast, Lin Ke's physical condition remained wholly unaffected, even though donning the cursed armor exerted a significant toll on his body. Hastening his fatigue, he could swiftly replenish any lost stamina by seizing the opportunity to consume a bloodstone in the brief moments before the thunder dragon's next assault. Remarkably, even after numerous strikes, the sharpness of his great sword had not diminished. Instead, having devoured substantial biological cells, it could now transform into various types of ammunition in its heavy crossbow form, skillfully dodging yet another tail swipe. Lin Ke withdrew a few steps, shifting the great sword-esque form. Bam! The ebony barrel of the heavy crossbow aligned with the thunder dragon, which had just ascended the towering tree, unleashing a projectile that was conspicuously disproportionate to its caliber. The penetrating shell, too, struck forcefully against the thunder dragon's spine, propelled by the fiery trail of its tail. The hunter's keen eyes locked onto the creature's climbing trajectory. Bam! Bam! 2 more penetrating shells were discharged, one embedding itself in the tail, the other striking true to the head. The thunder dragon once again vanished into the dense canopy. 3 shells, characterized by their delayed explosive properties, detonated in succession. Boom! 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 Amidst the flames and smoke, branches and leaves rained down like droplets, and a large, dark silver beast plummeted from the treetops, crashing violently to the ground. Bam! The impact dealt a significant blow, and the thunder dragon struggled to rise, its mournful cries noticeably weaker than before. The heavy crossbow transformed once more, and Lin Ke charged forward, prepared to pummel the thrashing behemoth. Finding a suitable position, he planted his feet firmly and began to gather his strength. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, hrumph! With his feet sinking into the earth, the hunter channeled the accumulated force from his arms into a downward swing of the great sword. With a cry, the blade, radiating a crimson glow, cleaved through the air, crashing down upon the thunder dragon's foreleg. Beneath the weighty blade, scales shattered, flesh was torn asunder, and bones splintered. The entire right forelimb of the thunder dragon was severed by Lin Ke's strike. Following this devastating blow, the outcome was all but sealed. The now upright thunder dragon could scarcely manage to climb back up the tree, stumbling away in a desperate, twisted retreat into the depths of the forest. Witnessing the creature's attempt to flee, Lin Ke swiftly shifted forms. The great sword morphed back into the heavy crossbow, and all the biological cells consumed during the battle transformed into ammunition, the strongest of which was the sniper dragon shell. Lin Ke quickly crouched down, anchoring the crossbow's stabilizing support into the soil, and deployed the scope, his right eye aligning the reticle with the thunder dragon's trailing tail. With a decisive pull of the trigger, a bright flash erupted. The ground beneath the heavy crossbow rippled like water from the tremendous recoil, sending Lin Ke's body sliding back half a meter. The razor-sharp projectile shot forth from the barrel, piercing through the thunder dragon's tail and penetrating deep into its massive form. Boom! 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 Blood and viscera splattered, the chain of explosions illuminating the scene from the tail to the spine. The enormous creature, devoid of any intact flesh, collapsed to the ground. Its struggles growing feeble as life was ultimately severed from its body, transforming into two crystalline stones. Chapter 96. Cultivation after stowing the divine mechanism and the oversized foreleg of the thunder dragon into his backpack. Lin Ke hastened to the location where the beast lay lifeless, his armored hand, imbued with the cursed essence, pressed against the scales of the thunder dragon. An immediate influx of information surged into his mind, translated by his innate abilities. Damn, quite the mouthy one, Lin Ke muttered lowly, removing the cursed armor from his body. In the world of monster hunting, the thunder dragon had undeniably reached a 3-star danger level. Yet the cursed armor displayed no appetite for its essence. It seemed that to elevate the quality of his armor, he would need to target monsters of rare classification or higher. Powerful creatures roamed even in the ant graveyard, such as the fire dragon, horn dragon, and slashing dragon, which could potentially meet that rarity. The infernal king dragon was out of the question. Should he encounter it, his only recourse would be to rely on his own 2 legs for a swift escape. Sighing, Lin Ke collected the fallen bloodstone soul crystals and the summoning key, then utilized his senses to scan the thunder dragon's body, now devoid of life. As he meticulously examined the remains, he whispered to himself, dragon jade, beads, beads. 30 seconds later, the examination concluded, and disappointment was etched across Lin Ke's face that it appeared that the star deity of luck had not cast a glance upon the hunter. And dragon jade. No beads, and the quality of the bloodstone soul crystals was merely sufficient for stamina recovery. All that remained, gazing at the battered form of the thunder dragon before him, Lin Ke felt somewhat at a loss. His final shot with the sniper dragon shell had been excessively powerful, rendering most of the creature's internal flesh and organs into a pulpy mess, with scarcely a few intact scales and electrostatic needles remaining on its back and tail. Fortunately, the size of this large creature meant that there were still ample usable materials left to extract. The highly resilient hide from its abdomen, the supple membranes between its limbs, and numerous well-preserved scales combined would be enough to craft several sets of protective leather armor. He glanced at his backpack, where he had accumulated over 50 ordinary quality bloodstone soul crystals, along with 2 recently acquired excellent quality ones, sufficient in quantity. Thus, he chose to overlook the lurking band of thieves, huddled in their cave, intimidated by the presence of the apex predator that was the thunder dragon. Summoning a flying dragon, Lin Ke mounted the iron ring stirrup and soared toward the grasslands several kilometers away. With an expedition to the ant graveyard imminent, he anticipated exploring that region for at least 2 months, so he was determined to gather as many unique ingredients as possible before departing. Upon entering the grasslands, Lin Ke first hunted 5 adult herbivorous dragons and collected a dozen still-warm dragon eggs before commencing to harvest the green vegetables thriving in the moist prairie. Since enhancing his mental acuity, his detection range could effortlessly cover a hectare, making it quite simple to gather the vegetables buried in the soil and hidden among the grass. Within the span of an hour, he had reaped hundreds of kilograms of vegetables. Before leaving, however, he also captured over 10 peach source birds, placing them into a bag. In the kitchen, Lin Ke retrieved a large 50-liter soup pot from his backpack, intent on preparing a gift for the cats before his departure. The method of crafting this gift was straightforward. He filled the pot with 40 liters of clear water, added a bloodstone from the thunder dragon, and the last remaining giant mushroom bloodstone. Setting on the stove to boil, he refrained from adding any ingredients aside from the bloodstones, lest the final product yield unforeseen effects, as the water bubbled. Its hue transformed from transparent to a deep crimson. Cooking completed, soup proficiency level 2. Pure vitality broth, extraordinary soup quality, excellent, superb, description, a pure essence of vitality. Consuming 100 milliliters once will permanently enhance physical strength. Following this, he utilized the Thunder Dragon Soul Crystal to brew another 40 liters of broth. Pure soul broth, extraordinary soup quality, excellent, superb, description, a pure essence of spirit. Consuming 100 milliliters once will permanently enhance mental strength. These 2 soup concoctions would be sufficient for all the starry cats to feast upon, empowering them to catch fish without the risk of being easily dragged underwater by larger catches. The gathering team would also possess senses rivaling those of the former clouds, ensuring their own safety. Lin Ke stored the prepared soup in his backpack. Just then, the outermost door of the apartment swung open automatically. After 4 hours of intermittent travel over 20 kilometers, David entered, wielding a muddy iron stake weighing over 10 pounds. Yes, he dropped the burden on the floor, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He barely settled into the living room chair before a steaming plate of flame-grilled dragon heart meat with celery sauce was placed before him, accompanied by a glass of honey water. "You must be famished. Eat while it's hot," Lin Ke said, ignoring David's expression of discomfort. Setting down the meal, he lifted the iron bucket from the floor and approached a table by the window. Placing the bucket atop it, contaminated soil, item quality, inferior description. Soil long ago contaminated by biochemical weapons. Only seeds subjected to special genetic editing can sprout within. Lin Ke retrieved several seeds from the monster hunting world, known for their robust vitality, and planted them in the iron bucket, sprinkling a touch of his homemade plant fertilizer, eager to experiment with circumventing the company's technological embargo to cultivate something. However, mere seeds would yield no immediate results. Perhaps he could also try using the ancient forest specialty, the fungus. That particular fungus thrived on moisture and nutrients, sprouting within a day or two. Lin Ke pondered over the soil in the iron bucket for a few moments. But how does one cultivate mushrooms? Should he directly extract the mycelium and bury it in the soil? That didn't seem right. Grass. There was no relevant cultivation information available online. Scratching his head, he contemplated for a while. The older members of the wandering tribes that had established themselves in the contaminated soil over the years were likely former farmers. Weren't they? They should still remember the pertinent knowledge of cultivation. Chapter 97. Southwest Camp. Safe travels, meow. As the first rays of dawn broke, Lin Ke slowly ascended from the 3rd level of the Starpoint, the weapon and Link's pavilion. Beneath him, hundreds of furry creatures gathered in unison, waving their paws adorned with plum blossom-like pads towards the sky. The elder of the great tree tribe stood atop the highest stone platform, brandishing his staff toward the heavens. A hearty belch, rich with the scent of meat, escaped his lips, and tears glistened in the eyes of the over 200-year-old leader of the insect cage tribe at the thought of this parting moment. To be away for 2 months, 60 sunsets without savoring Lin Xiaoga's culinary delights. How would the old man bear the days that lay ahead? Farewell, everyone. Goodbye, grandfather leader. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Lin Ke. Meow. The clouds hanging in the sky wave their paws as well, bidding farewell to the diminishing figures of uncles, aunts, younger siblings, and the grandfather leader below. Lin Ke wore a gentle smile, reaching out to ruffle the clouds that hung at his chest. The little one, embarking on his first long journey, bore no signs of reluctance in his round face, nor any anxiety about the unknown path ahead. His large, round eyes sparkled with excitement. Off we go. The clouds yearning for freedom, and the hunter eager to grow stronger. Together. Oh, off we go. Goodbye. At that moment, a clear female voice rang in Lin Ke's ears, and a few strands of pink and white hair brushed against his neck. Lucy peeked out from the hunter's shoulder, enthusiastically waving her slender arms at the gathered cats below, sensing the rope hanging beneath the wings of the pterosaur swaying. Lin Ke's expression darkened as he quickly reached back to support Lucy's pert behind. Don't wave so wildly. At this height, one misstep and you'll be a splatter. Hold on tight and behave. Oh, Lucy obediently replied, lowering her head to rest on the young man's shoulder, her bright eyes filled with mirth. She snugly nestled against Lin Ke's broad back, looping her arms around his neck and tightening her long legs around his waist. We're off. The adventurous clouds, the food-loving hunter eager to taste more delicacies. And me, the cybergirl longing to leave Lang Lang Mountain. Wishing to explore further afield. Thus began the journey of exploration in the new map. As they faced the rising sun, the pterosaur flapped its grand wings, gradually vanishing into the morning light with the two and the cat. The Great Ant Mound Wasteland lies in the southeastern part of the new continent. It is a vast ecological zone composed of three distinctly different terrains: the western mountainous forests, the southern wetland marshes, and the northern arid deserts. Lin Ke, along with Lucy and the clouds, set off from the star point, flying east in a straight line for 300 kilometers. As the temperature rose, it felt as if they had crossed directly from the temperate to the tropical zone. After 2 hours of aerial travel, they had already entered the western part of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. The clouds and Lucy gazed eagerly at the changing scenery below. Lin Ke, meanwhile, took out his hunter's notebook with one hand and flipped through the map, observing the terrain beneath them, which spanned hundreds of square kilometers. Below lay numerous large rocks protruding from the surface, with rocky soil interspersed with fertile earth, forming a continuous expanse of mountainous hills. Perhaps due to its proximity to the ancient forest, the vegetation here was quite lush, with trees thriving abundantly. Had it not been for the map and his hunter's notes, he might have thought they had yet to leave the realm of the ancient forest. We've arrived at the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Lin Ke raised his gaze toward the north, where several towering black mountains emerged in the distance. His destination was the northern desert, home to a variety of formidable monsters, and the true core of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. If the explosive scale dragon still lingered in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, it should be in that region. Just as he was pondering, Lucy and the clouds gasped in astonishment. A dragon. Meow. Danger, below. A dragon? Lin Ke felt his skin tighten at the sound. Instantly entering bullet time, extending his perception to its maximum range, enveloping a spherical space of hundreds of thousands of cubic meters around him. He quickly lowered his head, following the roar of the colossal beast. Locking his gaze, he saw a gigantic creature, its scales blending with the surrounding forest, soaring straight towards their airborne position. Female fire dragon, flying dragon species grade. Exceptional. Description: known as Lyria, a female individual among fire dragons. With powerful hind limbs, often hunting prey on the ground, revered by hunters as queen of the earth. At an altitude of 200 meters, the female fire dragon reached them in just 2 breaths. Quickly calming the panicked and frightened pterosaur, Lin Ke conjured a red stone in his hand. Confronted by the aggressive giant flying dragon, he bellowed, "Do not panic. The monster shall not act recklessly. Behold my treasure." Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, akin to a cannonball being fired, as the air exploded into a tangible ring around Lin Ke's hand. Bang! In the next instant, the female fire dragon's head jerked to the side. Its fierce vertical pupils filled with countless stars. The Earth Queen's neck slackened, her body tumbling downwards, performing an erratic free fall before the astonished onlookers. System task triggered. Wow! Meow! Lucy's eyes reflected the lingering crimson afterimage as the mythic dragon plummeted into the forest below without resistance. It seemed this place was the hunting ground of the female fire dragon. Hold tight. We need to descend quickly. Facing such a large flying dragon in midair is far too perilous. The enforced momentary dizziness caused the female fire dragon to fall from 200 meters high. Yet, Lin Ke knew that such a height would not be fatal for a creature of such size, that it would likely be dazed for a moment, only to return to attack them later. Moreover, with one female fire dragon in the vicinity, who could say if a male fire dragon lurked nearby? The pterosaur was merely a tempting morsel before such aerial predators. Assessing the terrain below, they had been deep within the western part of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland for a while now, with the southern wetland marshes clearly visible ahead. Lin Ke opened the map in his hunter's notebook, which indicated the presence of a large camp previously established by the Starpoint hunters nearby. As the pterosaur descended, he combined his vision with his senses to search for the hidden hunter's camp nestled between the rocks and trees. Soon, Amidst a cluster of rocky mountains, he discovered the hunter's creation within the Great Ant Mound wasteland. Directing the pterosaur to land before a rocky formation, he said, "Get down. Your thighs are squeezing me. And I can hardly move." Lucy rolled her eyes silently and jumped down from his back. "All right, follow me." Leading Lucy and the clouds up a stone platform over 2 meters high, Lin Ke stepped into a dark, narrow passage wedged between two rock walls. After walking for over 20 meters, the space opened up before him, and the blazing midday sunlight poured in through the crevices above, illuminating this hidden hunter's camp embraced by the Rocky Mountains. "We've arrived at the southwest camp of the Great Ant Mound wasteland. It seems no one has been here for quite some time," Lucy remarked, her toes lightly spinning in the fine yellow sand, which swallowed the tips of her shoes. "Indeed, it has been quite a while. 3 years, perhaps, that we're the first to arrive at this camp in 3 years." Lin Ke surveyed the southwest camp before him. The landscape within differed significantly from his memories of the game scenes. The semi-open hunter's camp had long been abandoned without maintenance. Over the span of 3 years, the frequent sandstorms that swept through the Great Ant Mound wasteland had deposited a considerable amount of sand and debris over the camp. A thick layer of sand now covered the entire ground of the camp, where many needle-leaf plants unique to the wasteland thrived unchecked, with vines crawling over the tents and supply crates. As his perception swept through, he discovered numerous small creatures still living beneath the sandy surface. "I plan to rest here for a few days. Let's first tidy up this camp to at least make it habitable." Chapter 98. Shall we bathe together? Utilizing the feature of his backpack to retrieve items, Lin Ke took a step forward. As his foot landed, a thick layer of sand around him seemed to be swallowed by an invisible maw. Revealing the reddish-brown rocky ground, he walked a circuit around the camp, clearing a substantial area. Lucy donned her thorn-proof gloves and pulled up the wasteland plants that had lost their soil anchors, tossing them from the edge of stone platform. Below the platform flowed a winding river leading south into the wasteland. These discarded plants would eventually be swept away by the current into the southern marshes. Meanwhile, the cloud's task was to deal with the small creatures that had lost their sandy hiding spots. As the sand vanished in large swathes, these small lives, unable to be stored in the backpack, became fully exposed. Lizards, beetles, grasshoppers. The sheer number of them made it hard to believe that such a small area of sand could harbor so many creatures. Meow. The diminutive cloud leaped into the sand like a white tiger descending from the mountain, its paws swatting and tail sweeping, sending dust flying as it quickly drove the environmental creatures emerging from the sand out of the camp. Half an hour later, the cleaning of the camp was completed through the cooperation of the trio. However, as they finished, their hair and clothes bore a fine layer of sand. Particularly, the clouds looked somewhat gray, save for its bright eyes, which remained clear and sparkling. Moreover, the temperatures in the Great Ant Mound wasteland are significantly higher than those of the ancient forest. The sunlight beating down on the skin feels akin to being scorched by flames. After tidying up, apart from Lin Ke, both Lucy and Yinduo are overwhelmed by the sweltering heat. Leaning against the shaded side of the stone wall, Lucy unfastens her white shoulder guard, and a glimmer of blue flashes through her iridescent optical eye. The magnetic links on her front garment immediately detach, allowing her snug black leather attire to loosen. She fans herself with her fingers, coaxing the heat from her clothes, and finally feels a slight relief. Observing Yinduo, who is also crouched in